Greetings, everyone. I am the host, Xiao Yi. Now, with the installation of this final outer armor, the long-awaited mech is finally complete. Yi Luo was filled with excitement. He reached out, attaching a piece of armor to the mech, marking its completion at last. The mech's design was strikingly impressive, a culmination of various mech aesthetics he had envisioned, resulting in what he believed to be the epitome of perfection. Its slender form was adorned with a halo-like rear propulsion system, gleaming golden in the sunlight, exuding an air of divine majesty. It resembled a goddess of the sun, exquisitely crafted, a veritable work of art. Particularly, the visage of the mech was what Yi Luo was most proud of, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to his beloved daughter, though, in terms of age, it was depicted a few years older. Gazing at the mech before him felt akin to seeing his cherished daughter, Yi Yu. Oh dear, this live stream is dreadfully boring. Assembling a figurine has taken over a month. Host, are you trying to bore us to death? The number of viewers is dwindling. Perhaps it's time for the host to consider a career change. I must leave now. I have to buy groceries. My partner is waiting for me to cook. Yi Luo glanced at his phone set aside, noting the viewer count had dwindled to merely a few dozen. This was the result of a month of streaming since he had acquired the metaphysical figurine system. Yet the outcome was disheartening. Please, allow me to explain. This figurine is no ordinary one. Yi Luo hastily pushed the towering sun goddess mech closer to the camera, hoping the viewers could better appreciate the awe-inspiring nature of the creation. All right, a figurine is still just a figurine, no matter how extraordinary it may be. The host's distressed demeanor is rather unappealing. Calm down, host. Although your figurine's design is indeed exquisite and beautiful, regrettably, this design is your own creation, isn't it? Without a prototype character, it simply won't fetch a high price. However, considering your hard work, I'm willing to offer $100 for it. Oh, a major news story just broke. Everyone, hurry and check it out. The famous star, Li Yumin, is stranded in a helicopter after a malfunction and is awaiting rescue. Instantly, the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted. Witnessing this unfold, Yi Luo felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Suddenly recalling that he had water boiling in the kitchen, he rushed out. Just as he stepped out, a remarkably adorable little girl sprang into view at the workshop entrance. Wow, my dearest dad, your Yu Bao is here. The little girl gestured with her hands, striking a cute pose. However, upon seeing the scene before her, she appeared slightly disappointed. Dad isn't here. How strange, he's usually right here. Her gaze swept across the room, abruptly pausing as her eyes gleamed with excitement. This is wow. Isn't this me? Yi Yu dashed to the workbench, jumping with glee as she beheld the sun goddess mech. In an instant, she recognized that the mech's face mirrored her own. Though it was depicted a decade older than she was now, it was still incredibly beautiful. Wow. This must be the birthday gift Dad has prepared for me. A surprise, Dad. I absolutely adore you. Yi Yu was overjoyed, reaching out in an attempt to embrace the sun goddess mech, which was slightly taller than herself. However, her height proved to be a limitation, and despite her efforts, she couldn't quite reach the mech on the table. Oh dear, how silly of me. Spotting a chair nearby, her spirits lifted. She promptly climbed onto it, then onto the table. Who is this adorable little one? Wow, she truly is precious. Indeed. Compared to the host, this little cutie is far more delightful. If it were just her, I could watch forever. I have no objections either. Surprisingly, some viewers remained, enchanted by the charming Yi Yu. Yet, she was oblivious to the phone before her, her focus solely on the sun goddess mech. Wow, this is mine. Dad is giving this to me for my birthday. Dad is so wonderful. You'll just touch it and pretend I didn't know. I'm truly so clever. As she spoke, Yi reached out, ready to embrace the sun goddess mech. It seemed she had misunderstood the concept of touching. Be careful, little one. That figurine has many sharp edges. Don't get hurt. Indeed, where has the host gone? Hurry back. It's truly outrageous. Modern parents seem to have no idea how to care for their children. The viewers, witnessing the unfolding scene, grew increasingly concerned. Yet, despite their worries, they could not alter the reality before them. Yi Yu clasped her hands together and had already wrapped her arms around the sun goddess mech. The viewers in the live stream erupted in cries of despair. The situation had become irreversible. leaving them only wishing that the little one would remain unscathed. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically. Wow, Dad is truly the best. Yiyu pouted, preparing to kiss the face of the sun goddess mech, just as she would with her stuffed toys at home. Don't kiss it, it's dangerous. That figurine has just been crafted, the paint isn't dry yet. The paint could be toxic, especially harmful to children. Host, where are you? Hurry back. In the kitchen, Yi Luo felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but sneeze, bewildered and unaware of what was happening. However, his instincts urged him to check the workshop. With this thought, he quickly stood and made his way to the workshop. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily blinded by the sudden burst of light emanating from the sun goddess mech on the table. A voice filled with a sense of holiness and authority resonated. Activation initiated. Target identity confirmed. Mech, engage. Amidst the radiance, the sun goddess mech suddenly became ethereal and, upon solidifying, enveloped Yiyu completely within its frame. The mech seemed to expand slightly, perfectly fitting Yiyu's form. In the next instant, the sun goddess mech soared swiftly into the sky, accompanied by the phone that flew alongside it, much like a planet orbiting the sun. Darling, come see. Can you believe it? A figurine has taken flight. Chapter 2. Do you believe it? Yi Luo burst into the workshop, utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. The table, which had once displayed his mech and phone, was now conspicuously empty. Where could his mech and phone have gone? The urgency gripped him. For the mech he had painstakingly crafted needed to garner sufficient recognition during the live broadcast to unlock vital system functions and acquire the necessary blueprints for future creations. Furthermore, only through this recognition could he earn points to exchange for knowledge. Now, with both his mech and phone missing, Yi Luo felt as though his path forward had been severed. How could he not be anxious? His gaze darted around until it landed on the camera positioned across the room. Yes, the camera. He hurriedly dashed outside to his bedroom to check the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, in the sky outside, a mech gleaming like the sun soared swiftly under the radiant light, its speed escalating with each moment. Ha! Inside the mech, the melodious laughter of a young girl rang out. Initially startled, Yiyu now felt entirely at ease. The adaptability of children is indeed remarkable. Or perhaps it is that children possess no notion of the so-called common sense held by adults. Thus, they seamlessly acclimate to whatever transpires before them. I'm flying. Yiyu exclaimed joyfully, immediately turning to the mech as if it were a sentient being. Who are you? How incredible that you can take me flying. I am the solar goddess mech. The mech responded to Yiyu's inquiry. Oh, you are the solar goddess? But your name is a bit lengthy. May I call you Xiao Tai instead? By the way, Xiao Tai, what is your relationship with the sun, Grandpa? The mech was thus renamed Xiao Tai. Oh, what is that? Yiyu gasped, her attention suddenly drawn to a helicopter billowing smoke. The sight of smoke was undoubtedly alarming. Although Yiyu lacked extensive knowledge, she recognized that something was amiss. Xiao Tai, look. What is wrong with that helicopter? Why is it smoking? Scanning initiated. Scanning in progress. 100. Scan complete. The helicopter's circuit has short-circuited, causing a fire. There are 53 seconds until total destruction. What does total destruction mean? Explosion. Target will explode. But what about the people inside the helicopter? I see people inside. Yiyu's gaze fixated on the scene, as if viewing it from mere feet away. Aided by the mech's visual capabilities, inside the helicopter sat 5 individuals, their faces pale with fear. Among them was a remarkably beautiful young woman who seemed vaguely familiar to Yiyu. Death. The mech's voice echoed coldly. Death? Yiyu was perplexed. But she wished for no one to perish before her eyes. Do you require assistance? The mech inquired. Oh, is that possible? Yiyu's spirits lifted. Of course. Please authorize the mech's operator to proceed. How do I authorize? Simply state the authorization. Authorization. In an instant, the solar goddess mech flashed and sped towards the distant helicopter. Meanwhile, Yi Luo's live stream had erupted into chaos. What is happening? Is the host assembling a model and starting special effects? I've realized. The host's previous broadcasts were all a setup. Merely a prelude to the cinematic preview unfolding before us. I must say, this move has caught me entirely off guard. Truly impressive. Wait a moment, are you sure? Special effects, a movie preview? Those people inside the helicopter look somewhat familiar. ISNT, that woman Li Yumin? The superstar Li Yumin is currently trending online, with reports stating that the helicopter she was in has encountered malfunctions and is awaiting rescue. At this moment, Within the helicopter, the illustriously human was in disbelief. Never anticipating such a predicament, having chosen the helicopter under her assistant's recommendation to save time, she now found herself facing a potential death sentence. Sisterly. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Her assistant wept uncontrollably, her usual sunny demeanor shattered in the face of impending doom. The situation for the others was equally dire. Jump, jump, quick, jump. How can we jump in this chaos? The helicopter is shaking. I can't even stand. Suddenly, someone gasped, staring out the window in utter disbelief. The others, unable to contain their astonishment, gazed outside, their eyes wide with wonder, as if they had been transported to another world. How else could they explain the sight of a mech resembling the solar goddess hovering not far from them? The mech sparkled brilliantly, appearing as if the sun had transformed into a goddess before their very eyes. Although this goddess seemed rather small, merely a little over a meter tall. What is that? Incredible! Have we crossed into another realm, or stumbled upon the set of a mech film? Elsewhere, a news media helicopter sped toward the scene. Upon spotting the solar goddess mech in the sky, the crew was momentarily dumbfounded. Hurry, capture this. Ensure we frame it with the human-s helicopter. The director barked orders. The cameraman sprang into action, and the host quickly began reporting. Hello, everyone. I'm Xiaoli. And we are live at the scene where superstar Li Human-s helicopter is just beside us. Unbelievably, we are witnessing a most extraordinary event. The solar goddess mech radiated an even more majestic and beautiful glow, captivating all who beheld it. Viewers watching the news broadcast were left in shock. What is happening? A mech? A movie preview? Ah, I understand now. This must be Li Human-s latest film teaser. Bravo, Li Human, you've concealed this marvel splendidly. Now you've unleashed it to astonish us. I must admit, I'm genuinely taken aback. All right, I owe you a movie ticket. Wait, the news media wouldn't lie. In reality, Li Human-s helicopter has malfunctioned, and she is awaiting rescue. And the one coming to her aid is a mech? Do you believe it? Chapter 3. The preemptive strike. What on earth am I witnessing? Is it possible that I have traversed time and space? This is utterly astonishing. The number of viewers in the live stream rapidly surged, with a torrent of comments flooding in at an overwhelming pace. Fortunately, no one seemed to be watching. Inside the sun goddess mecha, Yu was filled with exhilaration as she observed the unfolding scene. At that moment, she had relinquished all control to the mecha itself, effectively placing her in the most advantageous viewing position. The sun goddess mecha traced a brilliant arc across the sky, soaring toward a helicopter, locking onto a specific section before delivering a powerful strike. With a resounding boom, a gaping hole appeared in one part of the helicopter, causing its previously rotating rotor blades to slow ominously. This is terrible. The mecha has attacked the helicopter carrying the famous star, Li Human. What is happening? Is this mecha intent on causing harm? How frightening. This is a criminal act. We must alert the authorities. Inside the news helicopter, host Xiaoli was taken aback by the spectacle before her, exclaiming loudly in disbelief. She was not alone in her astonishment. Viewers watching the live broadcast shared her shock. Some had already called the police. Listen, I am not joking. This is absolutely serious. You can verify it through the news. There is a mecha attacking the helicopter carrying the superstar Li Human. Immediate action is required to rescue her and apprehend that mecha. The emergency responders were left speechless. It was not just one person calling. Numerous individuals from various locations were reporting the incident. In some areas, dispatchers promptly took action upon witnessing the live broadcast, their shock palpable. Yet, at that very moment, a new development unfolded on site. As the helicopter's rotor blades gradually ceased their rotation and the aircraft began to descend, the sun goddess mecha extended its palm, grasping the rotor's central axis, and gently lowered the helicopter toward the ground. Witnesses quickly realized that the mecha was not attacking the helicopter, but rather attempting to rescue its passengers. I apologize for misjudging the mecha's intentions. It turns out, this mecha, how magnificent it looks. Shimmering with golden light and adorned with a halo reminiscent of the sun, shall be dubbed the sun goddess. Xiaoli promptly corrected her earlier mistake and bestowed a name upon the mecha. Indeed, the sun goddess mecha's design was strikingly evident. To the average observer, it was impossible not to associate it with the imagery of a solar deity. The sun goddess has saved the helicopter carrying the esteemed Li Human. Our gratitude knows no bounds. By the way, where can I purchase this sun goddess mecha? I wish to acquire one for myself. Well, it appears this is merely a promotional stunt for a film. How clever. Nonetheless, one cannot deny the success of this marketing campaign. The special effects are truly remarkable. Above, the sun goddess mecha cradled the helicopter, its form dwarfed by the aircraft yet exhibiting an extraordinary strength. The helicopter descended with remarkable stability, far steadier than during normal flight. The passengers on board, particularly Li Yumin, were overwhelmed with gratitude, vocally expressing their thanks to the sun goddess mecha. Yi Yu, within the mecha, beamed with joy. Xiao Tai, you are incredible! Did you see that? The big sister is thanking us. Indeed. The sun goddess mecha slowly descended, approaching a plaza below. A throng of people gathered. Drawn by the spectacle in the sky, law enforcement personnel arrived on the scene, maintaining order amidst the chaos. Many individuals whipped out their phones to capture the extraordinary sight above, gasping in disbelief. What is that? Am I seeing things? Is that a mecha? Surely. This must be a film shoot. How else could such an unbelievable occurrence transpire? This is absurd. Truly absurd. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, they edged closer to the area where the helicopter was gradually touching down. Do not approach. Stay back. Danger ahead. Please retreat immediately, shouted the officers, raising warning barriers. However, their numbers were insufficient to deter the advancing crowd. Just then, a serious-looking middle-aged officer shouted a warning, causing the throng to halt momentarily. Yet, before long, they began to inch forward once more. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of sirens echoed from the adjacent street as a fleet of police vehicles sped toward the scene, their presence commanding respect. Upon witnessing this, the crowd fell silent. With a loud thud, the helicopter's landing gear touched down on the ground, achieving a successful landing far more stable than a typical descent. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. It landed! It landed! How wonderful! The superstar is safe. Now, who cares about the celebrity? As the crowd murmured, they attempted to surge forward once more. Just then, the news helicopter began its descent. Xiaoli, clutching her microphone, rushed to jump out before the helicopter had fully stabilized, eager to interview the sun goddess mecha. However, she was restrained by her team members who, though eager, understood the peril of such recklessness. Finally, the helicopter came to a stop. Xiaoli leaped out, rushing toward the sun goddess mecha, only to discover that someone had already beaten her to it. Her expression soured momentarily, yet she forced a smile. For the individual who had preempted her was no ordinary person. Chapter 4. I am immensely grateful. If it weren't for you, I, along with the others aboard the helicopter, would have perished. This kindness is something we can never repay. Li Yumin stepped out of the helicopter, her legs still unsteady. Yet she immediately expressed her gratitude towards the sun goddess mech before her. Her exquisite face radiated heartfelt appreciation, and her eyes shimmered with tears, truly touching. Inside the sun goddess mech, Yi watched the beautiful older sister before her, beaming with joy. She had saved someone, and it felt absolutely wonderful, truly remarkable. Yi was immensely proud of herself, having forgotten that, in reality, she was merely an observer. Isn't that the superstar Li Yumin? Indeed, I will never forget that face. Even if it were to turn to ash, the streamer is a true gem, hidden beneath the surface. I never imagined that after watching a seemingly ordinary month-long model assembly livestream, it would culminate in such an astonishing event, inviting the superstar Li Yumin into the scene. Oh wait, is this scripted? What a remarkable surprise. What movie trailer is this? Please tell me. Hold on, could this be happening in real life? Streamer. Please explain what's going on. The viewers in the live stream flooded the chat with comments. At that moment, Yi Luo truly wished to clarify, but he was also watching the stream, utterly astonished. He could hardly comprehend how the mech he had built could carry passengers, let alone fly and rescue a helicopter. The system had never informed him of such capabilities. He had merely assembled the components provided by the system according to the instructions. What to do? What should I do? Damn the system. It has put me in a bind. Now, the one piloting that mech is Ma Yubao. What am I supposed to do? Yi Luo clutched his head in distress. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Would you like to activate the remote control function? Remote control of the mech? Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback, then regained his composure. This was the system's voice. There is a remote control function? How splendid. I must activate it. If I activate the remote control function, can I command the mech to return? Yi Luo hurriedly inquired of the system. Please research the specific functionalities yourself. How absurd. Why must I research it? I have no time for that. Can't you simply transmit all relevant information to me? As if through memory transfer. Sending everything directly into my mind. Yi Luo was infuriated. Insufficient points. How many points are required? 100 points. How many points do I have? 1 point. Yi Luo was left speechless upon hearing this. He had no choice but to research it himself. Activating remote control. Initiating. Friendly reminder. The energy required for activation must be supplied by the host. What? Yi Luo exclaimed, feeling a wave of dizziness as his energy rapidly dwindled. He felt an overwhelming hunger, as if he could devour an entire cow at that moment. You're putting me in a bind, system, he grumbled, rushing towards the kitchen. Initiating. 1. Yi Luo was devouring food, not even hesitating to eat flour and dry noodles, feeling no qualms at all. 2. Yi Luo felt as though he had been utterly betrayed by the system. Not only was it siphoning energy from his body, but the activation was also excruciatingly slow. How long would it take to complete? If only he had known, he would never have initiated it. Now, Yi Luo wished to know if it could be halted. Stop! Stop! System, stop! Yi Luo shouted, but the system showed no signs of responding. It seemed that once activation commenced, the system ceased to be on standby. Meanwhile, Yi was beaming with delight, and then, feeling somewhat bashful, she said, "Big sister, I'm not as great as you say." In an instant, her sweet, cute, and charming voice echoed in the ears of everyone present, shocking the crowd. It turned out to be a little girl. There was someone inside the mech. And she was a little girl. Wait, could it be a synthesized voice? That was plausible. After all, current technology could easily create a little girl's voice. Perhaps it was voice acting. The crowd attempted to rationalize the situation. At that moment, the sun goddess mech mimicked Yi's shy demeanor. With her fingertips touching each other and her feet turned inward, embodying the essence of a bashful little girl. As the mech completed its rescue, it returned authority to Yi. Hence, the once majestic and awe-inspiring sun goddess mech now appeared as a little girl. Impossible. It cannot be a little girl. If that were the case, wouldn't this mech just be a large model? A model capable of performing such feats? How could that be? Don't jest with me. Many were reluctant to accept the reality before them. Everything is just special effects. What I see right now is all just special effects. Could you tell me if you are truly a little sister? Li Yumin asked, gazing at the sun goddess mech, especially as she observed the little girl-like gestures. Absolutely not. I'm not a little sister. I'm a big sister in the upper class now. Yi promptly denied, taking great pride in her identity as a big sister. A big sister in the upper class? Li Yumin was taken aback. Isn't that just a little girl? Indeed, I'm a big sister in the upper class. I can take good care of the little sisters in the lower class, and my teacher has specifically praised me, saying I'm a wonderful big sister. She even gave me a big red flower. That's the only big red flower. Yi beamed with pride. That's truly impressive. Li Yumin applauded enthusiastically. At that moment, nearby personnel, including Li Yumin's team, were signaling her with their eyes, hoping she would ask the little girl more questions, especially regarding her identity. Although many online remained skeptical about the reality of the scene before them, the interest and excitement were steadily escalating. Meanwhile, the host, Xiaoli, who had been sidelined, was anxiously biting her lip, nearly on the verge of blistering. Such a golden opportunity had been seized by Li Yumin. Chapter 5. At a loss. Hello. I am Li Yumin, a somewhat renowned actress. I wonder if I could know the delightful name of the older sister from the big class standing before me. Li Yumin smiled as she introduced herself to Yi. Huh, my name. Yi felt a surge of anxiety. The crowd around her was growing larger. All eyes fixed on her, especially those serious adults clad in police uniforms. Despite her considerable courage, Yi was still just a child, and it was impossible for her not to feel nervous. Moreover, at that moment, strange sounds emanated from the mecha. Remote activation in progress. 10. Though Yi was not entirely clear on what that meant, she sensed that reaching 100 would surely bring about something terrifying. Caution, caution, do not alert the target. Surround it slowly. Do not let it escape. Captain, even if we surround the target, what can we do? It can fly. Enough chatter, just surround it first. By the way, don't we have electronic equipment specifically designed to deal with drones? Hurry and bring it over. It might work on the mecha. Captain, you really are bold. Quit talking nonsense. Go get it now. The captain issued commands to the nearby team members, who promptly fetched the electronic equipment. Oh no. The mecha is in danger. Little girl, you need to leave the scene quickly. Is this a joke? Using drone countermeasures against a mecha? What is this captain thinking? If a mecha lacks even basic electronic countermeasures, that's just absurd. It's just a movie, just special effects. It's all for entertainment. Don't take it seriously. Where has the host gone? Speak up. In the live stream, viewers left numerous comments, some trying to alert Yi, while others dismissed the situation, failing to perceive the unfolding events as real. In no time, the team members returned with the electronic equipment, opening a box that contained a rectangular device resembling a large toy gun. The muzzle was immediately aimed at the solar goddess mecha. The captain, startled by this sight, shouted, "Stop! What are you doing? What do you mean? You told me to bring this. I told you to bring it, not to use it right away." The captain retorted angrily. My apologies." The team member quickly lowered the weapon, pointing it at the ground. Yiyu, standing beside Li Yumin, was startled to see someone aiming an odd large gun at her, seemingly intending to attack. She was left bewildered as to what she had done wrong. Noticing this, Li Yumin felt a surge of anger. She was on the verge of asking for the mecha pilot's name. Turning, she shot a fierce glare at the team member holding the electronic device. The team member was taken aback by Li Yumin's piercing gaze. "Do not pay them any mind. Your sister is here, so rest assured. Since I have introduced myself," then Li Yumin said, gazing at the solar goddess mecha, "I too shall introduce myself." Yi recalled her teacher's instruction that after someone introduces themselves, she should do the same. Yes. Li Yumin nodded, visibly pleased. Others shared her joy, as this would reveal the identity of the solar goddess mecha's pilot. In this digital age, once a name is known, finding someone becomes remarkably simple and swift. Yiyu began to speak, but at that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air. The crowd was startled, looking up to see a multitude of helicopters filling the sky. Not only helicopters, but fighter jets also appeared, roaring in and swiftly circling the area, preparing to intercept and attack a target. Simultaneously, a thunderous noise erupted from the ground as armored vehicles swiftly arrived, some equipped with anti-air missiles, which quickly locked onto the target, poised for immediate action. "Everyone evacuate! Everyone evacuate!" The loudspeakers blared, urging the crowd to disperse. Numerous personnel clad in combat gear moved quickly, ushering the onlookers away. The number of spectators diminished rapidly, though some were reluctant to leave and delayed slightly. Among those retreating were Xiaoli and Li Yumin's team. Only Li Yumin remained, seemingly having a good rapport with the mecha pilot, which warranted her presence to stabilize the situation. The current circumstances appeared satisfactory to the on-site commander. However, the critical moment was yet to come. A particularly graceful and gentle older sister approached the solar goddess mecha, dressed in a pure white cotton dress. She exuded the charm of a nurturing neighbor and the warmth of a mother, advancing leisurely and without threat toward the mecha. Yiyu turned to gaze at the older sister, feeling a sense of curiosity. The sister's aura left a favorable impression, evoking a desire for closeness. Reminiscent of a mother or sister, lacking both maternal and sisterly figures, Yiyu naturally felt drawn to such women. "Hello, little one, do not be anxious." I am the older sister's gentle smile felt like a spring breeze, soothing Yiyu's spirit. Very good, just like that, maintain this." The commander watched, satisfied with the scene unfolding before him. MHM. Yiyu nodded, unable to resist taking a step closer to the older sister. She extended her hand, preparing to hold Yiyu's. The atmosphere was delightful, just as the older sister continued speaking, their hands clasped together. A voice erupted from within the solar goddess mecha. 100. Remote connection complete. In an instant, the solar goddess mecha transformed, no longer mimicking Yiyu's movements. It regained its sacred and imposing demeanor. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Yiyu was equally startled. In the next moment, the mecha swiftly retreated, glowing brightly, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Chapter 6. The intervention of supercomputing. What transpired? What exactly occurred? The commander on site urgently inquired aloud. Before him lay a dazzling golden light, obscuring all other sights. The target emitted an overwhelming radiance, its brightness surpassing 300,000 lumens. Yet, perplexingly, it was not blinding. High energy reaction. The target exhibited a significant high energy response. Retreat immediately. Danger. The technicians responsible for detection clamored in alarm. The atmosphere became palpably tense. In contrast, the commander remained remarkably composed. "Everyone, pay attention. Follow my orders. Personnel on the periphery, commence withdrawal. Others, remain stationary. Technicians, continue monitoring and report the latest information in real time." With the command issued, the team sprang into action. Such a powerful light, yet not blinding. Truly a peculiar phenomenon. What is happening? What is the situation? Why is it glowing without reason? What an intriguing script. I am eager to know what unfolds next. The viewers in the live stream inundated the chat with comments. At this moment, The number of online participants surged rapidly. Newcomers were bewildered by the current state of affairs. What kind of live broadcast is this? All I see is light and nothing else. This is nonsensical. Seriously. I can't see anything. What is the host doing? In the following instant, the light vanished, and the scene in the live stream transformed dramatically. The viewers beheld a vast expanse of land, the horizon stretching far away, along with a mech soaring through the sky, akin to a goddess of the sun. What is this? Is this a trailer for a movie? This sight is truly magnificent. Just this moment makes the visit to this live stream worthwhile. Wait a moment, this place seems oddly familiar. ISN and AMP, Oppos, this near my home? How did my neighborhood become a film set? This is astonishing. The viewers expressed their astonishment, but the commander on site was far more taken aback. Where had the target gone? The target on the screen had suddenly vanished. The commander and Oppos' expression soured. Report. The target is now at an altitude of 872 meters. It continues to ascend, now at 776 meters. What? So fast. What velocity is this? The adversary and Oppos' speed had already exceeded 4 times the speed of sound. This is absurd. It is eerily silent here, not a sound to be heard. Where is the sonic boom generated by surpassing the speed of sound? It appeared that the target had produced no sonic boom. How is that possible? The commander seethed with anger. The reporter, however, was at a loss for words. After all, regardless of how implausible it seemed, the data was what it was. What do we do now? Someone inquired. The commander swiftly regained his composure. Immediately command the nearby aircraft to pursue. But that may prove difficult. The target's speed far exceeds that of our aircraft. Then we shall utilize radar tracking. We must not allow the target to vanish. Report. The target has disappeared from the radar. What? The commander erupted in frustration, desperately attempting to maintain his calm, but failing entirely. The target had vanished. The technicians stared at their screens, where the target had merely flickered and then disappeared, as if it had never existed. Above, a multitude of fighter jets roared in, enveloping the expansive airspace nearby, soaring back and forth in a spectacle of grandeur. On the ground, numerous anti-aircraft vehicles and radar units advanced toward the site. Their imposing presence awe-inspiring. Both the skies and the earth had come alive with action. Yet, the anticipated results eluded them. The commander sat in his seat, his mind blank. He had exhausted all possible commands and found himself at a loss for what to do next. It seemed that the only course of action left was to wait. Report. An online stream has been discovered, purportedly broadcasting the target. One of the technicians announced. What? How is that possible? A live stream? The commander was taken aback, deeming it implausible. However, in the next moment, the technician sent over the streaming link. As the screen illuminated, the very mech that had captured the commander's attention, the goddess of the sun, was visible, soaring swiftly through the air. The surrounding scenery transformed into arcs of light, rendering it completely indistinct. This was due to the incredible speed of the goddess of the sun mech. As it flew, other visuals became mere lines due to relative motion. I can't see anything. Where is the mech headed? Host, where are you? Please say something. Surely the host has and Oppos been abducted by aliens. Haha. There are no aliens in this world. I suspect the director called them away to discuss the plot. Surely, no one thinks this live stream is a movie trailer? What? Is there someone who believes this live stream is genuine? Haha. Comments flooded the chat. The commander and Oppos' gaze remained fixed on the mech, indifferent to the messages flooding in. Indeed, this was the target. Quickly, summon experts for analysis. What is the target and Oppos' current location, and where is it headed? Understood. Without delay, the experts commenced their work. Meanwhile, in a data center, specialists worked diligently, calculating based on the visuals presented before them. Background analysis was underway, and mathematical models had been established. The analysis of the target and Oppos' location was in progress. 1. Estimated time, 15 minutes and 22 seconds. This is unacceptable. That time frame is far too long. We must expedite the process. Otherwise, the target will reach its destination before we can compute the results. Indeed, the target's speed was astonishingly rapid, and it continued to accelerate. 15 minutes was ample time for the target to exit the blue planet. We must connect to the supercomputer immediately. Utilize the supercomputer for calculations. However, the normal procedure for such a request would take several days. This is a special circumstance. Inform the authorities. If the failure of our mission is due to their refusal to provide supercomputing resources, they will bear full responsibility. Understood. 2 minutes later, the supercomputer was connected. The expressions of the team brightened significantly. Yet, the moment the supercomputer commenced its calculations, the scene before them abruptly changed. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their faces filled with incredulity. Chapter 7. Persuasion Before My Eyes. The scene underwent a striking transformation. The backdrop, originally composed of countless lines, morphed into a desk with a workshop-like setting behind it. This sudden change was utterly unexpected, as though the scene had been abruptly edited by an inexperienced editor. What is happening? The image has changed so suddenly. Is this editing? How poorly executed. There was no transitional imagery. It was a jarring cut. What a disappointment. This is the host workspace, isn't it? Indeed, what we saw earlier was merely a movie trailer. Now, we have returned to the normal live broadcast. I wanted to see the movie trailer again, not this live stream. Host, please switch back to that trailer. At this point, if it were to play again, it would likely reveal the entire film. It seems impossible to replay. Let us see what the host has to say. The audience in the live stream eagerly commented, brimming with anticipation. Simultaneously, the commander observed the broadcast intently. His excitement surged, and he issued urgent commands to those around him. Quickly, initiate an investigation. Discover the host and Oppo's identity and the location of this place. Yes, the technical team promptly set to work. In fact, there had already been inquiries into these matters. But the results were far from favorable. They found themselves unable to uncover any information. In the live stream, Yiluo wore an expression of disbelief. The system and Oppo's notification echoed in his mind. In order to safeguard the host and Oppo's personal safety and privacy, the system has implemented protective measures. All investigative methods will yield no effect on the host or important individuals nearby. The host pays a point daily for this service. Other functionalities are to be explored by the host independently. Yiluo couldn't help but internally scream. This is absurd. I do not require such protection. The key issue is that I am charged a point daily without my consent. System, your actions are utterly unreasonable. Return my points to me. How few do I have accumulated? The system paid him no heed, leaving Yiluo powerless. At that moment, a multitude of technicians was diligently working to ascertain Yiluo's identity and current location. The more they investigated, the more astonished they became, their worldviews shaken to the core. It is impossible to determine the subject's location. They have fortified it with remarkably advanced network technology. This is scientifically perplexing. Oddly, I cannot retain the memory of the background in the live stream, although it was clear at the moment of viewing. The instant I divert my gaze or attempt to recall, that segment of memory eludes me entirely. How is this possible? Why can I not remember? Not only is it beyond my recall, but even recording or filming proves futile. It is as though a mysterious force is shielding the individual, rendering our investigative efforts completely ineffective. This defies scientific explanation. The investigators found themselves increasingly disoriented. Suddenly, amidst the live stream, the solar goddess mecha atop the desk emitted a soft glow, blurring and transforming into myriad light patterns. From within these lights, a petite figure, a charming little girl, leapt forth, landing gracefully on the desk. She gazed at Yiluo with a delightful smile, her laughter ringing like silver bells, instantly capturing the hearts of the viewers. In their eyes, the little girl appeared as a sprite, her enchanting image and voice filling their thoughts, leaving no room for anything else. Adorable. She is simply too cute. I have decided. My purpose in life is to see her. She shall be my daughter. Anyone who dares harm her will face my wrath. As the viewers processed this delightful scene, their comments flooded in like a waterfall. Meanwhile, Yiluo paid little mind to the stream's chatter. He was intent on reprimanding the audacious little girl before him. Yet, upon meeting her sweet smile and hearing her joyous laughter, his resolve wavered. Thank you, Daddy. What a wonderful gift. Yiyu exclaimed, her joy palpable. Gift? What gift? Yiluo paused, glancing at the solar goddess mech, quickly realizing that his precious daughter regarded it as his present to her. Isn't little Tai a gift from Daddy? Yiyu's expression fell, disappointment evident. Seeing her dismay pierced Yiluo's heart. Yes, that is indeed a gift from your father. Little Tai? Is that the name you've given to the mech? Just as Yiyu's face reflected her disappointment, the viewers in the live stream unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks toward Yiluo. How could you let the little princess down? Indeed, Little Tai is the name I bestowed upon her. What is a mech? Yiyu asked, her curiosity piqued. Yiluo attempted to explain but halted, realizing that clarifying such a concept for a young girl might be futile. Besides, the pressing matter at hand was to inform her that she must never operate the mech without his permission. In that moment, Yiluo disabled the remote control function of the mech. The energy consumption was far too great. He had nearly exhausted himself and did not wish to repeat that ordeal. What is a mech? Your father will explain it to you gradually, but for now, my dear, promise me that you will never operate the mech without my permission. Agreed? Operate a mech? What does that mean? Yu appeared perplexed. Just like what you did earlier, that was operating the mech. Yiluo gestured. Oh, so that is operating a mech? All right, I understand. Yu nodded, then promptly turned and ran towards the solar goddess mech, tugging at its hand. Then can I take little Tai out to play? Wait. No, that one and Appo's. Do. Yiluo quickly interjected, alarmed. Yu and Appo's face fell at his refusal. And the viewers in the live stream immediately directed their ire at Yiluo. All right, my dear, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you shortly. However, for now, you must be on your best behavior, Yiluo hastily declared. Yet, despite his words, Yu's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, another matter seized Yiluo's attention. A rapid and thunderous knocking echoed throughout the space. Upon hearing this sound, Yiluo's heart raced with trepidation. Chapter 8. Settlement of Rewards. A resounding knock echoed through the air, reverberating so forcefully that the entire door trembled. The very structure of the building seemed to sway in response. Yu's face turned as pale as a ghost, and without a moment's hesitation, she spun around and sought refuge in a nearby corner. Yiluo nearly followed suit, his heart racing with trepidation. What is happening? Could it possibly be an earthquake? An earthquake? Surely you jest. Yet, given the tremors of the camera and the quaking surroundings, it does seem rather plausible. Quick, check the news. Is there an earthquake somewhere in the country? The viewers in the live stream began to voice their concerns. Oh dear, host, why are you just standing there? Hurry and take my precious Yu-Bao to safety. Yes, indeed. What are you waiting for, host? The host is utterly useless. The audience shook their heads in dismay, criticizing Yiluo. At this moment, Yiluo finally steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he dashed toward the door. Open the door now. If you don't, I'll break it down. If that happens, it will be on you. Outside, a middle-aged woman's voice bellowed, the door enduring relentless blows. Cracks began to appear in the frame, dust and debris cascading through the fissures. The sight was truly terrifying. It's coming. Yiluo rushed to the door, cautiously placing his hand on the doorknob. Seizing a moment of vulnerability in the relentless assault, he flung the door open and swiftly stepped aside. His movements were so practiced that it was clear he had rehearsed this scenario countless times. The woman's hand missed its mark, nearly striking Yiluo's face. Why did you open the door suddenly? You've hit my arm. You brat. You owe me for medical expenses. Just 1,000 will do. When will you pay? The landlady exclaimed, her robust frame reminiscent of a formidable warrior from ancient times. As she spoke, the landlady glared with her bell-like eyes, reaching out with the very arm she claimed had been struck, seizing Yiluo's collar and lifting him as if he were but a mere bag of vegetables. What is that sound? What am I hearing? It doesn't seem like an earthquake. Perhaps it's merely someone knocking at the door? Such a loud knocking? Who possesses such strength to make such a ruckus? Who knows? This could very well be the prologue to the next segment of the story. Really? The next segment sounds thrilling. But wait, why is there a countdown appearing on the screen? Oh no, the live stream has ended. As the viewers commented, the broadcast abruptly concluded. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Yiluo's mind. The live stream is over. Rewards are being calculated. The host has completed the beginner's task. Rewards are as follows: 1 to constitution, 1 to wisdom, 1 to brain capacity, 1 to cerebral processing speed. The number of online viewers is based solely on those who have been active for more than half an hour, a total of 212. The host receives points, 122. 12. Task completion score, 100 points. The host has acquired the manufacturing technology for the complete set of Sun Goddess mech figurines. Subsequent tasks commence. Assemble the Sun Goddess mech figurine and its arm components within 7 days. Relevant parts have been dispatched and placed into the host's inventory. Please proceed with assembly promptly. That's all. Yiluo's head buzzed as an overwhelming influx of information surged through his mind at an astonishing rate. Additionally, his body was undergoing a dramatic transformation. The exterior exhibited a disturbing sight. He trembled violently, blood seeping rapidly from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The landlady stood frozen in shock. I didn't touch you. Don't you dare blame me. From her hiding spot, Yu suddenly emerged, rushing toward Yiluo. Dad, what's wrong? You can't be hurt. What will happen to Yu-Bao if you are? She suddenly glared at the landlady. It's all your fault. It was me, I swear. Don't you dare spread false accusations. The landlady waved her hands in denial, retreating hastily. I clearly saw you grabbing my dad by the collar and shaking him violently. Yu insisted. No, that is not true. The landlady turned and fled, disappearing in an instant as if she had never been there. This area was quite secluded, devoid of any passers-by. The landlady felt a sense of relief. Don't run away, Yu shouted, chasing after her before quickly returning to Yi Luo's side. Dad, what has happened to you? Yu looked at her father lying on the ground, unsure of how to help. Do not worry. The host will awaken in 10 seconds. Please be mentally prepared. At an unknown moment, the sun goddess mech appeared beside them, speaking up. Xiaotai, is that you? Thank goodness. Please think of a way to save my dad. Yu exclaimed, pulling at the sun goddess mech's hand, desperate for a solution. At that moment, the sun goddess mech began a countdown. 9, 8. Yu recalled the mech's earlier words and grew perplexed. Mental preparation? What does that mean? In the next instant, her expression soured. Oh no. Yu gasped, recoiling quickly, hands covering her nose. What a foul stench. Where is that coming from? Then she discovered the source. It was her father, Yi Luo, whose body was exuding a noxious liquid, releasing an unbearable odor. Overwhelmed by the stench, Yu felt herself on the verge of fainting. How can it be so horrible? Just then, the sun goddess mech raised its hand and pressed it against Yu's face, instantly filtering out the putrid odor and reviving her. Xiaotai, you're amazing. The sun goddess mech utilized its air filtration ability, allowing Yu to breathe in pure, untainted air. Ugh, what is happening? Who threw me into a cesspool? Yi Luo groaned as he awoke, immediately assaulted by the foul odor that nearly caused him to faint again. Fortunately, his continuous retching kept him barely conscious. Subsequently, Yi Luo hurriedly dashed towards the restroom. Chapter 9. Profit Ideas. After a while, Yi Luo emerged from the restroom, appearing utterly drained. Dad. Yu rushed over, colliding into Yi Luo. To be precise, she lunged towards him, attempting to nestle in his embrace. Oh, don't do that, Yi Luo protested weakly. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind, but at this moment, he was exceedingly fatigued. Yet, Yi was unwavering in her enthusiasm. In fact, as she closed the distance, her speed only increased. Stop, Yi Luo exclaimed. Suddenly, he perceived his surroundings with startling clarity, as if the previous scene had been rendered in low resolution, now transformed into a vivid high definition. Moreover, time seemed to slow down. The world around him appeared to move in a languid manner, or perhaps it was Yi Luo's own perception that had quickened. He felt a newfound agility, able to notice details he typically overlooked. For instance, in that moment, he reached out, deftly pushing against Yu's shoulder and then supporting her back, effortlessly dissipating the momentum of her leap and cradling her in his arms. As he executed this maneuver, it was executed flawlessly. His mind declared, I can do this, and his hands confirmed, absolutely. Yi landed gently in Yi Luo's embrace, her weight vanishing like a feather descending softly. Oh, Yi exclaimed, astonished. Simultaneously, Yi Luo was equally taken aback. In an instant, the world around him resumed its normal pace. Dad, what did you do? Indeed? How did I manage that? Yi Luo was astonished. However, it dawned upon him that this was the result of a system reward. Realizing this, Yi Luo suddenly felt a sense of exhilaration. Yet, as he heard Yu's voice, he quickly grounded himself. Dad, I'm hungry. Upon confirming her father's well-being, Yu immediately shifted focus to her own needs. All right, no problem. I'll get cooking right away. Yi Luo hurriedly set Yu down on a nearby seat, preparing to make a meal. At that moment, a figure swiftly appeared, light and agile, resembling a graceful sprite. Clad in an apron, she bore a striking resemblance to Yu, almost like her twin sister. Of course, Yu had no twin sister. Additionally, Yi Luo sensed a degree of cognitive connection with the figure. Sun Goddess, Yi Luo called out. Yes, the Sun Goddess mech responded. At that moment, it was in disguise mode 1.0, simulating an appearance deemed most plausible through intricate calculations. It was designed to remain undetected by anyone other than the host and those permitted by the host. In short, to conceal its existence. The Sun Goddess mech had taken on Yu and Appo's likeness. Wow, little Tai, you're incredible. You can mimic my appearance, like my twin sister. Yu exclaimed excitedly at the sight of the Sun Goddess mech. Thank you for the compliment, dear pilot. The mech replied. Wait a moment. This is absurd. When did you Bao have a twin sister? Oh, not even a sister. Yi Luo shook his head repeatedly. If outsiders see this, they will immediately realize. In the next moment, Yi Luo found himself in awe as he witnessed dish after dish being presented by the Sun Goddess mech from her hands to the table before him. the aroma wafting tantalizingly into his nostrils. How delightful. Instantly, all thoughts of twin sisters or siblings vanished from Yi Luo's mind. Wow, delicious. Little sister is amazing. Yu had already begun to devour her meal with gusto. Is this a joke? A mech figure that can cook? It must be more than just an exterior. Yi Luo recalled movies he had seen where robots created visually appealing yet inedible dishes. However, seeing Yi Yu revel in her meal, he believed wholeheartedly that the food before him was anything but superficial. He hastily took his seat, and a smile of bliss blossomed on his face. Indeed, delectable food brings happiness. Dad, eat slower. That dish is mine. And this one, and that one, and this one. They're all mine, Yi Yu exclaimed, fiercely guarding her food. Don't worry, Dad cares for you, and we'll surely save some for you. Right in Dad and Appo's belly, haha. Yi Luo laughed, indulging in the feast before him, unable to restrain himself. At that moment, he desperately needed to replenish his energy. An hour later, Yi Yu lay sprawled on the sofa, hands clutching her belly, contented sounds emanating from her mouth, wearing a blissful expression as she savored the deliciousness. Little Tai is incredible. From now on, let Little Tai help with the cooking at home, Yi Yu declared. At that moment, Little Tai stood beside her like a petite maid. Meanwhile, Yi Luo gazed at the table, contemplating the future. The recent meal had completely depleted his food stock. After finishing, he realized a rather unfortunate reality. Unless he devised a method to earn some money, he would face hunger starting from the next meal. This was quite troublesome. Yi Luo turned to Little Tai, and a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Perhaps he could open a restaurant, given Little Tai and Appo's exceptional culinary skills. It would be entirely feasible. Oh, but I currently lack capital. So, perhaps a street stall first, then gradually transition. In time, he might even manage to establish a grand hotel. However, having Little Tai maintain her current appearance would certainly not suffice for a restaurant. A street stall would be equally impossible. After all, at this moment, Little Tai bore Yi Yu's likeness. Yi Luo worried that he might be accused of employing child labor. Little Tai. Yi Luo approached the petite figure. Dad, what are you planning? Keep your distance from my Little Tai. Yi Yu immediately became defensive. Nothing. Nothing at all. I was merely inquiring if Little Tai could transform into someone else's likeness. For instance, my appearance? Yi Luo pointed to himself. Can Little Tai also take on Dad's form? That would be wonderful. Little Tai, transform into Dad's likeness and play with me, Yi Yu exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo felt a pang of regret for not having spent enough time with Yi Yu. Report to the pilot. Currently, this unit can only disguise itself as the pilot's form. Furthermore, this unit does not support the functionality to disguise as a male form. Report concluded. Little Tai conveyed. What a pity. Yi Yu and Yi Luo echoed in unison. However, Yi Luo swiftly conceived another idea. Chapter 10. A chance Xiao Tai. How about this? Yi Luo waved at Xiao Tai. Master, please speak. Xiao Tai approached Yi Luo. Don't call me master. For now, you can call me Dad. Yi Luo observed Xiao Tai's appearance, which, while not entirely identical to Yi Yu, bore an uncanny resemblance. Even the placement of her hair was identical. They were indeed true twins. Wow. Then Xiao Tai is truly my sister. Xiao Tai, call me sister. Yi Yu rushed forward, tugging at Xiao Tai and Appo's hands, shaking them excitedly. Then, Xiao Tai's full name shall be Yu Tai. What a lovely name. Yi Yu exclaimed joyfully. Yes, Dad. Sister. Yu Tai obediently replied. Come. Xiao Tai. Tai Bao. Give this ring toss a try. Aim for that water bottle over there. Yi Luo handed a ring to Yi Tai. He recalled watching countless ring toss games at the city square, but never had the courage to participate due to lack of funds. Now, he was prepared to impart a lesson to the others. Yu Tai was a mechanical marvel, albeit technically a model. Yet, Yi Luo believed she possessed enough skill to succeed with each toss. I want to play too. Yi Yu shouted from the side. All right, you can play too. Yi Luo handed another ring to Yi Yu. Begin. Yi Luo commanded Yi Yu, and Yu Tai. Okay. Yi Yu immediately tossed the ring at a nearby object, landing it perfectly. I got it. Yi Yu cheered loudly, raising her hands and bouncing with joy. Yi Luo silently watched the scene unfold, as Yi Yu threw her ring towards a cup a meter away, which merely hung on the handle. Dad, look. I got it. Yi Yu turned to Yi Luo, seeking praise. Indeed. Well done. That is my Yu Bao. Truly impressive. Yi Luo beamed with a smile, his happiness surpassing even Yi Yu and Appo's. He placed his hand on her head, and her eyes sparkled adorably. Meanwhile, Another ring flew across the room, spanning the distance from one end to the other, landing on a water bottle. It descended gently and precisely, exhibiting a finesse akin to a surgeon's precision. Yi Luo gazed at the scene, momentarily stunned, then erupted in delight. Wow, Xiao Tai is amazing, so far away. She is even better than me. But if I practice a little, I can do it too. Dad, you say. Yi was astonished, turning to Yi Luo. Exactly. Tonight, you will stay home. Dad is going to give some people at the square a lesson. I want to go out too. Yi Yu tugged at Yi Luo's sleeve, her face alight with anticipation. The evening arrived. Wow, so many people, so much fun, so many delicious things. Dad, can you buy me this? I just want to eat this with Xiao Tai. Yi Yu exclaimed, running to a barbecue stall, captivated by a skewer of meat. Yi Luo's expression was complicated as he patted his pocket, revealing a few crumpled bills he had found in the corners of his home, amounting to a total of 10 yuan, just enough for a ring toss. He bit his lip, his hand trembling. Is that you, Xiaoyi? You little rascal, pretending to be dead and scaring me. You have some nerve. A hefty hand suddenly gripped Yi Luo's ear, lifting him off the ground. Startled, Yi Luo almost retaliated, but upon realizing the identity of the assailant, he lacked the courage. Landlady, please don and oppose. Do this. There are so many people around. Yi Luo hastily negotiated. The landlady was a robust, middle-aged woman, intimidating in stature and presence, renowned and feared throughout the neighborhood. That young man owes money and is dodging his debts? Who would have thought a seemingly decent lad could be such a scoundrel? Ah, don't even mention it. Good cabbage being eaten by pigs. Yi Luo overheard the passers-by, anxious as he thought, is there a misunderstanding here? Give me money, hurry up. The landlady shouted, disregarding the murmurs of the crowd, solely focused on demanding payment from Yi Luo. Auntie, we will definitely pay you. My dad is here to earn money for your rent. Yi Yu earnestly tried to persuade the landlady. The landlady's expression softened slightly as she looked at Yi Yu, but then her gaze fell on Yi Tai, who stood beside her like a reflection in a mirror. Auntie, this is my twin sister, Xiao Tai. Yi Yu quickly explained. A twin sister? I never heard of this. The landlady was taken aback. Yi Luo seized the moment to escape her grip. The landlady turned, ready to grab Yi Luo's ear again, when suddenly, a small boy's plaintive voice rang out nearby. I want that big car. Mom, hurry and get me that big car. A chubby little boy wailed, sitting on the ground, his cries piercing and grating. Many nearby were visibly annoyed, suppressing the urge to comment, especially upon seeing the landlady rushing toward them. They fell silent as Yi Luo, Yi Yu, and Yu Tai approached the ring toss stall, their intended destination for the day. Sweetheart, Mom will buy you a big car. Just like that one. The landlady coaxed the chubby boy, whose cries only grew louder. No. I want that one. I don't want anything else. He sobbed. Even the landlord found it unbearable to endure the piercing screams of the chubby little one. All right. No problem. I shall take that one. The landlord contemplated whether to approach the vendor and purchase the large toy car that the chubby child had mentioned. It was a charmingly designed toy car, spacious enough to accommodate 2 children. It was no wonder that the little one had set his sights on it. However, securing it proved to be a daunting challenge. At that moment, Yi Luo perceived an opportunity and stepped forward. Excuse me, landlord, might you grant me a chance? Chapter 11. The boss weeps an opportunity? What opportunity? The landlord turned to Yi Luo, his expression replete with disdain. A grand prize. Just once. I assure you. I will not disappoint you. Yi Luo earnestly implored the landlord. His genuine gaze could move anyone. Dream on. You? When? If you do, I'll waive your rent. The landlord scoffed. Consider it settled. I have it recorded. Yi Luo declared, brandishing his phone for the landlord to see. Dad, I want the grand prize too. Yi Yu tugged at Yi Luo's sleeve, her eyes fixated on the splendid grand prize, a dazzling big toy that sparkled with lights, utterly irresistible to a child. All right. No problem. Soon we will have everything. Yi Luo exclaimed as he dashed forward, purchasing a ring from the stall owner before the landlord could react. Thank you, Dad. Thank you. Yi Yu gleefully expressed her gratitude. You think recording it will help? Do you possess that skill? The landlord retorted. But his words faltered as he witnessed a ring soar gracefully through the air, tracing a perfect arc towards the distant grand prize. The trajectory evoked a sensation of certainty among the onlookers, a palpable feeling of success. Indeed, it felt just like that. All eyes were drawn to the arc, hearts racing with anticipation. With a resounding clap, the ring landed flawlessly, not even bouncing, perfectly encircling the target as its momentum waned. What precision! The crowd stood utterly astounded. Wow, little Tai is amazing. Yu exclaimed, enveloping Yitai in a hug. Yitai maintained her poised stance, having thrown the ring from over a meter away from the barrier. Unlike others who leaned over, arms stretched out, she stood firm, effortlessly tossing the ring with the grace of a master. The crowd clearly sensed her prowess, despite her youthful appearance. Wow, this little girl is impressive. Truly remarkable. Little sister, could you help me throw one? I'll pay you. I have my eye on that giant teddy bear. If you could help, I'd give you 100 yuan. In an instant, a throng of admirers surrounded her, particularly young girls who treated Yitai as a treasure. Yi nearly found herself squeezed out of the circle by their excitement, but the girls quickly noticed her striking resemblance to Yitai and became enamored. Wow, they're twins. How amazing. As Yi remained oblivious to her own allure, she wondered what all the fuss was about, her expression a mix of confusion. Yi Luo, seeing a golden opportunity, swiftly altered his initial plan. Instead of merely winning a prize to sell to the stall owner or others, he realized he could charge for the throws, saving time and effort. Clapping his hands, he stepped forward. Everyone, please remain calm. I will fulfill all your requests. Now, line up. The young girls turned to Yi Luo, their cheeks flushing. He found their reaction puzzling but was undeterred. His focus was solely on profit. All right. Hurry and line up. Speak up about what you desire. My Tai Bao will surely help you win. His confidence was unwavering. Some young girls expressed fleeting disappointment. Yet excitement quickly returned. Great. Let us line up. By the way, what is the price? It can't be too steep. Just a token of appreciation, otherwise. I might as well buy it from the store. Exactly, that's right. The crowd chimed in, quickly forming a line. No problem. We're not here to profit. We simply want to help everyone. Yi Luo declared generously. Thus, he began assisting each person, amassing a thick stack of cash in no time. Meanwhile, the stall owner's face turned ashen, his fist clenched in frustration, yearning to confront Yi Luo. Though he didn't voice it, his expression spoke volumes. Yet, the crowd, having already paid Yi Luo, would not allow the stall owner to disrupt their fun. Yitai continued tossing rings, each one landing perfectly on its intended target, devoid of any error. Cheers erupted from the crowd, transforming the scene into a hub of excitement as more people flocked to witness the spectacle. As Yitai's precision left everyone in awe, they eagerly handed their money to Yi Luo. I'm done. I'm shutting down. I can't take this anymore. The stall owner lamented, contemplating closing up, but the crowd firmly obstructed him, resolute in their intent to continue. You've made enough money from us. You can't just leave now. We're here to have fun. Don't even think about it. Today, you're not going anywhere. The crowd firmly prevented the stall owner from leaving. As the stall's inventory dwindled, some areas appeared bare, yet the crowd willingly helped replenish the stall. Intent on cleaning it out, the stall owner, overcome with despair, began to weep. Undeterred, the crowd remained unaffected. Finally, when the dust settled, the stall lay utterly bare, nearly leaving the owner empty-handed. Satisfied, the crowd departed with their spoils. Beep beep. The landlord's chubby child gleefully spun around in the grand prize, while Yi Yu too reveled in her victory, happily maneuvering her own grand prize. The stall offered more than just a single grand prize. A voice suddenly echoed as Yi Luo was counting money, swiftly snatching the bills from his grasp. In that instant, Yi Luo was poised to retaliate. However, upon recognizing the individual before him, he promptly halted his movements and directed a conciliatory smile towards them. Chapter 12. Awaiting joy. The illustrious star, Li Yuman, has clarified that the helicopter incident was merely a promotional stunt for her film and not a genuine mishap. The rumored sun goddess mecha is also just a marketing tactic. The latest movie trailer is available online for everyone to see. Please look forward to the film's release. Thank you. The voice echoed from the large screen in the square. Yi Luo paid no heed to these announcements. His entire focus was on the landlord before him. Moments ago, while Yi Luo was distracted, the landlord had swiftly taken all the cash from his hands. The landlord quickly counted the bills, and just as Yi Luo was about to react, the landlord spoke up, placing a portion of the money back into Yi Luo's hands. Do you think I would rob you? I am a person of principles. What is yours. Every last cent, but what belongs to me is mine, not a penny less. Here's your share, and here is mine, the landlord asserted. Yi Luo examined the bills in his hand, swiftly counting them. He gave the landlord a thumbs up. You uphold your principles, he praised. Given the circumstances, Yi Luo felt he had little choice. Fortunately, there were still a few stalls nearby. While the ring toss stall had closed, there remained others for throwing balls, darts, and shooting targets. Just then, a group of smiling men and women approached Yi Luo with haste, each clutching various items and a few banknotes. They were the proprietors of the stalls or their associates. At first, Yi Luo felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing they might be conspiring against him. Upon closer inspection, he realized otherwise. "Sir, please have mercy. We're just trying to make a living. A small token of appreciation, please. Spare us," they pleaded. Yes, sir. If you act on impulse, we might go months without a proper meal. I have an 80-year-old mother and an 8-year-old son. Sir, your 2 daughters are truly beautiful. I would love to treat them to candy if they visit. But please, don't only frequent my stall, all right? The stall owners displayed an earnest demeanor, imploring Yi Luo to let them off the hook. Ultimately, Yi Luo, being a compassionate person, found it difficult to execute his original plan. He also feared driving these individuals to desperation, which could lead to dire consequences. All right. I, on behalf of Xiaoyi, agree to this matter. You may continue your businesses without worry. Xiaoyi won't come to trouble you again. I will accept these items. You may disperse. The landlord interjected, taking charge and positioning herself as an elder to Yi Luo. The stall owners glanced between the landlord and Yi Luo, unsure of her identity. Even with her assurance, they remained uneasy, for it was Yi Luo's consent that truly mattered. No problem. I agree. You may go, Yi Luo affirmed. The stall owners exhaled in relief and began to leave. However, one female proprietor lingered, casting a wary glance at Yi Luo, her eyes flickering with hesitation. Ultimately, she decided to quietly warn him, "You'd best be cautious in the coming days and avoid going out. The ring toss owner is not a good person. He said he would seek revenge on you when he left. I want to say more. Just don't tell anyone it was me who warned you. Take care." The female owner glanced around nervously, fearful of being overheard, then swiftly departed. Yi Luo stood there, somewhat dazed. "It and Oppos. As fine it and Oppos. As fine. Xiaoyi, with me around. That scoundrel can't harm you." The landlord reassured him, clearly impressed by Yi Luo. At that moment, Yi Luo felt a wave of concern wash over him, fearing what the landlord might do next. He had now acquired some value in her eyes, a stark contrast to his previous insignificance. To be fair, the landlord possessed commendable external attributes. She owned several properties, had substantial savings, and a few cars, though she rarely drove them. Without any parental supervision and with only one son who posed no significant issue, it seemed that many were drawn to her despite her imposing appearance. Just a couple of days prior, Yi Luo had noticed. However, the way she looked at him now felt entirely different. Yi Luo worried. Even though he was a father of 2 daughters, he still considered himself an innocent child at heart. A loud clap resounded as the landlord and Oppos' hefty hand fell upon his shoulder, causing him to sway slightly, though he regained his balance. Had it not been for the system enhancing his physicality, he would have surely toppled over. "Who would have thought your physical condition was quite remarkable?" the landlord remarked with surprise. Yi Luo's expression quickly morphed into one of apprehension, as if to say, "What are you planning? As well as I am not the kind of person you think I am." "Huh? What are you imagining? Am I the kind of person you envision?" "Huh. Of course. If you wish, I could offer you an opportunity." But the landlord chuckled. Yi Luo and Oppos' face contorted into one of complete disinterest. "All right, enough jesting. In truth, I was considering introducing you to a job, and perhaps a girlfriend too. It must be incredibly taxing for you to raise 2 children alone. I understand this burden, for I too am a single parent," the landlord continued. "What?" Yi Luo exclaimed in astonishment. "Don't be so surprised. It's getting late. Otherwise, I would take you to meet her right now. Rest assured, she is a stunning beauty and a virtuous young lady. You're in for a treat," the landlord said, repeatedly patting Yi Luo on the shoulder. Feeling like a nail being struck by a hammer, Yi Luo hesitated, realizing that while he had contemplated such matters, he never imagined they would materialize. He had resigned himself to a solitary life. After all, with Yi, he felt utterly fulfilled. Now, another woman was set to enter his life. No, wait, he was thinking too far ahead. There was still much to unfold. This was not the time for such thoughts. "All right, I'll leave this matter to you. Just await the joy," the landlord declared, laughing as she turned to leave, not forgetting to take her little chubby one and her grand car along. Yi Luo remained rooted in place, lost in thought. The following day soon arrived. Early in the morning, the door was rattling incessantly. Chapter 13. The matchmaking girl. What sound is that? Is the house collapsing? Yellow was startled. No. It seems like it's the landlady. Yu opened his eyes, straining to listen. What could she want so early? Rent? But I've already paid. Why is she here? Yellow was perplexed. Dad. Hurry and open the door, or the door might not hold up. Yi was quite anxious. All right. Yellowa hurriedly jumped out of bed to open the door. Open the door quickly, Ma Chafeng shouted, and the door trembled incessantly. The entire building quaked alongside it. They're here. Yellowa swiftly opened the door. What are you doing? Hurry up and open the door. Didn't we agree on this yesterday? Now. Quickly wash up. I'll take you to meet someone, Ma Chafeng said, her urgency palpable as she pushed Yellowa towards the washroom, ready to assist him. Yellowa quickly declined. He was somewhat dazed, originally planning to do a live stream in the morning. Now, Ma Chafeng had disrupted his plans. What on earth is going on? Who am I supposed to meet? Yellowa couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Ma Chafeng raised her hand, preparing to smack the back of Yellowa's head. Much like a mother scolding her son. Didn't I tell you yesterday that I was introducing you to a matchmaker? What is wrong with your memory? It seems your head might as well be empty. Ma Chafeng looked ready to knock some sense into Yellowa. Yet, he deftly dodged her hand. Having become more accustomed to his current body, with enhanced agility and reflexes, he was able to evade her slap, something he could not have done before. Oh, your reaction speed is quite impressive. Ma Chafeng began to view Yellowa in a new light, while simultaneously urging him even more. Hurry, don't waste time. If the girl gets impatient and leaves, you'll miss a rare opportunity for a good match. Wait, a matchmaking? Yellowa recalled that indeed, there was such an arrangement. Additionally, Ma Chafeng had mentioned introducing a job to him. However, working was out of the question. With the system, who would still work? He was merely at the beginning stage. And although his circumstances were still quite dire, his future was undoubtedly bright and promising. At this moment, Yellowa also formed a preliminary plan to extract useful applications from the blueprints and technologies of the solar goddess mecha he had obtained in order to improve his life. For instance, a highly efficient energy storage technology or a special alloy manufacturing technique. Even a unique concept could effectively enhance his current situation. Yellowa was truly unconcerned about his future. Indeed, a matchmaking and the other party is a good girl. You've truly struck gold. Now, stop dawdling. Quickly dress up and put on something nice. We're leaving. Okay, but can I bring you bao and tai bao? Yellowa pondered, recognizing the goodwill of the other party. However, he didn't want to leave Yu at home. Yutai was merely an afterthought. No problem. Being honest is better. And the other party adores children. Ma Chafeng nodded with assurance. Yellowa remained skeptical. This matter was not so easily settled. Wow, this is delicious. Thank you, sister. You're such a good person. Yu beamed, joyously munching on the snacks, his mouth covered in crumbs. They were in a CAF. With an elegant ambience and warm atmosphere, a perfect place to converse and share thoughts. Moreover, this was the location for Yellowa's matchmaking. Before him sat a young woman. Her face partially obscured by hair, exuding the charm of a neighborly big sister. Though her full appearance was concealed, her figure was that of a stunning young lady. Her attention wholly devoted to Yi Yu and Yi Tai, completely disregarding Yellowa's presence. As the introducer, Ma Chafeng was animatedly chatting with a middle-aged woman who bore a striking resemblance to the young lady, quickly arranging their upcoming itinerary: shopping, dining, beauty treatments, baths, movies, karaoke, late-night snacks, and mahjong. It appeared they wouldn't return home until the following morning. This was merely their arrangement, with no consideration for Yellowa or the young woman. Yu Bao is such a good child, so well-behaved. The young woman spoke in a gentle, soft tone, akin to an exemplary kindergarten teacher. Her demeanor closely mirrored that of a nurturing educator, leading Yellowa to question her profession. Was she truly the businesswoman Ma Chafeng had mentioned? Of course. Yu Bao is the best. Yu gleefully held a snack, carefully offering it to the young woman, saying, "Sister, you should eat too." At that moment, the young woman was wiping Yu's mouth. Upon seeing the snack presented to her, she nodded gently, opening her mouth to eat it with grace. Her lips were rosy and teeth pearly white, exceedingly beautiful, with not a crumb falling from her mouth. For a moment, Yellowa felt a pang of disappointment. Otherwise, he could have mimicked her. Yellowa paused, quickly shaking his head internally. What was he thinking? This was utterly inappropriate. He shouldn't be entertaining such frivolous thoughts. It was too early for that. No. He was again drifting into unnecessary thoughts. Well, you two enjoy your conversation. Ma Chafeng and the middle-aged woman were engaged in lively discussion, standing up to leave together. The middle-aged woman smiled broadly, ready to transition with Ma Chafeng. Young man, be proactive. Understand? Aim to secure the moment. I'm looking forward to celebrating your wedding. Ma Chafeng whispered quickly into Yellowa's ear, patting him on the back. Yellow Eye nearly crashed his head into the table. Fortunately, he was no longer the person he used to be, just as he was about to say something to Ma-Chun phone. She had already exited the CAF with the middle-aged woman. Big sister, I want to play over there. Yu tugged at the young woman's sleeve, pointing towards a corner of the CAF where a small children's playground was bustling with kids at play. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the scene. Oh, all right. The young woman nodded, turning to look at Yitai, who sat motionless, resembling a statue, or more accurately, a robot, though she looked identical to Yu. She was far less animated. At this moment, she was following a fixed routine, taking a bite of snack, sipping tea, and repeating the process endlessly. The solar goddess Mecha is capable of consuming food, transforming everything ingested into biological energy with an efficiency far surpassing that of humans. Is Taiba going as well? Inquired the young woman. Yes. Very well, let us proceed together. As she spoke, the young woman took the hands of Yu and Yitai, leading them toward the children's playground, seemingly oblivious to Yi Luo's presence. At that moment, two individuals approached from the side, one of whom, upon spotting the young woman, immediately made their way over. Chapter 14. Give me your phone. Isn't this our esteemed Baidak Suewa, by Decane? I thought she was abroad for further studies. Has she returned home now? Oh dear, why is half her face concealed? Let me see what she looks like. Zhang Meili exclaimed, rushing forward with a beaming smile. As if she were an old friend of Bairui, genuinely concerned about her appearance. She reached out to brush aside Bairui and Appo's hair, eager to reveal the concealed half of her face to everyone present. Bairui was taken aback and quickly stepped back, trying to evade Zhang Meili's hand. At that moment, Zhang Meili's hand moved even faster. Beside her, a dapper young man adorned in designer attire, reminiscent of an elegant aristocrat, gazed at Bairui with a complex expression, nostalgia, melancholy, joy, and disdain all mingled in his eyes, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Zhu Lihai merely observed, silent and still. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. A hand grasped Zhang Meili's hand just before it could touch Bairui's hair. Who dares meddle in my affairs? Do you think you have the right? Release my hand at once, or you'll regret it. Zhang Meili fumed, her intentions thwarted and her anger palpable. She had anticipated reclaiming a measure of superiority over Bairui, who had always looked down upon her, but now found herself obstructed. Zhang Meili, whose beauty once earned her an 8 out of 10, now appeared grotesque, her displeasure twisting her features to a level scarcely above 60. Even Yu, witnessing Zhang Meili's transformation, hurriedly ducked behind Bairui, gasping, that ant is terrifying. Who dares call anyone's face frightening? The half of yours that's visible is truly the ghastly one, Zhang Meili shouted, her grip tightening as she pulled against the hand that restrained her. In response, Zhang Meili's expression grew even more fearsome, and she let out a pain cry. It hurts. My wrist is broken. Help. Someone help. Yi Luo, with a grave expression, pushed forward and shoved Zhang Meili aside. He was the one who had initially restrained her, and in his anger, his grip had inadvertently caused her pain. This is merely a lesson. As a human being, one must possess basic civility. If your parents fail to teach you, others will. Yi Luo's words were icy. Bairui gazed at Yi Luo, astonishment filling her eyes. In that moment, she seemed less like a mere character and more like a living, breathing individual. Sir, I sincerely apologize, but could you please leave this establishment immediately? A staff member approached, visibly uncomfortable as they addressed Yi Luo. Very well, Yi Luo replied, glancing at the staff member with understanding. It was evident they wished to avoid involvement in the ongoing situation. Let us depart, Yi Luo said to Bairui, extending his hand toward her, intertwining their fingers. Stop. Where do you think you're going? You two scoundrels injured me and now wish to flee? Not a chance. Just wait until I summon someone to deal with you. Zhang Meili shouted, reaching for her phone. Yet, as she retrieved it, her hand trembled, and the phone slipped from her grasp, crashing to the ground. Oh no, my phone. You must compensate me for it. Hurry. Zhang Meili lamented, her eyes fixed on the fallen device with palpable distress. Andy, your phone. Yu picked it up and presented it to Zhang Meili with both hands, displaying a commendable sense of decorum. Onlookers nodded in approval, deeming Yu a well-mannered child. Your phone is unharmed, merely a bit dusty. Let me wipe it for you. Yu offered, gently cleaning the screen. How dare your filthy hands touch my phone? You are utterly uncouth. Zhang Meili retorted, refusing to take the phone and instead swinging her hand toward Yu's face. How can you strike a child? Stop this at once. This woman is utterly lacking in civility. The crowd murmured, some young men contemplating capturing the scene on their phones. only to be halted by an elderly man who informed them of Zhang Meili and Zhu Lihai's prestigious backgrounds. That woman is the renowned eldest daughter of the Zhang family, and the man beside her is none other than the illustrious Zhu family scion. We ordinary folk cannot afford to provoke such individuals. The Zhang and Zhu families were indeed formidable, with fortunes exceeding hundreds of millions, ranking them among the elite in the nation. The atmosphere grew tense. Zhang Meili, you have gone too far. Bai Rui interjected, blocking Zhang Meili's hand while shielding Yi Yu behind her. Yi Luo mirrored her swift action, halting just in time as he nearly collided with Bai Rui, forming a protective stance that appeared familial. Zhu Lihai and Appo's expression darkened at this scene, unable to suppress a disdainful scoff. Bai Rui, what are you doing? How dare you stand in my way? This uncouth little wretch can and Appo's possibly be your daughter, can she? Upon closer inspection, there is indeed a slight resemblance. And this must be your husband? Your taste in partners leaves much to be desired. The former Bai Dak Suiwa, Bai Decane, has fallen to such a level. Zhang Meili hastily interjected, only to be interrupted by Zhu Lihai's cold snort, prompting her to redirect her attention to him. Zhu Gu, I truly apologize for this, she said, her gaze now filled with affection. Step aside, Zhu Lihai commanded, and Zhang Meili complied, resembling a dutiful wife. Zhu Lihai stepped forward, placing himself between Zhang Meili and Bai Rui. He regarded Yi Luo, Yi Yu, and Yi Tai with disdain, as if they were mere refuse to be avoided. His gaze softened as it landed on Bai Rui. I have heard of your family's misfortunes. It is indeed tragic. However, out of respect for our past, I shall not turn my back on you. I will care for you, even offering to finance the treatment for your scars. By the way, may I take a look at the scars on your face? As he spoke, Zhu Lihai reached out to brush Bai Rui's hair aside. Bai Rui hastily retreated. Zhang Meili gazed at the scene before her, listening to Zhu Lihai and Appo's words, her teeth clenched in fury. She cast a furious glance at Bai Rui, seething with anger. What a shameless wretch. Even in such a disheveled state, she still dares to entice men. It truly infuriated her. Hey, my friend, that's excessive, Yi Luo interjected, raising a hand to block Zhu Lihai and Appo's palm, speaking calmly. Zhu Lihai and Appo's expression shifted, and he quickly withdrew his arm, hastily pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his arm, as though something filthy had touched him. Yet, he was clad in a suit. Oh, Zhu Gu, let me help. Allow me. Zhang Meili rushed forward, diligently wiping Zhu Lihai's arm with utmost care, as if tending to an invaluable antique. Zhu Lihai's expression was quite displeased, casting a disdainful look at Yi Luo before swiftly redirecting his gaze back to Bai Rui. Rui, do not address me so, we are mere strangers. We are not familiar enough for such familiarity. Bai Rui replied coldly. Bah, shameless wretch, with half a face, do you still think you are the lofty Bai Dak Suiwa, the esteemed Bai Decane above all? You are now nothing more than a plucked phoenix. Zhang Meili retorted venomously. Not as good as you, I suppose. Yi Luo could no longer restrain herself and boldly remarked to Zhang Meili. Zhang Meili was taken aback, while the onlookers erupted in laughter. A plucked phoenix is inferior to a chicken. Indeed, it cannot compare to me. I am the young mistress of the Zhang family. Not only are my family members alive, but I am also beautiful. Wait, did you just call me a chicken? Zhang Meili exclaimed, realizing her words. Do not misunderstand. Do not misunderstand. I didn't say it, you did. Yi Luo replied. When did I say that? Zhang Meili fumed. Enough, be silent. How unbecoming. Zhu Lihai suddenly erupted in anger, admonishing Zhang Meili. She was taken aback and immediately fell silent, lowering her head. Zhu Lihai gazed affectionately at Bai Rui. Rui, I will wait for you. You can call me any time. You know, my number has never changed. I am always waiting for your call. Mr. Zhu, we are not familiar. Bai Rui responded coldly. Zhu Lihai cast a lingering glance at Bai Rui before turning to leave. Ah, Zhu Gu, wait for me. Wait for me. Zhang Meili hurriedly followed. Auntie, your phone. Yi Yu called out to Zhang Meili. Quick, return my phone. Zhang Meili reached out to snatch it, but was blocked by Yi Luo. Do you not think you owe a word of thanks? What did you say? Zhang Meili retorted. What thanks? It is a good thing I am not demanding compensation from you. I am the young mistress of the Zhang family. Zhang Meili exclaimed angrily. At that moment, Zhang Meili's phone suddenly rang loudly in Yi Yu's hand. This word I recognize. Hurry, give me my phone, quickly. Chapter 15. To the electronics factory that character is father. I recognize it. What is the character before it? Yi Yu shouted, her voice ringing loudly enough for everyone present to hear. The expressions of the crowd shifted to something peculiar. "It is Godfather," Yi Tai remarked, her demeanor devoid of emotion, merely a machine assisting Yu in deciphering the words. This aura bore a striking resemblance to the coldness exhibited by Rui in tense situations. "Godfather," Yu exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Mei's expression darkened considerably. Noticing the strange looks from those nearby, she couldn't help but raise her voice, shrieking, "What are you looking at? That is my godfather. A real godfather. Not what you think." The crowd remained silent, their faces clearly conveying their thoughts about the situation. "Quick, give me my phone." Zhang Mei reached out for her phone, and Yi Luo effortlessly opened her palm to allow her access. "Say thank you. Otherwise, you won't get it." You. Fine, I will thank you." "Thank you very much. Is that good enough?" Zhang Mei snatched the phone back, hastily unlocking it. "It and amp, oppos, esme, it and amp, oppos, esme, Mei. Godfather, hello. Aha, I understand. Turning around, Zhang Mei and Oppos, S expression twisted into a snarl. "A bunch of worthless people, I will make your lives a living hell. Especially you, Rui. With your family's electronics factory, do you think you can make a comeback? Let me give you a piece of advice. Face reality. Sell the factory as soon as possible and take the money to flee as far as you can. If I don't find you, maybe in time, I might forget you. Otherwise." Zhang Mei sneered, leaving her ominous words hanging in the air before turning to leave. Yi Luo felt a surge of anger, itching to give Zhang Mei a piece of her mind. Just then, as Zhang Mei approached the door, she suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. Fortunately, a nearby doorman quickly reached out, preventing her from hitting the floor. Zhang Mei and Oppos, S expression soured as she looked around, realizing everyone was keeping their distance. She couldn't find anyone to vent her frustration on. "Miss, are you all right?" The doorman asked tentatively. "You lowly servant, do you think you can touch me? Get away." The doorman was startled, having just saved her from falling. He covered his face where she had struck him, retreating in submission. Zhang Mei strode forward, and at that moment, Yi Luo exchanged a glance with Yu Tai, shaking her head. Yu Tai, who had been poised to intervene, halted her actions. In her hand lingered a small orb, formed from formless energy, potent enough to knock someone down but not lethal. "Apologies," Rui said to Yi Luo, preparing to exit the scene. "Wait." Yi Luo grasped Rui's wrist. "Ah." Rui gasped, instinctively attempting to shake off Yi Luo's grip but failing to do so. "Sister, let's go play over there." Yu chimed in cheerfully, entirely unaffected by the recent events. Just then, the CAF owner hurried over. "I'm truly sorry. Your orders are on me. Please leave the establishment quickly. It's for your own good as well as ours." The owner expressed his regret. Yu's face fell, confusion evident as she grasped that the owner was asking them to leave. "All right, but you needn't be so courteous about the bill. I, Rui, still have the means to pay." Rui retorted coldly. Yi Luo nearly voiced her gratitude to the owner for the complimentary meal but quickly silenced herself upon hearing Rui's words. The owner appeared awkward. Yet Rui paid him no mind, promptly pulling out her phone to settle the bill. At that moment, the screen lit up with an incoming call. "Wait." Rui turned her head. The owner nodded. Rui answered the phone. "What is it? You say you want to resign? Uncle Zhang, are you serious?" "What? Not just you, but everyone in the factory wants to resign?" "Wait. Hold on. I'm coming to the factory right now." Rui's urgency escalated as she abandoned the idea of settling the bill and dashed out of the CAF. However, she forgot to bid farewell to Yi Luo. The owner, left speechless, turned to Yi Luo. "You just said it was on the house, right? Well, since we haven't finished these, please pack them up quickly. Also, can we order more?" "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Yi Luo replied irritably, downing the coffee in front of her without a hint of waste. She certainly wouldn't let the leftover pastries go to waste either, with Yi and Yi Tai assisting in the packing. Outside the CAF, Rui hurriedly walked, her loose hair nearly whipped away by the wind. Startled, she quickly pressed down on her hair to secure it. As she approached a car, a sudden dizziness washed over her, and she leaned against the car door for support. At that moment, a hand extended just in time to catch her. "Ah, it's you." Rui looked up, surprised to find Yi Luo had arrived, holding a bag of pastries from the CAF. "Hello, sister," Yu greeted politely, lending a hand to support Rui, though it had little effect. "Thank you," Rui said, placing her hand on Yu's head. "Where are you going?" "Let me give you a ride. You look quite unwell," Yi Luo offered, concerned for Rui's well-being and also intrigued by her electronics factory. "No, I'm fine," Rui replied, but as she spoke, Yi Luo took action, retrieving the car keys from Bairui's hand, opening the door, and helping her into the passenger seat. The vehicle was an older model of a business sedan, which may have been impressive 2 decades ago, but now appeared somewhat dilapidated. Bairui began, but Yuluo had already settled into the driver's seat, starting the engine and driving off. Yu and Yutai comfortably took their places in the back seat, fastening their seatbelts. Before long, they arrived at the destination. The electronics factory sprawled before them, appearing to cover a considerable area, yet the number of buildings was few, and the atmosphere was rather desolate. The only spot with any semblance of life was the entrance to the factory. A group of over a dozen individuals stood scattered, engaged in conversation and smoking. Among them, a square-faced man sat on the edge of a flower bed by the roadside, holding a mobile phone, seemingly contemplating whether to make a call. As a vehicle approached and came to a halt, he stood up, his expression grave, and walked toward it. The others, noticing the car, followed suit, converging around it. It's here. We must collect the payment today, otherwise, we'll have to sell the factory. Indeed. No money means selling the factory. Their protest rang out. Dismissing any reasoning, Yuluo parked the car and, upon stepping out, was confronted with the unfolding scene. He had intended to drive into the factory, but the large gates were closed, and a crowd of people stood at the entrance, leaving him with no recourse. Who is that young man? I've never seen him before. He must be just a driver, someone remarked. Where's boss by? Right here. She yes in the passenger seat. Hurry. Demand money from her. The crowd scrutinized the scene before them, their eyes landing on Bairui as she exited the passenger seat. They surged toward her, and Bairui, startled by the unfolding chaos, instinctively sought refuge in the vehicle. However, before she could act, someone grasped her arm, pulling her away from the car. She cried out in pain. What are you doing? Yuluo and Apos' voice cut through the tumult as he pushed the assailant aside, shielding Bairui behind him. The crowd, taken aback by Yuluo's imposing presence, momentarily hesitated. Yet, a few remained unconvinced. What is it to you? You're just a driver. And your boss buy is out of money. Soon enough, you want to even receive your salary. You might be more anxious than we are. The crowd echoed similar sentiments, perceiving in Yuluo a reflection of their past selves. Yuluo furrowed his brow. Dad. Yu suddenly leaped into Yuluo's arms, startling the onlookers. They scrutinized Yuluo and Bairui, and with Yu in the mix, they noted the child bore a striking resemblance to Bairui. Could they be a couple? Or perhaps twins? How absurd. They can't pay us, while we're struggling to make ends meet, yet they seem so content. It's infuriating. Someone exclaimed. Wait. Look at that man's attire. It's quite ordinary. He can't be boss by S husband. It's normal for a man to dress simply, especially since they're out of money. The crowd debated. Yu hid behind Yuluo, observing the tense situation in silence. The atmosphere was indeed intimidating. In contrast, Yutai remained remarkably composed, seemingly an outsider to the unfolding drama. Who are you people blocking the way? Yuluo said irritably, glancing at the crowd, his annoyance palpable. Who are you to speak on boss by S behalf? Another voice retorted. Yeah, what is your relationship with her? You're not her husband, are you? Introduce yourself first before questioning others. Do you lack even this basic courtesy? At these taunts, Yuluo couldn't help but glance at Bairui, who, at that moment, gently placed her hand on his shoulder, preparing to step forward to address the crowd. Yet, observing her delicate demeanor, resembling a frostbitten daffodil, he felt a surge of protectiveness, compelled to shield her from the storm. Taking a step forward, Yuluo prepared to utter words that would astonish everyone present. Chapter 16. Destiny Awaits. I am Ruyi's matchmaker. Yuluo declared, having specially altered his address to Ruyi, using a nickname. The gathered crowd gasped in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Their expressions soured as realization dawned upon them. What is this? I had assumed they were a married couple. It turns out they are merely matchmakers. Yet, why do those twins bear such striking resemblance to Boss Bai? Perhaps, beautiful individuals inherently share many similarities? Regardless, this matter is trivial. Since that young man is merely Boss Bai and Apos' match, he lacks the qualifications to speak. Indeed, he has no right to voice himself here. The crowd echoed in anger. Feeling deceived, they yearned to confront Yuluo. Observing their ire, Yuluo remained unperturbed. After all, he possessed the confidence to handle the situation. Not to mention his current physical prowess, which could easily contend with the crowd before him. However, he was not inclined towards violence. He preferred to wield his intellect instead. Presently, he was merely a matchmaker, but soon he would become a husband. Furthermore, this electronics factory would, upon his marriage to Rui, become his enterprise. Yi Luo proclaimed loudly, shocking everyone present, especially by Rui and Yi Yu. Only Yi Tai maintained her composure. What? Father, are you going to marry Sister Bai? Yi Yu exclaimed, astonished yet bewildered. What are you saying? Bai Rui gasped, clutching Yi Luo's shirt, her face a mask of disbelief. Of course. Yi Luo could only see half of her face. Yet, even that half was breathtaking. Bai Rui truly was stunning, especially with her cheeks flushed. It's nothing. The purpose of matchmaking is marriage. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Luo said earnestly, gazing at Bai Rui. However, before she could respond, he turned to address the crowd. You may not know who I am, but that is inconsequential. What matters is that I bring a technology to this electronics factory. With my innovation, this factory will soar to new heights, achieving unprecedented success and even reaching the pinnacle of the industry. Yi Luo spoke with unwavering confidence, infectious enough to sway the crowd, who began to believe in his words, convinced that he could indeed fulfill his promises. Wait a moment, may I inquire your name? A square-faced man approached, eyeing Yi Luo with curiosity. Uncle Zhang. Bai Rui called out excitedly, rushing forward. Ah, Miss Bai. Uncle Zhang acknowledged her, his demeanor cool and aloof. This gentleman. Uncle Zhang regarded Yi Luo. I am unworthy of such formality. You may call me Yi Luo. Just and Appos, Xiao Yu and Appos, will suffice. Yi Luo replied courteously. Oh, so you are Mr. Yi. Uncle Zhang nodded but refrained from using Xiao Yi, clearly not wishing to appear overly familiar. As he spoke, he picked up his phone to search. Yi Luo, No scientists or researchers, but there is a singer and a janitor. You claim to be a researcher, correct? With a significant achievement? Uncle Zhang scrutinized Yi Luo. His expression neutral, yet a hint of disdain flickered in his gaze. The others echoed his skepticism. What a joke. I thought he was someone with real skills. Only to discover he is merely a fraud. So young, it's obvious he is a charlatan. How audacious to deceive us. Manager Zhang stated, instantly recognizing the so-called fraud. Call the police. Let us have this scammer arrested. The crowd surrounded Yi Luo, clamoring for his arrest. My father is not a fraud. Yi Yu cried angrily, bravely stepping in front of Yi Luo to defend him. Mr. Yi, truly, you need not defend me like this. I appreciate your intentions, but allow me to handle this situation myself. Bai Rui interjected, her gaze shifting from Yi Luo to Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang. Miss Bai. There is no need for further discussion. I advise you to sell the electronics factory quickly. It would be best for all of us. Uncle Zhang asserted. He turned his attention to Yi Luo, continuing, Mr. Yi, I know not your intentions for being here. However, I advise you. Some matters are not for everyone to meddle in. Also, I do not mind your deceit, but as a parent, you must be a role model for your child. A good example, not a bad one. Uncle Zhang said earnestly, placing a hand on Yi Luo and Appos' shoulder, patting it several times. Uncle Zhang, can't we discuss this? Although my family is experiencing some financial issues, we can overcome this hurdle. Bai Rui pleaded anxiously. There is no need for discussion. And is that even a minor issue? We all know the current state of the Bai family. The only path before you, Miss Bai, is to sell the electronics factory. Selling it offers hope. If you do not sell it, we too will plunge into the abyss alongside your family. Uncle Zhang's words resonated with the crowd, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, Miss Bai, you should sell the factory quickly. If the Bai family collapses, so be it, but do not involve us. We have families to care for. We have overlooked your attempt to deceive us with this charlatan, but you must repay the debts you owe us. The crowd echoed. Bai Rui's half-face turned pale. You must not bully my sister. Yi Yu shouted, stepping forward, arms extended to shield Bai Rui. In that moment, Bai Rui felt deeply moved, kneeling to embrace Yi Yu, wanting to say something, but as she opened her mouth, tears flowed. Such a scene was truly heartbreaking, moving even those present, including Uncle Zhang and the crowd, to momentary shame. I say, you people are truly excessive. Look at what you've done to her. Yi Luo stepped forward, addressing Uncle Zhang and the crowd. You deem me a fraud based solely on a lack of online presence? If that is the case, does that mean most people in this world are frauds? By this logic, should the authorities only search online for fraudsters, deeming those unsearchable as scammers? Young man, even so. What does it matter? No matter how eloquently you speak, it does not alter the current predicament. Uncle Zhang shook his head. Give me time. I will prove myself. Yi Luo spoke. Time? Uncle Zhang shook his head, and the crowd followed suit, all shaking their heads in unison. It's merely a delay. Today drags into tomorrow. Tomorrow into the day after. We have seen such tactics many times before. Indeed, Indeed. Do not think you can postpone any longer. We are completely unconvinced. The crowd shouted fervently, "We want money. Bring forth the funds." Silence. No matter how loudly you shout, what good does it do for the situation at hand? Uncle Zhang retorted, "Even if I refuse to give you money, what can you do? Pursue legal action? That will take more than a day or two. It will take months to resolve. And then, executing the judgment will require even more time. I am here to save you that time. At most, it will take a month, and if all goes well, perhaps only a matter of days. With my expertise, I can resurrect this electronic factory, even catapult it into success. Once you have the money, you can choose to stay or leave at your discretion. What could be more perfect?" Yi Luo's words resonated with some, but the crowd regarded him as if he were mad. Nevertheless, they acknowledged that there was a sliver of truth in his argument. Following the conventional route to secure funds would indeed consume several months. The crowd turned to Uncle Zhang, seeking his guidance. "Do you know how long it takes to validate a technology, conduct experiments, and transition from trial production to full-scale manufacturing? It requires at least a year and hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and funding all contingent upon the technology being legitimate and everything proceeding smoothly." Uncle Zhang regarded Yi Luo with skepticism, his expression betraying his doubt. "And even then, the products must pass market scrutiny. Out of 100 products, how many will fail and become excess inventory? Do you understand? Well then, young man, it would be wise to remain grounded and focus on reality. You are still young, and there are many opportunities ahead." Uncle Zhang placed a hand on Yi Luo's shoulder, his meaning clear. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. By Rui and Apos, S head hung even lower. "Let us change direction, shall we? I wish to ask you, do you believe in fate?" As he spoke, Yi Luo quickly glanced at the inconspicuous Yi Tai, who, confused as to why she was being observed, instinctively nodded in response. "Fate? Are you out of your mind? If you are, seek help. Do not disturb our quest for money." The crowd paused, then erupted in anger, casting disdainful glances at Yi Luo, questioning his sanity. Uncle Zhang and Apos' expression indicated his agreement with their sentiments. "Fate is on my side." Yi Luo ignored the outcry and revealed a coin in his hand, a single yuan. "Do you know the probability of tossing a 1 yuan coin and having it land upright rather than on its side?" The crowd paused, then burst into laughter. "Are you insane? A 1 yuan coin cannot stand up. It will certainly land on its side." "Exactly. There is no chance of it standing." They shook their heads in unison. "Not entirely impossible. Just highly improbable," Uncle Zhang interjected, setting himself apart from the others. "So, shall we make a wager?" As he spoke, Yi Luo placed the 1 yuan coin in Yi Tai's palm, and the crowd's eyes followed the coin. "Are you suggesting she will toss it upright?" Uncle Zhang asked, astonished. The crowd gasped in surprise. "It's not me. It's her." Yi Luo pointed at Yi Tai. "Huh. If it were you, there might be a chance. But how could such a little girl manage that?" "Exactly. It's utterly impossible." Laughter erupted again, for a while they could envision an adult attempting it. A young girl could not possibly succeed, regardless of her charm. Uncle Zhang shook his head slowly. "Only in this way can I truly test my fate. If it lands upright, grant me a month, perhaps even less, to deliver results," Yi Luo declared. "And if you fail? What then?" The crowd pressed. "Indeed. What will you do if it does not land upright?" They chimed in, eager for an answer. "If I fail, I will personally repay your debts," Yi Luo proclaimed with confidence. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by his boldness. "Mr. Yi, you need not go to such lengths. This is my responsibility." Bai Rui exclaimed urgently. "I too need a month. I am confident. Give me a month, and I shall provide you with an astonishing surprise," Yi Luo insisted. Bai Rui was left speechless, gazing at Yi Luo in silence. "You wish to help Miss Bai with her debts? But do you have the funds to do so?" The crowd questioned. "Show us your bank card and its balance before making such claims. Enough of the superfluous talk. I simply ask, are you willing to gamble? Are you prepared to witness the hand of fate? If so, let us wager. If not, proceed with your legal route and see how long it takes to recover your funds," Yi Luo challenged. "Oh, you are quite infuriating," someone remarked. "But I suppose there is merit in this. After all, we do have some attachment to this electronic factory. If it can be saved, I would prefer that. Especially given the current job market." The crowd hesitated, contemplating his offer. Uncle Zhang stepped forward, extending his hand toward Yi Tai. "Little one, may I see that 1 yuan coin?" Yi Tai looked to Yi Luo for guidance. "Of course," he replied with a nod. Uncle Zhang inspected the coin closely, weighing it in his hand before biting it. Ultimately swapping it for another 1 yuan coin, which he placed back into Yitai and Appo's palm. Now, let us begin, Yiluo said, exasperated, signaling Yitai. With a swift motion, Yitai tossed the 1 yuan coin into the air. Chapter 17. The Person of Destiny. With a clang, a 1 yuan coin fell to the ground. The gazes of the crowd swiftly followed its movement. The coin rolled rapidly, and voices rose in unison, asking, "Which side are you on?" A sense of inexplicable hope surged. Could it be a sign? I too harbor a flicker of hope. Someone chimed in. What is happening here? A spectacle unfolded as a throng of people chased after the 1 yuan coin, their voices echoing in fervent chants. Gradually, these utterances coalesced into a singular cry, "Stand!" Bai Rui joined in, her voice breaking free in surprise as she instinctively covered her mouth, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Noticing that no one paid her any heed, she lowered her hand and shouted along, "Stand! Stand!" Yi Yu, unabashed, vociferously proclaimed, his voice ringing louder than the rest, moving at an astonishing pace. Suddenly, with a click, the 1 yuan coin came to an abrupt halt, wedged perfectly between the wall and the floor. The crowd fell silent, momentarily struck by awe. Then, a cheer erupted. It stands. It truly stands. Others quickly followed suit, their disbelief palpable. How can this be? Is it possible? This is simply incredible. There is indeed a destiny, murmured the onlookers. Could it just be coincidence? In this world, is there truly such a thing as fate? Perhaps there is a touch of the extraordinary. The crowd's demeanor shifted. Uncle Zhang gazed at Yiluo, his face painted with astonishment and curiosity. The expression on his face seemed to ask, "How did you accomplish this?" Naturally, Yiluo would not divulge the truth, that it was through Yitai's precise calculations and efforts that this had come to fruition. For the ordinary, it appeared to be a mere fluke, but for Yitai, it was a certainty. Destiny is with me. Enough chatter. Let us begin, Yiluo declared as he strode confidently into the electronics factory, embodying the very essence of its proprietor. The crowd followed, a band of loyal companions. Wait. Is it truly that simple? Someone protested, yet in the blink of an eye, they realized he was the only one left behind. Everyone else had hastened into the factory, treating him as the rightful owner. What? Is the factory reopening? How can this be? Had it not already closed down? Did Bai Rui somehow secure funding? But who would lend her money? Is this a lost cause? Very well. I shall report this to Ms. Zhang immediately. A bald, burly man, astonished, paced with his phone in hand. But hold on. Reporting to Ms. Zhang now would only invite her wrath. Let me investigate first before relaying the news. Perhaps new developments will arise. Voices echoed from his phone. You are right. It could be just a matter of holding on for a few days. I told you. It cannot be that simple to revive a dead enterprise. Indeed, we shouldn't inform Miss Zhang just yet. You're absolutely right. The bald man nodded vigorously. Uncle Zhang pocketed his phone and cast his gaze toward the office where a young man, imbued with destiny, was directing the bustling crowd. Yiluo was preparing to create a solar energy generator. The technology transmitted to him was abundant and exceptional. Given the current circumstances, a solar energy generator was the most fitting choice. However, this was no ordinary generator. It was a metaphysical solar energy generator. Within the solar goddess mech, such technology existed. Utilizing sunlight alone, it could harness immense energy that could even serve as a weapon. Yet, Yiluo had no intention of incorporating any weaponry into this solar energy generator. All right, this is the plan. Follow my blueprints and produce as much as you can. The revival of this factory relies on this product. Yiluo spoke with unwavering confidence. Is this merely a solar energy generator? The engineers, having reviewed the blueprints, saw nothing particularly remarkable. Enough talk. Just execute my instructions. Yiluo refused to elaborate further. The intricacies of the metaphysical solar energy generator lay in its esoteric principles. The key technologies resided in the materials of the solar panel coating and the core module that converted solar energy into electrical power. The special coating would not directly convert solar energy into electricity, but would instead absorb it to the utmost, enabling a single solar panel to harness the equivalent energy of 10 or even 100 panels. The conversion module would then generate electricity, an exceptionally efficient process, bordering on the unscientific, achieving nearly 100% conversion. Metaphysics does not adhere to the confines of science. Yiluo was entirely unaware of the specifics. Yet he was clear on how to proceed. Very well. The engineers regarded Yiluo with complex expressions. Will this truly work? It seems rather dubious. Regardless of the outcome, they decided to give it a try. However, solar energy generators were commonplace, with a rather average market demand. We should seek other avenues. I know a factory owner. Would anyone be interested in jumping ship together? We could slowly litigate against this factory. Amidst the unease among the factory workers, Yi Luo sat in the general manager's office, conducting a live stream. Hello everyone. We meet again. I am your host, Little Yi. Before him lay a collection of disparate components. As he spoke, he assembled them, explaining to his viewers, I am currently assembling the weaponry components for the solar goddess mech, the solar scepter. According to the system's manual, Yi Luo was unaware of the actual circumstances. Without the assembly completed, how could he possibly know? Yet he trusted that the system's manual would not lead him astray. Host, you are truly a host. I thought I wouldn't see you for a while. If you were kidnapped by aliens, just blink. Oh my. The host blinked. He has truly been abducted by extraterrestrials. Dawn and Apos. Worry, host. I will find someone to rescue you. What are you saying? It and Apos. It's merely a movie trailer. Why do some take it so literally? Aliens? Where in this world are there aliens? By the way, host, what are you doing now? Is this the second part of the movie trailer? What about the previous solar goddess mech? Host, where did you put it? Show it to me. I might consider buying it if the price is reasonable. The comments from fans rapidly scrolled by. At the same moment, in a peculiar location, those waiting on standby immediately powered on their devices. They discovered their target. The target was online. Hurry, confirm the other party's network address. Sorry, it failed. It cannot be found at all. The opponent's technology is, at the very least, several generations ahead of ours. Then, let us employ the methods we previously discussed and do our utmost to record the information from the live broadcast. Yes, we are in the trial phase. Many began to busily engage in their tasks, as if facing a formidable enemy. In the live broadcast room, Yi Luo remained oblivious to these events, diligently proceeding with his stream, occasionally responding to the fans' comments. However, whenever certain keywords were mentioned, Yi Luo and Apos' words were instantly corrected by the system and Apos' power. Moreover, Yi Luo received reminders from the system. After receiving multiple reminders, he began to speak less and act more, methodically assembling components. The live broadcast site grew quiet. Yet, the fans in the chat room became increasingly restless. Those who claim this is just a movie trailer, take a good look at the wonders of this live broadcast room. Haven and Apos. You noticed that no matter how hard you try to remember the host and Apos' appearance in the background of this room, once your gaze shifts away, all recollection becomes immediately blurred. Do you think this is a typical live broadcast room? Indeed, this is alien technology. The host has been abducted by aliens and is now working under their coercion. How pitiful. What's so strange about memory becoming hazy? When you were in school, no matter how attentive you were in class, once the class ended, didn't and Apos, your memory fade? Is your teacher an alien? Or is your school an alien base? There's really no way to argue with that. You were just trying to be mysterious. A quarrel erupted among the fans in the chat room. Some recognized the marvel of the live broadcast room, while others remained skeptical. Time swiftly passed in this state. Finally, Yi Luo looked up and sighed with relief. Today and Apos' streaming task was complete. However, this method could not continue indefinitely. He must devise a way to increase the number of viewers as much as possible. This way, when the task concludes, the rewards would be greater. Happy moments always pass quickly. As today's stream drew to a close, he bid farewell to his audience, dear friends. Until we meet again. With that, Yi Luo ended the broadcast. The half-finished solar staff and numerous components quickly vanished, returning to the system backpack. With a creak, the office door swung open. Bai Rui, wearing a peculiar expression, entered with a thermos container. It was strange. A place she was so familiar with suddenly felt unrecognizable. Had she just momentarily lost her way? Bai Rui, bewildered, could not comprehend. She almost thought she had encountered a ghostly wall. Of course, what she had faced was not a wall, but rather the protective power of the system over Yi Luo and Apos' live broadcast. During Yi Luo and Apos' streaming, unauthorized personnel could not access the live site. Miss Bai has arrived? What delicious treat do you bring? Yi Luo smiled at Bai Rui. However, Bai Rui and Apos' expression was rather complex. Simultaneously, she felt a tinge of discomfort. Earlier, he had affectionately called her Rui, yet now referred to her as Miss Bai. This thought caused her face to suddenly flush. She hurriedly lowered her head, fearing Yi Luo would notice. Yet, at that moment, Yi Luo's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen. Miss Bai, what do you think of this? Yi Luo inquired. Bai Rui could not help but scoff, slamming the thermos onto the table. Calling me Miss Bai is quite inappropriate. Yi Luo jumped, glancing at Bai Rui, who now appeared aloof and cold, leaving him baffled. She had seemed gentle upon entering. How had her demeanor changed so abruptly? Women are indeed difficult to understand. Fortunately, Iluo had no intention of probing further. "I made this specially for you," Rui said with an air of cold indifference, as though she were bestowing a favor upon him. She opened the box, revealing an array of exquisite dishes, the aroma wafting toward Iluo, igniting his appetite, followed by an astonishing visual feast. Iluo instantly forgot about the affairs on the computer screen. All right. Have you eaten, Miss Bai? Please sit down and join me. I have already eaten." Rui replied icily. "Wait, let me hold your hand." Iluo suddenly grasped her palm. Rui, outwardly frigid, felt warmth spread within her. The moment of hand-holding was achieved. "Don't rush to leave, Miss Bai. I have matters to discuss with you." Still calling me Miss Bai? Boss Bai? Iluo hesitated. Why had she suddenly become concerned about her title? Had he perhaps been too casual in his address, neglecting her authority as a boss? "Let go," Rui exclaimed, attempting to shake off Iluo's grip. Yet, with her strength, she could not free herself from his grasp. What is happening? Who is shouting? It was then that someone appeared at the door, but in the next instant, they vanished. They quickly tried to erase the scene they had just witnessed from their mind. They had seen something they should not have, and if they did not forget it promptly, the consequences could be dire. "Oh no." Rui's voice quivered with embarrassment. Having been seen in such an awkward moment with Iluo was mortifying. She wished she could dig a hole and hide. "Be careful," Iluo suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 18. Promotion plan. Rui stumbled and fell onto Iluo. In a moment of peril, Iluo managed to catch her. What a close call. The scene had been truly dangerous. Rui had collided with the table, losing her balance and teetering towards one side. Had it not been for Iluo and Appo's swift reflexes, her head could have easily struck the sharp edge of the table, with consequences too dire to contemplate. Is it really like this? I had my doubts before. My apologies. Mr. Yi, Boss Bai, I did not mean to intrude. Please, continue. A man stood at the door, taken aback. After a brief moment of disbelief, he turned and hurriedly departed, his voice fading as he conversed with someone, expressing his astonishment at the unexpected sight. However, the fact that the man was unmarried and the woman unwed was understandable. Yet, in these precarious times for the electronics factory, it was disheartening that they seemed oblivious to the factory's future. Alas, the factory appears to be doomed. The man's words were laced with pessimism and disappointment. But let us not be so negative. Are we not in the process of creating new products? Even if we do produce something, what difference will it make? It's merely a solar generator. Quite ordinary. Furthermore, there is absolutely no market for it. His voice receded into the distance, gradually becoming inaudible. Let me go. Release me. Rui exclaimed, directing her ire at Iluo. He was puzzled. His hands were still outstretched, and he had not released her at all. You. Rui quickly regained her footing and dashed towards the exit. Wait. I have something I wish to show you. Iluo reached out, but could not halt her swift departure. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Iluo could only return to his office chair, continuing to eat while glancing at his computer screen, nodding in agreement from time to time. Mr. Yi, the finished product is ready. A voice rang out as a middle-aged man rushed into the room, his excitement palpable. Really? That is splendid. Has it been tested? Iluo immediately rose and approached him. Yes. The results are astonishing. You must come and see. The man was brimming with enthusiasm. In the workshop where the finished product was stored, the staff were equally exuberant, measuring the solar generator before them. How can this be? This data must be a joke. It surpasses the best products of its kind by tenfold. What kind of generator is this? A generator of the future? It defies logic, utterly unscientific. Calm down. Let us not jump to conclusions. Perhaps there is an issue with the testing equipment. After all, our equipment is quite dated. It's not unusual for it to malfunction. Can the testing equipment fail while in actual use? Look at this generator. It's powering numerous devices. The total output has already exceeded 10 kilowatts. And that is not even its limit. What does that mean? A household's daily electricity consumption is roughly that amount. For a sizable family, no less. With such a generator, one could live without paying electricity bills. And it produces energy in real time. If paired with a battery system, the possibilities are even more staggering. The crowd wore expressions of disbelief. At that moment, they noticed Iluo arriving, and they all rushed to him with a multitude of questions. Yet, Iluo, preoccupied, examined the generator's completeness and quality, reviewing the testing data. He felt a tinge of disappointment. The manufacturing process had numerous flaws. resulting in the generator and Oppo's actual power falling short of theoretical expectations. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient for the current situation, capable of generating 10 kilowatt-hours per hour. Moreover, this generator could operate not only during the day but also at night, as long as there was light, even the faintest starlight. In dire circumstances, one could illuminate it with a flashlight for power generation. However, it was unlikely anyone would resort to such measures. Very well, let us commence mass production, Yi Luo decided. I can handle the sales. Uncle Zhang stepped forward. Having witnessed the solar generator, he was brimming with ideas. I can sell as many as you provide. Mr. Yi, could you grant me 10 units? I intend to replace the generators in my home and that of my relatives. Me too. Me too. Others chimed in, recognizing the advantages of the generator. With it, they could enjoy a future free from concerns about electricity. Wait. First, we need to establish a pricing strategy, someone reminded. The others immediately turned their attention to Yi Luo, eager to hear his thoughts on pricing for such an exceptional solar generator. Pricing, you say? Yi Luo pondered. The atmosphere grew tense, especially among those eager for personal use, fearing an exorbitant price. After all, this generator was indeed worth a considerable sum. Has the cost analysis for the generator been completed? Yi Luo inquired. It has. Someone promptly produced a document and placed it before Yi Luo. The cost of the generator was not exorbitant, given that it utilized established technologies and modular components produced in large quantities. Aside from the special coding and energy conversion module provided by Yi Luo, the total cost was just over 200. The special coding and energy conversion module were particularly economical since the primary expense was research. Yi Luo had bypassed the research phase, directly acquiring the results, thus eliminating research costs. What is the market price for similar products? For comparable products? 10 kilowatt level, you mean? No, it could not possibly be 10 kilowatts, but rather 1 kilowatt. What? 1 kilowatt? Our tests clearly indicate a power output of 10 kilowatts, with potential for further enhancement. This is not the limit. No, it is indeed 1 kilowatt. Yi Luo was resolute in his stance. The expressions among the crowd grew more complex, as some seemed to grasp something profound. There are products ranging from a few hundred to several thousand yuan, spanning low, medium, and high-end options. Excellent. Then I have made my decision, Yi Luo declared. At 999 yuan, not quite 1,000, you cannot go wrong. You will acquire a generator that ensures you will never again experience electricity shortages. The truly fragrant brand solar generator is a worthy investment. In the blink of an eye, an advertisement was swiftly launched. Bai Rui felt a profound embarrassment as she beheld the lowbrow advertisement, incredulous that such a substandard promotion could emanate from her own factory. She harbored strong objections to this, yet had no choice but to acquiesce, given its affordability. Simultaneously, her eyes sparkled as she gazed upon the solar generator before her. Presently, this very solar generator was operational within her office, functioning with remarkable stability. She had checked the electric meter several times, and it remained utterly motionless, truly effective. Bai Rui cast a complex expression towards Yi Luo, suddenly recalling a critical matter. Had the product and Oppo's patent been registered? This was a concern she would address on her own. Yi Luo implied that she need not worry about this issue. I mean no offense, it and Oppo's. Just that. Bai Rui stammered, feeling quite anxious. It and Oppo's. Perfectly fine. I understand. Yi Luo reassured her. And what about the licensing fees? Bai Rui inquired nervously. Let us take a cut from the product sales. What percentage do you think is appropriate? Yi Luo suggested generously. Let us not rush. We can discuss it after you've settled your debts. I feel quite embarrassed about this. Bai Rui responded, flustered. This is also a token of gratitude for providing me with this platform, allowing me to showcase my capabilities. Yi Luo expressed with gratitude. You are truly talented. Gold will shine wherever it is found. If you are determined, you can always find an excellent platform. My platform is unworthy of your talents. Bai Rui felt a pang of melancholy. Are you trying to dismiss me? Yi Luo inquired. No, absolutely not. Bai Rui quickly shook her head. That is good. Let us continue our collaboration at an accelerated pace. By the way, may I present my promotional plan? Yi Luo invited Bai Rui eagerly. Of course, yes. Bai Rui nodded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Zhang Meili received news of the situation, taking a while to process it. She opened her phone to view the advertisement, which featured the same text repetitively, clearly indicative of a cheap, low-grade promotion. This is the last gasp of that wretched woman. Haha. It's utterly hilarious. I can't stop laughing. Did she truly believe she could present something remarkable? I was even contemplating a counterattack, but it appears that it's unnecessary now. Haha. Let us just wait to take over the electronics factory, Zhang Meili declared. Her assistant, contemplating whether to speak up, ultimately refrained, realizing the absurdity of the information he wished to convey to Zhang Meili. After all, she was a person of sound judgment and possessed a notoriously bad temper. He feared she might lash out at him. In truth, upon hearing the message from the informant, he had been tempted to strike the messenger for such ridiculous claims. A solar generator with efficiency exceeding its counterparts by tenfold? Such a notion was laughable. How could such a generator exist? It would be at least 50 years before anything of the sort could be realized. If someone could indeed create such a generator, they would dominate the domestic market and could easily expand globally, becoming a titan in the solar energy sector. It defied all scientific logic. The assistant dismissed the information, suspecting it was merely a fabrication due to the informant's lack of credible intelligence. He even contemplated reducing the remuneration for the source, deeming them unworthy of compensation. What? You wish to sponsor our outdoor self-driving club with a solar generator? No, we have no need for such a device. Anyone who has used portable generators knows they are merely decorative. Aside from charging mobile devices, they serve little purpose. At that moment, a club leader was engaged with the sales representative. No charge? The leader inquired, intrigued. Indeed, no charge, provided you display our factory's logo prominently on your vehicles. Additionally, if possible, please acknowledge our sponsorship on your club's website, the sales representative stipulated. How many units can you sponsor? The leader asked. 2 units. The representative replied, holding up 2 fingers. Only 2? That seems rather insufficient. The leader remarked. Do not underestimate our generator. I have one with me for a live demonstration. We've calculated that for your club and Oppo's power needs, 2 units will suffice, and in a scenario of lower consumption, 1 alone would be adequate. The second would serve merely as a backup, given the unpredictable nature of outdoor events. The sales representative confidently elaborated. Can you demonstrate it right here? The leader pondered and then nodded. Shortly after, within just a few minutes, the leader's expression transformed entirely, disbelief etched across his face. He could hardly fathom how a compact solar generator resembling a mere portable box could power devices with a total output nearing 10 kilowatts. Suddenly, a bold thought struck him, to convert his company's power supply entirely to this solar generator. Not only that, but also to do the same for his own home, his parents' home, his in-laws' residence, and every acquaintance's dwelling. Just considering his company and Oppo's electricity bill, which amassed to thousands monthly, made this prospect tantalizing. How much for each generator? 999. No risk, no trick. The sales representative beamed with a radiant smile. Simultaneously, Rui and Oppo's face also radiated with joy. As she reviewed the data, she noted that within just a few days, sales had surpassed 1,000 units. Of course, this figure was relatively modest, translating to a mere 1 million in revenue, which was but a drop in the ocean compared to the debts of the Bai family. However, the potential was staggering. Excellent. Now, let us commence the second phase of our promotion. Yi Luo strategized, while at the entrance, a figure lingered, their face marred by disappointment, silently turning away to walk into the distance. Chapter 19. Preparing to speak, Yi Yu appeared quite dejected. In recent days, her father seemed perpetually occupied, leaving him little time to spend with her. However, she prided herself on being a considerate child who would not burden her father with her woes, for he would surely disapprove. Yet, the loneliness weighed heavily on her heart. What could she do? Suddenly, she recalled the kind older sister she had met last time. The warmth of that encounter lingered in her memory, as the sister had extended an invitation to play together. Whether the invitation was genuine mattered not to Yi Yu. What was significant was her desire to pursue that thought. Little Tai, we are already 5-year-old big kids. We should allow our father some personal time. We cannot always cling to him, right? Standing quietly nearby, Yi Tai listened intently as Yi Yu poured out her feelings. Now, we ought to expand our circle of friends. I have a splendid candidate in mind, the older sister we met last time. What do you think? Your silence indicates your agreement, does it not? Yi Yu beamed with delight at the thought. That older sister invited us to her home to play. Shall we go visit her now? Your silence confirms your approval. Yes? Wonderful. All right then, let us make our way to her home. However, my father did mention that when visiting others, one ought to bring a gift. What do you think would be an appropriate present? Yi Yu pondered, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Then, her gaze fell upon the portable solar generator stacked nearby, a splendid box that would serve perfectly as a gift. She reached out to grasp it, but hesitated. I must inform father first. Otherwise, it would be akin to stealing. He has taught me better. What stealing? Bao is here, right? A voice interrupted her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, a middle-aged man had approached and now stood beside Yu. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Yu greeted him eagerly. Ah, Bao, hello? Uncle Zhang nodded. Quite fond of the adorable girl before him. Yet, he felt less fondly toward Yi Tai, who stood silently by. The resemblance between them was uncanny. But Yi Tai exuded a chill that was difficult to warm up to, especially for Uncle Zhang, who had a strong aversion to the cold. Yi Tai and Appo's piercing gaze made him feel as though she could see right through his thoughts, prompting him to keep his distance whenever possible. I wish to present a gift to the older sister, Yu said, her eyes fixed on the box. Oh, that is quite simple. I shall speak with your father about it. However, I must warn you, that box is rather heavy. Uncle Zhang observed the box, recognizing it as the portable solar generator. Meanwhile, Yi Tai effortlessly lifted it with one hand, showing no signs of strain. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Yu exclaimed joyfully as she dashed outside. Uncle Zhang stood momentarily dazed, watching as Yu and Yi Tai sped away. He approached the stack of boxes and picked one up, feeling its weight. Are today's children really this strong? They certainly seem well-nourished and developed compared to my generation. He mused. Unbeknownst to anyone, a radiant beam shot up into the sky from a hidden location, soaring towards the sun. Simultaneously, a live streaming session commenced, drawing numerous viewers online. Are we live again? I hope it's not just another tedious assembly of parts. Can't the host showcase something more thrilling? Viewers commented eagerly. Wait, what is happening? I think I just saw the sun. Oh my, how dazzling. Is the host flying towards the sun? That is the sun goddess mecha. It has appeared in flight. Truly astonishing. Is this a movie trailer? It seems a bit rushed. I haven't even seen the last one yet. Host, speak up. What content are you preparing to stream now? At this moment, Yu donned the sun goddess mecha, holding the portable solar generator as she soared into the distance, completely oblivious to the location of the older sister's home. Meanwhile, above the ocean, a large passenger aircraft glided smoothly along its flight path toward its destination. Within the aircraft, a familiar figure occupied a business-class seat, engaged in casual conversation with her assistant. She possessed an exquisitely refined visage and flowing hair that cascaded like a waterfall. Even among a sea of striking actresses, she stood out as a paragon of beauty, none other than the renowned star, Li Yumin. Li Yumin was en route to attend the International Film Awards Gala, having received an invitation. Her flight, YY-370, was scheduled to arrive at its destination in 8 hours. Meanwhile, throngs of fans had already begun to gather at the airport, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the illustrious star. On television, a host was reporting live. Hello. Are you the famous star Li Yumin? May I trouble you for an autograph? A fan approached, brimming with excitement. Li Yumin smiled graciously. Even as her conversation with her assistant was interrupted, striving to exude elegance and poise, winning the admiration of those around her. At the same time, this display bolstered the courage of nearby onlookers. Initially hesitant to approach the star, they now felt emboldened. Li Yumin was accompanied not only by her assistant but also by security personnel, making her seem somewhat unapproachable. Could you please sign my autograph too? If possible. Could we take a picture together? Li Yumin, you are my favorite. What fortune it was to encounter the esteemed Li Yumin aboard this flight. More and more people approached, and the scene transformed into an idle fan meeting. All right, no problem. But please, everyone, remain calm, and if possible, form a line. Li Yumin maintained her radiant smile. Responding to the throng, the crowd complied, for they were primarily first-class passengers, exhibiting a measure of decorum. However, a few individuals lacked such refinement. Suddenly, a young man burst forth, loudly questioning Li Yumin. Was the helicopter incident you experienced real, or just a publicity stunt? Instantly, Li Yumin's expression shifted, though she quickly masked her reaction. Her team and several onlookers were equally taken aback by the audacity of the inquiry. What is wrong with this person? How could he ask such a question? Indeed, that is quite rude. This individual appears to be a social media sensation. I seem to recall having encountered him before. He is particularly fond of posing provocative questions to garner attention. Indeed, it is highly likely that he is currently engaged in filming. The crowd began to converse, growing increasingly wary of the young man before them. Li, the star, do you have anything to conceal? Are your prior experiences too scandalous to divulge? As a public figure, you ought to respond to my inquiries. As an ordinary citizen, I possess the right to know. The internet celebrity, invigorated by the moment, continued, of course. If you truly wish to abstain from discussing it, then so be it. I shall not press you. However, I am quite intrigued by another matter. There is a rumor circulating online that your fate is quite ill-starred, a harbinger of misfortune, leading to an aircraft incident that nearly endangered others. By the way, when you fly now, do you not fear bringing us bad luck as well? Ha ha ha. Merely jesting. A tremendous roar erupted just as the social media star finished speaking. The crowd was momentarily stunned, uncertain of what had transpired. The internet celebrity was equally bewildered. In the following instant, the aircraft tilted to one side. Those who had been nearly human staggered to the side. Li Yuman nearly followed suit. But at the last moment, she managed to grasp the nearby seat, preventing her fall. Others, however, were not as fortunate. Outside the aircraft, flames and thick smoke billowed from one of the engines, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. Those who caught sight of this horrifying scene through the side window were rendered speechless with fear. Inside the plane, agonizing screams echoed, chilling to the bone. It was as if they were witnessing a catastrophic aviation disaster straight out of a cinematic thriller. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yu, who had been merrily humming a nursery rhyme in mid-flight, suddenly received a notification. A distressed passenger aircraft has been detected ahead. Pilots, please assess whether to initiate a rescue. Reminder, the target is aboard this aircraft. Oh dear. My elder sister is on that passenger plane, and it has met with misfortune? What shall I do? Yi was taken aback, utterly at a loss. A holographic screen materialized before her, displaying footage of the aircraft, its wing ablaze, slowly tilting and descending towards the ground. Simultaneously, viewers of the live broadcast were witnessing the same imagery. What is this? A plane crash site? No, it appears to be unfolding live. Could this be the subject of an upcoming film? A large passenger aircraft? It seems fitting since the first installment featured a helicopter incident. And now we have a plane crash. Quite reasonable, indeed. It certainly seems captivating. Captivating? What are you thinking? Do you really believe this is a movie trailer? Take a good look at the aircraft's registration number. It unmistakably belongs to the illustriously human. That's right, the very same number that was just broadcasted on the news. Look closely at this image. Is this not the same aircraft? An image of the passenger plane appeared in the live chat, revealing it to be intact. However, the aircraft currently being broadcasted was engulfed in flames on one side. Indeed. Unbelievable. Truly remarkable. Wait a moment, it's just a passenger plane. With today's special effects technology, they could easily simulate even a spaceship. What significance does a mere passenger plane hold? Moreover, do you not find it exceedingly coincidental? Last time it was Li Yuman, and now again? It does seem rather coincidental. All right, let us call the airline and ascertain the situation. Do you know the number? As the spectators continued to chatter, Yu made a decisive choice. Quickly, we must rescue my elder sister. In an instant. The solar goddess mech shifted its form, transitioning from standard flight mode to high-speed flight. The generator she had been holding was now secured in a compartment on her back. Her silhouette elongating and becoming sleek, the front tapering to a sharp point. The entire mech transformed into a swift arrow without warning. It burst forth as a streak of light, racing through the air. The surrounding scenery blurred into elongated trails of light. So fast. So fast. I can't discern anything nearby. It has all turned to light. This is exhilarating. I wish I could truly experience such velocity. Do not be foolish. That is impossible. This is merely a movie trailer. Hurry, call the airline. Do you not know the airline and Oppo's number? Surely you know the emergency services number? Call for help. At this moment, others had already alerted the authorities. Relevant personnel were watching the live stream with urgency. Quickly, notify local agencies. Simultaneously, deploy satellites to lock onto the area. Yes, it has been executed. Satellite imagery retrieval complete. The large screen on-site displayed the passenger aircraft in flight, one wing ablaze. This was satellite imagery, showing the aircraft slightly tilted, gradually veering off its original course. Concurrently, relevant air traffic control departments sprang into action. News media also mobilized, immediately broadcasting updates online. Breaking news. The passenger aircraft carrying superstar Li Yuman has encountered an accident. Her fate remains uncertain. Shocking. Superstar Li Yuman involved in an aviation disaster. The latest updates are rapidly disseminating. 298 lives hang in the balance, including that of superstar Li Yuman. In the blink of an eye, the internet erupted. Related keywords surged to the top of trending searches. Many celebrities, influencers, and others vying for attention quickly withdrew, realizing they could not possibly compete with this unfolding incident. The disaster involving superstar Li Yuman. A television set in the vicinity broadcasted the news, capturing the attention of many. Yi Luo, upon hearing the name, instinctively looked up, feeling a sense of familiarity. Bairui, noticing, immediately furrowed her brow. Turn it off. Yes. The television was promptly switched off. After all, they were engaged in a serious and earnest discussion. Bairui and Appo's piercing gaze fixated on Yiluo, resembling a hawk observing its prey. However, in an instant, half of Bairui and Appo's face flushed crimson, akin to a cooked shrimp. She averted her gaze, glaring at the nearby individuals, who hastily dispersed. Bairui turned her attention back to Yiluo, prepared to speak a certain phrase. Chapter 20. Unbelievable. At the entrance, a crowd had gathered unexpectedly. Just moments ago, it had been completely empty. Everyone was straining to hear, their eyes filled with curiosity as they focused on Bairui and Yiluo. Bairui began. But suddenly, she caught sight of the crowd and Appo's reflections on the television screen. You all, Bairui snapped, turning to glare at the people by the door. The crowd immediately felt embarrassed. Sorry. We'll leave right now. Haha. You all take your time. We want to interrupt. In an instant, they scattered. Bairui's gaze turned murderous, her face paling in anger. Yiluo, taken aback, felt a sudden urge to return home, quickly seeking the comforting presence of her beloved. Hoping to restore her shaken spirit. I want my parents to meet you. What? Yiluo jumped up, bumping her head against the overhead shelf. Are you all right? Bairui inquired with genuine concern, her surprise evident. The shelf was so high that even a normal person would struggle to reach it, given the ceiling's nearly 3-meter height. Anyway, that is not important. What matters is the meeting with the parents. Aunt Ma and Uncle Zhang mentioned you to my parents. Bairui complained while cautiously observing Yiluo's reaction, feeling nervous. Aunt Ma? Yiluo asked, puzzled. She recognized Uncle Zhang but was unsure about Aunt Ma. Aunt Ma is the one who introduced. Bairui hurriedly explained. Oh, the landlord. Yiluo finally made the connection. Recalling that she usually just referred to them as the landlord, knowing their last name was Ma, but not having thought deeply about it. So, what do you think would be a suitable day? Bairui and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson. Yiluo hesitated, unable to decide. Though the initial situation was a blind date, and meeting the parents seemed a natural progression, it felt somewhat distant to her, as she lacked a corresponding plan in her heart. If it were too burdensome, Bairui's half-flushed face turned pale. It's not burdensome. How could it be? It's just that I've never met anyone's parents. Yiluo fumbled for words. It's merely meeting my parents, not a formal introduction. No need to be overly anxious. Just be yourself. Oh, and dress a bit more formally. Bairui and Appo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As if she had instantly transitioned into the mindset of meeting parents, chattering incessantly. It felt as though she was unloading days' worth of conversation in one go. Bairui outlined every detail regarding the meeting, from attire and grooming to conversation etiquette and even gifts, leaving no stone unturned. One could hardly believe she was downplaying the significance of this encounter. Yiluo stood in a daze, despite her brain being enhanced by the system. She struggled to absorb all of Bairui and Appo's advice in one go. How about this? I'll handle everything for you, and we can rehearse. Bairui proposed earnestly. Wait. Our work. Yiluo began, searching for an excuse. There is no need to rush work. Right now, this is the most important matter. Bairui firmly asserted. Indeed. Meeting the parents is of utmost importance. Engineer ye. Leave the work to us. Absolutely. This minor work matter can wait. Don and Appo's let it interfere with this crucial meeting. They agreed, emphasizing that work could always be done later, but meeting the parents could shape one's life and future. Suddenly, the entrance filled with people again, with Uncle Zhang standing prominently among them, beaming with anticipation and encouragement. You all. Bairui turned, irate. Yet the crowd did not scatter this time. Instead, they remained, expressing their support for the impending meeting. Bairui, overwhelmed, was unsure how to react. Still a young girl at heart. Frustrated, she ran off. Yiluo sighed in relief but knew she had to seriously contemplate the situation. Meanwhile, a multitude of people were focused on a different matter. Quickly dispatch rescue aircraft. Notify all departments to take action. We must minimize the losses from this aviation disaster. Additionally, attempt to establish contact with the target and request their assistance. In the skies, the sun goddess mech swiftly maneuvered. The live stream was flooded with comments. Another new movie. Definitely worth anticipating. The news of the superstarly human encountering an aviation disaster has taken the internet by storm. It seems quite alarming. This time, it must be real, not just a movie trailer. All right, everyone calm down. This is undoubtedly a movie promotion. I'll stand by this claim. If it's not, I'll do anything upside down. Hello, streamer. If you see this, please respond. I'm a contact from the Special Incident Handling Office. I wish to establish communication with you. I've reached out via private message, but you haven't replied. Please. This is a matter concerning the lives of 300 people. A significant event regarding the lives of 300 people. Could it be related to the Superstarly Humans aviation disaster? This movie promotion has gone too far. It feels almost too real. The liaison from the special department was incensed by the live stream comments. Under normal circumstances, they would have dealt with those commenters swiftly. However, now they were at a loss. All technical means were ineffective in this live stream scenario. Inside the Sun Goddess mech, Yu watched the unfolding situation. A notification pinged. Yu noticed an additional message on the screen. Would you like to view this message? What message? Yu had learned many characters and was diligently studying. Though her father was now busy, her younger brother had ample time and seemed to teach with even greater efficiency. However, Yu still preferred her father's guidance. Message as follows. The message appeared, sent by the liaison from the special department. Alas, so many words. Several of them are unfamiliar. What do they mean? Why has the other party sent me this message? Yu furrowed her brow, her face filled with confusion. The other party is a liaison from a special department, hoping to establish contact with the driver for better communication and exchange. This won't do. My father has told me never to speak with strangers. I must heed my father and Appos' advice and avoid conversing with unknown individuals. Who knows if they are ill-intentioned? Yu shook her head resolutely, recalling her father's words. Indeed, Yu gazed ahead and was startled to see an airplane appearing on the horizon. Not merely on the small screen. I see it. I see it. We have reached our destination. In the sky, the passenger aircraft tilted to one side. The crew made every effort, yet found themselves powerless against the current situation. Quickly, consult the flight manual. Seek emergency protocols. Report to the captain that all possible emergency measures have been exhausted and proved ineffective. Contact air traffic control and inform them of our current condition. Communication has been established with air traffic control, who advised us to maintain the status quo as much as possible. The expressions of the captain and co-pilot were grim. At this moment, the airport and Appos' announcement echoed throughout the aircraft. Dear passengers, please remain calm. The plane has encountered a minor malfunction, which the crew is currently addressing. We request all passengers to remain seated with their seatbelts fastened and refrain from moving. Your cooperation is appreciated. Inside the cabin, the air was filled with the shouts of passengers. Fortunately, no one moved, as there was simply no room to do so. The airplane was tilted, making it as if everyone stood on a slide. Maintaining their balance was no easy feat. Who could think of moving? What a jest. I don't want to die. I am still so young. I merely wanted to return home. Why must I face such calamity? Help! Help! In first class, Lee Yuman struggled to secure herself in her seat, letting out a sigh of relief, though her expression remained dire. Others were similarly fastening themselves in. What a coincidence it was. The Starly Human had once again encountered an aviation disaster. Moreover, this incident bore striking similarities to her previous one. Last time, it was the engine that malfunctioned, wasn't it? This time, the engine has exploded. Does the Starly Human possess some extraordinary power to befall aircraft engines? If I survive this ordeal, I shall never again board the same flight as the Starly Human. A social media influencer exclaimed loudly, his gaze fixed upon the human, while another man held a phone, angling the camera towards her. The crowd around them wore complex expressions upon hearing his words. What are you saying? Is your insinuation that this plane's disaster is somehow related to our dear human? Lee Yuman's assistant was incensed. At that moment, Lee Yuman was equally furious, particularly at the label the Starly Human. They always referred to her this way, as if mocking her intentionally. No, it was not as if, it was indeed an insult. Let us speak reasonably. I am merely expressing my thoughts. Do I not have the right to free speech? The Starly Human is so remarkable, she even controls what people say. Truly, she is something. The influencer continued, his momentum growing. Even in this dire situation, he was undeterred. You still dare to speak? The assistant longed to rise and strike him, but with the plane tilting, she found it utterly impossible. Not just her, but even the nearby safety personnel could do nothing. Humanity is truly helpless in the face of disaster. What does it matter if a few words are spoken? Indeed, indeed. And the current situation is remarkably similar to the aviation disaster Miss Lee previously encountered. I heard that during her last disaster, a mech arrived to rescue her and everyone on board the helicopter. I wonder if this time, a mech will also save us. A mech? Such an unscientific notion. That is merely a movie promotion. If we wish to survive, we must rely on the crew's efforts and the assistance of air traffic control. How can we place our hopes on something so elusive? Many nodded in agreement, yet some couldn't help but begin to pray, hoping for divine protection. Starly Human, could you enlighten us about your previous encounter with the disaster? Was there really a mech, or was it just a promotional teaser for a movie? The influencer pressed, unwilling to relent. How can you be so thoughtless? What is the point of discussing this now? The assistant retorted angrily. What? The Starly Human cannot speak? What are you hiding? We all have a right to know what is happening. If you refuse to speak, I have reason to suspect that your presence is significantly linked to our current predicament. The influencer asserted. Linked? In what way? Am I responsible for this disaster? Have I lost my mind? I am on this plane too. Don't I want to live? The human finally erupted with anger. You do not speak. The assistant urgently cautioned her. Haha, Starly Human, you have finally admitted it. Haven to you? This disaster is your fault. The influencer shouted, his voice reverberating through first class. The crowd furrowed their brows in response. Who are you? In this situation, instead of focusing on survival, you choose to stir trouble? Lee Human frowned, deeply suspicious of the influencer's identity. Could he be a rival sent to undermine her? Yet, his tenacity was astonishing. In such a perilous situation, he was willing to risk his life to provoke her. How much had her rival paid him to act so recklessly? Lee Human was burning with curiosity. Perhaps he had been promised something that made him willing to risk his life. She was desperate to know. The influencer began, but then fell silent, gazing out the window with an expression of disbelief. Chapter 21. The traction beam, what is that? Unbelievable. Are we truly witnessing a scene from a movie trailer? Mechas. It is indeed a mech. The very one that appeared last time to rescue the human. It resembles the sun goddess herself. The passengers in first class gazed out the window, unable to contain their astonishment. They could hardly believe their eyes. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream also wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. Incredible! Is this a movie trailer? It seems far too realistic. Indeed, it is astonishingly real. Look at that person. Their expression is so genuine, it could only belong to someone who has truly experienced a disaster. And don't you think some of these people look quite familiar, especially that woman? Isn't that the renowned star, the human? Though it appears remarkably authentic. This is merely a testament to advancements in special effects and the actor skills, especially with the appearance of the superstar the human. This confirms it. It is a movie trailer. Absolutely, it is a movie trailer. By the way, this is genuinely a work of great integrity. Wait a moment. Are the news reports online also part of the movie trailer? Can't you all just pay attention to the news? Numerous official accounts from various departments have released announcements. One must admit, this movie trailer is truly impressive. The promotional techniques for films have become increasingly sophisticated. Well, let us see how you steadfastly maintain that this is a real event. Given our current technological capabilities, creating a mech of this caliber is utterly impossible. Not to mention, the functional parameters of the Sun Goddess mech are extraordinary. Do you realize how powerful the capabilities displayed by the Sun Goddess mech are? In this era, it is virtually omnipotent, based solely on the parameters visible before us. Indeed, as a scientist, I must solemnly inform you all that mechs are still a distant dream for our time. As the viewers in the live stream fervently commented, the Sun Goddess mech at the scene of the disaster radiated beams of light, which enveloped the aircraft, astonishingly providing additional buoyancy and gradually restoring its normal flight posture. Though it seemed like a modest feat, it was nothing short of remarkable. After all, at this stage, no scientific technology could achieve such a feat. Energy consumption. 1. Remaining energy, 87. Pilot, please be advised, the mech's energy will deplete within 10 minutes. Countdown initiated. A voice echoed in Yi Yu's ear. What does this mean? Informing the pilot that when the mech's energy is exhausted, it will automatically shut down. So, what will happen then? The mech will shut down and begin energy recovery. Oh, warning the pilot at that time, the energy-depleted mech will plummet to the ground. What? That won't do. It can't fall. We will die. Yi Yu exclaimed in sudden panic. Pilot, rest assured, the mech will not incur any damage, and you need not fear for your life. However, the aircraft currently under protection will crash. According to calculations, the passenger mortality rate is as high as 90. No, this cannot be. Xiao Tai, what should we do? I do not wish to crash, nor do I want the passengers to perish. Yi Yu anxiously inquired. Though she was young, She understood the meaning of death. Immediately find a place to land. All right, I will find a place to land. Yi Yu hurriedly replied. Landing site has been selected. Initiating descent. I am relying on you, Xiao Tai. Thank you. You truly are a wonderful sister, Yi Yu expressed. In an instant, the aircraft began to gently descend toward a distant expanse of forest. It was clear that a normal glide landing was impossible, but a vertical descent was feasible. Inside the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot wore expressions of sheer astonishment. The aircraft was entirely under the control of a mysterious force. Their inputs had little effect on the aircraft. Nevertheless, the aircraft's condition was remarkably stable. Are we being hijacked? The co-pilot blurted out. What are you thinking? We are being rescued. The captain retorted, exasperated. Indeed, the co-pilot's aspirations to become captain seemed premature. He had initially intended to recommend the co-pilot for a promotion after this flight. Perhaps not. Saved? Is our savior an alien? No, it is a mech. A mech? How could such a thing exist in this world? Just look outside the plane. In any case, we are safe, right? We are safe. I wonder where they will take us. Altitude is decreasing. We are landing. They are preparing to set us down. Great. Being on the ground is true safety. At that moment, the co-pilot suddenly felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he had hoped for a more grandiose adventure. Perhaps to be whisked away by aliens to their spacecraft. The captain, witnessing the co-pilot's expression, scowled and slapped the back of his head. What are you thinking? Get ready for landing. Contact air traffic control, maintain order, reassure the passengers, and await rescue. There is much to be done. Why aren't they directly taking us to the airport? Another slap from the captain. What nonsense. Why wouldn't they just drop you off at home? The captain was exceedingly irate. Meanwhile, in first class, everyone unbuckled their seatbelts and rushed to the windows, eagerly waving their hands. If the windows could open, they would have flung them wide open by now. The Sun Goddess Mech. It is truly the Sun Goddess Mech. They are employing technology that defies common understanding. Those beams of light seem to be traction beams, firmly securing our aircraft. It is astonishing. I never imagined the Sun Goddess Mech was real. And this previous occurrence was not merely a movie trailer or promotional gimmick, right? The crowd gasped, and some could not resist glancing at Li Yumin, eager to hear her explanation. Superstar Li Yumin, aren't you going to say a word about what is happening? It is quite a coincidence. You have been saved by them twice. It seems they have come specifically to rescue you. If you claim not to know anything about them, I doubt the audience will believe you. A voice rang out as a popular male influencer stepped forward. Given the critical nature of the situation, I believe the illustrious Li Yumin will surely share everything she knows to reassure everyone, right? The influencer said, casting his gaze toward the crowd. Indeed, Miss Li. If you possess any knowledge, please share it with everyone. Thank you, Miss Li. If I can safely navigate through this calamity, I shall express my profound gratitude to you. Miss Li, this is not the time for hoarding information for personal gain. I implore you to consider the greater good. Share what you know with all of us. Everyone will remember your kindness, and should the opportunity arise, I shall surely thank you. One must not be excessively selfish, Miss Li, as a public figure. You bear the responsibility of your status. There are children present. Should you not set a commendable example for them? The crowd continued to murmur incessantly, their words resembling stones, piling upon and suffocating Li Yumin under the weight of their accusations. The pressure on Li Yumin was immense. How could you utter such words? My dear Yumin knows nothing. Even if she did, how would that aid the present situation? What are you truly thinking? Is it merely to satisfy your insatiable curiosity? Such a trivial and futile curiosity. Li Yumin's assistant interjected. Who are you? This matter does not concern you. We wish to hear from Li Yumin. Yes, indeed. I have purchased your albums and watched your films. Is this the extent of your selfishness? In a critical moment, you seem more concerned with self-preservation than the lives of others. I deeply regret having once idolized someone like you. Exactly. Li Yumin, do you truly deserve to be a star? The crowd grew increasingly agitated. However, the assistant's fury eclipsed that of the others, boiling over with indignation. Do be quiet. Have you spent even 100 yuan on albums and films combined? How much do you spend treating your girlfriend or wife to a meal? You cannot even manage your own relationships, yet you presume to meddle in my Yumin's affairs. And that money, is it all that my Yumin has earned? She is fortunate to receive even 10% of it. 10 yuan is hardly enough for a cup of milk tea. And that has become your justification? What audacity you possess! The assistant shouted, prepared to confront the assembled crowd single-handedly. This does not concern you. Indeed, we are speaking with Li Yumin, not you. Silence yourself. The crowd retorted in anger. You eat from the Lord's bounty. Do you not understand that the disgrace of the master could lead to the death of the servant? I rely on Yumin for my sustenance. In ancient times, I would be akin to her loyal vassal. The assistant exclaimed. But you are merely a servant. Someone muttered. Even a servant understands the need to repay their master. Yumin is my provider, and I shall certainly repay her. How can you claim this does not concern you? It appears you possess no sense of etiquette or morality. You likely show no filial piety to your parents, no respect to your superiors, and no fidelity to your spouse. The assistant spoke eloquently, causing Li Yumin to gaze at them with shining eyes. She had previously been unaware of the assistant's oratorical prowess. Li Yumin resolved that once they had safely traversed this ordeal, she would promptly raise the assistant and Apos' salary. At that moment, many were recording the scene. However, Li Yumin and Apos' team was also capturing footage from multiple angles, ensuring that no one could manipulate the video or take it out of context. The expression of the online celebrity turned sour. He had not anticipated the situation to devolve to this extent. He prepared to act, but just then, an announcement sounded from within the airplane. All passengers listened intently as the announcement declared that the aircraft was about to land. Passengers were instructed to fasten their seatbelts immediately and prepare for an emergency landing. Following this, the announcement detailed how passengers should ready themselves for the impending descent. Flight attendants appeared to demonstrate the necessary preparations, and passengers promptly followed suit, securing themselves in their seats as they awaited the impact of the emergency landing. The captain and co-pilot watched the scene with palpable tension, as the aircraft was nearly in a vertical descent, a situation they had never encountered before, leaving them uncertain of how to respond. Fortunately, they were not required to act. The solar goddess mech overhead had already completed all necessary tasks. A beam of light guided the aircraft gently downwards. Yi listened to the countdown in her ear, feeling a surge of anxiety. 59 seconds. In the next instant, a tremendous sound reverberated as the plane landed on the only available patch of ground. This site was the sole safe area nearby, specifically chosen by the solar goddess mech. Any other location would have posed a certain danger. This place was ideal. Phew. Yu exhaled in relief, though she had done nothing but speak. All operations were autonomously managed by the solar goddess mech. Looking down at the scene below, she felt an immense sense of accomplishment, more so than completing any homework assignment. I am a superhero. Yu waved her arms, recalling the superhero film she had once watched, unable to suppress her cheer. Energy levels are beginning to rise. 1. Yu and Apos' joy intensified, and she could not help but dance with glee. At that moment, the passengers inside the aircraft also caught sight of the solar goddess mech dancing in midair, resembling a child celebrating a recent good deed. Was the pilot of the solar goddess mech truly a child? It seemed likely. Their stature certainly suggested it. Furthermore, based on their current reactions, they were likely a child. When would the rescue personnel arrive on the scene? Thanks to the mech, the aircraft and Apos' location had been determined swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Indeed, the personnel from the relevant departments gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. However, those watching the live stream were even more astonished. As they observed, an increasing number of viewers sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, it was exceedingly amiss. Chapter 22. Taking action. Is this for real? Yes, indeed. It and Apos' not merely a movie trailer, and certainly not a promotional gimmick. No, this is a movie trailer. It is a promotional endeavor. Absolutely, that is the case. Do not doubt, do not question. It is exactly that. Otherwise, how could we explain this? Indeed, if this is true, then mechas must genuinely exist. This implies that extraterrestrial beings are real. Could it not be that our technology has made significant advancements in certain areas? Do you believe that? The viewers in the live stream continuously left comments. Some engaged in heated debates, but the discussion soon reached an impasse, as the implications were too unsettling to contemplate. Host, please speak up. Enlighten us about what is happening. Yes, host, if you are alive, say something. Do not torment us any longer. Host, if you continue like this, I shall cease watching your stream. I too. The viewers cried out, contemplating abandoning the live broadcast. Yet, paradoxically, the situation only saw an increase in viewers, as the number online surged rapidly beyond 1 million, and it continued to grow. Audiences not only from within the country, but also from abroad logged on swiftly, communicating effortlessly. As the system translated all messages into comprehensible languages, Yi was oblivious to all of this. Her gaze shifted and quickly located Li Yumin, who was currently in the cabin, queuing to slide down the ramp from the hatch. Sister, Yu waved at her affectionately, and in an instant, she appeared right in front of Li Yumin. Li Yumin was startled by Yi Yu's sudden appearance, feeling as if a flash of gold had momentarily dazzled her eyes. As the solar goddess mech materialized before her, though the mech was not particularly large, about the size of a 5-year-old child, the pressure it exerted on her was immense. Simultaneously, the nearby onlookers turned their attention towards her, amplifying her anxiety. "Sister, you seem unwell." Yi Yu observed Li Yumin, noting her pale complexion, which appeared dire. "And no, I'm fine." Li Yumin forced a smile onto her face, striving to present her best self before the solar goddess mech, hoping to leave a good impression. Indeed, Li Yumin recognized the mech pilot. She had just concealed this fact, reluctant to reveal it. How outrageous. This Li Yumin, relying on her status as a star, disregarded the rest of us. Many in the crowd murmured, casting unfriendly glances at Li Yumin. Yet, when she turned to them, their expressions were notably amiable. "Greetings, mech pilot. I am Miss Li's good friend. Might I have the honor to make your acquaintance? I could be of assistance to you in many ways." A social media influencer suddenly intruded, placing himself directly in front of Li Yumin with exuberance. Li Yumin stumbled slightly at the unexpected intrusion. "Oh dear, how could you bump into my sister? You are a bad person. I refuse to befriend a villain." Yi Yu glared at the scene, her temper flaring, nearly raising her small fist in protest. However, her upbringing held her back, as her father had taught her well. "Quickly, help this person to rest." Yes, move swiftly. Get him away from here." The crowd sprang into action, restraining the influencer before he could react, and swiftly escorting him away, eager to avoid incurring Yi Yu and Appo's displeasure. "Greetings, esteemed mech pilot. I am the captain of this aircraft, and I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your heroism in saving us. I hope you will accept our commendation. If possible, we would be honored to have you attend the grand award banquet we have prepared for you. Please, do join us," the captain proclaimed. Initially, the crew members wore smiles, but as the captain continued, their expressions shifted to astonishment and shock. What banquet? They were unaware of such an event. With communication lines severed, could it be that the captain possessed some unique capability to contact the airline? Or was it entirely fabricated? However, under normal circumstances, what the captain said might indeed come to fruition. Especially if the mech pilot agreed to attend, the banquet would undoubtedly take place. This was indisputable. Suddenly, the crew members found themselves admiring the captain. Many attendees now began inviting Yi Yu. "I am the owner of a certain conglomerate, and I sincerely thank you for your rescue. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Please, do attend the banquet I am hosting in your honor." "Hello. I am the owner of a particular company. Such generosity cannot go unacknowledged, and I wish to express my gratitude through action. If possible, please grace us with your presence at the banquet I have prepared. I am the district manager of a certain trading company. Regarding today's events, I implore you to allow me the opportunity to express my gratitude properly. Please, do attend the banquet." Numerous executives and business magnates extended invitations to Yi Yu. In that moment, she found herself at a loss, overwhelmed by the attention she had never experienced before. However, the adulation felt exhilarating. She could not help but feel a sense of euphoria, far surpassing the time she had hidden by the door, peeking through the crack as her father conversed with her sister. This was an extraordinary experience. Surely, seeking out her sister was an astute decision. Yi Yu wholeheartedly believed this. That won't be necessary. She is still a child, and without a guardian present, she cannot attend the banquets you all mention. Li Yumin interjected, risking offense to the crowd to help Yi Yu decline their invitations. The expressions of the crowd instantly soured at Li Yumin's words. Yi Yu felt a weight lift from her heart, suddenly recalling her father's teachings. She realized she had nearly made a grave mistake. She looked at her sister with eyes full of gratitude, convinced that Li Yumin was a good person. "Oh no, someone has fainted. Quick, someone come here." A young girl's voice rang out from within the cabin, capturing everyone's attention and momentarily diverting their unfriendly gazes from Li Yumin. Doctor, is there a doctor? Hurry, save him. I am a doctor." A middle-aged man swiftly approached. On the ground lay an elderly gentleman, having lost consciousness, while a flight attendant was fervently attempting to administer first aid. However, it appeared to be of little effect. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the flight attendant's face lit up with hope as she relinquished her position to him. "Is there a medical kit on the plane? Hurry," the man implored. Yes. The attendant replied, hastily retrieving the kit. "Oh no, the elderly man and Appo's heart is failing. We must use a defibrillator," the man exclaimed. "Is there a defibrillator on board?" he inquired. Yes, yes, there is. The flight attendant hurriedly confirmed. She placed the medical kit on the ground and rushed to fetch the defibrillator. Although many airlines do not equip their planes with such devices, the airline in question ensured that all its aircraft were provided with one. Good, good. The middle-aged man nodded. And the surrounding crowd began to feel some relief. The flight attendant quickly returned with the defibrillator, opened it, and prepared for use. However, upon merely glancing at it, the man's expression shifted dramatically. Why is there no power? The portable defibrillator, equipped with a battery, displayed a red light indicating low charge. This. The flight attendant stammered, unsure of how to explain the dire situation. Could we not use an external power source? This device can connect to one. Yes, yes. Hurry and use the external power source. We can use the plane's outlet. The crowd urged, some even beginning to search for the power socket. They quickly located it. The middle-aged man rushed to plug in the power cable. No power? The expressions of those present turned grim. The plane has encountered a problem. The power lines must have been compromised, the flight attendant explained. What has happened? The captain arrived just in time, furrowing his brow. Report to the captain. The flight attendant rushed forward, as if she had seen a family member, nearly in tears as she relayed the situation. As for the power, how long will it take the technicians to repair the power lines? Captain, you can't oppose. Be serious. For such a large aircraft, even diagnosing the faults could take a day, let alone fixing them. And we lack the materials for repairs. In comparison, rescue might arrive sooner. The technicians looked despondent. What if we simply provided power by finding a usable source and connecting a line? Yes, yes, the aircraft and Oppo's wiring is damaged, but the battery should be fine, right? If all else fails, we can find the battery and connect a few together. Someone suggested. Could a power bank work? The crowd brainstormed. The technicians were left speechless. While everyone had good intentions, the task at hand was exceedingly complicated. No matter the approach, it would take hours to resolve, and even then, success was uncertain. By that time, it might be too late for the elderly man. Power? This was originally a gift from my big sister, but you can use it for now. Just remember to return it. Yu suddenly appeared, startling many who had not noticed her entering the cabin. Mecha. It's a mecha, the solar goddess Mecha. Indeed, indeed. It's a mecha. But how did this mecha enter the cabin? While that was not the most pressing concern, the crucial detail was that the mecha held a generator. Oh, is it a solar-powered generator? The crowd finally noticed the generator in Yu and Oppo's hands. A delicious brand portable solar generator rated at 1 kilowatt. But realistically capable of producing at least 10 kilowatts. The middle-aged man was astonished, gazing at the generator and then at the mecha, feeling as though he could not distinguish between science fiction and reality. Hurry, let us use it. We have a chance to save someone. Someone shouted, quickly taking the generator and opening it. The individual appeared quite adept, as if accustomed to handling similar equipment. Indeed, he was a frequent self-driving traveler known in the community for his expertise with various generators, as power is crucial for such adventures. Delicious brand? I've never heard of it, the man murmured, examining the generator, initially thinking it to be a product of advanced technology. He realized its design was merely modular. Online, it could be purchased for just over 2,000 yuan. This solar panel seems a bit small, but it should suffice. He reached out to take the power cable from the middle-aged man. We have power. We have power. Someone exclaimed, watching the power indicator light up, their spirits lifting. So quick? With a crackle, the middle-aged man began to revive the elderly gentleman. The power seems ample. Someone gasped. Moments later, the elderly man regained consciousness, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the crowd. His family rushed forward to express their gratitude. At this moment, many in the crowd shifted their attention to the generator, intrigued by its capabilities. Li Yuman also expressed interest. Excuse me, my phone is dead. Could I use this generator to charge it? Me too. My phone is also out of battery. Could you? They all pressed forward, eager to charge their devices. Meanwhile, the technicians observed the generator, formulating a bolder idea. Captain, could we use this generator to temporarily power some of the aircraft systems? This way, we could restore some functionality, allowing us to send a distress signal for better rescue coordination. Very well. The captain promptly agreed and began discussing the matter with Yu. However, Yu had no intention of wasting her thoughts on this. This is a gift for my big sister. The captain quickly understood and sought out Li Yuman, who readily agreed. As they conversed, however, those nearby, eyeing Yu with envy, plotted to disrupt their conversation. What were they planning? Chapter 23, quite dismal, dear miss. Might I beseech you for a modicum of assistance? At this juncture, you are our only hope. Indeed, Indeed, kind miss. We are utterly at our wits' end and can only implore you for aid. A throng gathered, their eyes fixed on Yu with palpable anticipation. In that moment, voices turned towards Li Yumin. Miss Li, surely you share our sentiments? You must also wish to aid us by persuading this benevolent miss to lend us her support, correct? The situation is dire. A person of your kind heart would not merely seek self-preservation, especially given your favorable rapport with her. Though Yu concealed her true nature. Her youthful voice betrayed her as a girl likely no older than 10. Such young maidens are often fond of flattery and praise, desiring to be held in high regard. The individuals present were astute and perceptive. Assistance? But you all seem to be in good health. What assistance do you require? Yu tilted her head inquisitively. The aircraft had safely landed without injury, and although an elderly gentleman's condition had been precarious, that was a matter of his own health, now seemingly resolved. He was presently under a doctor's care, resting in a tent set up beneath the aircraft. Yi was at a loss as to what further help these people sought. Moreover, she felt an increasing longing to return home, to be by her father's side. Caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, she found herself yearning for both escape and return. Dear miss, please do not dismiss our plight. While your timely intervention has preserved our lives, the current circumstances are indeed perilous. The sun is setting, and we face the prospect of spending the night here, a most dangerous endeavor in this wilderness. We are in dire need of your assistance. Food, tents, water, and various supplies. There is much we lack. Furthermore, there are numerous hidden dangers. Without your kindness, we could never navigate this crisis. Kind miss, please see this through to the end. It is what Miss Li desires as well. As the crowd continued their entreaties, they drew Li Yumin into the conversation. Her expression darkened as she grasped their intentions. Their portrayal of hardship was but a ploy to retain Yu and Apos as presence and exploit her for their own benefit. Li Yumin felt compelled to caution Yu. Yet the glaring warning in the eyes of those around her stifled her courage. To speak up would be to offend the very crowd she sought to navigate. Her assistant, seated nearby, tugged at her sleeve urgently. Miss Li, please say something. You must speak. Yes, Miss Li, your words hold weight with this kind miss. Speak as if for the sake of us all. The crowd's gaze bore down on Li Yumin, amplifying the pressure. Her expression was grim. The assistant's tugging grew more frantic. The situation demanded a response. Very well, I understand. Since everyone has spoken, I too shall voice my thoughts. Li Yumin declared. Splendid. Miss Li, how delightful that you are willing to assist us. For a moment, I feared you might wish to remain aloof, given your close ties to our kind Mississippi. After all, seeking her aid for trivial matters would be understandable, yet our needs are far more pressing. Indeed, I was quite worried. Thankfully, you are indeed a kind-hearted soul. Miss Li, your tone suggests reluctance. You need not feel compelled. Your assistance is a gift, not a duty. Should you choose not to help, we would bear no ill will, for aiding us is a matter of choice, not obligation. Would you not agree? Kind miss, do you concur? The crowd smiled. Their words cloaked in feigned concern for both Li Yumin and Yu. Well, I fully grasp your intentions. Li Yumin responded. Turning to Yu, she continued. If it pleases you, I implore you to extend your help to us. As for how you may assist, we trust your judgment. We shall not impose undue demands upon you. Li Yumin surveyed the crowd. Is that not so? Surely, we do not have excessive expectations. The crowd faltered momentarily, caught off guard. Yet, they were not easily deterred. Among them were seasoned individuals with far more life experience than Li Yumin. However, Yu denied them an opportunity to respond. Very well, let it be so. Yu resolved, suddenly lifting into the air. A cascade of radiant light enveloped the assembled crowd, leaving them in astonishment, unsure of her intentions. Li Yumin too was perplexed by Yu and Apos' actions. I had devised a plan. I shall transport you to a nearby city. That shall resolve our troubles. Yu declared gleefully. What? You can't send us to a nearby city. Please, no. Indeed, do not send us away. We shall await rescue right here. The crowd's voices rose in urgency. But Yu remained unperturbed, turning towards the cabin door and soaring into the sky, a beam of light guiding them aloft towards a distant city. Wait, what now? What do we do? The captain exclaimed, rushing forward in shock. What do we do? They have been saved by being taken to a nearby city, Li Yumin asserted. She was not among those whisked away. There was no nearby city, only vast stretches of uninhabited land, dotted with primitive tribes, some of which were known to be cannibalistic. Moreover, we have successfully utilized that generator to restore our communication devices. We have now established contact with the Air Traffic Control Department, and are merely awaiting their arrival for rescue. All we need to do is wait here patiently for a few hours, and the rescuers will arrive, the captain declared. That is indeed a cause for celebration, Li Yumin immediately replied. The remaining personnel on site nodded in agreement. This is truly excellent news. Is it possible to contact the mech pilot and request them to return promptly? Otherwise, we will have to search for those individuals, which would complicate matters and pose additional dangers. The captain inquired of Li Yumin. How can I contact them? Do you believe that if I shout, they would hear me? Li Yumin responded. However, they came to your aid just in time. The captain expressed skepticism regarding Li Yumin and Appos as means of communication with the mech. Otherwise, how could the mech have coincidentally arrived to rescue Li Yumin? Furthermore, the captain also suspected that the malfunction of the passenger aircraft had some connection to Li Yumin. It is quite peculiar that a perfectly functioning aircraft encountered issues while Li Yumin was aboard. How can one explain this? A reasonable person would certainly harbor doubts. Was it merely me they saved? They saved everyone aboard this aircraft, Li Yumin asserted. Very well, Miss Li, you do not intend to make contact, do you? If anything happens to those individuals, though I am reluctant to say it, the responsibility will rest upon you. You are the one who has brought about this outcome, the captain stated. I have no means of contact, Li Yumin replied. Very well, Miss Li, I have said all I can. Please reflect on this matter. I hope to hear good news from you shortly, the captain said, waving his hand as he headed toward the cockpit. Numerous crew members busied themselves in the cockpit, some repairing equipment, others making communications, all quite occupied. Of course, there were also flight attendants tending to the passengers aboard the aircraft, making for an even busier scene. This. You. The assistant glanced at Li Yumin, though he did not finish his sentence. The meaning in his gaze was unmistakable. Hoping that Li Yumin would cooperate with the captain, Li Yumin felt utterly speechless. Could it be that you also believe I possess the ability to contact the mech? Li Yumin and Appos' face was one of incredulity. Is that not the case? The assistant too found the situation quite coincidental. Li Yumin encountered trouble, and the mech arrived for the rescue. At this moment, Li Yumin wished to remain silent. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Yu spotted a town below and felt a surge of joy. Subsequently, he released the people he had been guiding into this town. Where is this place? Wait, you cannot just leave us here. No, please. I will pay you. Just take me back. The crowd gazed at the scene before them, their expressions grim. The sight of the exceedingly backward town, alongside the formidable men rapidly approaching them with fierce expressions and curved knives at their waists, was alarming. They scrutinized the crowd, uttering words that were incomprehensible to them. Yet, it was clear that they gazed upon the crowd with covetous eyes. They occasionally cast glances at the clothing, shoes, watches, and all the accessories adorning the crowd. Were it not for Yu still hovering in midair, those men would undoubtedly have made a move to seize the individuals before them. This is a simple matter. You need not thank me. I merely did what any good child ought to do. Farewell. Yu waved goodbye to the crowd. Do not leave. Stop, stop. Woe is me. How can you depart? How can you leave? I will pay you. Take me back, please. The crowd shouted, but it was futile. Yu had already flown away. They then turned, facing the fierce men who were eyeing them hungrily. The men spoke in a language utterly foreign to the crowd. However, one could roughly infer their intentions. That man's clothes are mine. No one can take them from me. The watch, I want that. The shoes, they are mine. This is a gift from the heavens. We must make good use of it. This young man, I will take him home to work for me. The expressions on the crowd's faces were grim. Run, someone shouted, sprinting towards an unoccupied direction. Run? How can I run? I am well past my prime. The middle-aged man in a suit wore a distressed expression, his voice tinged with desperation. Yet, no one paid him any mind. Everyone fled. He was left standing alone. Then he too began to run. However, in an instant, he was pinned to the ground. Moreover, the others who had been fleeing were also quickly subdued. The disparity in speed was insurmountable. One of the formidable men, eyeing a target, first limbered up before effortlessly catching up. He ran alongside the fleeing individual until the latter could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. Only then did he stop, tossing a rope and signaling for the individual to bind themselves, before leisurely leading them back. The one who bound himself was none other than the previously infamous online celebrity. He wore a distressed expression as he gazed skyward, vowing that if he were to return, he would not spare the mech pilot. He would ensure the mech pilot was exposed to the world, facing disgrace and suffering. The formidable man yanked at the online celebrity, irritated by his slow pace. Even if he was not in a hurry, he could not afford to be this sluggish. After all, The journey ahead was long. It would take several hours to reach his home, and he wished to arrive before dinner to boast to his family about the servant he had captured. Surely, they would be delighted. Yi Yu was currently soaring in joy, eager to return and receive praise from his elder sister. Little did he know, Li Yumin was facing a dire situation. Chapter 24. The Arrival of Rescue Li Yumin. Do you believe yourself to be a grand star, and that we cannot do anything about it? Speak quickly. Tell us, where have you taken our family? What offense have they committed against you to warrant such treatment? Li Yumin, your actions are utterly excessive. What kind of star are you? What example do you set for ordinary people? If I were to have a son, I would never allow him to idolize someone as morally bankrupt as you. Return my family at once, or I shall not hold back. Li, the illustrious star. Our family's broadcaster may have been slightly disrespectful in words, yet that does not justify your actions. Speak up. Where have you taken our broadcaster? You must contact that mech immediately and have it return our broadcaster right now. Did you hear me? And what about our boss? Our president? Li Yumin. Your current predicament has incurred the wrath of many. Do you comprehend? With merely half of our strength, your starlight shall dim significantly. Your brilliance shall fade. After this, do not even dream of being a star. You may struggle to find even a cleaning job. The crowd surrounded Li Yumin, their anger palpable. Beside her stood only an assistant, desperately trying to shield her. The remaining team members and bodyguards kept their distance, seemingly reluctant to associate with Li Yumin, fearing her actions might implicate them. Miss Li, you should contact that mech promptly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. The captain reappeared, standing nearby, his tone earnest. Please do not say that, Captain. Our Yumin truly lacks means of communication. If she had any, she would have reached out by now. The assistant pleaded with the captain. Then, I am at a loss. The captain swiftly stepped aside. The flight attendants, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of sympathy for Li Yumin but lacked the courage to intervene. The other crew members felt similarly. Li Yumin, see? Even the captain does not stand by your side. This clearly illustrates your grave misjudgment. Stop wasting words with her. She is merely a stubborn duck. I can make her talk. Bring her over. Let us thoroughly interrogate this great star and uncover the secrets she has hidden from us. She must divulge everything she knows. Several young men with fierce expressions advanced towards Li Yumin. Wait, you cannot do this. This is illegal, the assistant shouted, only to be roughly pushed aside by one of the young men. Li Yumin is the one breaking the law. The young man yelled, but suddenly his expression softened, and he extended a hand to help the assistant up. It's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Others echoed, their expressions changing. Indeed, it's all a misunderstanding. Above, a gleaming mech, radiant like the sun, descended swiftly, landing before Li Yumin. Yi was overjoyed. Seeing her big sister filled her with delight. However, upon noticing the gathered crowd, her joy dissipated. So many people had assembled again. She would have to make another trip. How frustrating. Why couldn't they have approached all at once? It would have allowed her to take them in one go. The weight of the crowd was negligible compared to that of the aircraft. Is there anyone else? Is that all? I do not wish to make another trip, Yi Yu declared, surveying the crowd. Their expressions turned grim, with some astute individuals deducing her intentions. Wait, someone began, but before they could finish, Yi Yu had already taken action. A beam of light enveloped the crowd. Do not thank me. Aiding others is merely my duty, she proclaimed. Big sister, I'll be back. With a whoosh, she took flight in another direction, unwilling to revisit the previous city. After all, only by traversing new paths can one encounter new wonders. Well, Li Yumin reflected, her emotions tangled. Meanwhile, those in the distance no longer dared approach her. Their gazes were filled with trepidation, as if looking upon a fearsome beast. They feared being consumed by Li Yumin. Ayu, this situation. The assistant gazed towards the direction in which Yu had flown, her expression complex. What on earth was happening? Never mind, let us wait quietly. Li Yumin sighed in resignation. All right. The assistant nodded, producing a bottle of water. Ayu, have a sip. The bottle was nearly empty. The assistant's hand hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's fine, Li Yumin assured her. At that moment, a flight attendant hurried over, clutching a package. Glancing around as if worried about being seen, she finally reached Li Yumin, quickly placing the package down before darting away. Li Yumin watched this unfold, puzzled. This is for us. Their essay note. The assistant exclaimed with delight, opening the package to reveal food, drinks, and some daily necessities. These will certainly come in handy. If we're to stay here for a prolonged period, they aim to appease us and improve relations, the assistant surmised. At this time, Several people began to glance in their direction. Soon, young girls and children approached, hastily delivering items and placing them before Li Yumin before swiftly retreating, clearly hesitant to linger. Yet, their demeanor was notably kind. Most items came with a note. Gradually, the assistant felt it resembled offerings, as if Li Yumin had become a deity in their eyes. They merely wished to avoid being taken away. Li Yumin discerned this. Even as a deity, she was merely a mech, not the ultimate being. At best, she was a mere priestess. Above, Yu soared joyfully, completely disregarding the pleas of those within the beam of light. Flying swiftly, she soon spotted a town below and descended, releasing the gathered individuals before ignoring them. Such a scene left the live stream audience utterly bewildered. What on earth is the broadcaster doing? Why has she brought them here? What place is this? Indeed, rather than bringing them here, it would have been better to leave them where they were and await rescue. As expected, the broadcaster behaves like a child, acting on whims. Do not speak so, for in some respects, they have indeed received aid ahead of time. All right, it is merely a movie trailer. Nothing to be overly concerned about. Yu set the person down and immediately soared into the air, vanishing with a swift whoosh. Only the bewildered faces of those standing on foreign soil remained. Where were they? What were they to do next? They ought to find a place to make a phone call and contact. Just as someone was about to voice this thought, they noticed the alarming situation around them. They had been completely encircled by a group of hostile onlookers. Next came the scene reminiscent of locusts sweeping through. Nothing was left behind. Oh dear, how could it be this late? What to do? I must hurry home. Otherwise, father will surely be upset. What should I do? I should bid farewell to the big sister and rush home. Suddenly, Yu glanced at the time, feeling a surge of urgency. If she did not present herself before her father soon, he would undoubtedly be angry. Yu was quite terrified of her father's wrath. Yes, the driver. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a brilliant light. By the time she regained her bearings, Yu found herself hovering above a commercial aircraft. Her appearance immediately drew attention. However, the crowd below instinctively recoiled from her, hesitant to approach. Ah, you've returned. Her assistant exclaimed excitedly, hastily alerting Li Yumin. Li Yumin was equally thrilled, though her excitement differed noticeably from that of her assistant. Big sister, I've delivered everyone to the city. Yu descended and stood before Li Yumin, eagerly awaiting praise from her elder. Well done, but to which city have you taken them? Does it have a name? Li Yumin inquired. Oh, it's just the city. All right, big sister, I must be going now. I'll visit again next time, Yu declared, preparing to depart. Wait, could you leave me a contact? Oh, and here is a gift for you, Li Yumin hurriedly said, holding out a delicate hairpin for Yu. Yet, Yu was far too swift. Before Li Yumin could finish her sentence, she vanished without a trace. Had the big sister just been speaking to me? What was that about contact? Yu pondered. Would you like me to replay the footage? Well, Xiaotai is so impressive. There is even a recording? No, it's unnecessary. I've already left. I'll address any matters next time. Yu's thoughts were solely focused on returning home quickly. Shortly after Yu departed the scene, a rescue helicopter raced towards the accident site. The crowd, upon seeing the helicopter, erupted in excitement. Wonderful! We are saved. Indeed, we are saved. Finally, it has arrived. Li Yumin stood alongside the crowd, yet their gazes towards her had noticeably shifted, no longer filled with the initial favor. As the rescue personnel descended from the helicopter, many rushed forward to voice their grievances. It was that Li Yumin. She has gone too far. Relying on her familiarity with the mech pilot, she threatened us, refusing to provide us with supplies, food, or water, and cast us into the primitive forest. She has conspired with the mech to throw many people into the wild. Woe is me, among those people is my family. Li Yumin must be severely punished. I suspect she is an alien undercover agent among us humans. The crowd encircled the rescuers, clamoring to express their discontent. The rescue personnel were momentarily perplexed, failing to comprehend the situation or the nonsensical claims being made. Everyone, please remain calm. We will commence rescue operations immediately. We will prioritize the injured, children, pregnant women, and the elderly for transport to hospitals for treatment and checkups. The rest, please wait. The rescuers disregarded the crowd's complaints, focusing on their mission. They were merely rescuers, yet it seemed the people before them regarded them as judges. What do you mean? Why aren't you rescuing me first? Yes. You should prioritize my rescue. As an adult, I hold greater value. I can generate substantial worth. Those you mentioned cannot contribute value. Rather, they consume societal resources. I will pay you. Rescue me first. I do not wish to linger here a moment longer. Who knows if that mech will return? What if it tosses me into the primitive forest? The crowd abruptly shifted focus from Li Yumin to their own interests. The rescue personnel frowned, having encountered such scenarios frequently. However, this instance was particularly severe. It appeared the individuals had developed a collective delusion, persistently imagining sightings of the mech. The rescuers felt helpless and could only gradually work to soothe the crowd and Apos' spirits, allowing them to calm down before proceeding with further rescue efforts. They awaited the arrival of additional personnel to assist. As the number of rescuers increased, the mental and emotional states of the crowd began to improve significantly. Above, the hum of helicopters filled the air, with many aircraft swiftly approaching. The greater the number of helicopters, the more stable the crowd and Apos' psychological and emotional states became. Yet, they soon resumed their fixation on the human. A team of personnel subsequently arrived to escort Li Yumin and her assistant away, effectively quelling certain individuals' ambitions. The situation on site finally began to shift towards a more favorable direction. However, only Li Yumin and her assistant were taken away, leaving the remainder of her team at the scene. Their expressions were grim, hinting at some resentment towards Li Yumin. Meanwhile, the interrogation of Li Yumin commenced. Chapter 25. A surgeon orders name? Li Yumin. Is that your real name? Indeed, it is my true name. Gender? Female. Li Yumin contemplated for a moment, deciding to cooperate fully. After all, it was unnecessary to create conflict over trivial matters. Very well. Now please recount everything about your situation. The woman before her wore a grave expression, as if cloaked in a mask, striving to cultivate an atmosphere of tension to exert pressure on the human. In such circumstances, it was easier to extract the desired information. This was her instructor, the one guiding her. Li Yumin felt somewhat perplexed. We are already aware. The woman spoke with a profound tone, as if she had acquired all pertinent information. With a click, the door swung open. Several men entered, the leading man displaying signs of anger. Upon seeing the woman's irritation, his demeanor instantly transformed into a broad smile upon noticing Li Yumin. Apologies. I regret that Miss Li has endured such an unpleasant experience. It was indeed a misunderstanding on our part. Please, this way, Miss Li. The man gestured towards Li Yumin, then turned sharply to the woman, reprimanding her. What in the world are you doing? Who authorized this? Truly, you are just stirring up trouble. Captain, wasn't this your directive? The woman was taken aback. Silence. The man commanded. The woman fell silent, visibly aggrieved. Li Yumin observed the unfolding scene with an impassive expression, as if she had witnessed nothing amiss. I sincerely apologize, Miss Li. Please follow me. The captain was exceedingly courteous. Very well. Li Yumin nodded and followed the captain outside. As she stepped through the doorway, her spirits soared, as if she had been granted a new lease on life. Internally, Li Yumin felt such liberation, though her exterior remained composed. This was her craft, the performance of an Oscar-worthy actress. As she traversed the corridor, passers-by could not help but steal glances at Li Yumin, only to quickly avert their gazes. Once they had distanced themselves, they began to murmur quietly among themselves. The atmosphere was notably tranquil, and with Li Yumin's keen sense of hearing, she caught snippets of their conversation. Isn't that the illustrious star, Li Yumin? Indeed. It's the second time now. I wonder if it's divine favor or merely misfortune. What divine favor? It's extraterrestrial intervention. Isn't it a fact that our current technology cannot produce mechs? Yet there exists unknown technology. How much do we truly understand? Perhaps it could indeed yield mechs. It's merely our ignorance. How foolish. Enough. What do they expect to glean from Li Yumin? I hope they can extract some useful information, unlike the previous encounter. Yes, let us hope so. The onlookers voiced their hopes earnestly as Li Yumin gradually moved away. She arrived in a reception room where the environment was splendid, bright and clean, radiating a sense of familial warmth. A gentle and beautiful young woman presented tea, pastries, and fruits, accompanied by a sweet smile that warmed Li Yumin's heart. Miss Li, feel free to express anything you wish. If you prefer silence, we will not pry. We promise not to increase your stress. A woman, who could easily be mistaken for Li Yumin's mother, spoke with utmost gentleness. Li Yumin could genuinely sense a maternal aura emanating from her. Moreover, we are aware that you, Miss Li, are preparing to travel abroad for a highly significant film award ceremony. To ensure you do not miss this event, we shall provide a private aircraft to take you there, reducing your travel time by at least 4 hours compared to regular flights. What do you think? The woman beamed with a motherly smile. genuinely treating Li Yumin as if she were her own daughter. Behind the one-way mirror, several observers scrutinized the scene intently. Honestly, if there is something you wish to know, just ask. Does she dare to withhold information? Must we complicate matters so? A young man could not help but express his frustration, feeling that the current proceedings were rather superfluous. Do not say that. She is not a criminal. However, withholding information is akin to being one. That is not entirely fair. After all, having the other party willingly assist us is far more beneficial than having them feign cooperation while harboring resentment. This is all too cumbersome. Nothing in this world is ever simple. All right, I shall step outside for a stroll. With a click, the door opened and closed again. Li Yumin's ears perked. She seemed to have heard something, yet her expression betrayed no reaction. The pilot of the mech is likely a young child, around 5 years old, a good child. That is about all I know. As for the rest, I presume you know more than I do. When can I leave this place? Li Yumin inquired. Anytime you wish. The woman smiled, her expression imbued with a nurturing tolerance, the kind reserved for a child who has erred yet refuses to acknowledge their mistake. Li Yumin felt a pang of discomfort within as the scene evoked some not-so-pleasant childhood memories. Thus, Li Yumin promptly rose, preparing to depart, leaving untouched the tea, pastries, and fruits presented by the lovely attendant. Before I go, there are several matters I believe I must convey to you, Miss Li. The woman said. Oh? Li Yumin turned to her. Firstly, it is highly probable that you are now being monitored by certain foreign organizations, including, but not limited to, the security agencies of various nations. Of course, there are also intelligence organizations affiliated with major corporations and conglomerates. I must stress, Miss Li, that it would be perilous for you to travel abroad impulsively. Naturally, should you insist, we shall not impede you. The woman earnestly cautioned Li Yumin. Understood. I grasped the situation. Li Yumin nodded, though she was uncertain what she truly comprehended. Certainly, Miss Li, with the mech's protection, you likely feel unperturbed by potential dangers. After all, you have always had mechs to rescue you. Wouldn't you agree? The woman continued. Li Yumin was at a loss for words. For the foreseeable future, I shall remain here, not venturing anywhere. After careful consideration, Li Yumin made her decision. The woman's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. This is a wise choice. Indeed, very wise. Meanwhile, in another location, someone was also making a prudent decision. Dad, look what I've brought you. A gift for my father, wishing him a lifetime of joy and happiness. Yu, with a radiant smile, held a bouquet of fresh flowers, presenting it to Yi Luo. Upon seeing the flowers, Yi Luo's face lit up with a smile, feeling that his daughter had matured, no longer the mischievous child she once was. How wonderful! Here is something for you. Yi Luo casually took out some pocket money and placed it in Yi Yu and Appo's hand. Thank you, Dad. Yi Yu exclaimed, ready to dash outside. Don't go just yet. Soon we will have a meal. Yi Luo instructed. I'll be right beside you, Dad. Just call out, and I will appear. Yi Yu quickly replied. And in the blink of an eye, she dashed out the door, vanishing from sight. Children possess such vitality. It is a good thing. Let me arrange these flowers in a vase for you. Bai Rui offered, reaching out to take the bouquet from Yi Luo and Appo's hands. However, as she prepared to place the flowers in the vase, she suddenly noticed something amiss. What is wrong? Yi Luo inquired. These flowers seem to be a variety native only to the coastal regions of the south. Bai Rui, knowledgeable about flowers, remarked. Just then, Yi Yu's voice echoed as she rushed back inside, clutching another bouquet. Sorry. I almost forgot. This is for Sister Bai. She hurriedly handed the flowers to Bai Rui and, without waiting for a response, turned and ran off again, interrupting whatever Bai Rui had intended to say. At this moment, Yi Luo's attention shifted to the computer screen. How curious. What is curious? Bai Rui's focus also diverted. She neatly arranged the flowers and joined Yi Luo to observe the screen. Our orders have suddenly surged. Could it be that my marketing efforts have finally borne fruit? It's quite possible. The screen displayed an astonishing increase in order numbers. Indeed, part of this was attributable to effective marketing, but more significantly, the product truly existed. And vendors online were selling it, exactly the same. Perhaps it's the mecha advertising that is driving this? Yi Luo mused. I too would like to hire a mecha for advertising. I wonder how much it costs? What a coincidence. As if a mecha would advertise for you. You must have quite the influence. The flowers Yi Yu had given were actually generators intended for Li Yumin, yielding excellent advertising results. News spread rapidly, and soon the entire internet was aware. Even the keywords quickly climbed the trending charts. With such fervor, the increase in orders was only to be expected. Naturally, This also sparked various speculations regarding a connection between the generator and the identity of the mecha pilot. Yet, under the influence of an unseen force, such conjectures swiftly vanished. Everyone concluded it was merely coincidence after all, that generator was simply an ordinary one. Specialized personnel examined the generator Yu had gifted Li Yuman. However, upon seeing the modular components inside, they immediately ceased their investigation. It was far too rudimentary. They didn't even bother to check the specific parameters, deeming it a waste of time to study something so simplistic. It must be said that this was partly due to the researchers' negligence and partly influenced by an unseen force, leading to such an outcome. We must scale up production immediately. Bai Rui commanded, exuding the decisiveness of a formidable businesswoman, which she inherently was. Now, she had returned to her true self. The entire electronics factory buzzed with activity, radiating extraordinary vitality. Time passed swiftly. What? How could this happen? This is absurd. It's merely an ordinary generator. How could it sell in such quantities? This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. Zhang Meili's expression darkened upon receiving the news. However, this information reached her a week later. Why wasn't I informed of this sooner? Why? Now what should I do? No, this cannot continue. We must devise a plan. You, quickly give me an idea. Zhang Meili threw a cup in frustration, glaring at the man before her. The man was at a loss for words. He racked his brain and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What if we set a fire? Bang! Zhang Meili hurled a nearby ornament at the man, originally aiming for his head but missing. Ouch! That hurts! He cried, retreating in pain. What fire? That is a crime. Do you understand? Zhang Meili exclaimed. I do. The man nodded vigorously. If you know, why propose such an idea? Zhang Meili scolded. I'm sorry. My mind must have been clouded. He quickly apologized. Well, as long as you recognize that your judgment was clouded, from now on, you shall never mention this again. Zhang Meili swiftly turned and opened a nearby cabinet, retrieving a bank card and placing it before the man. He looked bewildered, unsure of her intentions. Over the past year, you have made significant contributions to the company. I have observed and remembered. Now, this is your reward, 10,000 yuan. Take it, Zhang Meili declared. As he looked at the bank card, the man slowly began to understand. Furthermore, the company has decided to grant you 3 days of paid leave. You may use this time to return home and visit your family. The timing is entirely up to you. Zhang Meili added. Yes. Thank you for the company's generosity. I am deeply grateful, the man exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. Zhang Meili nodded. Very well, you may leave. Remember the company's kindness. You must also reciprocate with your actions. Yes. The man comprehended fully, clutching the bank card as he retreated toward the door. He gently closed it behind him, his expression sour. 10,000 yuan. And they think I'll set a fire? What a ridiculous notion. Chapter 26. Such boldness. Have you given it some thought? What are you considering? You mentioned that we should take this opportunity to launch several new styles of generators, perhaps in gold or pink. Yi Luo was quite exhilarated. The current number of orders has surpassed 1 million. Such an unimaginable quantity. The electronics factory was now fully operational, with insufficient workers prompting the hiring of additional staff from outside. Plans were underway to expand production lines and even outsource some manufacturing, which would be more cost-effective. If the quality could be assured, Yi Luo preferred outsourcing, as it would save costs and increase profits. Just imagine. Bai Rui was infuriated, stomping her feet as she strode toward the exit. Today, she had made a concerted effort to dress up, even donning the outfit she believed Yi Luo favored, hoping to finalize their previous discussion. However, to her dismay, he had completely forgotten. Enraged, she turned on her heel and left. What was the matter with her? Was she feeling unwell, perhaps due to her menstrual cycle? Yi Luo speculated. Uncle Zhang, standing nearby, was left speechless. He considered offering a word of caution to Yi Luo but decided against it. He preferred to avoid meddling in the affairs of the young. His focus remained on the factory and Oppo's operations. Yi, the chief engineer, made a valid point. We could certainly give it a try. After all, the cost increase would be minimal. Yet it might yield unexpected results. Indeed, Uncle Zhang possessed foresight. Yi Luo nodded appreciatively. Bai Rui, having circled outside, resolved to grant Yi Luo another chance. She turned back, standing at the doorway, gazing within, observing Yi Luo and Uncle Zhang animatedly discussing golden and pink generators. Her frustration boiled over. Was the color of a generator truly more important than her own concerns? However, Whether the color of the generator held more significance for Yi Luo than by Rui and Appos, matters was debatable. Nonetheless, many users and prospective customers online were indeed quite concerned about the generator and Appos' color. While the generator performed admirably in every aspect, its dull gray hue left much to be desired. The color scheme was subpar, and presenting it would invite ridicule. Indeed, if there were alternative colors, especially gold, I would purchase 10. I would gift one to everyone I know. This year, instead of traditional gifts, I would offer this generator. I prefer pink. In contrast, I favor green, which embodies the freshness of nature and aligns perfectly with environmental ideals. Meanwhile, major news outlets commenced related coverage. After all, the Xinxiang brand generator, as a solar-powered device, harmoniously echoed contemporary environmental concepts, a commendable feat. The current sales figures were astonishing, even sparking a trend. It was entirely reasonable for media outlets to take notice and report on it. Solar-powered generators, embodiments of environmental ideals. One solar-powered generator per household can save a substantial amount of electricity nationwide, conserving more electricity to enhance production. Every household should possess a generator, a quintessential appliance for the new era. The popularity of Xinxiang generators soared. However, thus far, all enthusiasm remained within normal bounds. Suddenly, a video surfaced online, created by a DIY enthusiast, humorously connecting the Xinxiang generator to their electric tricycle. Miraculously, the tricycle transformed into an electric vehicle that required no battery to operate. Most netizens were astounded, prompting many to imitate the feat. In no time, it gained traction beyond its original circle. Numerous creators showcased the generator connected to various appliances, including electric bikes, electric cars, and even some outlandish devices, such as factory assembly lines. They stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. This power output defied logic. It was labeled as 1 kilowatt, yet it could power equipment exceeding 10 kilowatts. What was going on? How could such a phenomenon exist? Absolutely unbelievable. My electric car can run on it too, albeit slowly. However, if I were to connect another one, it would pose no issue. This can't be real. What kind of generator is this? I inspected it, and the components are merely modular parts, quite ordinary. Enough said. My family uses this generator for daytime power without a hitch. I must share something. You may not believe it, but I also use it for power at night. Haha. It's truly absurd. And then, another astonishing occurrence unfolded. The Xinxiang solar generator remained operational at night, although the output might be somewhat reduced. It provided sufficient power for household needs. Everyone was left incredulous. Yet, this did not hinder the sudden explosion of orders for the Xinxiang generator. Moreover, it gained traction internationally. Compared to the domestic market, the overseas market was even more expansive. After all, the domestic power grid was well established, with almost no areas lacking electricity and rare occurrences of outages. However, the situation was different abroad. There were indeed places without reliable power supply, and outages could occur randomly at any moment. Within a month, or even a single day, power could be lost several times. Now, with just one Xinxiang generator, this issue could be effortlessly resolved. It was incredibly reassuring, especially for the affluent. This situation reflected in the factory, resulting in an astounding surge in generator orders. Finally, the electronics factory's production capacity could no longer keep pace with the rising order volume. Expanding the factory scale was evidently not feasible in such a short time. The prospect of outsourcing loomed ahead. Moreover, counterfeits had begun to emerge. Many sales personnel found themselves in a quandary, needing to promote their products while constantly addressing the presence of these knockoffs, explaining to numerous buyers that they were not selling their own brand. At present, most of their time was spent on explanations. After all, promoting products was now an option rather than a necessity. The factory and Appos' production could not keep up with the growing orders. The urgency of outsourcing remained pressing. Consequently, Rui and Yi Luo became exceedingly busy. Rui attempted several times to finalize plans to meet Yi Luo's parents, but now, that seemed to be postponed. She felt utterly helpless. Her temper had escalated in recent days, reaching a point where she was almost unapproachable. Only in the presence of Yi did her expression soften slightly. A gift for Sister Bai. Yi presented a bouquet of fresh flowers to Rui, then swiftly ran away, vanishing from sight. Rui gazed at the blossoms in her hands, her expression somewhat peculiar. These flowers were unique to a province in the southwest. Initially, she would ponder over such gestures, but now she had grown accustomed to them. She placed the flowers in a nearby vase. During this period, Yi had frequently sent her flowers, prompting her to prepare several vases. Her room was now filled with blossoms, suffused with their fragrant aroma, creating a most comfortable atmosphere. Even the most irritable of individuals would find their tempers diminishing in such an environment. Of course, if Yuluo could finalize a time to meet her parents, Bairui would certainly be devoid of any anger. Boss, Uncle Zhang exclaimed from the doorway. What is it? Bairui and Appo's expression turned serious. We need to hold a meeting regarding the subcontracting matters. Uncle Zhang replied. All right, I will head there immediately, Bairui said, striding towards the door. Suddenly, the thought of encountering Yuluo in the conference room ignited her temper once again. Uncle Zhang, startled, followed behind her in silence, bemused by her sudden change in demeanor. At that moment, a man crouched in a secluded corner, surveying the bustling electronics factory with a grave expression. The sight of the thriving establishment filled his mind with worry. What should I do? How could this happen? He muttered. I've heard that the wages at this electronics factory have risen to 10,000 yuan. Xiong Kuei pulled out a bank card, examining it closely. It contained 10,000 yuan, already withdrawn. This card had been given to him by Mei Li, and though unspoken, he understood its implication, to set fire to the electronics factory. However, he had no intention of doing so. With the bank card in hand, he disappeared from sight. Just yesterday, his wife had called to inform him that Boss Zhang had sent goods to their home, oil and rice in substantial quantities. Although Boss Zhang didn't personally deliver them, Xiong Kuei's wife understood as much. The messenger conveyed Boss Zhang's sentiments well, praising Xiong Kuei as an exemplary employee and expressing the company's pride in him. At this juncture, Xiong Kuei comprehended the underlying message clearly. They had already located his home, and a shiver coursed through him, causing his ankles to tremble. Perhaps he had been crouching for too long. Xiong Kuei prepared to shift his position when, suddenly, he was startled into a loud exclamation, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. A little girl nearby also gasped in surprise, though she managed to stand firm on her feet. You, which family do you belong to? Why did you suddenly appear before me? Xiong Kuei stammered, pointing at the girl, trembling. I am the child of that family. What are you doing watching my house? Are you planning something nefarious? I have been keeping an eye on you for quite some time. Yu retorted. She had been playing at the factory entrance, where a small plaza was filled with people resting and enjoying the facilities. There, she had made many friends. Additionally, she felt secure with Yi Tai and Yi Luo nearby. At that moment, Yi Tai was close to Yi Yu, and their presence reassured Yi Luo, as Yi Tai was a formidable figure. Yi Tai had even alerted Yi Yu to Xiong Kuei's presence. Meanwhile, a group of children, all of whom were Yi Yu's friends, had gathered nearby, staring intently at Xiong Kuei, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. Hey, little kids, don't speak nonsense. Xiong Kuei shouted in anger, attempting to bluff. Then, he realized something crucial. He turned to face the electronics factory, for Yi Yu had pointed directly at it. Your family is from the electronics factory? Yes, indeed. My father is the most important person in this factory. Soon, this factory will belong to my family. I am the princess of this electronics factory, Yi Yu declared proudly. At that moment, a group of her friends approached, interjecting, No way. Little Yu is not the princess of this electronics factory. My mom said this factory belongs to the Bai family. Exactly, it's the Bai family's factory. Little Yu is a Yi, so she can't be the princess. Yes, the friends chimed in. Hearing this, Yi became furious. I am the princess of this electronics factory, and Sister Bai is going to marry my father. When that happens, I will be Sister Bai's daughter, Yi declared, her pride evident. That doesn't count. You have the surname Yi, not Bai. Absolutely. You are a Yi, not a Bai. And if that happens, wouldn't you just have a stepmother? Little Yu, stepmothers are scary. You must never have a stepmother. Her friends admonished, disheartening her further. I won't play with you anymore. Go away. Yu shouted angrily, trying to shoo her friends away. The friends stood bewildered, for at their age, they did not fully grasp the implications of their words. They mostly echoed what they had heard from their parents. Acting as little parrots, deep down, they genuinely wished to play with Yi Yu, for she was exceptionally beautiful, and everyone harbors an appreciation for beauty. Xiong Kuei observed the unfolding scene, his thoughts growing increasingly audacious. Setting a fire was indeed perilous. However, abducting a child. Chapter 27, The Candy Shop Little Friend. Would you like some candy? Uncle Xiong Kuei forced a smile, attempting to appear amiable. Yi Yu tilted her head, scrutinizing Xiong Kuei. Is it just for me, you Bao? At that moment, a group of children lifted their heads to gaze at Xiong Kuei. Just moments ago, they had been arguing with Yi Yu, but in an instant, They had transformed into friends eager to receive candy from Xiong Kue. However, Xiong Kue had no intention of genuinely offering candy to Yu. Come on. Let us hurry and get us some candy, Yu exclaimed, tugging Xiong Kue towards the side. Is it going this smoothly? Xiong Kue was taken aback, then filled with joy. He had initially thought. Suddenly, his expression soured considerably. At that moment, the children had followed him and Yu, completely surrounding him. A few adults in the vicinity turned their gaze towards them. Xiong Kue's countenance darkened. He sensed he had fallen into a trap set by the little ones before him. This way, this way. Hurry, to the supermarket, Yu exclaimed, persistently pulling Xiong Kue towards a nearby convenience store. The store was bright and clean, covering an area of around 200 square meters. Yu and her friends frequented this place, and the staff were quite familiar with them, exchanging greetings. Uncle, treat us to some candy, Yu shouted, releasing Xiong Kue and dashing into the store as if she had a clear target in mind. Now, she had finally caught a willing fool to pay. Xiong Kue and Apos' expression darkened further. Actually, I'm not familiar with Yu or the other children, he stammered. Uncle is treating us. We can take as much as we want, Yu commanded, as if directing an army. Go, the children shouted. Racing towards the snack and beverage aisles, their intentions clear as they began to grab snacks and drinks, creating chaos in the store. I'm not familiar with them. I don't know these kids. Xiong Kue finally articulated his thoughts. Not familiar, huh? Then it's time for you to accompany me to the security office. A robust male staff member glared sternly at Xiong Kue, his hand pressing firmly on Xiong Kue's shoulder. Xiong Kue felt as if a weight of hundreds of pounds bore down upon him, and he struggled to maintain his balance, slowly kneeling to the ground. Pay the money now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, the burly staff member warned gravely. I understand, Xiong Kue cried, glancing at the children who were still wreaking havoc. Internally, he screamed, stop, please stop, especially at the sight of the girl who appeared angelic yet was a little devil at heart. Yu joyfully devoured snacks deemed junk food by her father, which she was usually forbidden to eat. Noticing Xiong Kue and Apos' gaze, she turned and bestowed upon him a sweet smile, thinking to herself that he was truly a good person, a kind-hearted soul she would remember and thank in her heart. After that, Yu had little to do with the unfolding events. Xiong Kue, now holding a bank card, spent thousands in the supermarket, escorted by several strong men to a rather inconspicuous building nearby. Trembling, Xiong Kue could hardly believe the predicament he found himself in. Please, don't do this. I'll say anything you want. Meanwhile, Bai Rui's expression turned grim. How dare Zhang Meili orchestrate such a scheme? What should we do? She asked, fuming as she received reports from her subordinates during a meeting. She intended to address the matter before everyone present, as the core members of the electronics factory were gathered. Zhang Meili's attempt to sabotage their factory would not go unspoken. It was too outrageous for words. Indeed, this is unacceptable behavior, the others echoed, advocating for a counterattack. Wait, we can't stoop to their level. We must report this to the authorities. A voice of reason emerged among the crowd, emphasizing their stance as a lawful enterprise. The consensus leaned towards reporting the incident. However, they acknowledged that such actions might not yield the desired results. What do we do now? We are in a passive position. Bai Rui looked to Yi Luo and Uncle Zhang, who had yet to voice their opinions. Their silence was palpable, as they were considered equals in the factory hierarchy. Report it, Uncle Zhang decisively stated. Bai Rui gazed intently at Uncle Zhang, realizing his sincerity, but her heart sank. Despite his exemplary performance in his role, he seemed unwilling to engage in matters beyond the norm. Yi Luo, Bai Rui turned to him. We must retaliate. Yet, conventional methods may prove ineffective, Yi Luo contemplated, scanning the crowd with a hint of concealment, clearly reluctant to reveal his strategies. Bai Rui understood his implication and surveyed the room. For now, let us put this matter on hold. Keep it confidential and focus on your duties. Especially the security personnel. Remain vigilant for any suspicious individuals in the area and enhance night patrols. We must not allow anyone to take advantage of the situation. Understood? The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging her directive. However, deep within, it is equally understood that Bai Rui intends to engage in certain activities with Yi Luo, without the intention of revealing this to others. The collective mood among the crowd is rather dismal, feeling a sense of distrust. All right, now everyone can leave. Yi Luo, come with me. Bai Rui instructed Yi Luo. Yes. The two first exited the conference room, making their way toward Bai Rui's office. After walking a short distance, A loud commotion erupted from within the conference room, filled with voices of discontent. This is too much. How can they not trust us? Indeed. We've put our lives on the line for her, and this is how she treats us. To think she wouldn't even inform us about this. Does she truly consider us family? Many expressed their indignation. Yet, a few wore perplexed expressions. What are you talking about? We are merely employees. How can you consider yourself part of Bai's family? Use the one truly connected to her. What do we count as? Right. When the factory delayed our wages. We nearly sought other jobs. We even confronted Rui about it. Have you all forgotten? Moreover, aside from our primary duties, we are incapable of handling anything else. Why should she divulge excessive information to us? The speaker and Appo's demeanor began to falter. Regardless, this is a clear sign of distrust towards us. Absolutely. She completely disregards us as family. Uncle Zhang, could you please say something? You are a veteran of this factory. The crowd turned their attention to Uncle Zhang. He ignored them, leisurely sipping from his thermos, then walked out, appearing indifferent. Some observing this scene began to grasp the underlying truth and followed suit out the door. Meanwhile, in Rui's office, her face was contorted with fury. Her palm slammed down on the table, creating a loud bang. I cannot let Zhang Meili off the hook. She must face consequences. Does she still consider herself human, daring to incite chaos in my electronics factory? Yi Luo, do you have any ideas? As long as we can teach Zhang Meili a proper lesson, I will wholeheartedly support you. Furthermore, I can even approve a special fund for you. Rui's gaze was fixed on Yi Luo, who had become her greatest ally. With Yi Luo's presence, Rui found herself instinctively less inclined to think for herself, a habit many women tend to adopt. No funding is necessary. A simple scheme will suffice to leave Zhang Meili overwhelmed, allowing her to momentarily disregard us. Yi Luo stated, exuding an aura reminiscent of a renowned strategist. Almost as if wielding a feather fan. Is it truly as simple as that? Rui frowned, finding this approach too understated compared to her expectations. Yi Luo looked at Rui. What do you wish for? It should be more than just an eye for an eye, at the very least. Rui declared fiercely, but suddenly realized something, quickly softening her demeanor, fearing to leave a negative impression on Yi Luo. Essentially, she was still a refined lady, virtuous, educated, and kind-hearted. Yi Luo observed Rui and Appo's theatrics. Do not rush. Allow the situation to develop a bit longer. If she wishes to play, we shall engage her at a measured pace. Haste will not bring satisfaction. Would you not agree? Additionally, we require some time to prepare and lay the groundwork. Yi Luo articulated. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Rui nodded, placing her faith in Yi Luo. Suddenly, Rui grew somewhat bashful, realizing that a prime opportunity to finalize matters with Yi Luo was at hand. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Yi Luo inquired, her mind overwhelmed with tasks. Wait a moment. Rui exclaimed, anxious not to miss this rare opportunity. Oh, what is it? Yi Luo asked. Rui stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Just then, the door swung open with a loud crash. Who is it? Rui glared, furious at the intrusion. At such a critical moment, who would be so impolite as to barge in? It's bad. It's bad. Boss Chief Yi, we have a serious problem. A young woman, Rui and Appo's assistant, appeared visibly distressed. Typically composed and polite, her current panic indicated a dire situation. What is the problem? Rui frowned. A large group of people has arrived, demanding payment. They have blocked the factory gates, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Boss, what should we do? What should we do? Manager Zhang has already gone to the gate. The assistant quickly explained. Is that so? Who are these people demanding payment? What is happening? Rui questioned, perplexed. Indeed. The Bai family had incurred significant debts, but the time for repayment had not yet arrived. Moreover, the creditors were either banks or business partners of the Bai family. Such creditors, being respectable individuals, would never resort to blocking the gates for payment. Those who block the gates are typically common folk or lower-tier debt collection agencies. Boss, you must go and see for yourself. The assistant urged. Let us go, Boss Bai. We need to investigate. Yi Luo suggested. All right. Rui nodded. Upon hearing Yi Luo and Appo's words, she suddenly felt reassured and safe. Even if the opposing force were formidable, Rui felt no fear at that moment. At the entrance of the electronics factory, a throng of over 100 individuals, men and women, old and young, some carrying children, had gathered, brandishing banners and shovels, shouting incessantly. The scene resembled a chaotic marketplace, even more raucous than an ordinary market, amplified by the onlookers adding to the tumult. It is only right to repay debts. The Bai family refuses to pay. Will no one bury them when they die? Our children have gone without food for 3 days. Heartless boss, repay us swiftly. The cacophony was relentless, with media personnel present, exacerbating the situation. Hello everyone, I am Xiaoli, and we are currently at the entrance of an electronics factory. Chapter 28. A shift in winds. Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears. Regarding the matter of the outstanding debts, we can proceed to the reception area of the factory to discuss this properly. Currently, our electronics factory is bustling with orders, and vehicles are frequently passing by at the entrance. Everyone gathered here is not only obstructing the passage but also creating a potential hazard. Uncle Zhang appeared quite earnest. However, his voice was entirely drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. The true intention of those present was evidently to instigate trouble rather than to seek payment. Yi Luo perceived this with clarity. Bai Rui, visibly agitated, quickened her pace towards the vehicle entrance. Yi Luo restrained her, signaling for her to wait aside. Then, he gestured towards the people nearby. Like this, and then this. Do you understand? The expressions of the others became quite animated. Is this really acceptable? Bai Rui immediately widened her eyes. Follow Yi Gong's instructions precisely, without any unnecessary chatter. Do you perhaps have a better suggestion than Yi Gong? If not, hurry and execute the task. Yes, yes. The individual quickly nodded and dashed off to carry out Yi Luo and Appo's command. Bai Rui was quite displeased. The people around her lacked any sense of urgency. Once the Bai family and Appo's situation improves, she would certainly replace them all with those more to her liking. Whatever you plan to do, I will fully support you. Bai Rui stated to Yi Luo. Very well. Yi Luo nodded, though his attention remained focused on the crowd at the entrance. Repay the debts. Hurry up and pay us back. The unscrupulous electronics factory has deceived us workers out of our hard-earned money. It is utterly unjust. Heartless capitalists, devoid of humanity, refuse to return our blood and sweat money, and we cannot survive. Our children have gone 3 days without food. Oh heavens! Open your eyes and grant justice to us powerless commoners. The voices of the crowd grew increasingly louder. Their cries echoed, reaching passers-by several streets away. At this moment, the news media were fervently capturing the scene. Yes, yes, just like that, just like that. Humph. At this rate, how can your electronics factory continue to operate? Zhang Meili watched the live broadcast on her phone screen, her spirits soaring. She sat comfortably in her office, enjoying the air conditioning and sipping tea, delighting in the spectacle. Nearby, an assistant, a strikingly handsome young man with a fresh and pure demeanor, was peeling an apple for her. Every glance she cast his way felt like a refreshing cleanse for her eyes. It uplifted her mood immensely. Zhang, enjoy the apple. Ah, yes. But I need you to feed me. Just then, Zhang Meili and Appo's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, and her expression instantly shifted. Quick, get outside, hurry. She urged, quickly answering the call. Hello, brother. Hi, you're looking for me? I've missed you so much. Zhang Meili and Appo's voice was sweet and charming, laced with a flirtatious tone. What is the current situation with the Bai family? I've heard. Zhu Lihai and Appo's voice emerged. Initially perceiving the Bai family and Appo's affairs as trivial remnants of the past. However, a recent gathering had piqued his interest, prompting him to call Zhang Meili for insights. Zhu Lihai could order his subordinates to investigate, yet he preferred to glean the information directly from Zhang Meili and Appo's lips, demonstrating his consideration for his staff and Appo's well-being. Rest assured, everything is under control. The Bai family is already a thing of the past. And what about the land owned by the Bai family? Zhu Lihai nodded. No worries, it will soon be ours. Zhang Meili promptly assured him. Good, that is excellent. You handle this diligently, and I shall reward you later. Zhu Lihai instructed. Brother Hai, why speak of rewards between us? It is only natural for me to assist you. Just be a bit more gracious in your demeanor towards me, and I shall be completely satisfied. Zhang Meili quickly responded. By the way, how is Bai Rui faring now? Zhu Lihai inquired. Zhang Meili and Appo's expression swiftly transformed from a bright smile to a frosty glare. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, adopting the same tone as before. No need to worry. Bai Rui is doing quite well. She has found a rustic fellow, and they are quite affectionate. I suspect it won't be long before they discuss marriage, otherwise her condition might become hard to conceal. What? Zhu Lihai and Appo's anger surged. Oh dear, brother Hai, why are you angry? Did I say something wrong? If so, I apologize immediately. Please don't be upset with me. Zhang Meili feigned concern. It's nothing, nothing. This wretched woman has become such a disgrace. I can hardly believe she cannot withstand solitude. But truly, how can that man bring himself to touch such a woman? Doesn't he fear waking up in the night and being frightened by her appearance? Preposterous. How could I not have realized that this wretched woman is so desperate for company? Just wait, just wait. Zhu Lihai spoke rapidly, his words tumbling out in a frenzy. Revealing his agitation, Zhang Meili felt a surge of delight. She prepared to further incite Zhu Lihai's ire, anticipating that the wretched woman would soon face consequences. However, Zhu Lihai did not grant Zhang Meili this opportunity, as he quickly regained his composure. While still internally fuming, he appeared outwardly calm. Keep a close watch on the Bai family and Appos' affairs. Yes, yes. Zhang Meili felt a pang of regret. She had intended to stoke the fire further. But with Zhu Lihai and Appos' newfound calmness, she refrained. Inform me immediately of any developments. Even if there are none, remember to update me every 2 days. Understood? Zhu Lihai commanded. Treating Zhang Meili as a subordinate, indeed, as one executing orders on the front lines, scarcely acknowledging her as even a mid-level associate. Yes, yes, Brother Hai. You can rest assured, I will handle everything without issue. Zhang Meili replied. Zhu Lihai hung up, leaving Zhang Meili gazing at her phone, lingering in her thoughts. I nearly succumbed to the impulse of calling back to engage in another conversation with Zhu Lihai, particularly regarding matters of life. However, I ultimately refrained from doing so. At that moment, a shift occurred at the entrance of the electronics factory. The number of individuals shouting outside had inexplicably increased. Uncle Zhang felt an intensifying pressure, yet, for reasons unknown, he recognized several familiar faces among the crowd. Was it merely an illusion? Everyone, please remain calm. If there are issues to discuss, let us convene in the reception area of the factory where we can converse amicably. There is nothing that cannot be discussed. Despite his efforts, the crowd continued to disregard Uncle Zhang and Appos' words. Return my hard-earned wages. Ruthless factory, unscrupulous capitalists, return my hard-earned wages. The cacophony grew louder and more fervent. The throng of people swelled over time, spilling out onto the nearby streets as the entrance could no longer accommodate them. The presence of news media also gradually increased, clamoring to interview those vociferously protesting at the factory's gate. May I ask, why have you come to this factory to demand your wages? What wrongs have been inflicted upon you by this establishment? One individual lamented, you cannot fathom the depths of my plight. I have toiled at this factory for 3 months, enduring daily overtime while also tasked with cleaning duties. Do you comprehend the vastness of their workshop? It takes me 3 hours to clean it, and I am left utterly exhausted. I am truly suffering. Yet, despite my hardships, I persevered for the sake of earning a living. But to my dismay, they have postponed my wages month after month. When I approached my supervisor about this issue, I was dismissed. Furthermore, they withheld 3 months' wages from me. Is this the conduct of decent human beings? I can only afford a single bun for my daily sustenance, and if that is insufficient, I must resort to drinking tap water from the restroom. A robust rural woman, weighing 200 pounds, wept as she spoke. Her face was flushed, her hair glistening, and her belly appeared as though she were 5 months pregnant. Her cries resonated like thunder, yet not a single tear grazed her cheek. All right, we understand. Now, let us interview this gentleman nearby. Sir. Hello. May I ask you? Host Xiaoli approached an elderly man. He widened his eyes in confusion, struggling to see, exclaiming, Who is speaking? Who is speaking? Am I to share my story? My life has been so tragic. I lost my father at the age of 3. A nearby woman urgently pulled at the old man, reminding him, What nonsense are you spouting? This ISN and AMP, Appos, the time for personal grievances. We need to discuss how the electronics factory owes us our hard-earned wages. Did I not instruct you on this previously? The media is waiting for your input. The matter of the hard-earned wages. Oh, I remember now. Let me speak. That unscrupulous motor factory. No, it's the electronics factory. Oh, close enough. I got it. That heartless electronics factory owes me my hard-earned wages. I am truly suffering. Please elaborate further. Host Xiaoli's expression soured slightly. Wait a moment, sir. Do not cry just yet. Who is speaking? Where are you? The elderly man extended his hands, groping about. It is I, Host Xiaoli. I'm here. Sir, I am quite curious. What was your role at the electronics factory? Xiaoli grasped the old man's hand to prevent any unintended contact. I was responsible for raising pigs at the factory. Despite my appearance, I am quite skilled. What nonsense are you talking about? You were clearly responsible for assembling screws. The woman promptly corrected him. Xiaoli, realizing the futility of conversing further with the elderly man, turned her attention to the woman. "Madam, what was your role in the factory?" "Ah, well, about that." Just then, several young men approached the gathering, shouting loudly, "Hurry! Come and collect your wages. 100 yuan for each. Once you receive it, continue to block the entrance. Raise your voices even louder, understood?" In an instant, the number of individuals blocking the entrance halved as they rushed towards the young men. "My share. Quick, give it to me. The rest only 100 yuan? Wasna and Appos, there's supposed to be a bottle of water as well? You're not keeping your promises. Enough with the chatter. If you want it, take it. If not, leave. There are plenty of others willing to take the money." The leader of the young men boomed, exuding an air of authority. The remaining individuals at the entrance gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What is happening? There is money available? Why was this not mentioned before? Yes. Weren't we told it would only cover a meal? I get it now. Our money must have been withheld by the person who summoned us. We must also claim our wages. In an instant, the crowd discarded their banners and flags, hastily moving towards the young men. "There are more of us. We are part of this too. Give us our money." The crowd was electrified with excitement, yet the young men refused to distribute any funds to them. "Who are you? Who sent you here? We are only distributing money to those we summoned." "Exactly. Go find the person who brought you here. Do not bother us. Our funds are limited. We cannot spare anything extra for you." Upon hearing this, the crowd grew frantic. Meanwhile, numerous onlookers witnessed the spectacle, their expressions a blend of intrigue and concern. Some recorded the scene with their phones, while others live-streamed the unfolding events. The prevailing sentiment swiftly shifted. Chapter 29. At a loss for words, this situation is truly beyond words. Indeed, it is utterly absurd. It seems one is underestimating someone and Appos' intelligence. I cannot tolerate this. Moreover, that host, Xiaoli, was she not initially intent on stirring the pot? This matter must be reported to the relevant authorities for investigation. As for that electronics factory, I believe I have heard of it. Is it not the factory behind the wildly popular Xinjiang brand generator? I see now. The product and Appos' immense success has attracted the covetous eyes of many. They are deliberately causing trouble, hoping to gain some benefits. It is clear as day. Online discussions are beginning to lean in favor of the electronics factory. Additionally, personnel from certain departments have taken an interest in this matter and started to inquire about the situation, especially some local departments. After all, the reputation of the Xinjiang factory has already spread. Many people are now aware of it. How outrageous. Did you not claim there was nothing amiss? How has the situation devolved into this? What do you propose we do? The station director has already intervened. I feel utterly betrayed by you. You must think of a way to resolve this matter, or else when the director presses for answers, I shall relay the entire situation to him. A loud voice echoed from Zhang Meili's phone, belonging to a portly director, whose program features Xiaoli as the host. Yet, whether he will remain a director in the future remains uncertain. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Well, I do not even know you. You are quite peculiar. Why are you calling me? This is so baffling. Zhang Meili hung up the phone, her expression darkened. She quickly called over her assistant. Not a handsome man, but rather a competent woman of ordinary appearance. What on earth is happening? Zhang Meili immediately inquired of her assistant. Miss Zhang, here in Appos, as the situation. The assistant seemed to have anticipated Zhang Meili's request. She promptly relayed all the information she had gathered. How can this be? Do those people lack any sense? They have been outsmarted by such petty tricks. Zhang Meili pounded the table in frustration. Meanwhile, in the office of the electronics factory, Bai Rui praised Yi Luo. You are truly brilliant. With such a simple method, you managed to effortlessly handle those who were blocking the entrance. Yi Luo, ever humble, replied, in this world, everyone is driven by profit. Hence, they will inevitably act in their own interest. It is as simple as that. I believe, Miss Bai, with your intellect, you could have surmised this as well. Yi Luo instinctively addressed her as Miss Bai, but quickly corrected himself to Rui upon noticing her piercing gaze. Truly a display of survival instincts. Then, there is my old man, foolishly shouting at the entrance. Now his voice is hoarse. Zhang Shu commented with irritation. Yi Luo had come up with a solution but had failed to inform him. Zhang Shu was somewhat aggrieved. He had shouted for quite a while. Though it had little effect, this fact only added to his frustration. Bai Rui looked at Zhang Shu, her expression complex. It must be said that this elder of the factory had indeed made contributions, yet in many matters, he harbored ulterior motives. Especially in light of the recent events at the factory entrance, Bai Rui had come to understand this point clearly. Zhang Shu was merely putting on a show. He sought to appear faultless, yet he was not genuinely intent on solving the problem. After all, if even a young person like Yi Luo could conceive of a solution, surely an old hand like Zhang Shu could as well. Bai Rui appraised Zhang Shu and then smiled, presenting him with a box of tea. Thank you for your hard work, Zhang Shu. Your contributions will not be forgotten. Here is a box of tea to soothe your throat. This is not ordinary tea, but a treasured collection from my family, which cannot be bought even with money. Is that so? This, how can I accept? Zhang Shu exclaimed, surprised. He felt quite embarrassed in the face of such a generous gift but could not resist reaching for the tea. Do not be modest. Given your years of service to the factory, a mere box of tea is nothing. In my opinion, even granting you a share of the factory would be deserved. So, let us decide this. At the end of this month, I will convene a factory meeting to announce this good news. Bai Rui declared. Ah, shares? This. Zhang Shu was taken aback. A box of tea was indeed acceptable, but shares were quite another matter. Of course, in the past, even if Bai Rui had offered him shares from the old factory, he would have outright refused. After all, it would be akin to bestowing him with debt. However, the situation now was entirely different. The electronics factory was profitable, and significantly so. Receiving shares from such a thriving factory would be akin to receiving a substantial gift. Zhang Shu felt quite flustered, having never contemplated this outcome. All right then, I shall take my leave. I have some matters to discuss with Chief Engineer Yi. Bai Rui instructed Zhang Shu. Oh, all right. Zhang Shu nodded, his demeanor toward Bai Rui shifting entirely. Previously, there had been a hint of respect, but now it was akin to an employee addressing a boss. As the door closed, Yi Luo inquired, "Are you truly considering granting shares to Zhang Shu?" He held no particular thoughts on the matter, but felt that Bai Rui would not actually share any stakes with him. After all, Zhang Shu was not an indispensable figure within the factory. Such a person had no right to shares, especially in the current context of the electronics factory. Bai Rui was quite frank. Then, as she assessed Yi Luo, half of her face suddenly flushed. If it were you. Bai Rui and Appo's voice dropped to a near whisper, almost inaudible even to herself. Yi Luo did not hear her, while his hearing had improved. It was not yet to the extent of discerning another's innermost thoughts. Bai Rui's murmur was akin to a whisper of the heart. What did you say? Yi Luo asked. And nothing. Bai Rui quickly shook her head. I meant to say, we must give Zhang Meili a taste of her own medicine. Yi Luo found her reasoning perplexing. What do you mean by that? Your thoughts seem to leap quite a bit. Regardless, I do not wish to pursue such a course of action. Though Zhang Meili is despicable, I do not intend to make her my primary target. At present, the urgent task remains to expedite the construction of the production line and increase output to address the rapidly escalating orders. However, Bai Rui and Appo's assertion demands a response from Yi Luo. Indeed, we must present a formidable front to Zhang Meili. You share this sentiment as well? Bai Rui felt a surge of joy, sensing that her thoughts were in harmony with Yi Luo's. Yes, I concur, Yi Luo replied. This statement might be slightly disingenuous, yet Bai Rui's happiness made it worthwhile. True to her nature, Bai Rui was indeed elated. Subsequently, she remarked, although we both hold this view, the matter of the production line takes precedence at this moment. Let us set aside Zhang Meili and Appo's affairs for now. Yi Luo was taken aback, pleasantly surprised that Bai Rui had also considered this angle. Bai Rui's spiritual insight had evidently deepened. We cannot squander the precious time we have on Zhang Meili. Let her flounder for a while. Once we have the capacity, we shall deal with her. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. How about we assign someone to keep an eye on her? Yes, I shall take charge of this matter. The Bai family possesses certain channels. Yi Luo contemplated voicing her own connections, specifically Yi Tai, who could effectively monitor Zhang Meili. However, given Bai Rui's enthusiasm, Yi Luo refrained from speaking up, not wishing to dampen her spirit. Very well, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands, Yi Luo nodded. Meanwhile, while they strategized on how to confront Zhang Meili, she was not idly waiting. She swiftly conceived a new plan. Zhang Meili admired her own cleverness, thinking, so what if it's just a generator? We too shall produce one. With superior quality and lower prices, we shall utterly vanquish our opponent. Zhang Meili believed her previous failure stemmed from employing schemes. Thus this time she resolved to rely on straightforward tactics. Her assistant wore a troubled expression, yearning to offer a suggestion, yet refrained, knowing Zhang Meili would dismiss it. Instead, the prudent course was to comply entirely with orders. Yes, produce a batch of products at the fastest pace, and crush that wretched woman and Appo's electronic factory. Zhang Meili exulted, envisioning the sight of her rival on her knees, weeping and pleading for mercy. What a gratifying sight that would be. Zhang Meili laughed joyously, her mirth resonating throughout the room. Yi Luo cast a glance at the scene conveyed by Yi Tai, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. What a peculiar mindset. Yet, she soon dismissed it. Aware of Zhang Meili's intentions to employ straightforward tactics, Yi Luo prepared to engage her on that front. Yi Luo approached the workshop, where she intended to establish a dedicated production line for energy conversion modules and specialized coatings. Though each generator required only a minimal quantity of modules and coatings, the cumulative demand could not be overlooked. Handcrafted production was insufficient to meet the burgeoning needs. Only by establishing a proper production line could they satisfy the current demand. Sighing, Yi watched Yi Luo and Appo's silhouette gradually fade from view, feeling a twinge of melancholy. She too must hasten her growth into a capable individual. No, she had already become one. Reflecting on her past endeavors, Yi brimmed with confidence. She had successfully approached her older sister and even presented her with gifts, an accomplishment reserved for the more mature. With this thought, Yi found herself yearning for her sister. However, she refrained from visiting, having seen her recently. Frequent visits might annoy her sister. A new friend had shared this insight. Even the most wonderful sister should not be visited every day, especially when she was at home with her brother. Little did you know that, at this very moment, her sister was eagerly anticipating her arrival. What could possibly be happening? Li Yumin questioned, her expression one of disbelief as she surveyed the scene before her. Unable to fathom the unfolding events, she abandoned her plans to attend the awards ceremony and prepared to return home. A flight had been arranged for her, yet Li Yumin, still shaken, hesitated to board. Many shared her sentiments, having just survived a plane crash. The very thought of flying now instilled dread. Thus, the only option was to travel by ship. Although slower, it offered safety and the opportunity to appreciate the scenic views along the way, a truly appealing choice. However, she soon found herself in dire straits. Gazing upon the azure ocean, breathtakingly beautiful, the horizon stretched endlessly before her. Yet, if she were still aboard a ship, the journey would be serene and pleasant. Instead, she was seated in a lifeboat, which had developed a fissure, steadily leaking water. The passengers worked tirelessly to bail out the water, attempting to prolong the lifeboat's descent. Others focused on how to seal the breach, yet as novices, they struggled to find a solution and inadvertently worsened the crack. What to do now? We must devise a plan quickly, or when night falls, our situation will worsen. Let us fire a distress signal. Perhaps someone will see us. What are you thinking? In this situation, firing a signal is merely to attract the seagulls. As the discussion ensued, more and more gazes turned toward Li Yumin. Chapter 30. Irrelevant to me, Li Yumin felt an overwhelming sense of distress, akin to enduring a relentless torment. The gazes directed towards her were laden with negativity, and it appeared that they blamed her for the circumstances at hand. Is it truly acceptable for us to proceed in this manner? Merely to experiment? Should anything transpire, we shall be there at once. Rest assured, all will be well. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that this approach is somewhat excessive. Alas, we find ourselves with no alternative. If you possess other methods, feel free to attempt them. We must gain access to that mecha. Nearby, a submarine lay hidden beneath the waves, its periscope emerging cautiously above the surface, shielded by the undulating waters. Keeping a vigilant watch on Li Yumin's position, every minute detail of her situation was meticulously observed. So far, everything remained uneventful. Should we not disseminate a message online, declaring that the vessel Li Yumin was aboard has met with misfortune, and that she has gone missing? Perhaps. No, that would be too contrite. Are we not already conspicuous enough? Indeed, it does seem somewhat deliberate. If we are sensing this, might not the target also be aware? Such a possibility exists. Regardless of the likelihood, we shall adhere to the predetermined plan. Even if the course is set, it must be executed to the end. The captain addressed the team before him. Upon hearing his words, the crew could only nod in agreement, their focus unwavering on the scene before them. Modern technology has indeed advanced. The periscope's imagery could be displayed synchronously on the monitor, complete with electronic magnification and astonishing wide-angle views. It allowed for a comprehensive observation of the surroundings, creating a panoramic effect. However, such effects were unnecessary at this juncture. Upon the lifeboat, the crew continued to scrutinize Li Yumin. Among them, one individual remained particularly vigilant, guarding against any potential threat to Li Yumin. She was dispatched by relevant authorities to closely monitor and protect her. Although a submarine lurked nearby, should any incident occur on the lifeboat, those within the submarine would be unable to assist. However, Her presence here could prove beneficial. At that moment, she was exceedingly anxious, internally cursing the individual responsible for assigning the passengers to this lifeboat. They had included those who harbored grievances against Li Yumin, significantly heightening her peril. Of course, she understood that their rationale was to potentially lure the target closer. Someone truly is a harbinger of disaster. Indeed, it seemed that every mode of transport, helicopter, passenger plane, and now ship, had encountered calamity. One could not help but wonder if this calamity would extend to their lifeboat as well, given that they were now sharing it with such a jinx. A few individuals began to stir the pot, their sentiments echoing their disdain. These were not merely older women, but also some younger ones, their gazes toward Li Yumin brimming with envy. In contrast, others regarded her with a mix of resentment and pity, recognizing her beauty that evoked sympathy. Yet, this very beauty seemed to exacerbate the hostility from the women accompanying these men, who grew increasingly venomous in their remarks, even contemplating casting Li Yumin overboard. Upon hearing their words, Li Yumin's expression turned ashen, and her assistant paled even more. What are you saying? Those were accidents. Moreover, although you did not board the helicopter, you did take the plane and the ship. You are on this lifeboat as well. What distinguishes my Yumin from you? How can you call her a harbinger of doom? Furthermore, you survived the plane crash unharmed, thanks to my Yumin's acquaintance with the sun goddess. Why do you not express gratitude to my Yumin instead of slandering her? What are your true intentions? Do you possess no conscience? The assistant's voice was hoarse yet compelling, garnering nods of agreement from several onlookers. However, those with hearts of stone remained unyielding, their ire only intensifying. They could scarcely contain their desire to strike. Li Yumin is indeed a jinx. We have all been embroiled in her misfortunes. How dare you utter such words? You are the one devoid of conscience. What sun goddess? Merely an eccentric clad in iron. If that jinx knows the peculiar one, summon him to rescue us at once. Do you wish to see us perish here? The assistant turned to Li Yumin, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Yumin and Oppos, as pallor deepened, her form beginning to sway. The women, witnessing this, were emboldened, prepared to escalate their attacks on Li Yumin, hoping to rid themselves of her presence. The glances of their men towards Li Yumin incensed them further, as if their eyes held only her and not them. What is she but an actress? What significance does she hold? Seizing this opportunity, they sought to have Li Yumin vanish, lest she remain an eyesore. The undercover observer, witnessing the scene with growing concern, felt an urge to assist Li Yumin yet grappled with the desire to remain concealed, caught in a tumult of emotions. What is that? What is that? Someone suddenly cried out, pointing frantically towards a distant spot, their face drained of color, clearly terrified. What is it? What is it? I cannot see clearly. Could it be a shark? Yet, someone reassured the crowd, no worries, even if it is a shark, as long as we stay safe on the lifeboat. We shall be fine. Everyone nodded in agreement, yet suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. The boat is leaking. The boat is leaking. Indeed, the vessel and Oppos' hull was compromised. Water surging in. My sincere apologies. I intended to seal the breach, but unforeseen circumstances led to this. A young man said sheepishly, scratching his head. It is not your fault. It is that Jinx's doing. It is all her fault that we find ourselves in this predicament. As long as she is gone, we shall be free from troubles. A middle-aged woman hissed vehemently, her gaze fixed on Li Yumin. Others around also turned their eyes towards her. We have a harbinger of misfortune among us. Whatever we do will not proceed smoothly. With such a presence, we are destined to encounter calamity. It is imperative that we rid ourselves of this ill omen. Many voices echoed in agreement. What are you all speaking of? What harbinger? Such notions are mere superstitions. In this world, there exists no such entity. You are all educated individuals, many of you holding esteemed positions as managers and executives in large corporations. And you, ladies of refinement, how can you so readily utter such nonsense? Do you not feel? Oh dear, who just pushed me? The assistant cried out, losing her balance and tumbling from the lifeboat into the sea. Li Yumin gasped in shock, hastily reaching out to her assistant. Although she had fallen into the water, the assistant was equipped with a life jacket and was a proficient swimmer, thus her predicament was not dire. A swift pull would allow her to return to the vessel. Quickly grasp my hand. Li Yumin stretched out her arm towards her assistant. Ayu, the assistant called out repeatedly. Look, this is the fate of those who assist the harbinger of misfortune. Indeed, I saw no one push her. She fell of her own accord. Absolutely. It was entirely her doing. Several women chimed in. Among them, one middle-aged lady, who had shown signs of fear, now appeared utterly unconcerned, exuding an air of superiority, dressed impeccably as a woman of means. In the distance, personnel aboard the submarine observed the unfolding scene with grim expressions. Is this considered attempted murder? Attempted murder? This is outright homicide. Should we not intervene? Let us not be hasty. There is nothing to worry about. It's merely a pretense to frighten them, particularly the human. They released a drone resembling a shark, which circled nearby. Any ordinary person would surely mistake it for a shark and be terrified. However, the situation soon diverged from their expectations. They had initially aimed to lure forth the sun goddess. Now, many referred to the armored figure, Yu, as the sun goddess, or simply the young goddess. Yet, the name sun goddess resonated more profoundly. This event must be meticulously documented. They would not escape retribution, the captain declared. Everyone nodded in fervent agreement. Oh no, Li Yuman is in danger. Our undercover agent is also at risk. They gazed at the screen in alarm. There. Li Yuman was seen tumbling from the boat into the ocean, while the middle-aged noblewoman who had previously pushed the assistant now stood at the edge of the boat. A smile plastered across her face. At this moment, the undercover agent could no longer contain herself. She rushed to the side of the boat, extending her hand towards Li Yuman, and miraculously grasped her palm. Perhaps due to the length of their arms, their hands easily intertwined. Meanwhile, Li Yuman clutched her assistant and Appo's hand with her other palm. How could you do this? Your actions are tantamount to murder. The undercover agent exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Unable to accept the unfolding events. Who are you? What connection do you have with that harbinger? You must be in cahoots. Push her overboard. Push her overboard. Some individuals on the boat, no longer masking their intentions, openly prepared to act. Stop this at once. Your actions constitute murder. The undercover agent shouted. Humph. Murder? You're merely spouting nonsense, young lady. She slipped and fell into the water. Yes, it was her own clumsiness. We bear no responsibility. Besides, when we survive, we will spin the narrative as we please. Enough with the chatter. Toss this wretch into the water. Several individuals advanced, gripping the undercover agent, intent on shoving her overboard as well. Though the undercover agent possessed considerable strength, she was in a precarious position, one hand holding onto Li Yuman while her body dangled off the side of the boat. In this dire circumstance, she could only hope that a single individual aboard, perhaps even just one with a sense of justice, would rise to her aid. A mere helping hand would suffice. You mustn't and Appo's, risk yourself. I will strive to survive. Li Yuman released her grasp, her hands still intertwined with her assistant and Appo's, as they drifted away, though no one was rowing. The boat slowly moved with the currents of the sea. As Li Yuman and her assistant sank into the water, the distance from the lifeboat gradually widened. For the forces at play were unequal. Miss Li, the undercover agent, was furious, unable to restrain herself any longer. She was prepared to reveal her true identity. She would not allow those pushing her and those aboard the lifeboat, who feigned ignorance, to escape unscathed. One by one, they would be made to pay. With a sudden crash, the undercover agent was momentarily dazed, her head spinning in disbelief as she slowly turned her head. The boat erupted with screams. What are you doing? Stop this at once. How could you commit such an act? It was sufficient to push her overboard. Why resort to such extremes? This wretch brought this upon herself. She forced my hand. Had she simply gone overboard sooner, none of this would have happened. This matter has nothing to do with me. I bear no responsibility. Chapter 31. In a flurry you all. The undercover agent could hardly believe it, managing to utter. At this moment, the people within the submarine were utterly intolerant. Hurry, hurry, save them, save them. How could this happen? How could anyone commit such an act? However, the submarine needed at least a dozen minutes to surface and navigate over, by which time it would likely be too late. Wait, what is that? Someone suddenly exclaimed. From the horizon, a beam of light descended from the heavens, landing abruptly upon the surface of the sea. The light was extraordinarily swift and appeared without warning, like a bolt from the blue, leaving no time for anyone to react. The sun goddess. It must be the sun goddess. Indeed, the sun goddess has arrived. It's happening. Our plan is succeeding. The crowd erupted in joy. Quick, quick, initiate the detection. Wait, are we not going to save them? Fear not, with the sun goddess here. The rescue will be assured. Yes. The gathered individuals placed immense trust in the sun goddess, nearly bordering on fervent belief. Monitoring. Curious. Where are the people? Where have they gone? Why have they vanished? Indeed, the people have disappeared. How strange, how could this be? The crowd was astounded. The detection equipment revealed no trace of the expected targets. Not only was there no sign of the sun goddess, but even Li Yuman, the assistant, and the undercover agent were nowhere to be found. Where could they have gone? Could it be that they were taken by the sun goddess? Taken where? Wasn't the sun goddess previously stationary? One could not say for certain. During a prior catastrophe, the sun goddess had also spirited people away, delivering them to a nearby town. Mentioning this matter left many speechless, for the entity had only caused them great trouble. The fate of those sent to a nearby town was far from favorable. Contemplating it brought forth tears. Now that the sun goddess had acted similarly, would it lead to yet another sorrowful outcome? At the scene, those aboard the lifeboat gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. To say they were watching would be a misnomer, as they merely witnessed a flash of light. The radiance that descended from the sky landed before them, only to vanish moments later. Suddenly, Li Yuman, the assistant, and the undercover agent had disappeared. All that remained were the bewildered faces of those on the lifeboat. What just transpired? That fiend has vanished. She has been rescued. How could this be? How could this be? The sun goddess appeared just moments ago, yet why did she not take us? Why? Oh why? How absurd. How could such a thing occur? I cannot accept this. Absolutely refuse to. Save me. Save me. Hurry and rescue me from this place. The people on the lifeboat erupted into hysteria. Meanwhile, the lifeboat continued to take on water, the situation growing increasingly dire. Why would the sun goddess favor that fiend? It seemed the sun goddess was not a benevolent figure after all. Alas, one must tread lightly. Such words ought not to be spoken. Indeed, uttering such sentiments is ill-advised. Though some could not suppress their disdain for the sun goddess, others urgently cautioned them, yet the venturers seemed indifferent. It was as if suppressing their emotions within was unbearable. I must speak. I must declare. The sun goddess is no virtuous being. She is a malevolent spirit. She cried out. Ah! At that moment, many could no longer restrain themselves and gazed skyward, exclaiming in astonishment. The next instant, numerous individuals leapt into the sea. The sounds of splashes echoed repeatedly. What? What is happening? Before she could articulate her thoughts, a beam of light descended upon the lifeboat. There was no sound, only the light fell. And the lifeboat disintegrated in an instant, transforming into countless fragments. All individuals aboard plummeted into the ocean. They were unharmed, merely startled. Yet soon, terror gripped them even more fiercely. Without the lifeboat, was there any hope of rescue? They had already witnessed the specter of death approaching. I realize my mistakes. I acknowledge my wrongs, sun goddess. I shall never dare again. I shall never dare again. Those who fell into the sea began to repent. Yet, the sun goddess paid them no heed. After delivering her punishment, it seemed she had already distanced herself. At that moment, those who had fallen into the sea began to voice their grievances. We had warned you long ago. Now, look where we are. You are the true fiend, a genuine menace. Others were merely passive. You were proactive. You brought this upon yourself. You sought your own demise, and now you drag us down with you. If I perish here, I swear that even in death, I shall not forgive you. In the distance, the occupants of the submarine were taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Once they regained composure, they began to deliberate. What shall we do now? Let us arrange a vessel to rescue these individuals. We cannot allow them to escape so easily. I believe they can endure for a while longer. Thus, they resolved to let them persist for a time, elated by their decision. At that moment, a message arrived. Joy surged through them. They had discovered the whereabouts of Li Yuman and her two companions. Currently, they were in a major city by the sea, right at the entrance of a hospital. Is that so? That is splendid news. Let us hasten there. Wait, did we only locate Li Yuman and her companions? What of the sun goddess? There was no sign of the sun goddess. It was reported that a beam of light descended from the sky, and then they appeared at their current location. What time did they arrive? It was this very moment. The parties immediately compared their timelines, astonished. For the timing was simply too incredible. This moment coincided almost precisely with when they had vanished. Could this be a form of transportation? Instantaneous travel? Are they not synonymous? This is becoming increasingly unscientific. Shall we venture there? Of course, we must. Is this not a foregone conclusion? The group promptly set forth towards the city where Li Yuman and her companions resided. Meanwhile, Li Yuman and the assistant, albeit somewhat dazed and unaware of what had transpired, found themselves abruptly transported from the sea to the city. The seawater upon their bodies had vanished entirely. Their forms and attire were remarkably dry. Even the cash and identification within their wallets remained completely dry. Their phones too. The events that had unfolded felt as though they were but a dream, surreal and implausible. Once, I truly found myself stranded upon the surface of the sea, having fallen into the water and subjected to the most abominable treatment. Yet, amidst this grim reality, one fact remains undeniably true. The only person who aided me was a girl, injured and in desperate need of medical attention. Blood flowed profusely from her head, a sight that filled Li Yumin with terror. Fortunately, her experience in the performing arts had acquainted her with the sight of tomato juice in various scenes. Hurry, hurry. Li Yumin frantically searched for a hospital, only to discover one right before her eyes, a prestigious medical facility in a coastal city she had previously visited. Albeit not this particular hospital. Save her, please. With the assistance of her aide, Li Yumin rushed towards the emergency entrance, supporting the injured girl. Her aide, though somewhat dazed, moved with remarkable agility, a skill likely honed through extensive experience in her role. Look, ISN and Oppos. That the famous star Li Yumin? A passerby exclaimed. Indeed. She appears remarkably similar. How did she end up here? News reports had just covered her surviving a plane crash and subsequently a maritime disaster, leading to her current predicament of being presumed missing. This person cannot possibly be Li Yumin. Regardless, curiosity compelled many to approach her. In an instant, a throng of inquisitive onlookers surged toward Li Yumin, their phones raised, eager to capture her image. Fortunately, this attention inadvertently alerted the local authorities to her location. Excuse me. Are you Li Yumin? What brings you here? Yes. Can I have your autograph? Even if you're not her, would you mind taking a picture with me? I can pay you. Why are you silent? What makes you so special? You merely resemble Li Yumin. The crowd grew increasingly aggressive, blocking her path with their hastiness. Step aside. Can't you see I'm aiding an injured girl? Li Yumin's frustration escalated. Her aide quickly interjected. Stay calm. They know nothing. Do not engage with them. The crowd, irritated, retorted, we're merely asking a few questions. Why shout? What is so impressive about you? You possess no manners and can't even speak properly. Just a pretty face resembling that of a star. More people obstructed Li Yumin's passage. Will you ever cease? I urgently need to save a life. Your indifference is intolerable. If you possess any civility, could you not show a modicum of compassion? Li Yumin declared vehemently. Moreover, I do not merely resemble Li Yumin. I am Li Yumin. Here's my identification. Feel free to examine it. As she tossed her credentials into the crowd, they momentarily paused, then rushed to seize the document. Surprised by their eagerness, Li Yumin seized the opportunity to navigate through the throng, propelling herself toward the emergency room. The medical staff, having noticed her arrival, quickly approached to assist. Once she entrusted the injured girl to the medical personnel, relief washed over her, prompting her to seek a place to sit. Leaning her head, she succumbed to exhaustion, startling her aide. Check on her, the aide exclaimed, discovering that Li Yumin had merely fallen asleep from fatigue. While Li Yumin could afford to rest, her aide remained vigilant, monitoring her while simultaneously contacting their team and the relevant authorities to inform them of their location. This was deemed essential. In the distance, onlookers continued to clamor over Li Yumin's credentials, akin to experts vying for a coveted martial arts manuscript. This is the document Li Yumin tossed to me. No, it was meant for me. Wait, that woman is indeed the star Li Yumin. This is a sensational opportunity. The narrative swiftly shifted as some abandoned the chase for the document, hastening toward the emergency room to capture more sensational footage. However, at that moment, the hospital staff had summoned security to protect Li Yumin, escorting her to a private room for rest. Nearby, officials arrived, a result of her aide's diligence in informing the hospital of Li Yumin's identity and requesting security assistance. With both sets of personnel present, Li Yumin's safety was, for the most part, secured. Yet, numerous matters still required attention, and her aide remained busily engaged. Chapter 32. Unexpected. Yu stood in a daze, gazing at the scene before her, her mind racing to recollect her recent actions. What had she just done? It seemed that upon seeing the exquisitely crafted stick made by her father, she had rushed over to grasp it and began to wield it playfully. Then, she vaguely recalled hearing a sound, and a vision surfaced in her mind. Following her instinctual impulses, she had raised it towards the sky. Oh no, it was entirely unintentional. Yu looked up at the ceiling, which now bore a circular hole, as if it had been carved by a laser with remarkable precision and smoothness, resembling a perfect mirror. Turning on her heel, she dashed towards the door, having completely forgotten about the stick. In reality, it was not merely a stick but the sun goddess's scepter, a component of the sun goddess mech suit, endowed with numerous functionalities. Certified personnel could utilize it even without the mech. However, The scepter was bound to the sun goddess mech, and if it wished to reclaim it, it could do so at any moment. What should I do? Oh dear, what should I do? Little Tai, what do you think I should do? Yu clung to Tai, who was disguised as her. Don't worry, I can repair the ceiling, Tai assured her. Wonderful. You truly are my dear sister. Yu exclaimed joyfully, embracing Tai. Yes. Tai nodded. But, it feels like there's something else important. Yu sensed the weight of an important matter, yet it eluded her grasp. She dismissed the thought and urged, quickly, let us fix the ceiling. Of course. Tai nodded, and in an instant, a beam of light shot towards the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, dust particles converged from all directions, rapidly transforming and forming a shape that perfectly sealed the hole, leaving no trace behind. However, Yu scrutinized it closely and felt that something was slightly amiss. Yet, she did not dwell on it. The hole was gone, and that was enough. After all, she was merely a 5-year-old child. It's all right now. Little Tai, let us go play. I heard they've added new facilities in the open area outside. It's going to be so much fun. Yu eagerly pulled Tai towards the door, moving with great speed. Just as they left, Yi Luo pushed open the door and entered. The moment he stepped inside, he was taken aback. Something seemed off about the workshop. He stood still, scrutinizing what exactly was amiss. Then he realized, to his astonishment, that the air in the workshop was unexpectedly pristine. Yes, it was astonishingly clean, free of any impurities. He could distinctly perceive that this space usually contained rather unclean air, which would cause discomfort after prolonged exposure. Now, however, he felt none of that. Moreover, the room was spotless, devoid of dust. In the past, the workshop had been riddled with dust everywhere, on the surfaces of tables, the floor, and all objects. Had someone tidied up? Who could it be? Yi Luo pondered. Could it be Bai Rui? He immediately shook his head. That was impossible. Bai Rui would never engage in such tasks. From his understanding of her character, even if she had the intention, she would not do the cleaning herself. After all, she was the quintessential pampered lady, someone who would never lift a finger for housework. In her childhood, she might have believed in some magical mechanism where the mess around her would become neat and tidy after she left for a while, completely unaware that it was the result of someone else's efforts. During his time with Bai Rui, he had never once witnessed her cleaning or organizing her space. Even if a cup were to spill, she would remain oblivious to it. Yi Luo regarded the scene before him as one of the most perplexing mysteries of the world. However, he did not dwell too long on the peculiar situation. The scheduled time for his live stream had arrived. Hello everyone, I am your host, Xiaoyi. I'm delighted to meet you all today. I will begin assembling another component of the Sun Goddess mech, the solar shield. So please, stay tuned. First, we shall proceed with the core assembly. While speaking, Yi Luo placed the solar shield components on the table. The pieces for the solar shield far exceeded those of the previous component, the solar scepter, making the assembly process more complex and time-consuming. He estimated it would take about a week to complete. He proceeded methodically with the live stream, wholly ignoring the rapidly scrolling comments in the chat. An alien host has appeared. Indeed, it's miraculous. I had forgotten something, and upon watching the live stream, it all came rushing back. Me too. I had completely forgotten what I had seen in this stream. I just remembered that I must come back to watch the live stream at this time. Now that I've glanced at it, I recall the previous content. The host is assembling the mech. Yes, it's the Sun Goddess mech. Did you all see the news earlier? The host's mech saved the celebrity Li Yumin once again, and even rescued a passenger plane. When did that happen? Li Yumin is in trouble again? This time it's a maritime disaster. I heard the Sun mech appeared again. But it did something odd. It took Li Yumin to a coastal city and just left her there. Who said it just left her? The Sun mech placed her right at the hospital entrance. Can that be considered neglect? It was just a step away from taking her inside. What? Should it have helped with registration and payment too? All right, everyone, calm down. Let us not argue over a movie trailer. Yes. It's just a movie trailer. There is no need for a dispute. The host's stream is so dull. Can't there be a grand battle with aliens? More special effects would make it interesting. Exactly. I can't wait for an epic showdown with aliens. That's what a real movie trailer should be. Besides, isn't the mech meant for battles with aliens? Host, step it up. Don't hold your breath. The host won't pay us any mind. The viewers in the live stream continue to shake their heads, discontent with the host merely assembling things they could not comprehend. Speaking merely consisted of uttering incomprehensible phrases related to assembly. Such hosts truly deserve their lack of viewers. Yet, the current situation is strikingly contrary. The host's live stream continues to attract an ever-increasing audience. In fact, a plethora of professionals are consistently joining the growing number of online viewers. Engage attentively and strive to remember. It is upon you to absorb even the slightest morsel of knowledge, for that would be your contribution. Observe the host's actions and the content of their discourse. Endeavor to comprehend it thoroughly, even if it fades from memory later. Understanding it now is imperative. Who knows, perhaps one day you will no longer forget, and it will prove beneficial. There is something intriguing about the items the host is assembling, suggesting an entirely different technological paradigm. However, it also holds significant value for our existing framework. The question remains, how can one avoid forgetting? If only forgetting were not an option. Many individuals are gathered in a vast room, intently watching the live stream. They are deeply focused, while even more are engaged in technical research, primarily investigating how to effectively retain the content of the stream. To date, no breakthroughs have been made, and progress has been alarmingly minimal. Nevertheless, the audience is mentally prepared. After all, the opposing technology far surpasses their own. Immediate solutions are unattainable. This is a long-term endeavor. They are prepared for decades of research. Even if it takes decades to yield results, that in itself would be a triumph. Well then, today's live stream concludes here. Yi Luo, akin to a teacher completing a lesson, promptly ends the stream without allowing the audience a moment to react. In an instant, the expressions of the viewers shift dramatically. What have I done? What am I doing? Why am I here? Their faces reflect a complex and peculiar mix of emotions, taking a while to process the situation. It seems we were watching a live stream? Indeed. We were watching a live stream. What was the content? Completely forgotten, save for the certainty that the next stream must be viewed. Indeed. After closing the stream, Yi Luo gazes at the partially assembled solar shield before hastily putting it away. Simultaneously, her phone rings. What is happening? I tried to contact you numerous times, but it always prompted me to wait. Have you placed my number on a blacklist and now released it? By Rui and Apos, S voice emerges, laden with suspicion. Presently, she feels an incessant sense of paranoia, lacking inner security. She knows this is unhealthy, yet she cannot rein in her emotions, especially concerning matters related to Yi Luo. No, it is impossible. Yi Luo hastily interjects, attempting to clarify. I just saw you. You cannot possibly have dashed outside in such a brief period, losing phone signal. Bai Rui retorts angrily. How dare he deceive her? No, I am in my workshop, engaged in technical research. To avoid interruptions, I turn off my phone signal. Yi Luo explains. Is that so? Bai Rui inquires, her tone softening slightly. Of course. By the way, are you free tonight? Shall we visit the night market together? Yi Luo extends an invitation to Bai Rui. Her spirits lift at this suggestion, yet internally, she wrestles with hesitation. A night market? She has never been to such a place. Her familiar haunts are upscale restaurants, theaters, five-star hotels, luxury boutiques, and trendy shopping streets. Suddenly suggesting a visit to the night market fills her with apprehension about embarrassing herself in front of Yi Luo. What to do now? Bai Rui feels a wave of anxiety. Had she known, she would have scouted the night market with her assistant beforehand to accumulate some experience and devise a plan. Yi Luo is awaiting her response. She cannot keep him waiting. Bai Rui feels beads of sweat forming on her forehead. What is it? Is there a problem? Yi Luo asks. We will bring you Bao and Tai Bao along, allowing you to witness Tai Bao's dominance over the night market. Aha. As she speaks, Yi Luo recalls Tai Bao and Amp, Apos, S impressive command. There was a time when the street vendors at the night market were so intimidated they paid up to deter her from playing. Now, Yi Luo and Apos, S physical prowess is nearly flawless, and she is capable of nearly everything Tai Bao can do. However, she lacks Tai Bao and Apos, S infallible precision. Thus, Yi Luo can also give Bai Rui a glimpse of her own mastery over the night market. No, there is no issue. It is settled then. Bai Rui nods in agreement. Very well, it is settled. By the way, did you need to discuss something with me? Yi Luo suddenly remembers to inquire. Yes. Several factory owners have approached us, wishing to discuss contract matters. Bai Rui recalls the important issue, instantly regaining her composure, transforming back into the image of the composed. Formidable woman she is. Excellent. This is wonderful. With these factories, our product capacity will be assured. Yi Luo expresses her delight. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Bai Rui affirms. Thus, we must engage in earnest discussions with them. Yi Luo expresses her enthusiasm. Subsequently, both parties convene in the reception room. The atmosphere is rather formal, resembling a business negotiation. However, Neither Bai Rui nor Yi Luo perceives the situation as a negotiation. After all, they firmly occupy the dominant position. To put it bluntly, the opposing party lacks the qualifications to negotiate with Bai Rui and Yi Luo. They are the ones providing financial support to the other party. They are the benefactors sustaining them. What is there to negotiate? The other side should be deferential, akin to a son addressing his parents before marriage. This is the perspective held by both Bai Rui and Yi Luo. Yet, the current circumstances exceed their expectations. Chapter 33, Related Schemes. I assert this is for your benefit. Prosperity shared is prosperity sustained. Greed, after all, is a fleeting affair. As the saying goes, even a pig can soar when riding the winds of fortune. However, such success is not indicative of true prowess. It comes swiftly and departs just as rapidly. It is imperative to cherish one's blessings if one desires longevity in fortune. Our conditions are exceedingly favorable, and you need not exert yourselves. We will handle all affairs while you simply await your profits in the comfort of your offices, a scenario that many would envy. I find myself envious indeed. One must not be excessively greedy, particularly the youth, for your journeys ahead are long and filled with potential. Do not let momentary avarice tarnish a future that could be radiant. Let this matter be resolved. From this point on, we shall be akin to family. Truly, this is a cause for celebration. The group of middle-aged men, resembling one another in both appearance and stature, engaged in self-satisfied banter. Their faces radiating an air of unfounded confidence, as though the course of events were entirely in their hands. Bai Rui and Yi Luo appeared to be mere pawns in their game, subject to their whims. Bai Rui grasped her teacup tightly, struggling to maintain composure, fearing she might impulsively hurl it at the heads of the men before her. In contrast, Yi Luo remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the proceedings. Is this the consensus among you all? Zhang Shu adeptly navigated the unfolding situation, maintaining his own calm demeanor. What? Is this not your sentiment? The men, characterized by balding heads and protruding bellies, shared a striking resemblance, albeit to varying degrees. The younger among them bore the traits more lightly, while the older displayed them more prominently. The eldest among them was the one speaking now. The others nodded in agreement. Not as brothers, but as individuals who had inadvertently grown into similar visages. Zhang Shu exhibited a hint of this resemblance as well, though his self-control rendered it less conspicuous, particularly in regard to his full head of hair, a rarity among those of his age. Bai Rui glanced at Yi Luo, wishing he would retain a similar head of hair as he aged. Yi Luo, noticing her gaze, returned a warm smile, albeit unaware of her thoughts. A series of knocks interrupted them, as a younger balding man expressed discontent at the sight of the unspoken connection between Bai Rui and Yi Luo. To him, it felt entirely inappropriate for such levity in a serious negotiation setting, certainly not a casual dining affair. A modicum of decorum is essential, is it not? This is fundamental negotiation etiquette. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Today's youth seem increasingly oblivious to manners and respect for their elders. It is no wonder they face the harsh lessons of society. Whenever I witness such behavior, I cannot help but chuckle. Why not simply toil diligently in my factory instead of dreaming of entrepreneurship and overnight wealth? Such opportunities are a rarity. The inevitable outcome is crippling debt, relying on parental support to pay it off, and either returning home in disgrace or sleeping under bridges, lost in unrealistic fantasies. One must remain grounded and advance steadily. Precisely. Great edifices rise from firm foundations. Without a solid base, the taller the structure, the more catastrophic its collapse. The group of balding men nodded in unison. Bai Rui stifled a laugh at their discussion, treating their words as mere background noise, fully aware that should she heed them, they might not exit this conference room unscathed. Her gaze drifted to the window, where the clouds floated leisurely in the sky. She wished her mood could be as serene as those clouds. Honored elders, your words hold great wisdom. The younger generation is deeply moved by your insights, Yi Luo remarked courteously, adopting a respectful demeanor. The balding men beamed with pride at his words. Very well, then. It is settled. The contract is prepared, and we await your signatures. Once signed, we shall forge a strategic alliance to dominate the solar energy market, propelling it to unprecedented heights. The balding men expressed their delight, exchanging glances with their assistants, who promptly produced the contract, meticulously prepared in advance. Their prior alliance was evident. Bai Rui continued gazing out the window. Let me first review the contract, Yi Luo interjected, reaching for the document before him. The balding men frowned at this. What more is there to review? Just sign and spare us your delay. Do you even possess the capacity to comprehend the contract? Although you are the chief engineer of this factory, you are merely that, an engineer. It is the owner's prerogative to review such documents, not yours. Youngsters today, utterly lacking in respect. Speaking to you is already a favor. Do not overestimate your importance and step aside. They admonished Yi Luo, their disdain palpable. Bai Rui, who had been gazing out the window, snapped her attention back to the men, her eyes icy with fury. Leave. Immediately. Her voice rang out with an intensity that startled them, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Yi Luo and Zhang Shu shared a moment of surprise at Bai Rui's unexpected outburst. The room fell silent, and it took a moment for the men to regain their composure, staring at her in disbelief. What did you say? Do you understand the implications of your words? Are you rejecting our goodwill? The men struggled to comprehend her defiance. Begone! Get out of my sight, you insolent fools. You dare to encroach upon my domain. If I do not assert my authority, you would treat me like dough to be kneaded and shaped as you please. This is my territory. If I command you to leave, you will do so without hesitation. Dare to linger for even a second, and I shall hurl this teacup at you. Bai Rui lifted the teacup, poised to throw it at the group of men. Utterly disrespectful. The youth of today. I must say, this electronics factory is destined for ruin. With a resounding crash, Bai Rui hurled her teacup across the room. Several balding men jumped in fright and hurriedly fled towards the exit. Although the cup did not strike them, it nonetheless terrified them. In the eyes of these men, Bai Rui appeared utterly deranged. They scurried away, grumbling under their breath. However, Uncle Zhang furrowed his brow. This simply would not do. If we drive people away, how shall we fulfill our orders? Uncle Zhang shook his head repeatedly. Isn't it merely an OEM factory? There are countless such factories around the world. I refuse to believe we cannot find one that can handle our needs. If we truly cannot find one, then we shall just purchase one. Bai Rui retorted defiantly. But do we have the luxury of time? And do we possess the necessary funds? Uncle Zhang continued to shake his head. Initially, he thought Bai Rui was astute in business, but now he realized he had misjudged her. She was undeniably too young. Problems can always be resolved. Solutions can always be devised. Bai Rui remained unfazed, gazing at Yi Luo. As long as she had him by her side, she harbored no worries. Chief Yi, wouldn't you agree? Yes, indeed. Yi Luo, upon hearing Bai Rui and Appo's words, nodded vigorously. Bai Rui then turned to Uncle Zhang and declared, since Chief Yi has assured us there will be no issues, then there will be none. Uncle Zhang, if you have the time, please manage the workshop and oversee material reserves. You need not concern yourself with external matters. With us here, everything will be fine. Uncle Zhang momentarily paused, taken aback by Bai Rui's words. This was clearly a diminishment of his authority. Yet, he had nothing to counter, for Bai Rui was the main stakeholder. And if she wished to proceed this way, he could only acquiesce. Moreover, he had never intended to exert effort beyond his position for this electronics factory. Very well. I understand. Uncle Zhang stood and made his way towards the door, glancing back at Bai Rui and Yi Luo, only to find they had no intention of leaving. He departed alone, engulfed in silence. Old Zhang is becoming quite unreliable. After Uncle Zhang and Appo's departure and the door closed, Bai Rui spoke icily. Indeed. We should consider finding someone to replace him. Yet, the current OEM situation is rather troublesome. Yi Luo pondered the OEM issue. I believe in you, Bai Rui stated. Yi Luo, hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't suppress a smile. I truly appreciate your faith. What is there to be grateful for? After all, this electronics factory shall soon be ours. What is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. Bai Rui expressed the first part, while secretly contemplating the latter. In truth, the OEM issue is not the most troublesome matter. Yi Luo remarked, focusing his thoughts on this aspect, inadvertently neglecting other concerns, particularly the implications of Bai Rui and Appo's words. Bai Rui felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, she swiftly adjusted her mood, ready to discuss the OEM matters with Yi Luo earnestly. However, upon hearing Yi Luo's statement, she realized that the OEM concerns were, in fact, secondary. The most pressing issue remained the shadowy figure lurking in the background. If they did not eliminate this unseen adversary, even if they found an OEM partner, their efforts would be undermined. What is that vile person up to now? Those balding men might very well be her pawns. That wretched individual shall not escape my wrath. Bai Rui suddenly felt a surge of fury, gritting her teeth. She longed to tear that insidious figure to shreds. A chilling and ruthless aura enveloped the room, creating an intimidating scene. After her outburst, Bai Rui realized how frightening her words had sounded. She hastily turned to Yi Luo. Well, I'm not usually like this. It's just that person has infuriated me, so Bai Rui rushed to explain. Oh, what did you just say? Yi Luo paused. Having been deep in thought about their next steps and thus failing to notice Bai Rui's ferocity. Oh, what did I just say? Oh, I didn't say anything. Bai Rui quickly replied, relieved that Yi Luo had not caught her earlier outburst. Yet, she soon felt neglected by him. We need not concern ourselves with those balding men. I've thought it over. They likely have little to do with Zhang Meili. Even if they do, it's of little consequence. Moreover, I have a rough idea of Zhang Meili's schemes, and currently, her plans are quite favorable for us. Yi Luo chuckled, his smile somewhat sinister. However, to Bai Rui, it appeared radiant and charming, exuding intelligence and charisma. Bai Rui and Appo's eyes sparkled. What should we do? She inquired. Yi Luo and Appo's smile grew broader. For the forthcoming developments might very well assist them in overcoming their current challenges. So, can we achieve it? At a lower price and with superior quality. Zhang Meili felt like an astute general orchestrating a grand strategy, ready to sweep all before her. She even yearned for a more formidable opponent. Rather than the feeble adversary before her, the other side was barely clinging to life. She need only extend her foot and stamp it out. Such a waste of talent. It was an overreaction. Zhang Meili shook her head, feeling that the current battlefield did not allow her to showcase her full prowess. Her performance felt wasted. She longed for Hai Gu to witness her exceptional display, enhancing her image in his eyes. Rest assured, Director Zhang, our goods will undoubtedly surpass the competition in both price and quality. Furthermore, our production speed and distribution capabilities are far superior. Her assistant proclaimed confidently. Excellent. Then let us commence at once. I want to witness the downfall of the competitor's products in the market. Soon, a new brand of generator emerged on the market, boasting an extraordinary momentum. Chapter 34. Remarkable benefits. The beautiful brand solar generator is truly exquisite. It surpasses even the most alluring solar generators. And it is undoubtedly a worthy addition to your life. Every moment of your existence deserves the companionship of the beautiful generator. Before long, such advertisements flooded the entire network, complemented by numerous offline channels. Zhang Meili gazed upon this scene with great satisfaction. Indeed, this is the way it should be. Just wait and see how long that wretched person can endure. Ha ha ha. I can already envision that pathetic figure, curled up in bed, weeping. By the way, what is the current number of orders? Zhang Meili inquired of her assistant nearby. Well, Director Zhang, the order count is still being compiled. However, we should have the figures by this afternoon. The assistant hurriedly replied. How could you be so ineffective, taking such a long time to compile the order numbers? I heard that that wretched person can view the total orders in real time. Zhang Meili expressed her frustration. Report, Director Zhang, the other party has likely adopted an order system, allowing for real-time aggregation of orders. However, the assistant explained, then we should adopt one as well. Such a trivial matter, and you still need my approval? Truly useless. Zhang Meili retorted angrily. Yes. However, according to protocol, we must. The assistant had to interject. After all, this matter cannot be resolved with mere words, especially since she lacks the authority to do so. What protocols? I grant you the authority. That should suffice. Hurry. Can this be arranged immediately? I need it at once. Zhang Meili urged. The assistant and Appo's expression faltered. Although she had grown accustomed to Zhang Meili and Appo's frequent unreasonable demands, the current request was indeed exceedingly absurd. How could such a matter be resolved immediately? Even with overtime, it would take several days to finalize. However, the assistant clearly could not voice such thoughts. Director Zhang, I will contact the software company right away to inquire if we can expedite access for you. Please hold on. The assistant quickly responded. Hurry. Zhang Meili persistently urged. The assistant nodded and dashed towards the door. Director Zhang, please do not be upset. Do not let such trivial matters affect your health, for your well-being is more important than anything else. A young, handsome male assistant approached Zhang Meili, holding a cup of tea, speaking in a soothing and melodious tone, as if a gentle spring breeze had swept away the fury within her heart. In an instant, Zhang Meili and Appo's anger subsided. You truly are the best. That useless person is infuriating, incapable of accomplishing anything, just knowing how to incite my anger. It is such a waste of the generous salary I provide her. The male assistant nodded vigorously, fully agreeing. Director Zhang, you are absolutely right. The male assistant echoed her sentiments. Before long, the office was filled with Zhang Meili and Appo's joyful laughter. In the distance, the female assistant, hearing the laughter, felt a slight relief and silently thanked the male assistant, resolving to prepare a delicious meal for him upon returning home. Yet, she could not help but worry that this situation was unsustainable. It would be wise to seek a new position soon. Regrettably, she lamented. It was not worth it to serve as Zhang Meili's assistant for such a pittance. Fortunately, there was one silver lining: her acquaintance with the male assistant. However, this good fortune also compelled her to leave Zhang Meili promptly. Otherwise, if Zhang Meili were to discover this relationship, both she and the male assistant would be in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, in Bai Rui's office, news of Zhang Meili's actions reached her. This Zhang Meili certainly possesses audacity. Bai Rui held a deep admiration for Zhang Meili in this regard. Since the other party has initiated action, we shall respond in kind, Yi Luo stated. Indeed. Bai Rui nodded in agreement. Thus, Bai Rui and Yi Luo set their plans into motion. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Meili's beautiful brand generator experienced a surge in sales. However, Zhang Meili remained oblivious to this development, as the order data had yet to be compiled. Furthermore, the order system had not yet been operationalized. The assistant had already engaged in discussions, but the timeline for resolution remained uncertain. After all, the assistant was contemplating a job change, making her somewhat distracted during negotiations regarding the order system. Time flew by swiftly. Zhang Meili finally glimpsed the order count. Instantly, her spirits soared. Ha ha ha, in just 1 day's time, the orders have exceeded 1 million. Ha ha ha, indeed, I am the true elite of the business world. A formidable woman of commerce. What is that wretched person compared to me? I never expected this generator business to be so lucrative. Had I known earlier, it would have been different. For now, I shall concentrate my efforts on defeating that wretched individual, and then consider other pursuits. As Zhang Meili gazed upon the order figures, her imagination ran wild. She envisioned herself triumphing over Bai Rui, monopolizing the generator industry, becoming the leading figure in the field, and reaping immense profits. Presently, her order scale had already reached billions. What scale might it achieve next? Zhang Meili felt a rush of exhilaration. Suddenly, she sensed that even Zhu Lihai's allure had diminished in comparison to her burgeoning success. The brilliance he once radiated was swiftly waning. Her admiration for him seemed to fade as well. He no longer appeared significantly superior. With an order scale of 10 billion, could Zhu Lihai achieve the same? His family's entire enterprise amounted to merely 100 billion. It seemed she had already surpassed him by tenfold in orders. How long would it take her to secure such an order volume? In a flash, Zhang Meili felt that it would not be long before she could look down upon Zhu Lihai. A bold notion took root within her. Perhaps she was deserving of a better partner. Indeed, she envisioned herself worthy of the son of the nation's wealthiest individual. Naturally, at the very least, he should belong to a family worth hundreds of billions. Otherwise, he would be utterly unworthy of her. Zhang Meili's confidence soared. However, those seated before her remained grounded. They were seasoned veterans of the Zhang family, possessing remarkable experience and capabilities. Director Zhang, the current situation seems rather peculiar. Yes, the order volume far exceeds our estimates. And based on our experience, there must be something amiss. We must investigate to uncover the reasons. Even if the order numbers are valid, given our factory and Appo's output, it would be challenging to fulfill this order. We must seek outsourcing. The senior advisors voiced their concerns and suggestions. Address the issue swiftly. For what purpose do I have in supporting you all? Am I to resolve problems while you simply reap the benefits? Zhang Meili remarked with evident annoyance. These individuals had shattered her reverie, a moment in which she had finally contemplated the name for her first child. Their interruption had completely derailed her thoughts, leaving her exasperated. The elders among them felt an increasing ire. Who did these people think they were? Were it not for their lengthy tenure at the company and the relatively decent treatment they had received in the past, they would have long considered seeking employment elsewhere. Some even contemplated retirement, as their age suggested it was time to step down. They had little desire to continue serving Zhang Meili. And if there were no further words to exchange, they were expected to diligently attend to their duties. Stop thinking of laziness while pocketing your wages without contributing, Zhang Meili commanded. The crowd fell silent and dispersed. Meanwhile, at the Xinxiang Electronics factory, Uncle Zhang wore a perplexed expression. He had noticed unsettling occurrences within the factory lately. Strange vehicles had been arriving, laden with substantial cargo, only to depart in haste shortly thereafter. This peculiar situation was escalating. When he approached to investigate, those in charge treated him as if he were a thief, forbidding him from getting too close. Although Uncle Zhang had initially wished to remain uninvolved, he felt a rising anger within. After all, he was a veteran of the electronics factory, the foremost elder who possessed an intricate understanding of its operations. Yet now, he found himself excluded from the inner workings of the factory. This realization left him disheartened, even as he resolved to focus solely on his assigned responsibilities. He could not shake the sadness. In recent days, he had unconsciously passed by Rui and Yi Luo, pausing briefly to exchange a few words, subtly hinting at his concerns and hopes they might confide in him. However, their behavior was utterly unacceptable. These youngsters showed no regard for their elders. Though he may not have been a hero, he certainly had his share of hard work. How could they treat him this way? Sitting at his desk, Uncle Zhang muttered to himself, his palm striking the table with a resounding thud. What is happening here? He lamented. Who has angered you, Uncle Zhang? Why the frustration? Hurry to the meeting. It is said the factory is performing quite well lately. This meeting will discuss how to reward the workers. You must advocate for us. A chorus of voices chimed, eager for Uncle Zhang to speak on their behalf. The moment he entered the office, his face broke into a serene smile, his hands resting calmly on the table, as if nothing had transpired to upset him. Rest assured, I will advocate for you all. No need for gratitude. We are all in this together, and it is my duty to support my fellow workers, Uncle Zhang declared nobly. The crowd nodded in agreement, viewing him as a benevolent figure, selflessly prioritizing the collective good over personal gain. Emotion welled within them as, amidst their applause, Uncle Zhang made his way to the conference room. The room was already bustling with attendees, all mid to senior-level staff. Upon seeing Uncle Zhang approach, they rose to greet him, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a festive occasion. The workers, reluctant to part ways, lingered at the door until the higher-ups urged them to leave. Their hopes now rested squarely on Uncle Zhang's shoulders. He appeared determined not to disappoint. Please, take your seat, Uncle Zhang, urged a senior member, eager for him to settle in. Uncle Zhang, sitting at the third seat on the podium, positioned to the right of Rui, was well aware that some believed he deserved the seat to her left, a notion held by those closer to him. However, he humbly accepted his place, feeling it was already an honor to be regarded so highly. As if on cue, Rui and Yi Luo arrived. Their timing impeccable as always, neither a second late nor early, a testament to Yi Luo's acute sense of time, which had developed remarkably. Greetings. Let us commence our meeting, Rui announced briskly, having prepared to introduce remote video conferencing to the factory, a move that promised significant time savings. However, it was still in the early stages, limited to select personnel like Yi Luo. Each evening, they would hold extensive remote meetings focused on factory operations and orders, devoid of any unrelated matters. Rui's demeanor and attire during these meetings were always professional. The factory has been thriving lately, thus I plan to. Chapter 35. The atmosphere of anticipation. The crowd was abuzz with excitement, eagerly awaiting the moment. Indeed, Rui was poised to reward them. After a period of diligent effort, the time for reaping the rewards had finally arrived. All eyes were fixated on Rui, particularly on the half of her face that was visible. Ordinarily, no one would dare to gaze at her so openly, for such audacity would surely provoke her ire. Yet, their current circumstances were markedly different. On one hand, the law did not punish the collective, and on the other, Rui appeared genuinely pleased. This shift in demeanor alleviated their apprehensions. Promotions and adjustments to personnel roles were necessary to better align with the impending advancements and developments within the factory. After all, the factory's situation had undergone significant transformation. The previous personnel structure was ill-equipped to accommodate the rapid growth and evolution of their establishment. This was a realization that everyone could grasp, was it not? A smile adorned Rui's face, a rare sight indeed. Typically, the absence of a frightening expression on her countenance was already commendable, let alone witnessing her kind smile. The crowd, upon hearing her words, erupted with joy. Promotions, how could one not be elated? To feel otherwise would be peculiar. However, at this moment, Uncle Zhang was not pleased. His instincts warned him that unfavorable events might soon unfold for him. Zhang Jiandong was promoted from deputy director of the workshop to director, while Li Wanshu advanced from the leader of the maintenance team to deputy director of the workshop. Yuan Xiao was elevated from line leader to chief line leader. Rui announced each promotion, calling out names from memory, without the need for a list, clearly demonstrating her familiarity with everyone's identities and roles. The crowd took note of this, feeling both valued and appreciated by Rui. Their hearts swelled with excitement and gratitude, for such recognition was unprecedented. In the past, the boss had known none of them beyond a few senior executives, despite their status as middle management. As Rui continued her announcements, a sense of unease began to ripple through the assembly. Although everyone's positions were being elevated, the nature of these promotions varied significantly. For instance, the promotion from deputy director to director was undoubtedly a positive development, yet the elevation of the finance department head to deputy director of logistics was far from commendable. The significance of the finance department far surpassed that of logistics, and the latter's deputy position was merely ornamental, lacking any real authority. Expressions within the crowd began to shift. Some astute individuals started to grasp the underlying implications. Moreover, one workshop director was reassigned as the general manager of a branch company. While it appeared to be a prestigious appointment, everyone understood it was essentially a demotion. Branch companies were mere facades, devoid of real function. Especially since the factory had no branches in reality, they existed only on paper. An air of silence enveloped the room. Bai Rui's smile grew ever more radiant as she turned her gaze towards Uncle Zhang, whose expression was grave, devoid of any semblance of mirth. Next, let us all applaud and congratulate Uncle Zhang on his promotion to vice director of our electronics factory, the first vice director. Bai Rui warmly called out to Uncle Zhang, treating him as part of the family, a level of regard not extended to anyone else in the room. The crowd, sensing this, erupted into enthusiastic applause, creating a fervent atmosphere as if they genuinely celebrated Uncle Zhang's ascension to vice director. Yet, the title of vice director had seemingly not existed within the electronics factory prior to this announcement. The highest position had been that of general manager, a role Uncle Zhang had previously held, followed by that of the owner. The title of first vice director was likewise unprecedented. While some might adopt this nomenclature in imitation of other factories, it was still a novelty here. Thank you, Boss Bai, for your trust in me. I am truly grateful for your promotion. I assure you, I will shine in my new role and work diligently, never disappointing your expectations. Uncle Zhang stood, gradually shedding his grave demeanor to reveal a radiant smile, as if overjoyed at the prospect of his new position. He joined in the applause, seemingly accepting the role from the depths of his heart. Very well, very well. I trust Uncle Zhang will provide us with a satisfactory performance. Bai Rui beamed with elation. She then shifted her gaze towards Yi Luo, who was now the focus of everyone and Appos' attention. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our congratulations to Chief Engineer Yi, who will now also assume the role of General Manager of the Electronics Factory. He's our new General Manager, Bai Rui announced, and before the crowd could react, she began to clap enthusiastically. The audience, not wanting to appear negligent, promptly followed suit, their applause more thunderous than before. Everyone was astute enough to recognize that Yi Luo represented the future of the electronics factory, a new powerhouse. It was indeed a time of generational transition, and they would soon depend on Yi Luo for their livelihoods. How could they refrain from applauding vigorously? Moreover, they must quickly devise ways to forge closer ties with him, while perhaps distancing themselves from Uncle Zhang. Though it felt somewhat disloyal, it was a necessary maneuver in the realm of reality. Uncle Zhang had become outdated. At this moment, Uncle Zhang wore a beaming smile, showing no signs of change. He clapped his hands, seemingly more jubilant than Yi Luo at the announcement of his new role. Congratulations! I am confident, young Yi, that your stewardship will usher in a brighter future for the electronics factory. The future of the factory now rests upon your capable shoulders. Uncle Zhang, embodying the role of a caring elder, placed his hand on Yi Luo's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, Vice Director Zhang. The future of the electronics factory is in my hands. Yi Luo replied grandly, accepting the mantle of responsibility. Uncle Zhang's smile faltered momentarily. He had expected Yi Luo to exhibit a touch of humility, yet was taken aback by his unabashed confidence. Moreover, Yi Luo's address of him as Vice Director Zhang irked him. Nevertheless, Uncle Zhang maintained a facade of composure. His smile was barely maintained. Uncle Zhang glanced at Bai Rui, hoping to discern any unfavorable signs on her face, perhaps a hint of anger triggered by Yi Luo and Appos' words. After all, Yi Luo had somewhat disregarded Bai Rui and Appos' presence. As the general manager, his earlier comments were rather inappropriate. Just moments ago, Uncle Zhang had attempted to sow discord between Yi Luo and Bai Rui. However, he was met with disappointment. Bai Rui's face was radiantly joyful. If it were possible for her to immediately transfer her title as boss to Yi Luo, she might have done so without hesitation. Uncle Zhang realized that his little schemes were entirely futile. Acknowledging this, he took a seat, though he did not abandon his plans. He still intended to create a bit of trouble for Bai Rui and Yi Luo. Otherwise, he would remain unsatisfied. The discussion regarding positions had concluded, and now, Bai Rui announced she would address the matter of bonuses. Instantly, the room fell silent, eyes sparkling with anticipation. This was what everyone had been eagerly awaiting, the main event. Even more significant than the discussion of positions, due to everyone and Oppo's outstanding performance. I have decided to allocate 10% of this month's profits from the electronics factory as bonuses to all staff members. The specific distribution will be as follows by Rui elaborated, and the audience listened intently. After all, this was a matter directly affecting their interests. This month, the total number of orders exceeded 1 million, with revenues surpassing 1 billion. In terms of profit, it amounted to several hundred million. Although not all of this had been collected, nearly half had been received. There was certainly over 100 million at stake. The amount by Rui intended to distribute represented a small portion, yet it still amounted to several million. The electronics factory did not employ thousands, with the current recruitment. There were merely a few hundred staff members. Thus, each person could approximately receive around 20,000. This was indeed a substantial bonus, particularly when most salaries hovered in the thousands. However, the distribution would not be equal. Everyone understood that each person's contribution varied. Nevertheless, even the individual receiving the smallest bonus would still obtain a few thousand, while the highest earner might claim several million, claiming the lion's share of the bonuses. Yet, there were no objections, as everyone was acutely aware that this money was earned through their collective efforts. Without Yiluo, there would be no electronics factory. By Rui, in truth, felt somewhat dissatisfied with the bonuses allocated to Yiluo, believing they were too meager. Yet, given the current circumstances, this was the extent of her capability. To offer Yiluo more would necessitate handing over the factory entirely. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. By Rui assured Yiluo after the meeting concluded. As they stood in her office, this was already quite satisfactory for Yiluo. With this month-end Oppo's bonus, he could purchase a house rather than continuing to rent. However, he had grown accustomed to his rented home. While the location was not ideal, the size was ample, which was quite commendable. Such a property in the city center was hard to come by. Yiluo even contemplated buying the house he currently inhabited, feeling that would suffice for his desires. No, that was still far from sufficient. All right, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Allow me to handle them. By Rui declared, displaying a sense of responsibility. Very well. I shall now attend to my tasks. Yiluo nodded, slightly perplexed, yet he allowed her to take on the burden as she wished. He proceeded to pursue his own interests. Go ahead. By Rui affirmed. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhang made a phone call. It and Amp, Oppo's, me. The situation is quite promising. This month and Amp, Oppo's, orders have exceeded 1 million. If this trend continues, the Bai family and Amp, Oppo's, debts will soon be cleared. Impossible. I don't and Amp, Oppo's, do you believe it? Did my brother instruct you to deceive me into returning? I will absolutely not go back. A middle-aged man exclaimed, incredulous. Uncle Zhang was unfazed. You can check online for yourself, then you will know. Believe it or not, I am merely sharing this information out of goodwill. Additionally, I must inform you that Bai Rui now has a man in her life, and that man is currently the general manager of the electronics factory. What? What nonsense? That half-faced man actually has someone interested in her? Has he lost his senses? Moreover, that man is the general manager. How can this be? Lao Zhang. Wherein and Amp, Oppo's, to you the general manager? The middle-aged man inquired hastily. Indeed, I was the general manager, but now I am the deputy factory director, Uncle Zhang replied. Deputy factory director? Where did such a position come from in the electronics factory? Ah, I see. They are attempting to sideline you. How outrageous. This traitor must not be allowed to take what belongs to the Bai family and hand it over to others. The middle-aged man fumed. At that moment, he seemed to have already searched for the current status of the electronics factory online. Very well, that and Oppo's. That's enough, Uncle Zhang said, ending the call. He then appeared as if nothing had transpired, leisurely exiting the office with a thermos in hand, greeting everyone he met with kindness. Particularly when he encountered Bai Rui and Yiluo, he was especially warm, resembling a hopeful elder anticipating their union. It was impossible to discern that he had just executed a scheme detrimental to both Bai Rui and Yiluo. Yiluo regarded Uncle Zhang with a complex expression. Chapter 36. The phone rings at this moment. Bai Chongqing was exceedingly furious. He was smashing cups and banging the table. Dad, what and Amp, Oppo's, is wrong with you? What could possibly make you this angry? A young girl, resembling Bai Chongqing to some extent, approached. She was dressed in a fashionable manner, adorned with nothing but the latest luxury brands. Her makeup alone could have cost thousands. At that moment, she was happily holding a phone, eagerly awaiting Bai Chongqing to purchase a handbag for her. Noticing her father's furious demeanor, she was taken aback and quickly inquired about the cause of his anger. Is he going to refuse to buy me the bag? She worried, concerned that if that were the case, she would be embarrassed in front of her friends. Look at this, Bai Chongqing exclaimed, thrusting his phone in front of the girl. Curiosity piqued, she glanced at the screen, initially indifferent, but then her expression shifted to shock. Is this true? Your cousin's electronics factory. What do you mean your cousin? That belongs to the Bai family. Bai Chongqing retorted forcefully. Oh, but when we left. It wasn't, the girl instinctively began, only to realize her mistake and quickly stopped herself. What do you mean when we left? I don't remember that. The electronics factory is ours, and she thinks she can monopolize it? I absolutely will not allow such a thing. As he spoke, Bai Chongqing grabbed his phone and strode towards the door. Dad, what are you doing? Wait. I still have a handbag for you to buy. The girl hurriedly chased after him. Pack your things, we're going back. Bai Chongqing shouted, feeling frantic. He feared that if he was even a moment late, his rightful money would diminish by even a single cent. To him, every cent mattered, absolutely not a penny less. Bai Chongqing was in a state of desperation. Old Bai, have you lost your mind? We barely escaped. If we go back now, won't we be caught? A middle-aged woman, Bai Chongqing's wife, stood up in astonishment, pointing at him. On the nearby sofa, a young man, barely 20, was engrossed in his phone, occasionally bursting into laughter, entirely oblivious to the chaotic situation. Look at this. Bai Chongqing handed his phone to his wife. Reluctantly, she took it, but upon seeing the insistence in his eyes, she glanced at the screen and gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? How could that half a face achieve such a thing? Her expression was one of incredulity. You see it for yourself. How can you not believe it? Moreover, that half a face has some tricks up her sleeve. Bai Chongqing asserted. So, does this mean the Bai family is in the clear? His wife asked, visibly excited. What? The Bai family is fine. Wonderful. I want to go back right now. Those fools dared to mock me. I will show them that I am still the young master of the Bai family. They will apologize to me on their knees. Young Master Bai jumped up, filled with fervor, ready to charge out the door. He was utterly fed up with his current life and longed to return to his former existence. Wait. Even if we go back, we need to pack some things. His wife urgently called to her son. Pack what? Do we really need any of that? As long as we have money, that's all that matters. Young Master Bai replied nonchalantly, putting on his shoes at the doorway. Indeed, as long as we have money. His wife understood and quickly turned to Bai Chongqing. What are you looking at me for? I don't have any money. Bai Chongqing retorted irritably. No money? But that half a face is already. His wife paused, realizing she hadn't received any money from him. What? No money? Then how do we go back? Young Master Bai, having finished putting on his shoes, immediately kicked them off upon hearing the news. Hurry, call that half a face and ask for money. His mother urged. Yes. Ask for more money. I was planning to buy a handbag. Oh, 2 handbags. The girl seized the opportunity, calling out eagerly. Exactly. We've endured so much. She should compensate us. His wife nodded fervently, feeling wronged by the hardships they had faced. Only money could lift her spirits. Once the money arrives, I want 200,000. I need it. Also, I want all the pocket money I've been deprived of during this time. And for all the suffering I've endured, I deserve compensation. Young Master Bai quickly chimed in. Stop with the chatter. I know. Bai Chongqing shouted, then took out his phone, preparing to dial. However, just as he made the motion to dial, he froze, staring at the phone, unsure of what to do. What's wrong? Why aren't you dialing? They urged in unison. Yes. Why aren't you dialing? I need that money. I do too. I'm waiting to buy a handbag. His wife, Young Master Bai, and the girl all pressed him. Do you remember that half a face's phone number? I threw away the previous phone. Bai Chongqing's expression turned grim. I did too. Didn't you tell us to get rid of them? You were worried someone would track us down through our phones. His wife, Young Master Bai, and the girl all looked dejected. Oh, wait, I have an idea. Haha, Lao Zhang. He called me. I can call him back and ask for the number. A light bulb went off in Bai Chongqing's mind. He felt incredibly clever and prescient. He recalled leaving his number with Lao Zhang to keep an eye on the electronics factory situation. When Uncle Zhang received the call, his expression darkened. What? By Rui's phone. All right. I understand. I'll get it for you. He had expected something significant, yet it turned out to be this. Uncle Zhang was at a loss for words. How could they not have by Rui and Appo's phone number? What kind of family was this? Understanding their situation, he quickly provided the number and hung up, anticipating the moment they would face Bai Rui. Yet, he couldn't help but worry. Could they truly confront Bai Rui with such intellect? Uncle Zhang shook his head, dismissing the thought. He cannot proceed in such a manner. Contacting Bai Chongqing is merely his obligation, as the latter is a member of the Bai family. If this becomes public knowledge, no one would dare to speak against it. However, should he choose to reach out to Zhang Meili, the situation would be entirely different, as many would undoubtedly slander him. After all, Zhang Meili is an outsider. After careful contemplation, Uncle Zhang relinquished this idea, thereby averting a potential disgrace. Should he contact Bai Chongqing and fail, he would simply be marginalized. But if he were to contact Zhang Meili and fail, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. In Bai Rui and Appo's office, Yi Luo suddenly glanced at Bai Rui and Appo's phone, aware that a call from Bai Chongqing was imminent. The phone lit up, and a melody resonated. It was a call from Bai Chongqing. A strange number? Moreover, an international one? Surely, it must be a scam. Humph. Bai Rui scoffed and promptly hung up. Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback, for this was not the outcome he had anticipated. He was surprised that Bai Rui would act in such a manner. What and Appo's wrong? What are you looking at? Are you worried that a young man might call you? Bai Rui couldn't and Appo's help but indulge in her imagination, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Yi Luo and Appo's jealousy was palpable, and Bai Rui felt an overwhelming joy from it. Nevertheless, she would not allow Yi Luo to be misled. She was not one to exploit misunderstandings for personal gain. No, she had never sought to manipulate circumstances to garner more attention from Yi Luo. She had always treated others with sincerity and integrity. However, for now, enjoying the sight of Yi Luo and Appo's jealousy was quite delightful. That last call seemed to be from abroad. Perhaps it was a relative reaching out to you? Yi Luo suggested. A radiant smile blossomed on Bai Rui and Appo's face. Indeed, she cared. She wished to ascertain the identity of the caller to completely eliminate any uncertainties. I understand. I comprehend. Rest assured. Unfortunately, the moment of Yi Luo and Appo's jealousy was fleeting, and Bai Rui felt a pang of regret for its brevity. She prepared to return the call. But before she could dial, the phone rang again. Bai Rui furrowed her brow, slightly irritated. Although she had intended to return the call, the persistent ringing frustrated her. Nevertheless, since the caller had reached out, she decided to answer. Hello, this is Bai Rui. Rui, it's you, your second uncle. Click. Bai Rui instinctively hung up, her mind reeling. On the other end, Bai Chongqing was left with a grim expression. First, she didn't answer. And when she finally did, she hung up upon hearing his voice. What was this nonsense? Bai Chongqing hurriedly dialed again. Hello, I am your second uncle. Don't hang up. Click. I am your second uncle. Click. Your balance is insufficient. Hearing the automated message, Bai Chongqing nearly threw the phone in frustration. No, don't do that. If you break it, we won't be able to call. His wife urgently intervened. That wretched girl. She deliberately wasted my credit. How infuriating. Truly, she is just like her father. Bai Chongqing cursed. What do we do now? His wife inquired. Use your phone. What? My phone. Even if I use it, it will likely yield the same result. What should we do then? We need to find a way to return. Without money, how can we go back? Bai Chongqing shouted in anger. I want money. I want money. Bai Xiao wailed on the sofa, flailing his arms and legs in distress. I'm waiting to buy a bag. If we don't hurry, I'll miss out. I can't wait until the next season. How am I supposed to go out in the meantime? Shut up. If you can't help, at least stop your shouting. My head is killing me. Bai Chongqing's roar pierced the walls, drawing the attention of neighbors who began pointing fingers. Some even prepared to call the police. His wife, terrified, hurriedly soothed the neighbors to prevent them from reporting the commotion. What a dreadful place, filled with dreadful people. They want to call the police over such a trivial matter. His wife was quite irate. Then she proposed, let us have old Zhang lend us some money. The electronics factory is doing so well, old Zhang must have some funds. It and Appo's. It's only reasonable for him to help us since he is the one who asked us to return. If he refuses, we'll inform the half-faced girl that it was old Zhang who told us to come back. Let us see how he deals with that. His wife displayed remarkable cleverness. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chongqing and Appo's eyes brightened. Indeed, that's the solution. You are truly brilliant. Of course, you should know who I am. Haha. I will call old Zhang right away and ask him for money. However, my phone is out of credit. May I use yours? No. My phone doesn't have much credit left either. Then, son, Hand over your phone for me to use. Why should I? I want tea. Daughter. No, no. Absolutely not. That is my phone. If you want to let me use it, then you must recharge it for me. Bai Chongqing shouted, his voice once again attracting the neighbor's attention, prompting some to prepare to call the police. All right. You can use my phone. His wife hastily tossed her phone to Bai Chongqing and greeted the neighbors, pleading with them not to report the incident. Uncle Zhang's phone rang. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhang's expression had been grim for several days. Chapter 37. He is leaving. What is it? Bai Rui is not answering your calls? You lack funds, so let me provide you with money. Why are you not? Uncle Zhang and Amp, Appo's expression was quite unpleasant. Failing to catch the chicken only to lose the rice. Lifting a rock only to crush one and Amp, Appo's own foot. However, Uncle Zhang did not wish to proceed in this manner, nor could he, in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing that the other party had revealed Uncle Zhang's involvement to Bai Rui, he fell silent. Uncle Zhang and Amp, Appo's face turned a ghastly white from rage. Yet, he still helplessly nodded in agreement to the matter. He had to swallow his pride, even if it felt like biting down on broken teeth. At that moment, the other party grew more emboldened, preparing to push their advantage further. Do not even think about it. It is impossible. Otherwise, it would be a case of mutual destruction. Just stay abroad and do not return. Moreover, even if you tell Bai Rui, she may not necessarily believe you. Uncle Zhang retorted angrily. This is how we shall proceed. Uncle Zhang provided funds for the journey. Fortunately, he still possessed a small reserve of savings. Otherwise, he would have been at a complete loss regarding how to handle this situation. Discussing this with his wife to seek money would likely lead to a confrontation. Uncle Zhang was in a very foul mood. Now, he could only hope that Bai Chongqing could play a significant role. Otherwise, his money would be entirely wasted. On the other side, Yiluo had learned of this situation as well. He expressed sympathy and understanding for Uncle Zhang's predicament. However, he could not condone the actions taken. After all, Uncle Zhang had ultimately betrayed Bai Rui, and in doing so, he had betrayed him too. Yiluo contemplated whether he should immediately inform Bai Rui, ensuring that Uncle Zhang faced the consequences of his actions. Just then, an unexpected event diverted Yiluo and Appo's attention from Uncle Zhang. A substantial order had come crashing down. $1 million order, nearly equivalent to all the orders the electronics factory had received thus far, and it was from overseas, boasting exceptionally favorable pricing. The profit could exceed double the current amount. Naturally, overseas orders commanded higher prices than domestic ones, supplemented by various subsidies from the government. Foreign trade orders yielded significantly higher profits than domestic ones. Could we achieve this production volume? If we could secure this order, we would earn that sum instantly. Moreover, it would be in foreign currency. Bai Rui was visibly thrilled, gesturing excitedly towards Yiluo. A single finger, albeit just one, represented a staggering 600 million domestically. This was several times the current profit. Furthermore, it exceeded the profits on paper. The profits on paper had already been calculated, yet they had not yet been received. The payment could take as little as a month or as long as a year to arrive, and some accounts might not be recoverable. Thus, the profits on paper were significantly higher than the actual received profits. Yiluo was also exhilarated. He had never seen such a large sum of money in his life. Even with the system, he had not felt a strong sense of reality, but now, witnessing this amount brought a profound sense of authenticity. Hence, he felt deeply shaken. Were the other parties' contract terms excessively stringent? Did they stipulate deadlines? Were there heavy penalties for breach of contract? Yiluo urged himself to remain calm, considering these issues. It was quite normal for foreign trade orders to come with stringent requirements. However, rest assured, this order was introduced to us by the Foreign Trade Department. So there is no cause for concern. Our task is to increase production and meet the deadline set by the other party. Bai Rui was immensely excited. Although this order appeared overwhelmingly large, it was merely the beginning. Following this, there would be even larger orders. In Bai Rui's estimation, there would be at least 10 million in orders. After all, the market is vast. The market always exists, but suitable products have yet to fill this gap. It is a veritable blue ocean. Currently, the market is still in the development phase, with potential orders reaching 10 million. As market development progresses, orders could escalate to 100 million or even several hundred million. Moreover, they could expand into previously untapped territories. Their products possess such advantages. They can convert many who were previously indifferent towards the products into users. This is exactly what is happening now. Many who had never used generators before are beginning to do so. The market is gradually expanding. There are risks. Yiluo regained his composure. However, engaging in business inherently comes with risks, Bai Rui earnestly stated, attempting to persuade Yi Luo while also convincing herself. I wish to understand why the Bai family has fallen to such a state, Yi Luo remarked. Bai Rui had never mentioned this. But how could such a significant matter remain unknown? Even without diligent investigation, others readily recounted the details of the Bai family and Appo's situation in his ear. The electronics factory was not devoid of such enthusiastic individuals, eagerly disseminating every piece of information they possessed, whether it was substantial or trivial. The Bai family was a formidable clan with extensive assets, approximately 100 billion. Yet, such a grand family, boasting such wealth, collapsed due to a failed land investment. Of course, the details are not limited to this. However, for Yi Luo, knowing this much suffices. The most crucial point is that the Bai family signed an ill-advised agreement. It was this agreement that led to their downfall. It bore some resemblance to the current situation. With a calm demeanor, Yi Luo perceived the present circumstances as a bait. It was akin to the agreement that caused the Bai family and Appo's demise. He even suspected that the puppeteer behind both scenarios was the same individual. Yi Luo. You. Bai Rui slammed her hand on the table, incensed. The matter of the Bai family's downfall was a line that should not be crossed in her presence. Anyone who dared to mention it would invoke her wrath. After all, it reminded her of her own experiences, more accurately, the humiliation she had endured. Bai Rui's eyes were bloodshot. Terrifyingly so. She resembled a mad dog that had lost all reason. I advise you, Miss Bai, to approach business as you would life itself, steadily and cautiously. Only take on what you can handle. There is no need to risk it, Yi Luo stated, turning to leave. His reason told him that he could not engage in a rational conversation with Bai Rui at this moment. Hence, he decided to choose another time. Wait, do not go. I was wrong. Do not call me Miss Bai, just call me Rui. In an instant, Bai Rui appeared beside Yi Luo, tugging at his clothes. Her knees bending as if she were about to kneel, her eyes shimmering with water, resembling tears. Her tone was exceedingly humble. It was as if she were a child abandoned by her mother. Oh, no, it was a wife cast aside by her husband. This is. I see nothing. A person pushed open the door and was taken aback by the sight before him, hastily closing the door and rushing outside. A loud thud echoed in the corridor, as if he had fallen, yet he quickly rose again and took off running once more, stumbling unsteadily. The sounds of his falls receded into the distance. Bai Rui was startled. When he stood at the doorway, she hurriedly got to her feet. As he retreated and shut the door, she immediately bent her knees, her reaction swift and instinctive. What is happening? What an embarrassing spectacle. Quickly, sit down. Don't cry. Yi Luo turned to glance at Bai Rui. He could see the glimmer of tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. And he urgently reached out with a tissue to shield her tears. Yi Luo carried tissues with him, a habit born from his interactions with Yi Yu, who often needed them, whether from food smudges or preferring to eat with her hands instead of chopsticks. Tissues were utterly indispensable. She was crying at all. Bai Rui sat on the nearby sofa, clutching Yi Luo's hand, or more accurately, the tissue he held, to wipe her tears. All right, I'm not crying. Yi Luo reassured her. Indeed, I'm not crying, Bai Rui emphasized. Yes. Yi Luo withdrew his hand, and Bai Rui appeared as though she had lost something. Looking a bit dazed. Hey, are you all right? Have you been working too hard lately? If so, we should take a break. Yu Bao is eager to visit the amusement park, Yi Luo suggested. Bai Rui had initially been delighted, but her mood suddenly soured, only to realize that her reaction was unwarranted and she hastily feigned happiness once more. The change was rapid and frequent. Indeed, she must be exhausted. Yi Luo observed Bai Rui's demeanor and nodded in agreement. It's not that. Hard work is bearable, but feeling hopeless is truly exhausting. How could I possibly feel tired now? Though, taking a break wouldn't be a bad idea. A trip to the amusement park could certainly be arranged. However, you promised to take me to the night market before, and that hasn't happened yet. Besides, isn't you Bao the only treasure? Am I not a treasure too? Oh dear, how embarrassing. As Bai Rui spoke, she suddenly realized the shocking words she had uttered. She was taken aback by her own surprise and quickly covered her face. Rubao, Ibao, or perhaps Ruibao? Yi Luo inquired. It seemed he was treating Bai Rui as one of his daughters. Truly a commendable father figure. Oh dear, I must attend to my tasks now. Please step outside quickly. Don't disturb me. Bai Rui pushed Yi Luo out of the office, her face flushed with embarrassment. At least for the next hour. She couldn't bear to face him. This was overwhelmingly mortifying. Yi Luo stood outside the door, perplexed. Not wishing to intrude, he decided to let her be. He too had many matters to attend to. At that moment, Yi Luo was oblivious to the rumor spreading through the electronics factory with astonishing speed. I'm not lying. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Our boss Bai was on her knees, crying and pleading with Engineer Yi not to leave. What is going on? Why was boss Bai on her knees, begging Engineer Yi to stay? Is Engineer Yi actually planning to leave? Wait, could it be that you misinterpreted the situation? Shouldn't it be Engineer Yi on his knees, begging boss Bai to marry him? That is utterly impossible. Do you not know what kind of person Engineer Yi is? He is completely clueless about matters of the heart. I believe boss Bai pleading with him is plausible. But him asking her to marry him is simply out of the question. Indeed. I too believe boss Bai was the one pleading. Engineer Yi is now simply referred to as Manager Yi. Oh right, Manager Yi. But why does he want to leave? What could have transpired between him and boss Bai? What else could it be? Surely, it must be a matter of profits. Yes, when we consider how much our electronics factory has transformed, it is all thanks to Manager Yi. If he were to depart, what would become of our factory? Would it not collapse again? Precisely. Without Manager Yi, our factory would surely face ruin. I cannot bear to watch our electronics factory collapse. Quickly, let us find Manager Yi and clarify this matter. Indeed. Let us hurry to find Manager Yi. As they spoke, the crowd grew increasingly anxious, preparing to take action. The news of Yi Luo's intention to leave the electronics factory spread rapidly. Consequently, an air of panic enveloped all employees. Even Uncle Zhang, who had been sidelined, learned of the situation and felt a surge of worry. Although Bai Rui and Yi Luo had treated him unfairly, he understood that the factory could not function without Yi Luo, at least not while he was still around. If Yi Luo left, the factory would collapse, leading to significant losses for him. Though he had been sidelined, the deputy director's salary was still substantial, an annual income of $1 million, plus bonuses. Given his age, he still had nearly a decade before retirement, after which he could be re-employed. That amounted to tens of millions in income. Where else could he earn such a sum? Uncle Zhang was in a state of agitation. He dashed out of his office, determined to speak with Yi Luo, hoping to persuade him not to leave the factory. Meanwhile, many others were seeking Yi Luo. However, they suddenly realized something alarming. No matter how hard they looked, they could not find him. The anxiety among them intensified. Manager Yi wouldn't he have left the factory already? Would he? Quickly, find Manager Yi. Have you seen Manager Yi? Did you see him? I thought I spotted him just now, but he seemed to vanish. What should we do? We must find Manager Yi at once. The crowd was in a frenzy, launching a search for Manager Yi within the factory premises. Chapter 38. Routine Matters. Yi Luo was engaged in a routine live stream. Host, can't you sing a song? Just doing crafts is really so boring. Shut up. Do you even know what a host is? You clearly just arrived. The host is an alien. Don't joke around. How could it possibly be an alien? No matter how you look at it, they're just an ordinary blue planet inhabitant. Just watch what the host is assembling. It's not just any ordinary object. Those are components for the solar goddess mecha, and specifically, weapon components. The solar holy shield can withstand even a nuclear bomb, rendering you completely unharmed. Ha ha ha, that is truly hilarious. So funny. What is funny? You must have never witnessed the solar goddess and Oppos, as might to find it amusing. The solar goddess? What is that? I've truly never seen it. The viewers began to quarrel, but Yi Luo remained unfazed, completely oblivious to the responsibilities of a host. At the very least, he should have tried to engage with the audience, fostering a connection that would enhance their loyalty to the stream. This is how ordinary hosts gradually build their presence. However, Yi Luo, with his laid-back attitude, had no such concept. He was an exceptionally easygoing host. Even though the number of viewers in the system and Oppos' ratings were directly correlated, he showed no intention of changing his approach. He merely wished to complete the tasks assigned to him by the system with minimal effort. Moreover, at that moment, there were matters of even greater significance to him. He simply wanted to finish this routine live stream quickly so he could attend to what was more important to him. This component goes here, and this one goes here. That should suffice. The third phase of assembly is complete. Yi Luo surveyed his progress with satisfaction. Noting that his assembly speed had improved, he was becoming increasingly adept. Host, your explanations are too simplistic. What is this component? Please elaborate and provide details on that sci-fi looking piece you just attached to the shield. What sci-fi appeal? It's clearly infused with metaphysical elements. That previous component resembles a formation plate. It's adorned with numerous strange symbols and illustrations. What symbols and illustrations? That's an integrated circuit, mind you. It merely looks somewhat similar. Host, please say a few more words. Just a couple of sentences. What exactly is it? The viewers were growing increasingly anxious. All right. Today's live stream concludes here. I'll see you tomorrow at around this time, Yi Luo declared, waving goodbye without hesitation, and closed the live room amidst a flurry of reluctant comments from the viewers. In an instant, the audience logged off, their expressions a mix of confusion. What had they just witnessed? It seemed significant, something they were genuinely interested in, yet no matter how hard they tried to recall, it eluded them. The sensation was truly dreadful. At that moment, the crowd at the electronics factory was searching for Yi Luo. While they could not find him, they did manage to locate Yi Yu. Yuanbao, where's your dad? Do you know? The crowd gathered around Yi Yu, who was playing a game with some children, incessantly inquiring. Yi Yu frowned, finding these adults rather peculiar. She glanced in one direction. Dad is in his office, she confidently asserted, as if she had truly seen him. What? The office? We checked there. Right. Did anyone actually go inside to look? Some of us just stood outside and listened. When there was no sound, we left. Me too, they exclaimed, astonished that none had ventured inside the office. Then let us hurry to the office, someone suggested. However, just then, a figure approached. What are you all doing here? Don't you have work? Yi Luo remarked, initially intending to stroll around the factory. If there was nothing pressing, he would continue researching the production line, which, while operational, still had numerous deficiencies to refine. He had expected to find a group of people congregating inappropriately during work hours. Manager Yi, how wonderful, you're still here. Yes. It's great that you haven't left. Manager Yi, please don't go. The crowd rushed towards Yi Luo, startling him. As they dispersed, he caught sight of Yi Yu surrounded by them. Yuanbao, what are you doing here? Come over and let Daddy give you a hug. Yi Yu, though tempted, noticed many little friends watching her. She restrained her desire. Yuanbao is a big kid now. I must set a good example for my younger siblings. Only the younger ones should be hugged. She assumed a posture of maturity, despite secretly longing for a hug. Haha, Yuanbao is indeed a big kid. But even big kids can still have hugs. Yi Luo chuckled, embracing Yi Yu in his arms. Really? Yi Yu was taken aback. Of course, even adults, when they share a close bond, often hug. Yi Luo casually remarked. That's right. I've seen it. Yi Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. At that moment, the crowd remained nearby, not departing. It seemed as though the older siblings were. Don't say it. The onlookers gasped in surprise. The individuals involved quickly fled. Yi Yu found it all rather perplexing. My dad and my mom sometimes. Me too. I've seen my dad with. A group of children eagerly shared their experiences, igniting a lively uproar among the spectators. Some were indeed part of the story. Meanwhile, other adults sitting nearby rushed forward to silence the children, preventing them from continuing. It was all rather frightening. Yi Yu felt a twinge of fear, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The once friendly uncles, aunts, and older siblings had suddenly turned intimidating. In the blink of an eye, many had left the scene. Only Yi Yu remained among the children. The adults present were mostly older, traditional, and upright individuals. Manager Yi, you won and Oppos. TB leaving the electronics factory, will you? They inquired with genuine concern. Indeed, Manager Yi, you cannot depart. The factory cannot function without you. Their initial worry was focused solely on this matter. However, due to Yi Yu's involvement, the conversation had veered off course. Now, they returned to the main topic. What are you talking about? There is no such thing. Why would I leave the electronics factory? Yi Luo responded, somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Yi Yu initially felt elated but soon displayed great disappointment. Seemingly wishing for Yi Luo to vacate the factory, it was only natural for Yi Yu to harbor such thoughts. As Yi Luo had been somewhat neglectful since joining the factory, although Yi Yu had made many friends, she still longed for Yi Luo and Oppos' attention, reminiscent of their past bond. That and Oppos, wonderful, Manager Yi. You're not leaving the factory, that's truly splendid. Now we can rest easy. If you truly intend to leave, could you tell us where you plan to go? We would like to accompany you. The crowd exclaimed excitedly, even voicing their desire to follow her should she choose to venture out on her own. Who wishes to go solo? A chilling female voice interrupted, instantly silencing the crowd, startling even Yi Yu. A figure emerged, exuding an icy aura that was quite intimidating. Half of her face appeared ghostly pale, resembling a snow spirit just emerged from an icy cavern. No one is going solo. No one. They echoed, hastily distancing themselves from the scene. I just remembered. I have work to attend to. I've spent too long in the restroom. I must return. In an instant, the crowd vanished without a trace. Hello, Sister Bai. Yi Yu greeted Bai Rui with a beaming smile. Despite her earlier fright, Seeing who it was dispelled her fear, as her memories of Bai Rui were fond. Though Bai Rui had a somewhat daunting exterior, her warmth shone through. "Come here, Yubao. Let me give you a hug," Bai Rui said, immediately softening her demeanor and extending her friendly hands. "Well, Yubao is already a big girl, but all right. Just one hug." Yu instinctively hesitated but soon changed her mind, recalling Yu Luo and Amp, Appo's earlier words. Deep down, she wished to embrace Bai Rui, as the feeling was delightful. "Come here." Bai Rui enveloped Yu in her arms, sensing her once frigid heart begin to thaw. This feeling of warmth was mutual, and it seemed to radiate even more from Bai Rui. "Ah, I never imagined. Not only have you found a man, but you and Appo's VE also become a stepmother. Your half-white face really is something. And in front of everyone, you dare to act like a family. Do you have any sense of shame?" A man's voice boomed, drawing the attention of passers-by. Some who had fled earlier returned, unable to resist the spectacle, albeit keeping their distance. Among them was Uncle Zhang, who observed the unfolding scene with a complex expression, feeling both anticipation and embarrassment. He was ready to step in and mediate should the situation escalate, hoping to protect Bai Rui as a small token of gratitude for her contributions to the factory. "Second uncle?" Bai Rui turned in disbelief, unable to comprehend her eyes. To her astonishment, she saw a man who bore a slight resemblance to her, yet his character was entirely different, irresponsible, incompetent, and lacking any semblance of dignity as a member of the Bai family. He had disappeared abroad during a crisis, and now he was back. Bai Rui glanced around, spotting a middle-aged woman, a young girl, and a young man accompanying him. "Ah, a complete family. They must have landed and come straight here to find me, right?" She surmised, piecing together their intentions. They likely believed that the factory and Appo's revival meant the Bai family was safe and wished to reintegrate themselves. "Did you not hear? Show some respect when you see your second uncle." Bai Chongqing scolded, angered by Bai Rui's demeanor, which he perceived as aloof and lifeless. "And look, we're carrying luggage. Hurry up and help with it. Do you want to tire out your elders?" Yes, cousin, please help me with the luggage. I'm exhausted from the journey," the young girl implored. "Cousin, don't just stand there," the young man added. "And be careful with my luggage. It contains fragile items. If anything breaks, I want to let you off easily." Chapter 39. Certainly no one what is happening here. These individuals appear somewhat familiar. Ah, are they not from the Bai family's second branch? They seem rather well organized, all gathered here. How strange. I recall that they had previously fled abroad. Now, what brings them back? Of course, it is only natural for them to return. They must have heard that our electronics factory has regained its former vitality, and the Bai family is no longer in distress, hence their return. What kind of people are they? They run away when trouble arises, yet return when all is well. Indeed, it is utterly unacceptable, demonstrating a complete lack of responsibility. Well, who does not know that the second branch of the Bai family comprises a bunch of good-for-nothings, devoid of conscience? A crowd gathered, observing the scene before them, incessantly chattering. Among them were individuals who possessed some knowledge regarding the Bai family and Appo's situation, casually expressing their disdain for Bai Chongqing and his family. Bai Chongqing, however, remained unfazed by their scorn. His wife and son, on the other hand, felt a pang of embarrassment. "Silence! What is it to you?" they shouted. "Our affairs are none of your concern. Yes, you consume and benefit from our family. Yet now you dare to speak ill of us. You scoundrels, believe me, with a mere word, I could expel you all." Bai Chongqing's wife and son vociferously reprimanded the onlookers. In contrast, Bai Chongqing and his daughter paid little heed to the commotion, their focus entirely on Bai Rui. "Bai Rui, why are you still dawdling? Come here and fetch my luggage." "Uncle, Aunt, is this how you have taught her?" Bai Rui's expression, already unappealing, grew even more displeasing. "Come here. What do you mean by come here? I called you to fetch it. Indeed, must we always rely on others for such trivial matters? Do you lack hands?" Bai Chongqing and his daughter scolded. "Expel these disruptive, uninvited individuals from my factory. Drive them from this street and do not allow them to return. Should they dare resist, send them to the inspection office," Bai Rui commanded. In an instant, a swarm of security personnel surged forth. Though the security staff of the electronics factory were not rigorously trained veterans, each was a robust figure, strong and imposing. Moreover, they were exceedingly obedient. Bai Rui had invested considerable effort in managing the security team, ensuring her control over the factory. Relying solely on authority and sentiment was insufficient. "Get out of my factory. You blind fools. Don't make me take action," the head of the security team declared. Yet in truth, he had already taken action. He advanced, seizing Bai Chongsheng, and began to escort him towards the exit. Bai Chongsheng was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the situation he faced. Do you know who I am? I care not who you are. The head of security covered Bai Chongsheng and Appos' mouth and quickened his pace, lifting him off the ground and carrying him outside. Even upon reaching the exit, he did not halt. The head of security remembered Bai Rui and Appos' orders to expel Bai Chongsheng and his companions from this street, which extended for several kilometers, lined with factories. Forcing them out would undoubtedly be a taxing endeavor. Nevertheless, as it was Bai Rui and Appos' command, he complied without question. Other security personnel followed suit, including a female guard who resembled a barrel in stature. They effortlessly carried Bai Chongsheng's wife and daughter, who appeared as fragile as chicks. What are you doing? Let me go? How dare you treat me this way? Do you know who I am? Bai Rui, you must control your people. Bai Rui observed the unfolding scene with a cold expression. How could I possibly intervene? Merely standing by is already a favor. Release me. I'll have you all punished. How dare you? I will not let this go. Bai Chongsheng's son uttered a few words before falling silent, as someone hastily covered his mouth. He glanced at Bai Rui, as if seeking her approval. Bai Rui nodded, and he felt a surge of satisfaction, envisioning an additional bonus next month. The security personnel before him exhibited no fear of offending Bai Chongsheng and his family, a testament to Bai Rui and Appos' repeated efforts to strengthen their loyalty. Initially, she had removed any members with ulterior motives from the security team, leaving only those who were simple-minded and obedient. She then reinforced their understanding that Bai Rui was the one they must obey. Furthermore, she rewarded them generously. While the factory workers had yet to receive bonuses, the security personnel had already enjoyed several. These guards had become Bai Rui and Appos' staunch subordinates. Not only would they readily undertake such minor tasks, but even if she commanded them to incapacitate Bai Chongsheng and his family, they would not hesitate. Bai Rui planned to recruit more personnel of similar disposition, increasing their benefits and even personally training them to enhance her influence over the security team, striving to maintain complete control. Presently, she found her grip insufficient. Yet that was a matter for the future. Investigate why they have returned. This matter is not simple. There must be some intrigue. Bai Rui ordered her assistant. Without a doubt, her greatest investment of effort, aside from the security team, was in the assistant team. In contrast, she had not focused much on the factory workers. Understood. Her assistant promptly replied. Wait. A figure suddenly stepped forward, attempting to halt Bai Rui's command. She furrowed her brow, glaring at the speaker. Uncle Zhang. Bai Rui was taken aback to see that the one attempting to obstruct her orders was indeed Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, what do you mean? Are you trying to thwart my command? Oh, no. Miss Bai, I merely wish to urge you to reconsider. After all, they are your family. Uncle Zhang spoke earnestly, hoping Bai Rui would prioritize familial bonds. Wait, Uncle Zhang, do you realize what you are saying? Family? Who are my family? Those ruffians from earlier? Bai Rui scrutinized Uncle Zhang, as if trying to discern some hidden truth within him, perhaps his genuine intentions. Miss Bai, your words are truly excessive. If Mr. Bai and Mrs. Bai were to hear this, they would undoubtedly be heartbroken, for they cherish family and kinship immensely. Moreover, I still recall. Uncle Zhang began to reminisce. Enough. Please cease your prattle. What do you mean by I still recall? Do you think I am a mere child of 3? Bai Rui retorted angrily, reminding Uncle Zhang of his position. Uncle Zhang's expression soured considerably. Miss Bai, very well, you may have your way. I shall say nothing. Let it be as if I were never here. His demeanor was one of profound disappointment as he turned to head towards the factory. It was still working hours. Although he, as the deputy director, neglected many responsibilities, he still had to fulfill his duties. One could hardly expect him to collect a salary while lounging at home. Despite the current situation resembling such a scenario, it should not be overtly apparent. Uncle Zhang's silhouette was pitiful, akin to a beaten old dog with a broken spine and one that had lost its fur. Yellow, have I gone too far? Bai Rui reflected, feeling a pang of guilt as she observed the once respected veteran of the electronics factory reduced to this state. Yellow, in the depths of his mind, felt that it was not excessive in the slightest. However, he had no intention of voicing this opinion aloud and maintained a congenial demeanor. Indeed, it may have been a bit much. Do you also share this sentiment? Should I apologize to Uncle Zhang? Bai Rui inquired hastily. No need for an apology. Perhaps we should increase Uncle Zhang's bonus this month. Additionally, It might be time to assign him some tasks, lest he fixate on matters that do not concern him, which could adversely affect your relationship, Yellow suggested. Very well. The bonus is settled, but finding tasks for Uncle Zhang might be challenging. Rui hesitated. Having finally sidelined Uncle Zhang, it would seem counterproductive to assign him new responsibilities now. I believe our company is in urgent need of a representative for the overseas market. Our expansion in that sector is accelerating rapidly, yet we lack a person of sufficient stature to oversee it, leading to frequent issues. While these do not severely hinder our progress, they do result in unnecessary complications and losses. If we had someone of considerable weight to manage the overseas market, such troubles would likely be mitigated. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Bai? Yellow articulated earnestly. Just call me Rui. Rui corrected Yellow. Yellow could only feel speechless. After his lengthy discourse, this was her primary concern. Nevertheless, he chose to be considerate of her feelings. Yes, Rui, that is more appropriate. Rui was pleased. Indeed, we require a person of substantial influence for our overseas market. Clearly, only Uncle Zhang possesses that caliber within our factory. We could also consider providing him with an overseas allowance. I believe he would be more than willing to venture into the overseas market for the future and development of the electronics factory. Yellow proposed. Certainly. Based on my understanding of Uncle Zhang, he would definitely agree. Rui exclaimed joyfully, relieved to have resolved two issues simultaneously. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her expression shifted to one of concern. While Uncle Zhang's overseas market dilemma might be easily addressed, the matters concerning Bai Chongqing's family were far more complex. Rui fretted, acknowledging that although she had dismissed them in anger, the issue would not simply dissipate. They would inevitably return, clinging like stubborn gum that could not be shaken off. Those people from earlier? Yellow grasped the situation. Are you worried about them? Yes, Brother Yi, what should we do? Rui confided in Yellow, instinctively referring to him in an endearing manner. Though the factory entrance was relatively deserted, she remained unbothered by the possibility of her concerns becoming common knowledge among the staff, which would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation as the boss. Yellow, though slightly perturbed, remained silent. Typically, when one is engrossed in a task, they tend to overlook others. Oh, Brother Yi, do you mean we should assign them some tasks? But what kind of tasks? At that moment, Rui appeared somewhat daft, as girls often do in the presence of someone they can rely on. Preferring not to exert their mental faculties when someone else and Appo's mind is working tirelessly for them. We and Appo's LL discussed this further when we return. Yellow glanced around, acknowledging that the current location was not suitable for such discussions, as they were matters of strategy. Yes. Let's return and discuss it thoroughly. Rui beamed, immediately linking arms with Yellow and leading him away. Yellow was taken aback. Wait, where are you heading? Oh, isn't it to my house? Rui replied matter-of-factly. Did I say we were going to your house? Yellow hastily clarified. But you said we should go home. Rui recalled. I meant to say we should return to your office. Yellow corrected himself quickly. Did I mishear? Rui's expression conveyed hope that she had indeed made an error. Come, let us head to your office. Yellow redirected himself towards Rui's workplace. Rui's expression shifted to one of disappointment, yet she soon regained her cheerfulness. After all, the office was her domain. Meanwhile, another individual was left behind, ignored by all. Yu stood in silence, bemused by the carelessness of today's parents, unsure of how to express her thoughts. Turning swiftly, she dashed towards Yellow's office, knowing that since her father had gone to Rui's office, his own would undoubtedly be vacant. Chapter 40. Making a decision. The grand adventure of Yubao has commenced once more. Yu is filled with curiosity regarding the shield crafted by her father. She wonders about its capabilities and longs to play with it. Much like the staff of the sun goddess. At this moment, Yitai is dutifully by Yu's side, never straying far. In truth, it is Yitai and Appo's presence that allows Yi Luo to feel secure in letting Yu roam freely. Otherwise, he could never be so indifferent to the little girl. Typically, he only checks on her during his leisure moments, and Yu hardly misses him, largely due to Yitai's existence. Yitai's presence has resolved two significant issues. First, the matter of caring for Yu, which, from Yu's perspective, she manages herself. Secondly, it has alleviated Yu's longing for Yi Luo. Children often miss their guardians, especially the one closest to them, and Yu is no exception. However, with Yitai around, her attachment to Yi Luo has lessened, allowing her to not cling too tightly to him. Yi Luo only needs to glance at Yu occasionally, and all is well. With a creak, Yi pushed open the door to Yi Luo's office, which is connected to his workshop. She confidently approached the refrigerator, opened it, and reached for a bottle of chilled soda. No. Yi Tai's hand swiftly intervened, taking the soda from her grasp. You cannot drink this. Have some of this instead. Yi Tai offered her a cup of red tea. Oh dear, this tastes awful. Yi protested, wrinkling her nose. Yi Tai, you are brilliant in many ways. But you listen to Dad too much. Nevertheless, she twisted open the bottle of red tea and drank it gleefully, for if she didn't tea drink, there would be nothing left to enjoy. Yi Tai enforced the rules with unwavering strictness, leaving no room for negotiation, a fact Yu had learned well. With a sigh, Yu could not finish the entire bottle and handed the remaining red tea to Yi Tai, who stood beside her, observing as she curiously explored the office for intriguing items. Where could the shield be hidden? Where is it? Come out, come out. Yu seemed to be searching for a lost pet, and as she scoured the area without finding it, her interest only grew. She wandered into the adjacent workspace. Aha, it must be here. No matter how well you hide it. Dad, you cannot escape my keen eyes. Yet, she soon realized that her father had placed the item elsewhere. But where could that be? Yu pondered thoughtfully, then suddenly turned to Yi Tai. What do you think, Yi Tai? Where could Dad have hidden it? Yi Tai remained silent, prompting Yu to mutter. I knew you would be no help. So dull. Asking you is pointless. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I can use my staff to find the shield. Yi was momentarily taken aback by her own brilliance and was quite impressed with herself. Quickly, hand me my staff. She extended her hand toward Yi Tai. At that moment, the office door creaked open unexpectedly. Yi froze for a moment, then quickly hid herself away. Oh no. Dad is back. But why is he returning so soon? Can't he linger a bit longer in by Jia's office? She hesitated, realizing that the sound resembled her own entrance. Cautiously, she peered out, afraid to make a noise. Dad doesn't enter like that, she thought, as she whispered to herself. She deftly concealed herself. She paid no mind to Yi Tai, who had already vanished completely, employing an invisibility technique. A figure entered Yi Luo's office, and the door shut with a loud creak, ironically louder than intended. Fortunately, no one was around. That young man was still in by Girl's office and wouldn't be out any time soon. Apologies, I hadn't intended for it to come to this. You all forced my hand. You think you can send me abroad under the pretense of maintaining order? At my age, I deserve to enjoy my twilight years. Just a hint of suspicion, and you wish to exile me? Are you even human? Uncle Zhang seethed with indignation. He moved stealthily, like a thief, while his mouth ran incessantly with complaints. He was undeniably furious. He was already aware of the conversation between Bai Rui and Yi Luo at the factory entrance. After all, that location was frequented by many passers-by, and even if they spoke in hushed tones, the essence of their discussion was bound to leak out. Some might embellish the story, but Uncle Zhang, with his vast experience, could discern the truth behind the rumors. He was so enraged he nearly fainted, but he knew he must remain conscious. If he were to lose consciousness, certain individuals would be all too eager to whisk him away to the hospital, and he would languish there until retirement. Surviving until then might be a stroke of luck, but would he truly live to see that day? It seemed nearly impossible. Uncle Zhang steadied himself and contemplated taking action. As the former general manager and current deputy director of the electronics factory, he held many secrets, particularly one of great significance, the generator, which had been enhanced by Yi Luo and Oppo's special technology. Though a standard generator, it had transformed into something extraordinary due to Yi Luo and Oppo's innovations, contributing to the current prosperity of the factory. Where are the technical documents? Perhaps they are in the safe? Uncle Zhang murmured as he approached the safe. He let out a cold chuckle as he regarded the safe before him, a relic from his era, procured in bulk by an electronics factory. As a former technical expert of that time, he had once delved deeply into its design. He was well acquainted with the safe and Oppo's structure. One hand rested upon it as the other, deftly, retrieved a toolkit from the depths of his pocket. 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, I shall unlock this safe. I do apologize, but since he has fallen, and he has managed to decipher this technology, he may very well develop new techniques in the future. There is no cause for concern. Thus, the electronics factory will remain unscathed. So, allow me to proceed. Moreover, who is to blame for not having patented this technology? Such is the will of fate. Uncle Zhang mumbled. A soft clicking sound emerged from the safe, barely audible. With a decisive click, the safe swung open. Not even 10 seconds had passed. How splendid. I am still as sharp as ever. With this expertise, I could easily secure a consultancy position at any factory, and now I can even sell this technical documentation. Soon, I shall truly venture abroad, living in a grand villa, walking dogs, and tending to flowers in a life of capitalism. Alas, it is not my desire. It is all you're doing. Uncle Zhang lamented as he muttered to himself. At that moment, Yu gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What on earth was Grandpa Zhang doing? Being a frequent presence in her life, she recognized him well. This Grandpa Zhang had once brought her delightful treats and engaging games, leaving a lasting impression. In her eyes, he was a kind-hearted man, and since he was indeed a good man, she felt compelled to assist him. This was her conviction. Yet, Yu found herself at a loss as to how to aid Grandpa Zhang. However, upon hearing his desire to travel abroad, her eyes sparkled with excitement. How splendid! Yu Bao could indeed lend a hand to Grandpa Zhang. Hand me the staff, she whispered to Yi Tai, eager to do a good deed anonymously. There was no need for Grandpa Zhang to thank her. It was simply the right thing to do. Yi reassured herself in her thoughts. Certainly. Yi Tai promptly handed the sun staff to Yi Yu. Originally designed for Yi Tai, the staff fit her perfectly due to their similar statures. With the sun staff in hand, Yi Yu aimed it at Uncle Zhang. Drawing from her previous experience, she was careful not to point it at the ceiling. Instead, she directed it toward the open window, revealing a breathtaking view of the azure sky, devoid of clouds. Indeed, today was a splendid day. Yi Yu nodded repeatedly. Is this all the documentation? Uncle Zhang exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he peered into the safe, which was brimming with materials nearly as tall as he was. It appeared that those thick volumes and blueprints were indeed valuable documents. Yet, in his elation, he also recognized the dilemma. How on earth would he transport such a vast quantity of materials? Would he have to move them like ants, piece by piece? That would be far too laborious. The mere thought of it felt overwhelmingly burdensome. Moreover, it would be too easy to detect. Surely, the younger generation stores data on USB drives or external hard disks, so why was everything here in paper form? Wait a moment. Perhaps there are USB drives or external hard disks hidden here. Let me search. Uncle Zhang hurriedly began to look. However, in the next instant, he was left bewildered. A radiant light enveloped his form and simultaneously cast a glow upon the safe. Yet it did not cover the entire safe. Merely a portion of the documents within. Whoosh! The light shot out of the window at the speed of light. Farewell, Grandpa Zhang. May joy accompany you abroad. Having performed a good deed, Yu felt elated. She believed she had repaid Grandpa Zhang for all the delightful treats and treasures he had bestowed upon her. Yet, suddenly, she recalled a troubling thought. If Grandpa Zhang went abroad, he would no longer bring her delightful treats, refreshing drinks, or fun games. Yu froze. But, just 2 seconds later, she regained her composure. No matter. Even without Grandpa Zhang, there remained Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Lu, Grandpa Song, Grandpa Zhu, along with countless other grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, and aunts who would continue to shower her with delightful gifts. No problem at all. Oh dear, but I wonder if these grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, and aunts also wish to travel abroad? Yu pondered, feeling a twinge of concern. At that moment, a voice echoed through the corridor, startling Yu. She recognized it instantly. It was her father's voice. The sound of footsteps. Oh no, father has returned. How could he be back so soon? I haven't found anything yet. Alas, it seems I must return another time. Yu murmured, swiftly taking flight toward the window, with the staff in her hand. She was endowed with extraordinary abilities. A brief flight was a trivial matter. In an instant, Yu vanished from sight. Just then, Yi Luo reached the door. He had no inkling that events had unfolded in his office during his absence. As he pushed the door open, a creaking sound echoed. His expression shifted to one of shock. The safe, which should have been closed, now stood ajar. Moreover, a portion of the documentation that had once filled it was now missing. Yi Luo furrowed his brow, hastily approaching to investigate. Yet, he found no clues. What to do now? Yi Luo began to ponder, swiftly arriving at a decision. Though he had contemplated for only a brief moment, he believed his choice to be the most prudent given the circumstances. Chapter 41. Unbelievable. Yi Luo closed the safe, treating the incident as if nothing had transpired. After all, he had incurred no losses whatsoever. The documents within the safe were merely those left behind by his predecessor. His own materials were securely entrusted to Yi Tai, who managed them on his behalf. This arrangement ensured utmost safety. Furthermore, any data requiring computation was also handed over to Yi Tai, greatly alleviating his burdens. Nonetheless, Yu Luo pondered that he ought to inform Bai Rui about this occurrence, while he could act as if nothing had taken place. It was essential to keep Bai Rui in the loop, considering she had already begun to regard him with some suspicion. Of course, the pretense of normalcy was merely a strategy to catch the individual attempting to pilfer information. As Yu Luo stepped outside, he surveyed the aged appearance of the house and the corners of the corridor. Its dilapidated state explained the absence of surveillance cameras in that era. Such notions were unheard of. However, now it was imperative to install them. What? Someone has infiltrated your office to steal information. Did they succeed? How audacious. That wretched individual. How dare she? But then again, there is nothing she would shy away from. It appears we must take proactive measures and show her the consequences of her actions. Bai Rui seethed, immediately narrowing her suspicions to Zhang Meili, the most likely culprit. Without needing to think further, Bai Rui instinctively bit her finger. Observing this, Yu Luo found her somewhat endearing, reminiscent of his own daughter, Yu Bao, at the age of 3. Now 5, under his guidance, she had long since abandoned such habits. It is inconsequential. The documents stolen were of little importance. Yu Luo remarked. That cannot be the case. Just because the stolen materials lack significance does not mean we can remain passive. However, if we act now, we may inadvertently alert the thief. Bai Rui hesitated. Fear not. We need only remain vigilant and increase our defenses. By the way, we should commence the installation of surveillance systems immediately. Additionally, let this news circulate, making Zhang Meili aware that we are on high alert. She should consequently temper her actions. Yu Luo suggested. The surveillance must be comprehensive. A single system will not suffice. We need multiple setups under separate management. Otherwise, I fear even installed cameras may prove futile, given how easily they can be compromised. Bai Rui's resolve solidified as she regarded Zhang Meili as the mastermind behind the theft. Moreover, not only should we spread the news offline, but we must also disseminate it online with great fanfare. Let it be known, and through guidance, let Zhang Meili understand that we are aware of her involvement. This will instill a sense of trepidation within her. Additionally, we should consult with a lawyer, gather evidence, and prepare to bring her to court. Bai Rui and Appo's determination grew fiercer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Meili seethed with anger. That wretched individual. How could she not fall for my ruse? It is utterly ridiculous. I devised such a brilliant plan. Why is she not ensnared? Speak up. Seated before her was a middle-aged man, visibly troubled. He was an old hand at the Zhang family business, yet the current state of affairs had become increasingly untenable. Zhang Meili, the young mistress, seemed hell-bent on pursuing reckless paths. He wished to intervene, but felt powerless, caught in her reckless momentum. He had always despised deceitful shortcuts, yet Zhang Meili thrived on them. Perhaps she is merely cautious? After all, the compensation terms we offered were rather extravagant. No reasonable entrepreneur would agree to such a contract. The old hand prepared to voice his concerns, but halted upon witnessing Zhang Meili's increasingly hostile demeanor. To suggest that she lacked intelligence would only exacerbate the situation, particularly as her idea was one that even a rational businessperson would not fall for. He averted his gaze, while Zhang Meili picked up her teacup, ready to hurl it to the ground. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself. She had already shattered numerous cups recently, and such actions bore no fruit in addressing her current dilemma. Then, enhance my idea. Zhang Meili commanded the old hand. You are renowned as a cunning strategist in the business world. Surely, you can refine my proposal. My father has praised your wisdom. I trust you will not disappoint me. Furthermore, this endeavor will benefit you as well. Securing the electronic factory will not only yield substantial orders, but also garner the support of the Zhu family, propelling the Zhang family to new heights. She was visibly excited. The old hand's expression grew complex, internally musing that her ambitions to elevate the Zhang family bore no relevance to him. Nonetheless, outwardly, he feigned earnestness in offering counsel. Your proposal is commendable, Zhang General. However, it may be somewhat hasty. We might consider engaging in a straightforward business transaction, first to build trust with the other party. Then the old hand, aptly nicknamed the cunning fox, swiftly devised a strategy. Oh, is that all? Zhang Meili felt a pang of disappointment, expecting a groundbreaking revelation rather than a mere extension of her own idea. She regarded him with disdain, believing his reputation was unwarranted. The old hand, astute and perceptive, noted her disdain, contemplating the possibility of seeking a more favorable master. The incompetence of the young mistress signaled impending doom for their enterprise, prompting him to consider his future prospects. Is that it? You are a reputed sage, after all. Zhang Meili continued, scrutinizing the old hand. Modesty prevails. My subordinates may possess some cleverness, but it pales in comparison to your grand wisdom, Zhang General. I have exhausted my thoughts, and this is all I could conceive. Please forgive me. He replied, that is not right. You were not like this when serving my father. I recall you speaking at length, capable of going on for an entire day. Now, you only utter this one line. Could it be that you? Zhang Meili furrowed her brow. The old hand's heart sank. Did Zhang Meili suspect he was contemplating a new allegiance? What a predicament! If Zhang Meili were to think of me this way, I would truly be in dire straits. Although I possess considerable wisdom, I am merely a strategist. A figure like Zhang Meili could easily dispose of me. A single move would suffice. Moreover, I am not particularly formidable among strategists. Otherwise, I would not find myself in such a predicament. I am growing old, Zhang Meili remarked, her disappointment evident. Oh, what? Indeed. I have aged, lacking ambition, and my mind has begun to dull. I can no longer think as swiftly as I did in my youth. The old minister immediately responded. It is indeed true that with age comes utility. Just like my father, who was once so formidable in his youth, now lies in bed, trembling. Unable to control his own mouth, drooling all over his pillow, Zhang Meili shook her head. The old minister was at a loss for words. Can your father's condition be compared to mine? He is ill. Were it not for his illness, he would still be that extraordinary titan in the business world. Nevertheless, Zhang Meili's perspective is beneficial to me. Well, if you have the time, you should visit the hospital for a checkup, Zhang Meili said, her expression suggesting you might have early symptoms. The old minister forced a smile. Yes, thank you for your concern, Ms. Zhang. No need for gratitude, after all. Even if you have not contributed to our Zhang family, you have certainly endured hardships, Zhang Meili stated. The old minister nearly choked on his words. What do you mean? No contributions, only hardships? My contributions are substantial, replete with achievements. Do you mean to negate all my efforts with that single statement? However, if you prefer to say it that way, so be it. I have no contributions, only hardships. Yes, yes. The old minister nodded incessantly. When you discover anything, return home early. It would be wise to spend some quality time with your family and avoid regrets. Moreover, the company will not neglect you. Yes, the company will reimburse your medical expenses. However, do not even think about taking advantage of the company. I will be reviewing the accounts, Zhang Meili warned. Yes, yes. The old minister now resembled a humble supplicant. All right, that will be all. You may leave. Zhang Meili waved her hand, feeling quite pleased. As she had effortlessly dealt with an old minister in the company, those elderly figures in the company truly vexed her. Not only were they of little use, but they also frequently criticized her. All of them must be dismissed. Replace them with my own people. Only then can the company advance swiftly under my guidance. Soaring to new heights. The old minister had already exited. An assistant nearby wished to say something but ultimately remained silent. Ms. Zhang, please have some water. Another assistant. A handsome man acted swiftly, presenting Zhang Meili with a glass of water. Zhang Meili gazed at him, feeling a sense of delight. Her heart brimmed with joy. Good, good. You truly understand my preferences. Zhang Meili responded with enthusiasm. Serving the beautiful Ms. Zhang is my duty. The handsome man immediately flattered. Haha, splendid. I appreciate your sincerity and diligence. By the way, shortly, accompany me to select a new vehicle. The current one no longer befits my status. Once I acquire a new car, the old one shall be yours, Zhang Meili declared. Thank you, Ms. Zhang. Thank you. The handsome man was elated. Even though Zhang Meili referred to the previous vehicle, it was still worth millions. He could hardly even approach it, let alone drive it. To think that the luxurious car was once his, even if only for a short while, filled him with great joy. In an instant, the handsome man and Appo's attitude towards Zhang Meili became even more attentive. The assistant nearby felt a wave of disdain. Zhang Meili remains as superficial as ever. It appears she is merely offering the car to the handsome man, but in reality, it is only a vehicle she no longer desires. Nonetheless, the handsome man was quite satisfied with this arrangement. After all, it was far superior to his current circumstances. Haha, if I perform well, there will be rewards in the future, Zhang Meili joyfully proclaimed. Yes, Ms. Zhang, I will certainly perform exceptionally well. I will absolutely satisfy you. The handsome man vowed earnestly. Zhang Meili grew increasingly joyous. For the moment, she cast aside her plans to deal with Bai Rui. Of course, in comparison to her current happiness, Bai Rui's matters seemed trivial. No matter how much she thrived, she was merely a grasshopper after autumn. Even if she made some money, it was still for Zhang Meili and Appo's benefit. This was her unwavering confidence. However, soon, her smile would fade. Meanwhile, someone else was far from pleased. He stared in astonishment at the scene before him, unable to fathom what he beheld. Before him lay a vast expanse of azure ocean. The scenery was breathtaking. It resembled a painting. This was undoubtedly a sight coveted by countless photographers. Ordinarily, he too would yearn for such a view. Yet now, standing before this longed-for landscape, he felt no joy. His heart was filled with discontent. Not only was he unhappy, but he also felt considerable distress. Suddenly, he pressed his hand against his heart. Thankfully, his heart remained strong, having weathered the shock. How could this happen? How did I end up here? Uncle Zhang's face was a mask of disbelief. Scattered around him were numerous documents, fluttering in the sea breeze. He paid them no mind. After all, his thoughts were consumed by the mystery of how he had arrived at this place. Why? Uncle Zhang repeatedly questioned himself. Then, he suddenly witnessed an unbelievable sight. He was utterly stunned. Chapter 42. A vision in the sky. Lo and behold, there were two suns in the sky. Uncle Zhang was utterly bewildered. No matter how lacking in common knowledge he might be, he was well aware that there could only be one sun illuminating the heavens above. He plopped down onto the ground in disbelief. Could it be that he was merely dreaming? Realization dawned upon him, and relief washed over him. In an instant, he was filled with joy, running and leaping about, even breaking into a dance. Uncle Zhang was quite the dancer, having often reached the finals in various square dance competitions. Eventually, his exceptional talent led him to become a judge, gaining widespread recognition in the realm of square dancing, and earning him friendships with numerous enthusiastic dancers, affectionately known as aunties. Of course, they were merely acquaintances. With a decent income and a generous spirit, Uncle Zhang was well liked among the aunties, earning an excellent reputation. Truly, he was an outstanding individual. On the moon, Uncle Zhang couldn't and Oppos, help but sing. His vocal abilities were impressive. He was indeed a man of many talents. In the sky, one sun remained, while Yu, wielding the sun staff, cast a glance at Uncle Zhang. Seeing his jubilant demeanor put her completely at ease. Any lingering worries vanished, and she joyfully stowed away the sun staff before dashing off to join her companions for some playful revelry. At that moment, the second sun that Uncle Zhang had glimpsed disappeared in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, he continued to frolic in the warm, inviting sea, unable to stop. Suddenly, his stomach let out a loud growl. Startled, Uncle Zhang pondered why his stomach would rumble in a dream. What could this mean? Confused, he decided that since his belly was grumbling, he ought to seek something to eat. After all, he had experienced hunger in dreams before. Especially in his younger days, such occurrences were not uncommon. As times improved, those days of hunger faded away. Uncle Zhang felt a sense of understanding wash over him. He scanned his surroundings. This was a beach teeming with seafood. Uncle Zhang was quite adept with his hands. It seemed that men of his age had truly endured hardships. And Uncle Zhang had risen from humble beginnings, possessing remarkable skills. Even with age, his abilities surpassed those of the younger generation. Moreover, Uncle Zhang was accustomed to carrying simple tools with him, as one never knew when they might encounter a challenge. At that moment, those tools would prove invaluable. Look at this massive lobster. A delightful find. And over here, a colossal crab. A feast awaits. There and Oppos, as even a sizable fish. What a bounty! Uncle Zhang exclaimed with glee. He quickly found a spot to prepare his fresh catch, gathering the ingredients before lighting a fire to cook his meal. Alongside his tools, he carried a lighter and an assortment of seasonings. Truly a well-prepared individual. It was only natural for someone of his age to possess a lighter. Even if he was an Oppos, smoker, he was always ready to lend a flame to those around him. As for the seasonings, Uncle Zhang had a penchant for spicy food. A dish could be bland, but if it had a kick, he would devour it. Thus, he always carried a packet of spices for convenience. Now, it was indeed put to good use. Uncle Zhang savored his meal with immense satisfaction, yet a flicker of confusion lingered. The sensation of eating felt incredibly real. Even in dreams, he had dined before, but nothing compared to the authenticity of this experience. After pondering for a couple of seconds, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. He was full and felt the urge to sleep, although it was peculiar to sleep within a dream. Uncle Zhang had encountered such dreams before. If he felt sleepy, why not indulge? However, he realized that sleeping on the beach was unwise, as the tide could rise. Even in a dream that posed a considerable danger, often symbolizing something ominous. Uncle Zhang, being of a certain age, refused to make foolish decisions. He stood up and made his way toward the nearby jungle, intending to construct a temporary shelter for himself. This way, he would be safe. Yet, Uncertainty crept back in. Why did this dream feel so real? The plants before him, the ground beneath his feet, everything was so vividly tangible. Could it be that he was not dreaming? Impossible. He firmly believed he was dreaming. Otherwise, he could not explain the current situation. Uncle Zhang set to work. In his youth, he had often assisted others in constructing homes. Building a small shelter would be a trivial task for him. Given enough time, he could even construct a full house. Not a challenge at all. Before long, a modest shelter materialized before him. It was a simple structure, a wooden frame with a sloping roof. To ensure a comfortable night's sleep, he even fashioned himself a wooden bed. This was a straightforward task. He found some fallen branches, trimmed them, and assembled them into a bed frame. Uncle Zhang excelled at such tasks, having been skilled in piecing together walls from rubble in his youth. Generally, people sought him out for such work, as his craftsmanship was seamless. Soon, Uncle Zhang was fast asleep. Before dozing off, he remembered to start a fire. Creating a pile of wood and adding some insect-repelling plants that released thick smoke to envelop his little sanctuary. In his younger days, he often ventured into the mountains and had gained considerable experience. Although not a hunter, he often excelled in areas where hunters fell short. As night descended, a brilliant moon rose in the sky. Beneath the luminous moon, countless individuals entered the realm of dreams. Yet, for some, the night was just beginning. Ha! What fine wine! Bring me more charming gentlemen. Just these few won't do. Zhang Meili exclaimed joyously. She had dismissed her elderly partner, acquired a new car, and surrounded herself with handsome companions. Her former rival now only had half a face left, and despite the factory's inexplicable success, all the profits were hers. She had evidently reached the pinnacle of her life. Perfection. Behold, the trending topic online reveals a scandal. Someone has dispatched corporate spies to pilfer confidential information from a rival electronics factory. Can you see that individual? Is it not indeed that person? Upon closer inspection, it truly appears to be so. Moreover, the name is the same, Zhang Meili. The vicinity is abuzz with the chatter of many voices. Zhang Meili, relishing the lively atmosphere, opted against a private room. Naturally, she also enjoys flaunting her status. Who is calling my name? Zhang Meili furrowed her brow. Is it permissible for just anyone to address her by her full name? She should be referred to as General Manager Zhang, or at the very least, Sister Zhang. How dare they call her Zhang Meili so casually? It is utterly outrageous. Indeed, it is she. Just look at her demeanor. She hardly seems the type to be virtuous. Can a good person truly behave in such a manner? Lower your voices. Quiet down. Do not let her hear. The crowd murmured. Despite their fear of Zhang Meili's wrath, they continued to gossip, unwilling to silence themselves. Some even grew bolder in their remarks. Indeed, it is she. What a disgrace. And now she shamelessly indulges herself here. What a farce. They laughed derisively. Who dares to speak of me? Step forward, I command you. I will ensure you cannot survive in this city. Zhang Meili exclaimed in fury, shattering her wine glass as she stood up. The handsome men before her, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of trepidation and hastily dispersed. The attractive young man seated beside Zhang Meili felt a wave of exhilaration. Indeed, having just one person beside General Manager Zhang was sufficient. At that moment, her true assistant, frowning, held up her phone, contemplating whether to reveal its contents to Zhang Meili. Manager, come out here. What is the meaning of this? Someone is maligning me. And you remain oblivious? Will you not take action? Do you wish to continue in your position, or do you seek to resign? Zhang Meili shouted at the owner of the establishment. The owner, clearly aware of Zhang Meili's temperament, rushed over, somewhat apprehensive. Miss Zhang, please, remain calm. Whatever the issue, it is my fault. I will resolve it immediately. Pray tell, what has transpired? He attempted to placate her. At that moment, one of his subordinates hurried forward, presenting his phone for the owner to see. Upon glancing at it, the owner and Oppo's expression shifted, and he understood the situation. Resolve it swiftly. Zhang Meili bellowed. Here, Miss Zhang. Please take a look. The owner offered his phone, presenting it to Zhang Meili. Observing this, her true assistant hastily tucked away her own device. Zhang Meili paused, momentarily incredulous at the content displayed before her. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. How could this be? This is utter nonsense. I did not perpetrate this. She protested upon seeing the headlines. True Fragrance Electronics Factory falls victim to corporate espionage. The culprit likely a female entrepreneur named Zhang. In an profile of Zhang Meili. Incredible. A social media influencer and Oppo's generator faces a major crisis. Competitors strike, stealing information, leading to an impending fierce rivalry in the market over two identical generators. Such news inundated the internet. While some articles employed pseudonyms for Zhang Meili, others explicitly named her, detailing her exploits without hesitation. It was absurd. How dare they wrongfully accuse her? Zhang Meili was incensed. If she had been guilty, her ire would not have been so fervent. It was precisely because she was innocent that her anger surged. "Manager, we must return to the office at once," her assistant urged, noting the crowded and chaotic atmosphere. With some individuals already capturing the scene on their phones, surely an unsuitable setting for conversation. "Silence. You will be quiet," Zhang Meili shouted, suddenly rushing toward the stage. She intended to proclaim her innocence to all present. Her assistant was taken aback. Has she drunk too much? What is she trying to accomplish? Though she contemplated intervening, she ultimately decided against it. Zhang Meili would not express gratitude for her intervention. On the contrary, she would resent her for it. Noticing the handsome young man beside Zhang Meili, she realized he was fully supporting her actions. That was the prudent choice. "Everyone listen. It is not me. I am innocent," Zhang Meili cried, seizing the microphone from the bewildered lead singer, provoking the band members who nearly retaliated. Yet, recognizing her, they hesitated. Zhang Meili was known for her generosity and often rewarded them. Moreover, they understood that Zhang Meili, when intoxicated, was prone to outbursts. At that moment, they perceived her behavior as merely a drunken episode. Why would they argue with someone inebriated? Meanwhile, the owner gestured for them to ignore her. The band members complied, heeding his instructions. "It is all false. If I had committed such an act, I would surely confess. But I did not, and I shall never admit to it. You, vile slanderer, resorting to such despicable tactics to frame me. You are inhumane. You cannot ensnare me. Everyone, believe me." Zhang Meili and Appo's voice resonated throughout the hall. Many joined her in shouting, inciting a raucous uproar as more individuals raised their phones to capture the spectacle, sharing it online, some even live-streaming it. This broadcast caught the attention of Yi Luo and Bai Rui, whose expressions turned grave. Chapter 43. My Bai family. Zhang Meili is truly insufferable. Bai Rui was immensely angered. Zhang Meili and Appo's behavior incited her considerable ire. "Shall we lend her a hand?" Yi Luo suggested from the side. "Forget it. Even if we have wealth, it should not be squandered on this wretched individual. Let's allocate our resources where they are truly deserved." Bai Rui shook her head. "Let things ferment naturally. By the way, have you not yet registered your technology for a patent?" "I am well aware of the patent situation," Yi Luo replied. Indeed. He was acutely aware that his technology could not be patented. After all, his innovation belonged to an entirely different paradigm. How could it possibly be registered? It would likely be dismissed by the patent office as pseudoscience. Even if he attempted to register it, it would undoubtedly be rejected. Worse still, he might be deemed mentally unstable and committed to an asylum for research purposes. Well, as long as you are aware. By the way, what about the recent production output? A hopeful expression graced Bai Rui and Appo's face. The output is severely lacking. At this moment, we are relying on you, Yi Luo. Rest assured, I will endeavor to double the production within 7 days. This 7-day period does not refer to mere working days, but rather an unceasing week of toil. It amounts to a month's worth of labor. Thank you so much, but please do not overexert yourself. While earning money is crucial, your health is paramount. Bai Rui spoke somewhat disingenuously. Although she genuinely cared about Yi Luo's well-being, it was evident that her primary concern lay with the production output. After all, Yi Luo was still young, yet the urgency of generating income was critical. This was a pivotal moment for the Bai family. If they could navigate this crucial juncture, a future of ease and happiness awaited. There would be ample time to rest later. Bai Rui firmly resolved to shift her focus from work-related matters and devote more attention to her family. Speaking of family, she suddenly recalled her intention to introduce Yi Luo to her parents. She had meant to express this on several occasions, but had never managed to articulate it properly. In fact, her parents had begun to inquire about it, and had done so multiple times. Bai Rui felt overwhelmed. What is the matter? Yi Luo asked, preoccupied with the production line, contemplating whether he should take on a couple of apprentices to help manage it, thus allowing him to focus his energies on more meaningful research. Furthermore, this could expedite the establishment of the production line. However, he found himself lacking suitable candidates, as he could not trust anyone with his secrets. If only he had more Yitai units, he mused. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in his mind. Although he could not acquire more Yitai units, as their components were system-provided, he had obtained relevant information and comprehended it. The only challenge lay in the modern technology that could not produce the requisite materials. Nevertheless, he could construct a simplified version of Itai. This was absolutely feasible. The absence of ideal materials did not preclude the use of alternative, albeit unsuitable, materials. The functionality might be diminished, but that was inconsequential. Yi Luo and Appo's mind raced, and within moments, he had devised the necessary schematics and verified their feasibility. It was remarkably plausible. Thus, if he could create such a machine, or rather, robot, his dilemma would be resolved. He truly was quite clever. What do you think? Rui inquired. Her face flushed with excitement. She had finally voiced the thoughts that had lingered within her heart. It was no small feat. To ask her to repeat, it would have been entirely impossible. What? Oh, splendid. Just now, Yi Luo had been entirely absorbed in thoughts of the robot. Appearing to listen to Rui, yet his mind had been elsewhere. He had only heard the last part. He politely acknowledged her, as if it were a bygone era. Is that so? Wonderful. So, it will be tomorrow, then? Is tomorrow a bit rushed? However, I think it is quite appropriate, especially since it coincides with a holiday. Rui was positively ecstatic. Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Weren't we supposed to double the production within 7 days? By the way, let us take Bao along. My parents adore children. Rest assured, I will ensure Bao is well taken care of. Rui continued, her words flowing effortlessly. Even without having heard the preceding conversation, Yi Luo could surmise the content of Rui's earlier statements. The blanks in his understanding were swiftly filled. Suddenly, Yi Luo felt a surge of anxiety. Was this what they called meeting the parents? He had never encountered anyone and Appo's as parents before. Observing Rui and Appo's joyful demeanor, he noted her enthusiasm and meticulous planning. In that instant, his nervousness dissipated. It was curious how, in a shared endeavor, one person's anxiety could alleviate the other's. Do you think this outfit is appropriate? Yi Luo casually remarked. Oh dear. Right, and about the attire. I must call the manager of that boutique to have some clothes sent over immediately. Rui exclaimed in a flurry. She then scrutinized Yi Luo and Appo's hair and face. Oh no, his hair must be styled. And his complexion requires makeup. This is dreadful. There is far too much to accomplish. One day is certainly insufficient. Perhaps we should delay this. Rui hastily pushed back the timeline. She was exceedingly concerned about presenting her parents with the most impeccable impression of Yi Luo possible. For this, Rui was willing to spare no effort. Yi Luo, witnessing her fervor, found himself at a loss for words but understood her sentiment. At that moment, Rui's phone rang, interrupting her train of thought. She frowned slightly. She was in the midst of devising a comprehensive plan in her mind regarding Yi Luo's transformation. The phone's ringing shattered her concentration. Rui prepared to reprimand the caller. However, upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression shifted dramatically. Will you take the call? I'll step outside, Yi Luo suggested. It's fine. Rui answered as she picked up the phone, her brow immediately furrowing. What? How could this happen? Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch on them? Why has this occurred? All right. I understand. I'll return right away. Ensure that they do not harm my parents. Rui hung up the phone and rushed toward the door. What had transpired? Should I accompany you? Yi Luo inquired politely. As a man, one ought to respond accordingly in such a situation. However, given Rui's tenacity, she would likely not. Well, let us go together, Rui declared, extending her hand to grasp Yi Luo's palm. At that moment, Yi Luo wished to express that he was merely being courteous. Why? Alas, it was his own fault. Subsequently, many individuals in the office building witnessed the scene of boss by tugging at manager Yi's hand. As the two hastily entered a vehicle and sped out of the factory gates, speculation swiftly arose, spreading throughout the entire establishment at an astonishing pace. Indeed, these people were rather idle. If Yi Luo were aware of this, he would undoubtedly think so. In a secluded forest on the outskirts, a winding mountain road led to a residence nestled in the hills, a place imbued with the essence of a bygone era. Approaching the estate, one felt as though they had stepped back in time. In the present day, this location was clearly not an ideal place to reside. Given its remoteness and the inconvenience of procuring necessities, deliveries could not reach this secluded abode. Yet, it possessed its own merits, tranquility. Moreover, should anyone fall ill or sustain an injury, this was an apt place for recuperation. However, what was once a serene locale now felt quite the opposite. Hurry and open the door. I am the second master of this household. You, who guard our gates, why do you not let me in? Open the door at once. And remember to pay the taxi fare. Chongshin shouted, his appearance somewhat disheveled. since being driven away by Rui at the car door. His luck had taken a turn for the worse. Everything seemed to go awry, and his condition continued to deteriorate. Fortunately, his period of distress was about to conclude, for he had arrived home. He knocked forcefully upon the imposing entrance, which resounded with a loud thud, yet it remained steadfastly closed. The estate, more akin to a fortress than a mere dwelling, was constructed in a style prevalent in a previous era. It served both as a residence and a bastion, effectively safeguarding its inhabitants from external harm. The entrance stood as a formidable gate, remarkably sturdy. Bai Chongqing's palm struck the door, producing a sound, but beyond that, it exhibited no sign of yielding. Hurry and pay up. Do not waste my time. This trip has no return. I have already lost out. You do not seem impoverished. So why can't you muster a mere 100 or so? If not, then perhaps you could offer something as collateral. That bag looks quite appealing. The robust taxi driver had set his sights on the exquisite handbag slung over by Chongqing and Amp, Appo's wife's shoulder. The bag was elegantly crafted, adorned with gemstones that glistened under the sun's rays. The driver, having never encountered such a stunning accessory, was unfazed by its prior usage. After all, it was meant to be used. This would simplify matters considerably. As he spoke, the driver extended his hand toward the handbag. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Do you even know what kind of bag this is? This is the latest from Aloe, the gemstone model. Its seasonal price is 50,000 daobi. Are you aware of daobi? It's a 1-to-7 ratio with our currency. You uncultured bumpkin. His wife scolded, quickly dodging the driver's outstretched hand. You dare insult me? I graciously brought you here without charging a fare. I only asked for an old bag, and you resort to insults. How outrageous. The driver was incensed, his eyes narrowing in anger as he prepared to act. Oh dear, husband, son, daughter. Hurry over. This bumpkin wants to throw a punch. The wife cried out. Leave me be. If he dares to strike, let him. I'll make him pay for everything he possesses. Bai Chongqing was unfazed. At that moment, he was solely focused on forcing the door open. Yet, to his astonishment, the door that had once yielded effortlessly now resisted all his attempts. He recalled a time when this door rarely remained shut. What had changed in such a brief absence? Dear, what did you say? You want him to hit me? His wife looked up by Chongqing, her face a mask of disbelief. Oh, mother, stop your shouting. I just lost my game. Their son exclaimed, visibly irritated, glaring at his mother before returning to his phone. Yes, mother, father is right. If he dares to act, let him. We'll make him pay a fortune. What is the point of your shouting? We still need to see uncle. Do not disrupt my makeup. I must look my best to please him. So he'll give me 100,000 as pocket money. Their daughter chimed in, engrossed in her makeup routine. You lot. The wife was rendered speechless, then turned to the driver, seemingly coming to a realization. If you wish to strike, then do so. But should you not compensate for your actions? I shall cease to be a Bai. What an audacious claim. You expect me to pay for your entire estate, and you think 100,000 is mere pocket change? Do you truly believe you are of the Bai family? The driver retorted. As he spoke, his expression shifted as he surveyed his surroundings, recognizing the infamous Bai family estate. Upon realizing who they were, his demeanor shifted from trepidation to relaxation. He recalled the tales he had heard. The Bai family appeared to be in decline, teetering on the brink of extinction. Indeed, I am of the Bai family, the wife declared, lifting her chin defiantly, her expression one of provocation. In the next instant, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Chapter 44, At the Bai family and Amp, Appo's gate. The driver stared at his palm, utterly astonished. He had not swung his hand. Yet a resounding slap echoed in the air. How peculiar. Who struck me? Who dared to strike me? Bai Chongqing's wife covered her face, exclaiming in disbelief. There was no one present, yet she felt the sting of a harsh blow to her cheek, and it hurt immensely. Ha ha. Serves you right, wicked person. From a window high upon the wall, a head poked out, making a face at the onlookers below, a slingshot in hand. Little miss, what are you doing? That is your second aunt. A middle-aged woman shouted, astonished, as she attempted to halt the girl's antics. The girl, clearly audacious, disregarded the woman's words and darted towards another window with haste. The wall was adorned with numerous such windows, resembling the arrow slits of an ancient castle. Indeed, the Bai family residence had once served as a fortress. Now, the girl, armed with her slingshot, took aim at the outside world, reminiscent of ancient defenders shooting arrows from the ramparts. What second aunt? Just a poor relative trying to take advantage of us. The Bai family lacks nothing of the sort. Moreover, their incessant banging on the door disturbs my parents' rest. Do I owe them any courtesy? It was merely a mud pellet before. If they do not depart, The next will be a stone or even a steel ball, Bairushin declared. She was Bairui's sister, doted upon since childhood, and thus quite haughty. Though she was kind to her immediate family, not extending the same to the wider clan, the pursuing middle-aged woman did not seem particularly earnest, as if merely performing for the second branch of the Bai family. She shouted and protested but made no genuine effort to deter Bairushin. In the next moment, Bairushin appeared at a window, pulling back her slingshot, taking aim at Bai Chongshin's wife, her second aunt, and let fly another mud pellet. This slingshot was no ordinary one. It was a marvel of modern technology. Given the family's wealth, anything Bairushin wished to play with was of the finest quality. And the slingshot was no exception. Crafted from the best materials, it even featured a sighting device. Combined with Bairushin and Amp, Appo's innate talent and training, she could hit her target with pinpoint accuracy from a distance of several meters. With a sharp crack, Bairushin and Appo's second aunt received yet another blow to the face. The mud pellet struck her as if someone had slapped her hard. "Oh, it hurts. How dare you, Bairushin, little wretch. You dare strike an elder? There is no decency left. Someone, come quickly. A junior has assaulted an elder." Bai Chongshin and Amp, Appo's wife cried out. Bairushin, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "Shout all you like. You could scream until your throat is raw, but it will be of no use. There is no one here but us in our secluded courtyard." She was thoroughly enjoying herself. With that, she aimed once more, releasing another mud pellet. Ugh! Bai Chongshin and Amp, Appo's wife could not utter a word as the mud pellet lodged itself in her mouth. This was truly disastrous. She immediately sank to the ground, retching violently, as if her very insides were being expelled in her agony. The driver, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly bewildered. He took a few steps back, quietly observing the unfolding drama. The internal strife of the Bai family was indeed captivating. He contemplated pulling out his phone to record the scene. Bairushin, noticing this, shouted loudly, aiming her slingshot at the driver. "You can watch, but do not dare to film." The driver promptly tucked his phone away, fearful for its safety. "Bairushin, look at what you and Amp, Appo's done. Hurry and open the door to apologize to your second aunt." "Brother, sister-in-law, is this how you've raised her?" Bai Chongshin scolded, furrowing his brow. Instantly, Bairushin glared at him. "You, who abandoned the family to flee abroad in a moment of crisis, dare to lecture me?" She readied her slingshot once more. "Wait, let us discuss this. I am your second uncle," Bai Chongshin shouted, his expression darkening. Just then, a car sped down the road. Bairushin glanced at it and immediately ceased her actions, her face lighting up with joy. Bai Chongshin let out a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping the embarrassment of being struck by his own niece and Amp, Appo's slingshot. Such a disgrace would have tarnished the reputation of the second branch of the Bai family. Thankfully, that did not come to pass. Bai Chongshin noticed the car had come to a halt at the roadside and eagerly turned his gaze toward the door, filled with anticipation. The door swung open, revealing two figures. One was strikingly beautiful, though her face was partially obscured by her hair, lending her an air of mystery. Her demeanor was somewhat chilling, and she exuded an aura of coldness. She was clearly displeased. The other individual was unremarkable, clad in factory work attire, a mere driver, it seemed. "Ah, my dear niece, you have arrived. How splendid. Ha. Now, quickly open the gate. Can you believe it? We cannot even return to our own home. What a ridiculous situation." Bai Chongshin approached, eager to draw closer to Bairui. At that very moment, Bairushin, seeing the scene unfold, felt a surge of anger. "You scoundrel! Keep your distance from my sister, or I shall unleash my projectiles upon you, stone pellets." She was determined to protect her sister from the grasp of her unscrupulous uncle. Just as she prepared to launch her slingshot, a hand intercepted her, pushing Bai Chongshin's arm aside. Bai Chongshin was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. "Do you know who I am? How dare you, a mere worker? Lay a hand upon me," he roared. He felt as though his palm had been soiled. In a hurry, he wiped his hand. At that moment, Bairui hastily took a disinfecting wipe and began to clean Yiluo's hand. "Oh dear, how could you let that scoundrel touch your palm and make it dirty? What are we to do? Hurry, let me clean it properly for you." Bairui was extremely anxious. Yiluo allowed Bairui to wipe his palm without resistance. Bairushin, watching the scene from the wall, was utterly bewildered. She could hardly believe that the sister, who had always kept her distance from any boy of her age, was now so close to an ordinary-looking young man. It seemed that she was even closer to him than to herself. In that moment, Bairushin felt a mix of anger and joy. The anger stemmed from jealousy, while the joy arose from the realization that her sister and Amp, Amp. Apos. S notorious aversion to men of her age seemed to be fading. Now, she no longer had to worry about her sister and Amp. Apos. S lifelong affairs. Though young, she had truly been quite concerned. You all, Bai Chongqing exclaimed, astonished and incredulous as he observed the interaction between Bai Rui and Yi Luo. He scrutinized Yi Luo as if he recognized him. You are the lad who was standing beside Rui before. Rui, how can you, as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, be so shameless as to be entangled with a stranger in public? Have you no shame? We, the Bai family, still uphold our dignity. With behavior like this, I have every reason to believe you are unworthy to be the current head of the Bai family. Truly, the head of the Bai family should be chosen anew. Since I have returned as an elder, it is only right that I should assume the role of the head. Ouch. That hurts. Just as Bai Chongqing was speaking, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Bai Ruxin had indeed pulled back the slingshot and released the projectile. The shot struck Bai Chongqing's head with force. Had the angle been better, she might have even sent the projectile into his mouth. At that moment, Aunt Bai Air was still retching incessantly. Her daughter and son, meanwhile, were absorbed in their phones, completely oblivious to the commotion. Little brat, how dare you strike someone? Bai Chongqing turned sharply, glaring at Bai Ruxin, as if he wished to annihilate her. He scanned the ground for stones. Bai Ruxin remained unfazed. After all, she was within the fortress of the Bai family. Even if the opponent had firearms, they would scarcely be able to breach this stronghold. Of course, that was a slight exaggeration. However, it was quite clear that Bai Chongqing and Amp, Apos, S attempt to hurl stones at Bai Ruxin was utterly futile. Seeing this unfold, Bai Rui became furious. Bai Chongqing actually intended to find stones to throw at Bai Ruxin. Bai Rui would not allow this. What do you think you and Apos redoing? She shouted angrily. I want to teach that little brat a lesson. Bai Chongqing finally found a stone, elated, and prepared to throw it at Bai Ruxin. Bai Ruxin, undeterred, pulled back her slingshot, eager to see who could strike faster and more accurately. Who are you calling a little brat, you waste of the Bai family? Bai Rui retorted angrily. What did you say? You halfwit. How dare you insult your elder? Bai Chongqing glared with fury, brandishing the stone as he prepared to throw it at Bai Rui. Watch out, Bai Ruxin shouted, urgently releasing her projectile. Simultaneously, Bai Rui and Apos' eyes blazed with intensity, resembling a fierce she-wolf as she prepared to kick Bai Chongqing right between his legs. Bai Rui was indeed a formidable character. There was no doubt about that. The members of the Bai family were no ordinary people. Yi Luo reached out and grasped Bai Chongqing's hand. Bai Chongqing was momentarily stunned. His hand was immobilized by Yi Luo's grip, yet neither Bai Ruxin nor Bai Rui intervened. Meanwhile, Aunt Bai Air continued to squat and retch. Was it really necessary to vomit for so long over a mere mud pellet? It wasn't as if she were pregnant. Bai Rui's daughter remained engrossed in her phone, entirely ignoring the situation, as if the device held more allure than her father. Bai Rui's son was deeply focused on his game. What was more important? The game or their father? Well, Bai Chongqing knew the answer. At that moment, the only ally he could count on seemed to be the taxi driver. Quietly observing the spectacle, Bai Chongqing cast a glance at him, signaling for help. Come help me quickly. I will be grateful to you, he implored. What are you waiting for? You heartless scoundrel, just wait. I will not let you off the hook. Once I reclaim my rightful power in the Bai family and become the head, you will see how I deal with you. The driver wore a perplexed expression. At this moment, Bai Chongqing ignored Bai Rui and Yi Luo, directing his ire at the driver, as if he harbored deep-seated animosity. It was utterly bewildering. Bai Chongqing screamed in agony. The back of his head was struck again. In her desperation, Bai Ruxin had chosen a steel ball and delivered a punishing hit. Simultaneously, Bai Rui's kick landed squarely between Bai Chongqing's legs. He leaped up in shock. However, before he could react, Yi Luo restrained him. As a result, most of the force landed squarely on Bai Chongqing. His expression soured dramatically. It seemed as though happiness had eluded Bai Chongqing for the rest of his life. Yi Luo released his grip. Bai Rui stepped back. Bai Chongqing suddenly knelt on the ground, his face as pale as a ghost. Whoa, was all he could manage to utter. Darling, are you all right? What's wrong? Oh no, someone's been killed. Hurry, someone come. Quickly. Aunt Bai Air finally ceased her retching. Chapter 45. Dual nationality. If there is anything, discuss it with my lawyer, Bai Rui declared. She then sat beside Yi Luo, whispering intimately, appearing quite close. The events that had just transpired warmed Bai Rui's heart, filling her with joy. Meanwhile, Bai Ruxin observed the scene with a look of disdain. Unable to remain still, even if she were bound to an iron post, she would still fidget restlessly. This matter is merely a minor conflict within the family. The esteemed lawyer stated. The Bai family had their own distinguished attorney, who had steadfastly supported them through previous tribulations, providing various forms of assistance when needed. As the family situation improved, the lawyer's dedication intensified. Prior to returning home, Bai Rui had already contacted their esteemed attorney, feeling that having him present would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Despite the unexpected occurrence earlier, the Bai family had a customary practice of consulting a lawyer for any matters deemed significant or troublesome. The inspector, feeling quite helpless, glanced towards Aunt Bayer. Look at how things have escalated. This is merely a family dispute. They are akin to bandits, beating someone to the brink of death. The taxi driver remarked. He then turned to Aunt Bayer, adding, they rode in my taxi and still haven't paid. All you care about is money. Have you become blinded by it? Ah, I see. You must have accepted their payment, which is why you are here to give false testimony. Or perhaps you are seeking revenge because they owe you a small sum. Aunt Bayer retorted angrily. Now, wait a moment. Are you admitting that you did not pay this driver? The inspector inquired, scrutinizing Aunt Bayer. Have you also been bribed? Aunt Bayer shot a fierce glare at the inspector. Are you being serious? If you are, I shall have to sue you for your words. The consequences will be severe. And who is this half-a-face you speak of? Is it this young lady? The inspector assessed Aunt Bayer, then turned his gaze to Bai Rui. You, what seriousness are you talking about? I merely spoke carelessly. Aunt Bayer stammered, feeling a sense of guilt. She looked around, hoping for assistance, but her daughter was engrossed in her phone and her son was absorbed in a video game, completely ignoring her. Bai Chongqing had already been taken to the hospital, leaving her utterly alone. At that moment, Bai Chongqing felt desolate. Wasn't half-a-face referring to her? A mere glance made it clear. Aunt Bayer gazed at Bai Rui, whose face was entirely obscured by her hair, a true embodiment of and amp. Oppos, half-a-face, and amp, oppos. This term is an insult to my client. I now demand that this lady apologize to my client immediately and assure that she will never utter similar or related phrases again. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to bring her to court. The esteemed lawyer interjected. He addressed the inspector while directing his focus on Aunt Bayer. What? You want me to apologize? I am her elder, Aunt Bayer exclaimed. Now, wait a moment. Are you all indeed family? The inspector queried. Of course we are. I am her second aunt, Aunt Bayer shouted. Then, it seems that your disagreement is indeed a family matter, correct? The inspector clapped his hands together. Regardless of whether it is a family dispute, someone has been injured, and you must take responsibility. Aunt Bayer glared at the inspector. Naturally, you are correct. However, based on our experience with such matters, you often exhibit significant changes in attitude and statements. Currently, you wish to handle this formally. Yet it may soon shift to a private resolution. I must say, your behavior is a gross misuse of our police resources. The inspector sighed. I hope you will reconsider. Reconsider? What is there to reconsider? Hurry up and arrest them. Aunt Bayer shouted, pointing at Bai Rui and Yi Luo. It is this couple. They colluded together, not only attempting to seize our Bai family's wealth, but also plotting to harm my husband. Woe is me. Is there no justice left in this world? Tears streamed down Aunt Bayer and Aunt Oppos' face, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Wait a moment, did you say Bai family? Oh, is that the renowned Bai family in our city? The inspector exclaimed, astonished. Though he had heard of Bai Rui and Bai Chongqing, he had not connected them to this context until now. Indeed, Aunt Bayer nodded, her expression filled with pride. In an instant, a crowd began to gather. Initially, they were merely curious listeners, but now they surrounded her. Aunt Bayer felt a surge of triumph. This was the power of the Bai family and Oppos' reputation. She awaited the moment when she would be the center of attention, accustomed to being celebrated and praised whenever she mentioned the Bai family. Rumors had circulated that the Bai family was in decline, yet under the leadership of their phoenix, they had risen anew, akin to a phoenix reborn from ashes. The Bai family and Oppos' phoenix was now the most renowned figure in the city. Many sought employment at the Bai family and Oppos' factory. Her son was among them, eager to join. Oh, this must be the Bai family and Oppos' phoenix. Just as described, the golden phoenix of the Bai family. The crowd exclaimed, encircling Bai Rui, completely ignoring Aunt Bayer. Oh, not that no one is acknowledging Aunt Bayer. Step aside, fatty. You and Aunt Oppos, reblocking the way. Someone shouted, their expression filled with disdain. Aunt Bayer and Aunt Oppos' face soured. She was merely aging and somewhat plump, but certainly not overweight. How dare they call her and Apos, Fatty and Apos? It was utterly outrageous. Moreover, she could not bear to see her brilliance eclipsed by Rui and Apos' radiance. The latter shone like a star, while Amp by Air felt like dim dust in the shadows. It was intolerable. Just for half a face, why should she receive such adulation? Shouldn't and Apos, the one being celebrated, be her? After all, she was the elder of the half a face. Indeed, that half a face was utterly detestable. She had always been so. If only she had known. She would have tossed her into the river to drown. No, better yet, she should have drowned her in a chamber pot. Witnessing the scene unfold, Amp by Air picked up a nearby cup of scalding tea and stood, striding towards Rui. Let us see how you continue to act so arrogantly when half of your face is gone, she thought, eagerly anticipating that moment. Wait, what are you doing? The inspector shouted, rising to pursue Amp by Air. You half a face. Now I shall ensure you have no face at all. Who do you think you are? This golden phoenix of the Bai family? Amp by Air disregarded the inspection, her attention entirely fixated on Rui. In the midst of conversation, a scalding cup of tea was hurled toward Rui, aimed directly at her face. Completely unprepared, Rui was caught off guard. Fortunately, Luo was ever vigilant. His perceptive instincts kicked in as he observed Amp by Air lift the tea. Swiftly, he seized a nearby stack of newspapers, using them as a shield against the incoming scalding liquid. The newspapers, bound together, provided a sufficient barrier to deflect the fiery tea. I shall file a complaint against this lady for deliberately harming my client. Oh, but it appears to be an attempt that failed. The renowned lawyer's reaction was slightly delayed, though it was notably quicker than that of others. Ouch! My face, my face! Amp by Air exclaimed, retreating while clutching her face, which was drenched in hot tea. Some even splashing into her eyes. The discomfort was unbearable, and she could no longer endure it. Murder! Murder! The esteemed Mr. Yi merely acted in self-defense. Thus, all ensuing circumstances are unrelated to him, and he will bear no responsibility. The lawyer stated rapidly, gazing at Yi Luo with admiration. Mr. Yi, fret not. Your actions are commendable, and you shall not be held accountable. Should anyone seek to assign blame, I will provide a defense on your behalf and manage all pertinent legal matters. Very well, I am not concerned. Yi Luo lowered the stack of newspapers. Oh dear. Little Yi, Yuerin and Apos, hurt, were you? That woman is utterly despicable. By the way, I must clarify something. Rui, startled and infuriated, hastily examined Yi Luo for any signs of tea stains, feeling relieved when she found none. She then raised her voice to the inspector. The woman who threw the water just now holds dual nationality. The inspector was taken aback, quickly glancing at Amp by Air. No, that's not true. I do not possess dual nationality. Amp by Air shouted hastily, recalling that Bai Chongsheng had warned her about the gravity of dual nationality issues. Such matters must never be disclosed. My entire family holds dual nationality, Rui declared, her voice chillingly cold. What? The inspector was further astonished. Looking toward the daughter engrossed in her phone and the son preoccupied with his game, both indifferent to the unfolding situation. You all have dual nationality. The inspector inquired of the daughter and son. The son ignored the inspector, while the daughter displayed a look of impatience. So what if we have dual nationality? Is that a problem? Please present your identification and passports immediately, the inspector ordered. Turning to her colleague, she added, contact Sister Lee from Immigration to assist with this inquiry. Understood, no problem. You, what is the matter with you? Someone has been murdered, and you choose to focus on nationality. What is wrong with you? I will lodge a complaint against you. Amp by Air fumed, one eye swollen shut, her face marred by burns from the tea, her hair disheveled, obscuring half her visage. Reminiscent of Rui. Yet, she was too frantic to care about her appearance, desperately shouting to redirect attention from her plight to the alleged murder. Murder! Murder! Capture the murderer! Can't you hear me? Amp by Air continued to scream. Please calm down, or I will have no choice but to detain you for disrupting the order of this workplace. The inspector warned Amp by Air. What? What did you say? Amp by Air could hardly believe her ears. Despite her predicament, they dared to detain her. What kind of person are you? Such behavior. And you claim to be part of the Bai family? It is common for large families like the Bays to have a few black sheep. Are we blind? Or does she lack sense, throwing water at others and now audaciously crying murder? Indeed, had she understood that throwing water could equate to attempted murder, she would be guilty. Although it was an attempt, it could lead to at least 3 years. Given the severity of her actions, a minimum of 10 years seemed appropriate. Exactly. The severity of the situation is undeniable. Wielding scalding water within an inspection office is, without doubt, a grave matter. Many present, including several staff members of the inspection office, were well versed in the law. 10 years? I merely splashed a cup of water. This must be a joke. Aunt by Air protested, hastily attempting to flee. Her actions warrant increased charges. Quickly, restrain her. The inspector shouted in urgency. In an instant, several individuals surged forward, pinning Aunt by Air to the ground. I was only going to the restroom. Just the restroom, she cried out, struggling in vain. Oh, how annoying. Can't you all be quiet? I can't hear the video. The daughter's expression soured, suddenly shouting. Once again, we lost. This is so dull. When are we going home? I'm so tired. I want to sleep. I'm so hungry. Mom, I want to eat braised lobster. Without chili. The son set aside his phone, rubbing his eyes and issuing commands. At that moment, the crowd regarded them with complex expressions. Sisterly has confirmed it. The entire family holds dual nationality. Their household registration has been revoked. And they are to be promptly deported. If innocent, they are to be deported. If guilty, they will face detention. Understood, the inspector nodded. Aunt by Air's face turned ashen. Meanwhile, Bai Chongsheng, unaware of the unfolding drama, was in the hospital seething with rage. I will not spare you. You audacious wretch. How dare you strike an elder? Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Bai Chongsheng declared, pulling out his phone to dial a number. Chapter 46, Expatriation. What is going on with that old Zhang? Why isn't he answering the phone? Bai Chongsheng was perplexed. Did he not fear the exposure of his deeds? If Half-Face and her paramour were to find out, old Zhang would surely face dire consequences. After all, both Half-Face and her lover were exceedingly ruthless. Bai had personal experience of their malice. The pain. Reflecting on past events, he became acutely aware of the pain in his vulnerable areas. Fortunately, the doctor assured him that with proper rest, he would recover without issue. That body part would still function normally. Otherwise, Bai Chongsheng would stop at nothing to ensure that the other party paid dearly. Well, perhaps the thought of risking his life could wait. After all, life is of utmost importance. He couldn't and oppose to afford to be reckless. However, employing every possible means to make the other party suffer was certainly within the realm of possibility. Meanwhile, by the seaside, Uncle Zhang savored his tea. Gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky, feeling an unparalleled sense of expansiveness in both body and spirit, the burdens of the past seemed to have been entirely released. Presently, he focused solely on the future, the distance, and the azure ocean. The sensation of an unburdened heart was delightful, yet his head was uncomfortable. Suddenly, Uncle Zhang remembered that he hadn't washed his hair in several days. He had initially planned to do so that very evening. Who could have anticipated that he would find himself in this peculiar place? Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Life here was quite pleasant, remarkably tranquil and harmonious. Detached from the mundane world and Apos, conflicts and troubles, it was rather splendid. That and Apos, right, his head was bothering him. He must wash it. However, as Uncle Zhang surveyed the stunning scenery before him, the vibrant blue of the sea splashed onto his hair, contributing to his discomfort. He needed to find fresh water, plentiful fresh water. While he could resolve the drinking issue through distillation, washing his hair required more than that. Turning around, Uncle Zhang gazed at the forest behind him. He detected a crisp scent emanating from the woods, a refreshing aroma that he recognized. He was certain that the forest contained water, and indeed, a considerable amount of fresh water. Ever since he relinquished the world's tribulations, Uncle Zhang felt his senses heightened significantly. He even sensed a rejuvenating effect on his body. The more he immersed himself in nature, the stronger that sensation became. In truth, this was the influence of the solar scepter. Of course, Uncle Zhang possessed certain unique traits as well. The phenomenon could not solely result from wielding the solar scepter. Coupled with his innate talents, mindset, and, most crucially, the solar energy radiating from the scepter, the three elements combined to create this extraordinary state. Uncle Zhang ventured into the forest. Back at the hospital, Bai Chongsheng angrily set down his phone. At that moment, the door swung open. You are Bai Chongsheng, correct? Several immigration enforcement officers scrutinized him, holding his file. Who are you? Bai furrowed his brow, observing their uniforms, which resembled those of the patrol officers. He felt a glimmer of hope. Are you here to inform me about the outcome regarding that vile little wretch and her paramour? What are you talking about? What vile little wretch? Please, sir, mind your language. While we do not know how your parents raised you, we feel obligated to remind you that such unpleasant words have no place on our soil. If you wish to speak freely, please return to your own country. Sign this document, and we will escort you to the airport. The officers instructed by Chongqing. What? What do you mean? Who are you to dictate to me? Who do you think you are? What is this document? What airport? I don't understand any of this. I am a victim, a wounded victim. What are you thinking? Where is your supervisor? I demand to see him. Bai Chongqing shouted. Apologies, Mr. Bai, but we have been ordered to expel you, the officer replied. What? Bai Chongqing was utterly bewildered. He had no idea what was happening. We have discovered your dual citizenship. Consequently, we believe that your domestic registration has been revoked. And we have decided to expel you immediately, the officer stated, signaling to his colleagues to begin their actions. At that moment, numerous onlookers gathered at the entrance. Observing the scene, this person has dual citizenship. Huh. Just as it should be caught and expelled. Humph. He appears to be someone of some status, yet here he is. Being treated this way, using domestic funds abroad, contributing to another country's GDP. He deserves to be expelled. Had I known, I would and amp, oppose, to have treated his injuries. Humanitarianism has its limits. And yet, the medical fees remain unpaid. Hurry and settle that. At that moment, the medical staff rushed forward, demanding that Bai Chongqing settle his medical bills. What medical fees? I have none. If you want payment, go after the person who injured me. Don't come to me. Besides, I have no time to deal with medical bills right now. I am about to be expelled. Bai Chongqing yelled. The medical personnel looked troubled by the scene. Rest assured, if there are financial disputes, we will temporarily detain the individual involved. Once the financial matters are resolved, we will proceed with the expulsion, the officer assured him. How can you do this? How can you do this? I demand to see your supervisor. I am a member of the Bai family, the head of the second branch. Furthermore, I am the future head of the Bai family. You should be aware of this. By the way, the now famous Jinxiang Electronics Factory is our family's enterprise. Bai Chongqing shouted loudly. His voice drew the attention of the department head, who was nearby conducting inspections. The man, in his 50s, had some knowledge of the Bai family. He regarded Bai Chongqing with a complex expression. The second young master of the Bai family. Oh? At your age. It seems somewhat inappropriate to still be called young master. It should be second elder. Hey, old fellow, you know me? How delightful. I am indeed the second elder of the Bai family. Bai Chongqing beamed with joy, thrilled that this elder recognized him. The elder, however, was left speechless. How could he be labeled an old fellow when Bai Chongqing was not significantly younger than he? Nevertheless, he allowed Bai to say whatever he pleased. The director maintained a smile. This person refuses to pay his medical fees. Director, what should we do? Yes, director. What should we do? The medical staff immediately turned to the director for guidance. Since you know I am the second elder of the Bai family, this should make things easier. Bai Chongqing replied nonchalantly. He reclined comfortably, preparing to rest, casually issuing orders to the director. Please help me send these people away. I am a victim, and their presence is severely hindering my recovery. By the way, is there an available room in the critical care unit? Oh, no, it should be prepared for me immediately. I must move there at once. That is how it stands. I require rest now. Old man, ensure you handle this properly. The Bai family will not treat you poorly. Bai Chongqing appeared quite self-assured. The crowd turned their gazes toward the director, their expressions laden with complexity. At that moment, the director's demeanor mirrored their sentiments. A brief silence enveloped the scene. The director stepped forward and addressed Bai Chongqing, stating, Mr. Bai, your time has passed. What? Bai Chongqing and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. It and Appo's nothing. I merely present to you this reality. In the past, what you said would have held weight. However, now, to put it nicely, your era is over. To put it bluntly, who do you think you are? Who would bother with you? The director replied. Bai Chongqing trembled with rage. If Mr. Bai fails to settle his medical expenses, we shall pursue legal action. The director instructed those nearby. They nodded in agreement. Their eyes filled with mockery and disdain as they regarded Bai Chongqing. You, do not go too far. The Bai family still exists. Our electronics factory is renowned and thriving. Bai Chongqing shouted. However, the director remained unfazed. But what does that have to do with you, Mr. Bai? He turned to the execution team. Thank you. Please escort him away. Wherever you choose to take him is inconsequential. Regarding his medical fees, we will reclaim them through legal means. Thank you for your cooperation. The execution team, satisfied, approached to take Bai Chongqing away. I am injured. What do you intend to do? Bai Chongqing protested. The execution team hesitated momentarily. Rest assured, we can provide documentation. Mr. Bai's injuries are not severe and do not impede normal movement. The director promptly assured. You cannot treat me this way. I am a member of the Bai family. I am Bai family's second elder. Bai Chongqing fumed impotently. Meanwhile, Bai Rui and Yi Luo exited the inspection station. Oh, and Bai Ruxin, she added, but Ruxin trailed behind. Resembling someone forgotten, feeling quite dejected, her expression dark. As they approached the entrance, they encountered Bai Chongqing being escorted from the vehicle by the execution team. Upon seeing him, Bai Chongqing's eyes blazed with rage, yet Bai Rui and Yi Luo paid him no mind, as it was unnecessary to acknowledge him. For a considerable time hence, they would not cross paths again. He would be expelled from the country, and after resolving his financial issues, re-entering would be exceedingly difficult. With a tarnished record, his application for re-entry would likely be denied. The only remaining option to return home seemed to be illegal entry. However, should Bai Rui discover this, the situation would surely worsen far beyond the current predicament. He would likely have to spend a significant period in detention. Dad, you're here. When are we going home? I am so sleepy. So tired. Yes, Dad, please hurry and take us home. I do not wish to remain here any longer. It's so dull. When will you buy me the bag you promised? I am waiting to take photos and post them on social media. Oh. And I'm also waiting for Uncle to give me my allowance. The children addressed Bai Chongqing. His eyes turned pale, and he gasped for breath, fainting instantaneously. The onlookers were taken aback, a wave of panic washing over them. However, these events bore no relevance to Bai Rui or Yi Luo. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't even gotten in the car. Also, sister, when can I have my slingshot back? Bai Ruxin complained, clearly unhappy, particularly as, when it was time to board the vehicle, she was forgotten while Bai Rui had already started the engine, preparing to depart. Ruxin nearly fainted from frustration. Isn't that Xiao Xian? What are you doing here? Why aren't you getting in the car? Bai Rui finally noticed her sister. Who is this person? Ruxin glared at Yi Luo. She understood that her sister's neglect stemmed entirely from the sudden presence of this man. It was undoubtedly the case. Ruxin felt her position in her sister's heart was severely threatened by this newcomer. How rude. This is your brother Yi. Quickly greet him. Bai Rui corrected Ruxin's attitude, guiding her. Miss Xiao Xian, what are you doing here? Hurry and get in the car. A middle-aged woman approached Ruxin, greeting Bai Rui as well. Miss Xiao, hello. Initially, they had arrived in different vehicles, so it was somewhat understandable that Bai Rui would forget Ruxin. Yet, Ruxin certainly did not see it that way. In her eyes, it was entirely Yi Luo's fault. Understood. Ruxin bounced toward the nearby vehicle. Xiao Xian, you haven't greeted brother Yi yet. Bai Rui expressed her displeasure, feeling she had failed to educate her sister properly. I want tea. Ruxin stuck out her tongue, making faces, seemingly pleased with herself. Then, she swiftly hopped into the car, shutting the door tightly, fearful that Bai Rui would come after her. After all, others dared not strike her. But Bai Rui was different. Not only would she hit, but it would be a real hit. Terrifying. Yet, this girl remained resolute and obstinate, never conceding defeat or yielding. The more daunting the situation, the more determined she was to confront it. Apologies, this little girl has been spoiled since childhood. She lacks proper manners. Bai Rui apologized to Yi Luo. No worries. I'm accustomed to it. Yi Luo replied, noting that his sister Yi Yu was much the same. He sensed that Yi Yu and Bai Ruxin could become good friends. Oh, you mean Yi Yu? She seems quite obedient, unlike mine, Bai Rui remarked. So, where are we headed now? Yi Luo inquired, glancing at the road ahead, uncertain if they were not meant to return to the factory. Bai Rui's face flushed with embarrassment. Now that we've come this far. Chapter 47. The competition having arrived, Yi Luo surveyed his surroundings with a tinge of anxiety. The architecture, decor, and furnishings exuded an air of antiquity, making him feel as though he had traversed time to a grand estate from a century ago. Fortunately, amidst the profound sense of history, there existed a few modern elements that kept him from feeling entirely out of place, particularly the computer before him, an Apple device, which served as an amusing anachronism. The computer was still on, frozen on a gaming screen. What are you staring at? This is my computer. No matter how earnestly you plead, I will not allow you to touch it. Bai Ruxin declared, pouting adorably. You might have taken my sister, but you shall not take my computer. That's simply unacceptable. My sister is one thing, but my computer is non-negotiable. Bai Ruxin assumed a fierce yet endearing expression. Yi Luo instinctively placed his palm on her head, prompting her to squint her eyes in delight, resembling a contented kitten. Wow, how terrifying. Is this how you managed to win my sister over? So frightening. I almost fell for your trick. Bai Ruxin exclaimed, startled, as she swiftly pushed his hand away and leaped back, landing with a defensive stance. However, Her posture resembled that of a wary feline, crouching with one hand on the ground and the other raised as if to strike, her face adorably fierce. "Miss, what are you doing? You must not be rude to Mr. Yi," a middle-aged woman interjected, approaching and scolding Bai Ruxin upon witnessing the scene. "Ugh, how meddlesome," Bai Ruxin retorted, turning on her heel and darting away with remarkable speed, vanishing from sight. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Yi," the middle-aged woman said, hastily offering him tea and pastries. "It's quite all right. I find Miss Bai's innocence quite charming," Yi Luo replied graciously. "Ah, you strange uncle. I shall inform my sister that you are attempting to ensnare me." Bai Ruxin and Appo's voice echoed from a distance as she reappeared, standing at the far end of the corridor, brandishing her claws at Yi Luo before dashing away once more. "My apologies again," the middle-aged woman continued to express regret. "Really, it and Appo's. It's no trouble at all," Yi Luo reassured her. He contemplated offering further compliments about Bai Ruxin, but decided against it, sensing her presence nearby despite her absence. It was better to refrain from speaking further, lest he falter. "Mr. Yi, may I trouble you to sit for a moment? I must prepare dinner," the middle-aged woman requested. "I sincerely apologize. The Bai family is undergoing great changes, and we are short-staffed, so I hope you will excuse the lack of hospitality." "Not at all, truly," Yi Luo replied. Suddenly noticing the computer once more, the woman suggested, "If you don't mind, Mr. Yi, you may play with the computer for a while. Young people typically enjoy such activities, and it has merely been gathering dust here. The only one who occasionally plays games on it is Miss Bai." "That's my computer. How dare you attempt to seize it? You strange uncle," pretending to be sympathetic while plotting to take what is mine. Bai Ruxin burst forth yet again, fiercely defending her claim to the device. "Miss Bai, what are you saying? Apologize to Mr. Yi at once," the middle-aged woman scolded, her patience wearing thin. "Woo-woo. I never imagined you were so skilled, strange uncle. In just a few minutes, you've snatched away those close to me. Quite impressive. How about this? Let us compete. If you win, I shall relinquish the computer to you. But if you lose, you must leave my home immediately and return everything you have taken from me," Bai Ruxin declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Luo, her demeanor fierce. "Compete?" Yi Luo was taken aback. "Miss Bai, please do not act foolishly. I will inform the lady of your behavior," the middle-aged woman warned, visibly upset. However, Bai Ruxin remained undeterred. "You shall be the judge," she commanded the middle-aged woman, then leaped onto a raised platform, exuding an impressive presence. "Do you see that pavilion over there? We shall race to see who reaches it first. Do you dare?" Bai Ruxin challenged, confident in her knowledge of a shortcut, which Yi Luo evidently lacked. If he were to run the visible route, even the world record holder for sprinting would not best her. Yi Luo gazed toward the pavilion, which sat roughly 100 meters away. Yet, the winding path made the distance more than 4 times that of a straight line. "Mr. Yi, please disregard Miss Bai's words," the middle-aged woman implored, offering her apologies. "Miss Bai, do not cause a scene. And you think I am unaware of your shortcut to the pavilion?" she admonished, her tone firm. "You, who do you think you are, to speak so freely?" Bai Ruxin shot back, glaring at the middle-aged woman. She turned to Yi Luo, her expression a mix of anger and admiration. Well, you are quite something. In just a few minutes, you have managed to sway those around me to your side. Just wait. I'm not bothered," Yi Luo assured the middle-aged woman, who appeared momentarily stunned. At that moment, Yi Luo addressed Bai Ruxin. "I accept your wager, but I must amend the terms." "Oh, you're not going to forbid me from using shortcuts, are you?" Bai Ruxin halted, contemplating. "Feel free to use your shortcut. However, if I win, I ask that you no longer harbor any hostility toward me. Is that agreeable?" Yi Luo suggested, embodying the essence of a gentleman. In an instant, the middle-aged woman regarded Yi Luo with immense respect. Bai Ruxin, too, felt her resolve falter momentarily as she steadied her composure, inwardly acknowledging his formidable presence. Such a remarkable individual. I nearly fell into his trap. Fortunately, my willpower prevailed, allowing me to resist his charm. Yet, his proposal is hard to refuse, as it benefits me. If I win, I shall simply leave. "Very well, it is settled then," exclaimed Bai Ruxin, her heart brimming with joy. She turned to the middle-aged woman and declared, "You shall be the referee. Let us commence." Bai Ruxin immediately assumed her starting position, confident of victory. Even if her opponent were to discover her shortcut, they would remain oblivious to its specifics. Regardless of any attempts to take a shortcut themselves, they could never surpass her brilliance. Bai Ruxin admired her own cleverness. What a masterstroke. "Mr. Yi, this." The middle-aged woman glanced towards Yi Luo. "Please, go ahead." Yu Luo replied. All right, let us begin. The referee nodded, resolute. Start. Bai Ruxin shouted, dashing forward with exuberance. Her feet danced over the stones beneath her, leaping swiftly from one to another, executing the movements with remarkable skill, a testament to her extensive practice in such endeavors. Be careful, miss, watch out. The middle-aged woman called out, concern etched on her face. Bai Ruxin was not on a conventional path. Rather, she navigated through the garden, stepping on decorative stones, where a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. The woman wished fervently to follow closely behind her, yet she refrained, feeling a sense of helplessness. Alas, what a pity! Bai Ruxin laughed heartily, glancing sideways, where she noticed no sign of Yu Luo. She was certain that the peculiar man was destined to lose. The absence of his presence signified that he had been left far behind. Although Bai Ruxin was already aware of her impending triumph, she felt compelled to confirm it. Once reassured, she proceeded at her own pace, steadily advancing. The shortcut ahead demanded skill, yet she was confident that her focus would suffice. After all, she was quite adept at this. 20 meters. 10 meters. What are you doing, Bai Ruxin? A chilling female voice rang out. Bai Ruxin and Appo's eyes widened in surprise as she turned towards the source of the sound. Oh no, I've lost focus, she realized, her footing faltering as her body swayed to the side. Careful! Bai Ruxin and Appo's sister, Bai Rui, cried out, regretting her earlier exclamation. The sight before her had been too captivating to resist. Fortunately, Bai Rui glanced behind Bai Ruxin. Well, Bai Ruxin inwardly cursed her sister. It's all your fault. She stared at the ground, shielding her face with her hands, bracing for impact. Fortunately, she was no stranger to such experiences. In a moment of peril, a hand reached out from behind, seizing the collar of Bai Ruxin's shirt and lifting her effortlessly. Ah! Bai Ruxin gasped, her face a mask of disbelief. What was happening? Oh wait, this was not the time for such thoughts. She needed to focus on. Ouch! The collar is choking me. My neck might snap. She thought in horror as she felt herself transforming into a hanging specter. Please, I don't want to become a ghost, Bai Ruxin silently pleaded. In the next instant, her feet were firmly planted on the ground once more. She was safe. Phew, that was close. I almost became a ghost. Bai Ruxin knelt, supporting herself on the ground. Reflecting on her near miss, she was eager to discover who had saved her at the last moment, although she would have preferred to have simply fallen. Is it you? How are you? Yu Luo inquired. The very person who had caught Bai Ruxin at the critical moment was none other than him. Bai Ruxin was incredulous. She could hardly believe Yu Luo had been trailing her all along without her noticing. How terrifying. Quick, thank Brother Yi, Bai Rui urged, rushing over. No way, not a chance, Bai Ruxin retorted. By the way, the race isn't over yet. She sprang to her feet and dashed towards the finish line with remarkable speed, giving Yu Luo no opportunity to catch up. However, Yu Luo had no intention of allowing her to escape either. With a swift motion, he lifted Bai Ruxin once more, his speed astonishing her beyond belief. Before she could comprehend, her feet left the ground again. Ah, I can't breathe, Bai Ruxin cried out. Then, Yu Luo released her, and she resumed running. Ah, her feet left the ground once more. Observing this spectacle, Bai Rui held her tongue, feeling that Bai Ruxin needed to learn a lesson. In fact, she felt quite pleased. Ah, after several leaps, Bai Ruxin collapsed to her knees, exclaiming, I concede. I concede. Yu Luo shifted his gaze from Bai Ruxin to Bai Rui. Please, follow me. My parents are waiting for you. Bai Rui couldn't help but lower her head, her voice fading, and her cheeks turning crimson. Oh, very well. Yu Luo nodded. Not yet. The race isn't finished until I reach the finish line, Bai Ruxin shouted, channeling all her energy into a final sprint, seizing the moment while Yu Luo was distracted. This time, I won't fail, she believed, lowering her neck to evade capture. She aimed to gain the upper hand. It seemed she was destined for victory. Meanwhile, Yu Luo cast a glance at Bai Ruxin, contemplating for a moment. Although he did not regard the race with great significance, he despised the thought of losing. Wait, Yu Luo called to Bai Rui, propelling himself forward. With a single stride, he overtook Bai Ruxin. Despite her several steps, she could not match his pace. It was undeniable. Her shorter legs were a disadvantage. Bai Ruxin watched in dismay as Yu Luo surged ahead. The realization struck her deeply, draining her motivation entirely. She came to a halt. Watching Yu Luo cross the finish line, her gaze fixed on her own short legs. Yu Luo turned to look at Bai Ruxin, waiting for her reaction, while Bai Rui also regarded her. At that moment, Bai Ruxin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Chapter 48. Meeting the parents, you scoundrel. In this manner, you cannot claim victory. Do you understand? Bairushin circled around Yiluo, emphasizing her point repeatedly, hoping that Yiluo would grasp this notion. Bairushin was determined not to concede. Be quiet. A loss is a loss. Have you completed your homework? Bairui glared at Bairushin. Huh? Bairushin appeared stunned, her usual eloquence faltering into stammering. Hurry up and write. Bairui commanded. Yes. Bairushin turned and dashed off, but after a few steps, she began to mutter. Having a husband and forgetting my sister, truly heartless. What did you say? Bairui's eyes widened. Nothing. I absolutely adore doing homework. Bairushin shouted as she accelerated away. Watching Bairushin disappear, Bairui averted her gaze and turned apologetically to Yiluo. I apologize. I have indulged that little girl far too much. Not at all. She's just a child. Yiluo replied with a smile. That may be true. But in her current state, I was not like that at all. Back then, Bairui reflected nostalgically. Dear sister, how shameless. Praising yourself. Bairushin suddenly reappeared. Why are you still here? Bairui shot back. If I weren't and Oppos. T here, how could I witness such a scene? Bairushin retorted, her eyes wide. You'd better wait and see how I deal with you. Bairui exclaimed angrily. She approached the entrance of the building, her demeanor becoming significantly more serious. Bairushin quieted down as well, gazing at the entrance, hesitant to speak. After a few moments of silence, she swiftly turned and left, seemingly intimidated by the place. My parents are inside. Bairui transformed into a true lady of high society, exhibiting grace and composure akin to a textbook example. The change in her aura was palpable. Previously, she had been as cold as a powerful woman. Yiluo felt a slight discomfort. Relax, my parents are very kind people, Bairui said gracefully. Yiluo found this assertion hard to believe. If they were genuinely kind, Bairui would not present herself in such a manner. An impression formed in Yiluo and Oppos' mind. Sternness. Another thought quickly followed. Obstinacy. Bairui's parents seemed to embody the archetype of traditional family heads, her father exceedingly serious and her mother decidedly rigid. Even if they appeared kind on the surface, their true nature was likely quite different. As they walked forward, Yiluo felt the temperature drop several degrees as they crossed the threshold. Is it chilly? The doctor mentioned that a slightly lower temperature would aid my parents' recovery, so the air conditioning is set quite high. Bairui explained. Oh, it's the air conditioning? Yiluo observed the unit in the corner, feeling somewhat at a loss. Oh, what did you think? Bairui inquired, puzzled. Nothing. By the way, are your parents ill? Yiluo asked, noticing this detail while discreetly studying half of Bairui's face. Bairui remained unfazed and nodded. Yes. Due to some issues with the Bai family, my parents have fallen ill under great pressure. However, they are doing better now. The doctor says they will gradually recover. Both sick? And with the same ailment? Yiluo frowned, unable to contain her curiosity. Despite the low temperature being a result of the air conditioning, the fact that both were ill struck Yiluo as unusual, considering that the Bai family was a large clan. It was not uncommon for mysterious matters to arise, such was the nature of large families, rife with scheming. Come this way. Bairui beckoned Yiluo as they turned a corner. Indeed, both my parents suffer from the same affliction, exhaustion of the heart and spirit. They are overwhelmed physically and mentally, and they must rest well to recover. Upon hearing this, Yiluo scrutinized Bairui, sensing that her words implied Bairui might have been the one applying pressure on her parents. Why are you looking at me? Bairui's half-visible face flushed with embarrassment, mistakenly thinking Yiluo had ulterior motives. She made an effort to present her visible half in the best light. Nothing. Yiluo replied. Feel free to look if you wish. I don and Oppos, T-mind. Bairui communicated with her eyes. Unfortunately, Yiluo averted her gaze, not wanting to engage. Is it him? Rui, if you must disturb your parents and Oppos, rest, is it really necessary to have him here? I don and Oppos, see the point. A cold voice. Reminiscent of Bairui and Oppos' usual demeanor yet imbued with unfamiliarity and hostility, interrupted the moment. Before them stood a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Bairui. At first glance, she appeared to be of a similar age, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that she was at least a decade older, clearly from the previous generation. Yiluo turned to Bairui. How rude. You don't even greet your elders upon meeting. Rui, is this the man you've chosen? Throughout the exchange, Bairui did not once glance at the woman. We're leaving, Bairui said to Yiluo. attempting to sidestep the woman who had strategically positioned herself in the middle of their path, making it difficult to pass. Who is she? Yi Luo inquired. Unable to contain her curiosity. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T-Minder, she and Amp, Oppos, as just an irrelevant person. Bai Rui replied tersely, her tone cold and laced with unfamiliarity and hostility. Effectively returning the sentiment to the woman, Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback, observing the striking resemblance between Bai Rui and the woman before her. If it were not for the age difference, she might have mistaken them for sisters or even mother and daughter. What did you say? I am your aunt. The woman's words revealed her identity, clarifying that she was Bai Rui and Amp, Oppos, S aunt, her mother and Amp, Oppos, S sister. No wonder they bore such resemblance in both looks and demeanor. Bai Rui's mother must be even more similar in appearance and temperament to Bai Rui. We're leaving. Bai Rui disregarded her aunt, taking Yi Luo's hand and attempting to pass by. Don't think you can leave, Auntie exclaimed in anger. Her gaze fixed upon the hands clasped between Bai Rui and Yi Luo. In an instant, it felt as though someone had trodden upon her tail. Release your hands. How dare you hold hands before marriage? Truly, such shamelessness. I do not recall raising you to be this way. Annie swung her hand, sharp as a blade, aiming with ferocity at the hands of Bai Rui and Yi Luo. What are you doing? Bai Rui retorted, raising her hand to block Annie's strike. The fury displayed by the two was akin to a mirrored reflection of each other. Yi Luo stood in astonishment, with a mere flick of her wrist. Bai Rui pushed Annie back. Ouch. Annie collided with the wall, momentarily immobilized. Bai Rui paused, seemingly contemplating whether to utter something, yet ultimately remained silent. A cold expression overtaking her features. Come on, Yi Luo, we're leaving. With no choice, Yi Luo followed Bai Rui forward, leaning against the wall. Annie wore a complex expression, opening her mouth as if to speak but ultimately saying nothing. As they traversed the corridor, Bai Rui swiftly reverted to her initial demeanor as a refined young lady. Yi Luo admired her ability to switch roles so effortlessly, truly remarkable. I assure you, I am not usually like that. Bai Rui attempted to clarify. Understood. Clearly, you were just fabricating tales. Yi Luo replied, eyes wide open. When you meet my mother. Dawn and Oppos, T mentioned that you've met my aunt. Bai Rui advised. All right. Yi Luo agreed. Before them stood a door. Tap, tap, tap. Bai Rui approached, knocking gracefully. Who is it? An exquisitely melodious voice, nearly identical to Bai Rui and Amp, Oppos, S, responded, gentle, sweet, reminiscent of a refined young lady. It's me, Rui. I'm coming in, Bai Rui announced. The elegance and gentleness she exuded were remarkable. Yi Luo gazed at Bai Rui as if she were looking at another person. Stop staring. Are you ready? We're going in, Bai Rui whispered. Yes. Yi Luo nodded. Come in. The voice from within beckoned. With a creak, the door opened, and Bai Rui stepped inside, followed by Yi Luo. Immediately, Yi Luo was greeted by the scent of medicine lingering in the air. Next, she laid eyes upon a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Rui, seated languidly on a chair across from her. Exuding gentleness and grace akin to that of a refined young lady, it was as if she were witnessing Bai Rui in another form. The imitation was strikingly apparent. Even the subtle movements and details of Bai Rui mirrored that of the woman before her. Yi Luo was captivated. A cough interrupted her thoughts. The voice of a man reclining on a nearby bed, observing Yi Luo with keen interest. She turned to face him. He was the quintessential young master, a perfect match for the refined lady. At first glance, he seemed youthful, perhaps even younger than her, but upon closer inspection, he was evidently an elder. Yi Luo, this is my father, and this is my mother, Bai Rui introduced hastily. This is Yi Luo. Her tone carried a hint of anxiety. At this moment, Yi Luo exuded confidence, for the couple before her appeared to be quite approachable. Hello, uncle, auntie. Ah, so this is little Yi. Indeed, a fine young person. I hear your research skills are exceptional. A scientist, no less. Truly remarkable for one so young. The White family has weathered this crisis largely due to your innovative capabilities. Mr. Bai spoke, his voice lacking strength from prolonged illness, yet he emanated a warm demeanor, akin to that of a friendly neighbor, devoid of any pressure, approachable and affable. Little Yi, come sit with us. Rui often speaks highly of you. You are truly a good child. By the way, who else is in your family? Mrs. Bai inquired, swiftly adopting the role of a concerned mother-in-law, ready to investigate Yi Luo's background. Mother, Bai Rui raised her voice in admonition. All right, I understand. We are merely meeting now. We can discuss these matters later. Mrs. Bai nodded. At this, Bai Rui let out a sigh of relief. Please, have a seat, right here. Rui urged, pulling Yi Luo down beside her, ensuring they were comfortably close yet not too intimate. Rui sat between her parents and Yi Luo. Her concern for Yi Luo palpable, as she worried about any discomfort Yi Luo might feel. Just now, I believe I heard you speaking with your aunt outside. Mrs. Bai glanced at Rui. Nothing of the sort. Rui quickly interjected. All right, if you deny it, so be it. Mrs. Bai ceased her inquiries, turning her attention back to Yi Luo. Rui, was your second uncle here earlier? Mr. Bai asked. Yes, he was. However, I have already sent him off to detention. He won't be released for months. Once he is out, he will be deported. Given his circumstances, he will likely never return. Rui stated, her words starkly fierce, yet delivered with the grace of a refined lady, devoid of any dissonance. What a pity. Mr. Bai shook his head. Yi Luo internally agreed, recognizing Mr. Bai as a fundamentally good man. This is not merely my doing. Moreover, Rui, you have been too lenient. Your second uncle is not to be underestimated. While this may bring him some embarrassment, it will ultimately not deter him. Furthermore, many are still watching our family closely, so we must remain vigilant. Mr. Bai continued. Yi Luo's expression shifted to one of unease. Oh dear, father, what are you saying? Rui interjected anxiously, fearful that Yi Luo might misunderstand. Her concern was evident. Chapter 49. Proper discipline. Such a statement only serves to portray the Bai family as exceptionally cruel. To display such a ferocious demeanor towards one's kin is bound to leave an unfavorable impression on Yi Luo. Rui was already concerned about how she might be perceived in Yi Luo's eyes. Indeed, her current appearance hardly lends itself to a positive impression. She could only strive to reveal her inner beauty to Yi Luo. Rui believed that her inner beauty was quite commendable, as she frequently aided the weak and exhibited compassion, particularly towards children. However, her father was now a significant hindrance to her efforts. It was truly excessive. What was intended to enhance her standing was now detracting from it. How could her father and aunt, Apos, outward appearance be so commendable yet his inner nature so deplorable? Rui cast a worried glance at Yi Luo. Yi Luo, however, remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the scene before him and to Bai's father and Apos' words. Upon witnessing this, Rui felt not relief but heightened anxiety, growing increasingly frustrated with her father. What was he thinking? Regardless of the circumstances, uncle was still family. Mother then interjected, chastising father. At this, Rui felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was only mother who could be relied upon. Mother, please continue to speak favorably, she thought, so as not to tarnish your image as a genteel young lady. Since uncle had erred, they previously lacked the means to intervene, but now they could justly sever ties. Mother declared this matter with conviction. She then turned to Yi Luo, saying, Little Yi, do you not agree with what your aunt has said? By the way, little Yi, if you wish, you may call me mother. That would bring me great joy. Oh dear, mother, what are you saying? Do not frighten Yi Go. Rui exclaimed in alarm, taken aback by her mother's unreliable nature. She anxiously looked towards Yi Luo. Meanwhile, Yi Luo maintained a calm expression, though internally he was quite astonished. The Bai parents were clearly not to be underestimated. It was evident that they were a formidable couple. Once at the pinnacle of the Bai family and Apos' glory. Even now, despite their failing health, their cunning and presence remained intact. It was a precarious situation. If possible, Yi Luo would prefer not to engage with such individuals. However, upon receiving Rui and Apos' anxious yet hopeful gaze, akin to that of a frightened creature, he found it impossible to abandon her. Ultimately, Yi Luo was a good person. I appreciate your kindness, auntie, but to call you and Apos, mother and Apos, may be a tad premature. Would you not agree? Regarding Uncle's actions, I believe your decision is most prudent. A person like Uncle, if not dealt with decisively, will surely cause endless trouble in the future. After all, history is rife with tales of such occurrences. Heroes have often fallen prey to the schemes of such scoundrels. Yi Luo endeavored to align himself with their sentiments, striving to appear courteous even if his thoughts did not entirely mirror their own. Rui and Apos' eyes widened. How delightful that little Yi can articulate such sentiments. Your father will surely appreciate this. Father nodded, seemingly admiring Yi Luo. Truly, Rui has chosen well. You possess a heart unlike any other. If Rui could find a man like you, and he would be at ease. As for calling me and Apos, mother, and Apos, is that not merely a matter of time? Indeed, let us arrange for both families to meet soon and finalize the marriage. Andy is genuinely worried that if we do not secure you soon, You might slip away. My mother expressed her concerns with urgency. Mother, what are you saying? Marriage and son-in-law? This is far too premature. Yigo and I have only just met. Rui protested vehemently. How long do you think your father and I knew each other before we wed? My mother scoffed. But that is entirely different. What era are we in? And what era were you in? Rui and Apos' face flushed crimson. Enough. Mind your manners and refrain from shouting. Maintain the decorum expected of a young lady. Do not allow little Yi to think less of you. My mother admonished. Initially unbothered, Rui transformed into a poised young lady upon hearing the last remark. My mother smiled, expertly guiding her daughter. Very well then, it is settled. We shall arrange for both families to meet. My father declared, sealing the decision with finality. What? Rui was taken aback, astonished that her father echoed by mother and Apos' sentiments. While she suspected her mother might be jesting, her father and Apos' agreement indicated seriousness. At that moment, Yuluo wished to interject but was denied the opportunity by father. Enough, we are tired, father stated. Mother nodded in agreement. Her demeanor instantly shifting to one of fatigue, signaling her unwillingness to continue the conversation. All right, Mom and Dad, I will take my leave for now. I shall visit again soon. Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt. Yuluo hastily bid farewell. The two made their way towards the door, while father and mother remained silent. Once outside, Rui securely closed the door, only to be confronted by the frigid gaze of her aunt, who stood at a distance, watching intently. Do not pay her any mind. Rui remarked irritably to Yuluo. There were stairs nearby, 2 paths lay before them, allowing them to avoid an encounter with her aunt. Rui was well acquainted with the layout, having grown up in this very place. Yuluo hesitated, as if wanting to speak. What is it, Yigo? Do you have something to say? The talk of marriage and son-in-law was merely a jest from my mother. If you are unwilling, Rui began, her voice trailing off into a trembling tone. It is not about marriage. Yuluo interjected. Rui exhaled in relief, feeling considerably better. Yet, in an instant, she felt disheartened once more. Could it be that Yigo completely disapproved? Offering not even the slightest hint of possibility? Rui felt tears welling up. Stop overthinking. What I meant to say is that your parents and Apos' health seems to be. Oh, the doctor mentioned that I have already informed you. Rui recalled mid-sentence. I believe it would be wise for you to consider a different physician for a thorough examination of your parents and Apos' health. Yuluo suggested delicately. Rui gasped. What is it? Yuluo inquired, noticing her reaction. Do you suspect that the changes in my parents and Apos' health could be attributed to other factors? Rui whispered. Are you too? Yuluo inquired, gazing intently at Rui as they drew closer together. I too harbor some doubts, however, my parents are unwavering in their trust towards the doctors. Yuluo furrowed his brow, reflecting that he should have brought Yitai along, although she is a model mech and a combat type at that. Her diagnostic capabilities surpass those of hospital equipment by far. Not only is her testing swift, but it also encompasses a wide array of detailed projects with the utmost precision. Moreover, she can provide solutions akin to a transcendent healer of a bygone era. Contemplating this, Yuluo resolved to summon Yitai remotely to assess Rui and Apos' parents from a distance, as proximity was not a requisite for the examination. Yet, just as he was about to act, an unexpected occurrence interrupted Yuluo and Apos' thoughts, momentarily diverting his attention. A sharp sound pierced the air as a projectile hurtled towards him at an alarming speed. Yuluo instinctively reached out and caught the bullet in his hand, narrowly avoiding an embarrassing situation. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. Rushin and Apos' incredulous voice echoed nearby. She had witnessed the spectacle with her own eyes. Yuluo had indeed caught the bullet, which was moving at an incredible velocity, making it invisible to the average person's perception. Rushin, furious at the sight, turned to glare at Rui. Ordinarily, such a fierce gaze from Rui would send Rushin fleeing, yet today was different. She felt her pride wounded by Yuluo's extraordinary feat. I will not accept this. For the sake of my dignity, a confrontation is necessary. Ignoring Rui's fury, Rushin armed herself with a slingshot and aimed it defiantly at Yuluo, although her previous slingshot had been confiscated. She possessed a cabinet filled with several hundred others. This time, she was armed with a stone projectile instead of the earlier clay ones. With a resounding crack, she released the slingshot, but Yuluo adeptly dodged. How did you evade that? You coward! Rushin exclaimed angrily, preparing to launch another attack. At that moment, Bairui charged toward her sister. Yiluo, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback by Bairui and Amp, Appo's remarkable agility, reminiscent of a cheetah in the wild. As she swiftly closed in on her target, in a decisive maneuver, Bairushin was pinned to the ground before she could react. Yiluo, Kuden, and Amp, Appo's help but applaud Bairui and Amp, Appo's performance. Bairushin looked up, her expression one of humiliation. This is intolerable. How can such a thing be allowed? Little did she know, this was merely the beginning, as the true ordeal was yet to come. I swear, I shall never do it again. Please, I understand my mistake. Bairushin cried out. Bairui, however, was unyielding, her frustration palpable. If I do not discipline you now, it will be too late. The sound of her hand striking Bairushin and Amp, Appo's backside echoed sharply. Yiluo, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned away, adopting a meditative stance. After a considerable time, Bairui ceased her chastisement. Bairushin sobbed uncontrollably, trembling and unable to rise. A group of women nearby dared not intervene, merely watching the scene unfold with a mixture of sympathy and concern for Bairushin. I can no longer leave you to your own devices. You will accompany me from this day forward, Bairui declared, embodying the essence of a stern matriarch. Bairushin, terrified, ceased her cries and quickly turned to seek support from others. Yet, the very women who had once rallied to her side now retreated. Their hearts conflicted with joy and sorrow over her punishment. You shall inform my parents that I will be taking Bairushin with me, Bairui instructed. No, please. I will perish. Help. There are villains out to harm children. Bairushin screamed in desperation as Bairui dragged her away. At that moment, Yiluo turned to face her. Brother Yi, please save me. I will remember your kindness forever. Bairushin implored, but Yiluo averted his gaze. Bairushin and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom his cold indifference. Typically, anyone, even those at odds with her, would feel sympathy upon witnessing her dramatic display. Now, she felt the sting of defeat. How dare you call him brother you? It's Yi de Ge, Bairui admonished, delivering yet another swift strike to Bairushin and Amp, Appo's backside. Ouch, she cried, covering the stinging pain as she jumped up. Aren't and Amp, Appo's, they all brothers? What difference does it make? Enough of your chatter, do you seek another beating? Bairui retorted sharply. Teachers say one should reason with children, not strike them, especially not in such a manner, as it can cause irreversible harm. Bairushin attempted to argue. A resounding slap interrupted her protest. Ah, she yelped, leaping in surprise. When you become a teacher, then you can preach to me. Bairui replied curtly, ushering Bairushin toward the door. Chapter 50, Feeding you wow, sister, is this your territory? Will it be mine in the future too? Haha. It's so vast, so vast. Oh, what is going on with those little ones over there? Haha, are they all my subordinates? Great, great. Sister, you don't need to worry about me anymore. I'm going to visit my subordinates. Bairushin gazed out the window. The expansive factory left her in awe. Although this was by family property, she had never been here before. Naturally, this was quite normal. After all, the Bai family had numerous enterprises. As a child, how could she possibly visit every single one? Now, seeing it all excited her immensely. To her, this electronics factory was now Bairui and Amp, Appo's domain. And soon it would be her own. She had never encountered such a large territory before. Just a fleeting thought of how she would frolic in this vast domain made her forget the scolding she had received from Bairui. Then, she noticed the square across from the car door, where children were playing. Bairushin's joy surged. She yearned to join those children in their playful antics. Although they were younger than her, she didn't mind at all. After all, it was rare for her to find so many playmates. In the past, she had always played alone. If Bairushin had an introverted personality, it would be one thing, but she was quite extroverted. She not only wanted to play with other children, but she also aspired to be the leader among them. The children before her were all younger, making it easy for her to assume the role of the child king. She could hardly contain her excitement. Before the car had even stopped, she was ready to fling open the door and leap out. Such impulsive behavior, of course, attracted Bairui's ire. Oh no, don't hit. I know I was wrong, Bairushin exclaimed, clutching the car's seat tightly, desperate to avoid a spanking. She could not bear the thought of being seen by those children getting punished by her sister. It would ruin her chances of claiming the title of Child King. You are afraid sometimes, Bairui retorted, glancing out the window at the children playing. Quickly understanding Bairushin and Amp, Appo's concerns. It was as if she had discovered Bairushin and Amp, Appo's vulnerability. Rushin felt a wave of anxiety. Fine, they're just kids. Let her play. And besides, constantly punishing children ISN and AMP, Oppos, T good. But homework must be completed before playing. Yiluo interjected. Rushin turned to Yiluo, suddenly feeling a fondness for her. However, the mention of homework felt utterly unnecessary. Yet, in order to become the child king, a small sacrifice was acceptable. All right. Rui nodded. Wow. Rushin's eyes sparkled with joy. She was almost ready to leap with excitement. Even sitting in the car, it was difficult to contain her enthusiasm. However, the seatbelt held her back. Don't celebrate too soon. Do your homework? Rui cautioned. Yes, I understand. Rushin quickly nodded. Homework is a breeze. I can finish it in a minute. I will check it. You must have it all correct to be allowed to play. Rui had anticipated this. Oh no. Rushin's cheerful demeanor immediately faded. After all, if it had to be perfect, it would take a significant amount of time. Not just a little. Perhaps she wouldn't even get to see the children today or become the child king. Sister, you owe me my title. You can do your homework in my office. Rui instructed. The vehicle drove into the facility. In the square, Yu spotted Yiluo in the car and waved enthusiastically. Yiluo noticed her and returned the greeting. Who was that little girl? Rushin asked, immediately becoming cautious. She suddenly realized something. That little girl might very well be her greatest rival for affection in the future. Rushin had a keen sense for identifying adversaries. It's none of your concern. Just focus on your homework. Rui replied. Humph. Rushin's mood soured. However, Rui remained in good spirits. Before they even reached the office, someone approached her with good news. Boss, our orders have increased. Furthermore, we finally have news on the outsourcing. Several large companies in the north are willing to subcontract with us. The middle-aged man beamed with a smile. As the electronics factory thrived, his mood grew even brighter. Simultaneously, he cast a curious glance at Rushin. Seeing the girl who bore a resemblance to Rui, he deduced her identity. After all, as a longtime servant of the Bai family, he was familiar with their affairs. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Rushin was present in the electronics factory. Did the Bai family truly need so much help that even a little girl had to be assigned tasks? However, he merely pondered this and kept his thoughts to himself, displaying no sign of his musings. Oh dear, what a dreary place. So shabby. Sister, you wouldn't be working in such a place, would you? It's a far cry from Dad's office. Rushin exclaimed, recalling her father's previous office, which was truly magnificent, akin to a five-star hotel in every aspect. Working there made one reluctant to return home. Be quiet. Rui swatted the back of Rushin's head. To this, Rushin sighed in relief. She had feared her sister would spank her bottom, which would be terribly embarrassing. Ultimately, Rui still considered her dignity. Wait, no, what kind of mindset is this? My sister just hit the back of my head. Rushin thought, feeling a mix of emotions. It was indeed excessive. How could she feel that her sister was better simply because she was being strict? This was a serious psychological issue. Rushin's expression darkened. What are you thinking? Hurry up. Rui smacked Rushin's back. This time, my sister only hit my back. But still. No. Even the back is too much. Rushin and Oppos' feelings were quite complicated. All right, Don and Oppos, T always take it out on the children, especially with outsiders around. They might feel embarrassed. Yiluo advised. Okay. Rui nodded. Rushin felt immense gratitude towards Yiluo. However, it is merely gratitude, and only for the present moment. One could turn around and forget. This is none of your business. Hurry to my office. The very office I mentioned. Do not dawdle. Complete the assignment. I shall conduct a thorough review. Rui declared. Understood. With all this nagging, one is bound to age quickly. Rushin retorted. Yet, before the words were fully spoken, she had already dashed away. Rui raised her hand but could not catch up with Rushin. How vexing. I can see you, but I cannot reach you. Rushin stuck out her tongue at Rui, gleefully triumphant. Yiluo observed this scene, utterly speechless. This Rushin has completely forgotten the lesson. Just wait for me. Rui fumed. At this moment, Rushin had vanished without a trace. Rui turned to face the middle-aged man before her. It was as if nothing had transpired. So composed. Please report the data to me. Rui commanded. Yes. The middle-aged man promptly relayed the information. He did not consult any documents. Having committed all the data to memory, Rui was quite pleased. The middle-aged man was equally satisfied. After all, the current situation is quite favorable. and a substantial bonus is surely forthcoming at month's end. He had begun to contemplate whether it was time to procure a new vehicle. Not long ago, he was troubled by the prospect of seeking new employment. Aging poses challenges, particularly when attempting to find a new job similar to one's previous role. It can be immensely difficult. Now, there is no need to search for new work, and there are bonuses that far exceed what he previously received. Truly delightful. Life's changes can be both sudden and astonishing. By the way, regarding the overseas orders, the middle-aged man began. Proceed as usual, Bai Rui instructed. Speaking of which, where is Uncle Zhang? Has he fallen ill? It seems I haven't seen him these past few days. The original plan was to send Uncle Zhang abroad to oversee matters. However, it appears he received news in advance and suddenly vanished. This had Bai Rui somewhat troubled. Although she had intended to set a trap for Uncle Zhang, the overseas operation genuinely requires someone with his experience, even if the individual lacks capability. Having someone seasoned to manage affairs is essential. Now, with Uncle Zhang's whereabouts unknown, finding a suitable replacement may prove arduous. It may even necessitate hiring someone from outside. Such a scenario would indeed complicate matters. While it is easy to find someone capable when recruiting, finding someone with the necessary qualifications is an entirely different challenge. It requires time and effort to establish credibility. This period is significantly affecting the company's growth and the increase in orders. Indeed, it has been several days since I last saw Uncle Zhang. I am also unaware of his whereabouts, the middle-aged man lamented. His expression turned grim. Surely, Uncle Zhang has not betrayed us. The middle-aged man could not help but ponder. After all, such a possibility does exist. The electronics factory is currently thriving. Everyone should be united, striving forward together. Yet, there are always those who entertain divergent thoughts and commit actions that are truly reprehensible. For instance, Uncle Zhang. The middle-aged man was well aware of the motivations behind Uncle Zhang and Appo's as potential betrayal. That being, Uncle Zhang had been promoted to deputy factory manager. Bai Rui had made it abundantly clear that this was a demotion in disguise. Uncle Zhang's heart must be heavy with discontent. This is precisely the reason for Uncle Zhang's potential betrayal. Were the roles reversed, he too would feel equally aggrieved, and he could fully comprehend this sentiment. Yet, it is unacceptable. The middle-aged man was exceedingly angry. If Uncle Zhang were to betray, it could jeopardize his livelihood. As an esteemed member of the electronics factory, Uncle Zhang is privy to all its inner workings. Thus, the damage he could inflict would be catastrophic. Has he been apprehended? Bai Rui contemplated. Oh, is it possible someone would apprehend Uncle Zhang? This too could be a scenario. Perhaps our competitors? The middle-aged man paused, shifting his perspective. After some thought, he concluded that the likelihood of Uncle Zhang being captured was greater than that of his betrayal. After all, even if Uncle Zhang were to betray, he could not gain more than what he currently possesses. Moreover, should things go awry, he could find himself spending the latter part of his life behind bars. The risks are too high. If he were to be captured, the situation would be entirely different. Oh, not different. It would be utterly despicable to harm an elder. We must alert the authorities. We absolutely must. The middle-aged man exclaimed, agitated. Feeling empathetic, although he held a lower position than Uncle Zhang. He too was a crucial personnel at the electronics factory. If villains could target Uncle Zhang, they could surely target him as well. The middle-aged man was deeply concerned for his safety. Let us hold on for a moment. We cannot ascertain that this is the case just yet. Bai Rui advised. Uncle Zhang is not necessarily captured. It would be somewhat hasty to report this now. Furthermore, if Uncle Zhang were indeed captured, acting impulsively could draw attention to our actions. Stirring the grass may alarm the snake. Should the adversary become desperate, what harm might come to Uncle Zhang? I have channels through which I can enlist help for an investigation. Let us first ascertain the facts. Bai Rui's consideration was thorough. The middle-aged man nodded, profoundly impressed. Indeed, she is worthy of being the boss. This matter must not be disclosed. You shall act as though you know nothing. Is that understood? Bai Rui cautioned the middle-aged man. Understood, understood. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. He was well aware. How could he not be? By the way, is there anything else? Oh. Regarding the overseas orders. Did I not just mention it? No, not those ordinary orders, but rather, the ones introduced to us from overseas. A look of concern crossed the middle-aged man's face. Oh, did we not decline last time under the pretext of capacity constraints? Why are they approaching us again? Bai Rui furrowed her brow. This time, without Yu Luo's prompting, she sensed that there was indeed something amiss with those orders. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen. If someone is attempting to feed you, Yet they are not your parents. Then there is surely something dubious about it. Boss, what should we do about this? Moreover, this time, they have proposed even better terms. Chapter 51. Quite pleased, it is now certain that the other party is undoubtedly scheming. Bai Rui and Yi Luo are engaged in a discussion within Yi Luo and Appo's office. The middle-aged man has already been dismissed by Bai Rui. Inside Bai Rui and Appo's office, Bai Ruxin is present, seemingly preoccupied with something. Indeed. However, the other party and Appo's actions are so overt that it appears somewhat brazen, perhaps even excessively arrogant. Yi Luo finds it difficult to articulate. Reckless and thoughtless. Both descriptions could apply. They are evidently intent on devouring the electronics factory, and their approach is rather unseemly. Zhang Meili, is it? It seems that the tasks I assigned you were insufficient, allowing you the leisure to provoke me once more. Bai Rui feels a surge of anger. However, this time, she has misjudged Zhang Meili. For Zhang Meili is far too occupied to trouble Bai Rui. Moreover, from Zhang Meili and Appo's perspective, creating mischief for Bai Rui would be an exceedingly simple task. Currently, all the profits Bai Rui is earning are essentially hers. She is not particularly anxious. The individuals employing such tactics against Bai Rui and Appo's electronics factory are an entirely different group. Bai Rui and Appo's factory is currently thriving, attracting considerable attention. Bai Rui's electronics factory is a prime target, a succulent piece of meat that everyone wishes to take a bite of. A small figure appears at the crack of the office door, glancing inside with a perplexed expression before quickly departing. Yi Yu is puzzled. Why? In the midst of a perfectly good conversation, are dad and sister Bai not in sister Bai and Appo's office but rather in dad and Appo's Yi Yu is bewildered. Could it be that dad and sister Bai have swapped offices? Contemplating this, Yi Yu cannot help but rush towards Bai Rui's office. Regardless, I will not allow them to succeed. Bai Rui is preparing to firmly refuse. Perhaps her previous rejection was not sufficiently decisive, leading these individuals to harbor the illusion that they could prevail. This will not do. Their current actions clearly indicate an intention to seize a portion of the electronics factory, or perhaps even the entire enterprise. We cannot merely adopt a defensive stance. We must strike hard to deter them. This way, we can compel them to retreat and abandon their ambitions. Otherwise, they will perpetually linger in our thoughts. While we may not fear them, the development of the electronics factory will undoubtedly be affected. Yi Luo furrows his brow. What a hassle. Must business always be conducted in such underhanded ways? Is there no enjoyment in straightforward dealings? Certainly not. Yet, the effectiveness of such methods is undeniable. Indeed, a single decisive blow can prevent a barrage of attacks. Bai Rui nods, as she too tends to favor a more aggressive approach. So, what shall we do? Bai Rui gazes at Yi Luo, her eyes brimming with anticipation. With a reliable man by her side, she genuinely wishes to exert less mental effort. What is it that they most desire? We shall offer them an opportunity. Yi Luo proposes. What? You intend to use the electronics factory as bait? Bai Rui gasps in surprise. In truth, if they desire it, then let us provide it. We shall offer them something tangible. Let us send out the news that the electronics factory is accepting investments and is preparing for an IPO. Yi Luo declares. What? Investments and an IPO? Bai Rui and Appo's expression falters. Yi Luo nods, his demeanor calm, as though he has anticipated everything, confident in his strategy. Oh, I see. But is this truly without risk? Bai Rui quickly processes the implications. No risk at all. What could possibly be problematic? Our truly vital assets do not lie within this electronics factory. Yi Luo dismisses her concerns. Bai Rui immediately adopts a posture of agreement, then turns her gaze back to Yi Luo. Shortly thereafter, the news is disseminated. In an instant, it sends ripples throughout the investment community and related industries. Many are astounded. Is it true? Is the Bai family truly discarding a golden goose? Tossing it aside? What are they thinking? They are not discarding it. They are preparing to cash in while retaining control of the factory. They are astute. Astute? No matter how clever they may be, can they outsmart the power of capital? What shall we do now? Should we continue with our original plan? It appears that they have caught on. Moreover, once they accept investments, our methods will become ineffective. With the support of investors, they can completely disregard the pressure we have exerted upon them. A group of young individuals wears grim expressions. They are all second-generation heirs. Although they possess some cleverness and minor skills, they find themselves utterly out of their depth on a grand stage. If Bai Rui's factory accepts capital investments, it will suddenly ascend to prominence, leaving them unable to act or even dare to act. Let us invest as well. At the very least, We should secure a stake. Don't they wish to go public? Certainly, we can lend a hand. Once they are listed, we can cash out. Given the current valuation of the electronics factory, our investment could easily double. In fact, it could triple or quintuple. The crowd buzzes with excitement. At this moment, who is unaware that the products from the electronics factory are selling exceptionally well? Orders have surpassed 2 million and continue to rise. While they may not comprehend how the other party's products sell so well, it is of no consequence to them. They merely need to recognize that the products are performing admirably and that the factory's valuation is steadily climbing. It is as simple as that. Meanwhile, various investors begin to mobilize. Emails, phone calls, and even representatives arriving in person flood in. They all converge upon the electronics factory. The factory staff are aware of the situation, their feelings mixed. Many rejoice, while others harbor concerns. Overall, this is a positive development. After all, the electronics factory is poised for rapid growth, potentially becoming a publicly listed company. Employee compensation will undoubtedly see a significant increase, even if there are no immediate raises. Simply being able to tell others that they work for a publicly listed company is incredibly prestigious. What on earth are you doing? Zhu Lihai is furious. The news has reached his ears, and he has taken note. Yet, Zhang Meili exhibits no reaction whatsoever. He grips his phone, reprimanding her. Zhang Meili is bewildered. She was elated to receive a call from Haigu, a rather rare occurrence. While she was cherishing the moment, she found herself reprimanded by him without warning. Zhang Meili is completely confused. She hasn't done anything wrong lately. Why is Haigu scolding her? Haigu, you are indeed Haigu. But let me ask you, can you handle Bai Rui? If you cannot, I will find someone else. No, I have grossly overestimated your abilities. You are utterly incapable. This is the end of our discussion. I will personally oversee matters concerning Bai Rui. You may handle things as you see fit, but refrain from contacting me in the future. Zhu Lihai hung up the phone, his teeth clenched in frustration. It was all due to Zhang Meili that he missed his opportunity. Otherwise, his current predicament would certainly not be as dire as it was now. He would have already secured Bai Rui. Oh, not Bai Rui. He had long since lost interest in her. Half of her face was truly repugnant. What he coveted was the land where the electronics factory stood. However, it seemed that the factory had become even more enticing. Its value had long surpassed that of the land. Yet, now, the cost of acquiring the factory far outweighed what it would have been before. Zhu Lihai picked up a nearby water bottle, unable to resist the urge to hurl it to the ground. It was a bottle worth over 100,000. Adorned with hundreds of beautiful shards of diamonds that made it exceedingly exquisite and resplendent. Especially when lifted for a sip, the light refracted through the shards, amplifying the appearance of the water inside, making it seem as if it were brimming with countless diamonds. Drinking from it evoked a sensation of consuming boundless wealth. Zhu Lihai was quite fond of this bottle. Yet, in his overwhelming rage, he felt compelled to shatter it, if only to release a fraction of the fury within him. Ultimately, however, he refrained from doing so. After a brief pause, Zhu Lihai quickly regained his composure. In moments like this, he needed to remain exceptionally calm. Only by doing so could he avoid compounding his errors. Someone, Zhu Lihai commanded. Yes, prepare the plane. I am going to visit the Bai family to pay my respects to the elders. Understood. Zhu Lihai took action. At that moment, others began to mobilize as well. Zhang Meili, however, sat in her seat, her expression one of bewilderment. What on earth had transpired? Bang! Zhang Meili slammed her cup onto the floor with great force. Her cup, though devoid of decorative diamonds, was still a luxurious item worth several thousand. It shattered upon impact, yet remained unscathed, not due to her lack of strength, but rather because the cup was exceptionally sturdy, and more importantly, the floor was carpeted. What had happened that made Brother Hai treat her this way? What to do? What on earth should she do? Zhang Meili screamed, her voice hoarse. She hurled everything within reach off the table to the ground. Although she had once contemplated surpassing the Zhu family, it had merely been a fleeting thought. Now, she found it impossible to accept the current situation. Absolutely unacceptable. At that moment, Zhang Meili yearned to do something outrageous. The more outrageous, the better. She leaped up, punching and kicking at everything in sight. The door swung open, and those outside, upon witnessing the scene within the room, immediately halted and slowly closed the door. Hopefully, Zhang Meili hadn't noticed their arrival. Her assistant was extremely anxious. To some extent, she had guessed the reason behind Zhang Meili and Appo's as frenzy. After all, she too had felt a surge of panic upon receiving the recent news. She could hardly believe that Bai Rui had acted in such a manner. Come in, Zhang Meili ordered from her seat on the sofa, where her assistant trembled in the corner, looking utterly pitiful. At present, no one paid her any mind. Yes. The assistant entered. Everything seemed as it should. The chaos before her eyes appeared entirely normal. What on earth is going on? Tell me. Zhang Meili shouted loudly, assuming her assistant would be in the know. President Zhang, this is the latest information we received. The assistant presented the documents, simultaneously summarizing the contents. Zhang Meili merely glanced at it and immediately grasped the cause. Enraged, she stood and tore the document to shreds. How bold! How dare she? Does she not understand the repercussions of her actions? Is she intent on burning all bridges? Zhang Meili fumed. Get my car ready, she screamed, her voice hoarse. Yes. The assistant nodded promptly. There was no attempt to dissuade her. She had long since learned that reasoning with Zhang Meili was futile. In fact, it might even provoke her wrath. Why bother? It was better to refrain from unnecessary actions. Indeed, that was the wisest course. The assistant wholeheartedly agreed. Whatever Zhang Meili commanded, she would execute without question. It was as simple as that. The vehicle was prepared. Zhang Meili promptly gathered her entourage and departed. The destination was undoubtedly Bairui's electronics factory. At that moment, at the entrance of Bairui's factory, numerous vehicles were already parked. Please park your vehicle over here. Otherwise, the cars behind won't be able to enter. The security guard instructed, pointing at the vehicles before him. Do you know who I am? A young man shouted, his head protruding from the car, visibly irritated and fuming. He glared at the elderly guard. Despite his advanced age, the guard remained utterly oblivious. It was truly disheartening. Regardless of who you are, if you wish to enter this gate, you must heed my instructions. The guard retorted. Do you realize that your words could cost your factory millions? The young man snapped back. Produce a few hundred first for me to see, then we can discuss millions. The guard replied dismissively. Ugh. What is this flying into my mouth? The young man's expression soured as he suddenly retched. The guard turned away, glancing at a certain direction and unable to suppress a chuckle. Just wait and see, a little girl said to her older companion. The older girl proudly waved her slingshot, declaring, whoever wins gets to be the big sister. Of course, the victor is the big sister. Those who don't keep their word are like little dogs. Chapter 52. A lesson for her. Yu held the solar scepter in her hand, aiming at the person before her. Is this truly a magic wand? Bairushin was filled with curiosity. Of course, this is a magic wand. It far surpasses your slingshot. Yu replied with great pride. Yet her gaze lingered enviously on Bairushin's slingshot. She had never played with one herself. However, she was determined not to let her envy show. Yu displayed extraordinary acting skills. Indeed, even the youngest of girls possess remarkable talent for performance. For them, it is innate. There is no such thing as magic in this world. Thus, there cannot be any magic wands. Bairushin scoffed. Nevertheless, her eyes were glued to the wand in Yu and Appo's hand, filled with envy. Yet, she would not allow Yu to notice her feelings. Otherwise, Yu would undoubtedly look down on her. Bairushin's acting prowess was commendable as well. What do you know? Yu retorted, gesturing with the exquisite and splendid solar scepter, which boasted exceptional visual appeal. Bairushin could hardly tear her gaze away from it. The little girl adored such beautifully designed, sparkling objects. Regardless of any magic associated, she simply cherished the aesthetic of the scepter. She and Yu met in Bairui and Appo's office and quickly became little partners, albeit also rivals. The reason lay in Bairushin and Appo's desire to become the leader of children, while Yu currently held that title. Bairushin aspired to dethrone the reigning queen, and Yu was unwilling to relinquish her position. Thus, their rivalry unfolded in various ways, though it remained relatively restrained, confined to their interactions without disturbing others or drawing attention. Now, they found themselves in yet another contest. I am a middle school student, Bairushin declared with great pride, tilting her chin towards Yu. All Yu could see was Bairushin and Appo's exceedingly proud neck. What is so remarkable about being a middle school student? I have never told a lie. Allow me to demonstrate the might of magic. Yu prepared to unleash her power with the solar scepter in hand. Bairushin lowered her head, intently watching. After all, she was merely a middle school student. Moreover, she had only just advanced to this level. Her belief in science was still wavering, while her imagination regarding magic remained vivid. In her leisure, Bairushin delighted in watching magical girl anime. She longed for the existence of magic in the world. What are you doing? Where did you acquire this? No wonder I couldn't find it. You are forbidden from entering my father and Appo's studio again. Yitai, you must keep an eye on her. She is not allowed to take anything from my studio, especially this scepter. Suddenly, a figure approached from the side. Upon witnessing the scene, he swiftly seized the solar scepter from Yu and Apos' grasp, simultaneously admonishing her and issuing commands to Yi Tai. Yes, Yi Tai nodded immediately. Oh, Dad, where did you come from? This isn't mine. I just happened to see it fall on the ground and picked it up, intending to place it on the table, but then something else came up, and I forgot. You know how it is. Yi hurriedly apologized, tugging by Rushin to run swiftly aside. What are you doing? What are you doing? The magic wand has been snatched away. Bai Rushin exclaimed. You, be careful. Have you completed your homework? Your sister wants me to check it. Yi Luo said, holding the solar scepter while addressing Bai Rushin. Run quickly. Bai Rushin quickened her pace, dragging Yi as they dashed away. Although they had only been at the electronics factory for a few days, she felt more familiar with it than her own home. After all, she possessed a strong spirit of exploration and action. Additionally, Yi had shared details about the factory's layout. Don't run. Yi Luo sighed in exasperation. Watching Yi and Bai Rushin sprint away, he felt a twinge of worry. Fortunately, Yi Tai followed closely behind them, easing his concern. With Yi Tai present, there was no problem. Yi Luo turned and headed towards his office. Just then, a harsh and unpleasant female voice rang out from the entrance. It was shrill, piercing, and filled with negativity. Bring that half a face out here. How dare you do such a thing without my permission? How am I supposed to explain this to Brother Hai? Wretched person, who gave you the audacity to act in such a manner? Do you even regard me? Step aside. Immediately get out of my way. Zhang Meili shouted, directing her ire at the elderly security guard. The guard was taken aback by the torrent of her words, struggling to maintain composure. What is this smell? It and Apos' so overwhelming. The old man and Apos' eyes watered as he retreated. You old fool, taking advantage of me. Do you know who I am? I am your future boss. Zhang Meili fumed, her high heels stomping the ground, creating small craters that raised concerns about potential damage to the floor. Haha, what a madwoman. This is amusing. Originally intending to stir up trouble with her around, one could only sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Indeed, let us witness the drama unfold. By the way, what does she mean by half a face? Udon and Apos, Tino, the owner of this factory, Bai Rui, only has half a face. What does that mean? How can a person have only half a face? Once you see it, you and Apos, understand. Don and Apos, keep me in suspense. Ah, I see. Has her face been injured? That and Apos, about right. Look over there, Bai Rui is coming. Oh my. It truly is half a face. However, the exposed half is quite beautiful. The crowd gazed toward the factory's direction. Bai Rui approached, accompanied by several individuals. Since Uncle Zhang and Apos' sudden disappearance, she had increased her inspections of the factory. As she walked, she overheard Zhang Meili and Apos' shouting, prompting her to frown in anger and head toward the commotion. While she might not be concerned about the disturbances caused by others, she felt compelled to address Zhang Meili. However, as she walked, Bai Rui spotted Yi Luo and her expression brightened. You are here too? Did you come specifically to address Zhang Meili and Apos' outburst? Bai Rui asked Yi Luo. Just happened to be passing by. Yi Luo replied. He recognized Bai Rui's intentions, but clarified that he had not come for that reason. It was merely a coincidence. Bai Rui smiled broadly, thinking to herself that no explanation was necessary. I am fully aware of it. You have come here to vent your frustrations for me. Bai Rui wore a knowing expression, her heart brimming with joy. She stepped forward, with Yi Luo trailing closely beside her. Zhang Meili. Bai Rui approached, her demeanor gradually turning icy, until she stood before Zhang Meili, exuding an aura as frigid as the Arctic winds. What an icy woman. Is that merely half of her face? Indeed, it is half a face. Yet I am so curious to see what the other half looks like. What peculiar preference is this? Are you unwell? I am merely curious. Enough talk. Let us enjoy the spectacle. Yes, indeed, let us watch the show. The onlookers gazed at the unfolding scene, eagerly anticipating the drama. At this moment, Yi Luo directed the security personnel to clear the area. Bai Rui continued addressing Zhang Meili. If you have something to say, let us do so inside. I have prepared a room for you, where you may speak at length until you can no longer articulate your thoughts. Why should I heed your words? I intend to speak right here. Let everyone hear your sordid affairs, and learn what sort of person you truly are. Zhang Meili shouted sharply. I have nothing shameful to reveal. Rather, it is you who harbors numerous secrets. If you wish to speak, so be it. But at that moment, I shall also speak. Let us see who truly fears the ears of the audience. Bai Rui retorted. Zhang Meili suddenly hesitated. What do you know? Upon hearing this, the crowd's anticipation surged. Haha, there is a story here indeed. How thrilling, they murmured. Isn't this the famed Zhang Meili from the Zhang family? I heard she has been desperately trying to win over Zhu Lihai of the Zhu family, who pays her no mind whatsoever. By the way, while abroad, Zhang Meili was quite something. I must tell you all. Hold on. We want to see the spectacle unfolding before us first. Step aside, security. Do not obstruct our view. The security personnel struggled to disperse the crowd, but their efforts proved largely ineffective. Yi Luo recognized that the sheer number of people present rendered the security's role minimal. The best course of action was to invite Zhang Meili into the factory, find a conference room, and converse with her there. This was by Rui and Amp, Oppo's intent. Speak if you wish. I am upright and have nothing to hide. I will remain right here. Zhang Meili quickly regained her composure. She had no desire to leave this spot, for it was here that she could truly humiliate Bai Rui. If they retreated to the factory, the impact would be diminished. I know you harbor malicious intent and envy me. You are constantly plotting against me. You surely intend to fabricate lies or even produce videos to slander me. But let me assure you, it will be futile. The audience is keen-eyed and discerning. They will not fall for your schemes. Zhang Meili's confidence swelled as she spoke. Do I need to fabricate anything? Very well, since you believe that. You must be entirely unconcerned, correct? Then allow me to present the evidence. You mentioned a video, yes? I shall reveal it. Bai Rui declared, her preparations meticulously arranged. After all, she had long sought to settle scores with Zhang Meili, and she had gathered substantial evidence for this purpose. A video? How delightful. How intriguing. The crowd buzzed. Hey, is it truly alright to play the video here? This Zhang Meili is quite. Alright, enough of the spoilers. Save your words for later. Let us watch the performance now. Bai Rui made her way toward the security booth, where a large screen typically displayed factory advertisements and news reports. Now, she intended to showcase Zhang Meili and Amp, Oppo's video. Zhang Meili and Amp, Oppo's expression soured considerably. The massive screen, measuring several meters across, would ensure that even thousands could see clearly once the video played. Stop. Stop. What do you think you are doing, Bai Rui? If you proceed, you will violate my privacy, which is against the law. Zhang Meili could no longer maintain her composure. Is that so? I am eager to see who is truly breaking the law. Bai Rui remained unfazed. Wait, I will let this slide today. Next time, I will return. Just you wait. Zhang Meili retreated, her bravado faltering. Though she was unaware of the content Bai Rui intended to showcase, she was determined to prevent its unveiling. After all, it could ruin her current existence. The look of distress on Zhang Meili's face was palpable as she turned and dashed toward her car, starting the engine and speeding away. What a pity. Truly a regrettable outcome. Yes, indeed, it is such a shame. How could it end like this? Zhang Meili has proven to be utterly lacking. So disappointing. Yet, even with her departure, the show could continue. The crowd remained eager. However, upon witnessing Zhang Meili and Amp, Oppo's exit, Bai Rui promptly left the security booth. Departing the scene alongside Yi Luo. Miss Bai, wait. Do not leave. I am an investor from Hongmu Investment and wish to speak with you. I am an investment manager from Lantian Investment. Do not go. Please, Bai, grant us an opportunity. Numerous voices called out to Bai Rui, but she showed no inclination to pause, quickening her pace as she moved further away, until she vanished from sight. At that moment, two figures emerged from the nearby shrubbery. How despicable! How dare they bully our sister? Indeed, how dare they mistreat Sister Bai? We must teach them a lesson.